Chapter 181. Mu Xing was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he used the divine seal in his hand to try to read Narita's memory. Although Narita's memory in the survival world could not be read. However, part of his memory in the real world could be read. Before he died, this guy said that he was doing things according to orders. Whose orders were he doing? If you want to figure out these questions, you can only look for answers from his memory. Because there is no divine seal consciousness to help him sort out the key points of memory, he can only browse quickly in the form of projection. Memory scene. Before becoming a survivor, Narita was just a stay-at-home otaku. Because he was ugly, almost no one liked him, and he was extremely self-abased. Until one day, he clicked on the pop-up window on the desktop that offered a reward of 100 million. After coming out of the survival world for the first time, although he was embarrassed, he successfully received a reward of millions of dollars. At first, Narita was very low-key. After the second survival world, as his strength grew, his desire and confidence also increased. After spending a lot of money for the first time, he was completely addicted to this feeling. He began his life of luxury and debauchery. After surviving the survival world for the third time, Narita was completely inflated. However, just after he became a formal survivor, the first survival mission brought him back to his original form. In the memory, Narita almost exhausted everything in that survival mission. All kinds of props and resources were consumed. In order to survive in the next survival world, he pawned his luxury goods, sold his car and house, and used all his funds to buy consumables and props in the survivor trading area. The troubled Narita man was also targeted by someone with ulterior motives. The other party promised that as long as he used the special props provided by the other party to enter the Silent Hill world and act according to the employer's instructions. After completing the task, he would be paid with 3 valuable props and a large amount of cash. Narita man did not resist the temptation of this employment task. After signing the contract, he chose to enter Silent Hill. The memory scene ended here, and Mu Xing's brows were completely twisted. He did not expect that Narita man was actually hired by someone. Who is the employer? Mu Xing thought of the most likely person, Caddis. Since then, this person has made a series of strange actions. All of which made Mu Xing label him as a dangerous person in his heart. But why did Caddis hire Narita to enter the Silent Hill world? How did Narita jump from the movie version of Silent Hill to the game version of Silent Hill? How did these survivors, who were supposed to enter the game version of Silent Hill, get pulled into the movie version of Silent Hill? The interactive state of the 2 Silent Hills, the abnormality of the survival system. What is the truth behind all this? Mu Xing patted his head, feeling his head buzzing and starting to hurt again. Divine Seal, can you track Narita's movements? Mu Xing subconsciously asked Divine Seal. Seeing that the rotating Divine Seal next to him ignored him, he remembered that Divine Seal's consciousness was not here. Start genetic breath tracking. Mu Xing took the initiative to control the Divine Seal to track genetic breath. In the material world, everyone is an active gene pool. Whether breathing, fighting, or unconsciously touching or staying, a specific genetic aura will be left behind. The Divine Seal has a very keen sense of genetic aura, and can quickly retrieve the genetic aura left by a person's actions. When the red light swept over Narita, the Divine Seal successfully remembered his genetic aura, and then tracked it all the way. Although the trace was faint, there was still a continuous track. Mu Xing accelerated the tracking of Narita's genetic breath. In the surface world where time almost stopped, Narita's genetic breath dissipated very slowly, making it easier to track. However, soon, Narita's breath was interrupted. What's going on? His breath seemed to be suddenly interrupted here, and disappeared into another world. Wait, the real world. Fortunately, he had a mark in the real world of Silent Hill. He activated the Blood Moon transmission without hesitation, and with the help of the Divine Seal, he traveled through the dimensional space and arrived in the real world. As soon as he arrived in the real world, the broken gene aura reappeared. He spent about an hour running around the entire Toluca Lake. He found that the first place Narita went to was Akamira Hospital. Then it was Cedar Forest Sanatorium and Lakeside Hotel. The last track should be towards the Alto Theater, and then return to the hospital. Mu Xing stared at the movement track on the map. Akamira Hospital, Cedar Forest Sanatorium, Alto Theater, Lakeside Hotel, these 4 locations are all the hiding places of the fragments of the box of fluoros in the game plot. There are 5 fragments of the box of fluoros, and the last fragment is in the storage room of the Akamira Hospital in the surface world. In other words, Narita collected 4 fragments in the real world first, and finally arrived in the surface world to collect the 5th fragment. Is he being hunted down because he collected the fragments of the box of fluoros? Alessa, can you tell me what deal the Narita man made with you? Mu Xing looked at Alessa, who suddenly appeared in front of her. She was standing next to Narita's body, staring at the dead Narita with a strange look on her face. It's the same deal as yours. I gave him the task of collecting the box of fluoros, but he asked me to protect him after he completed the task. Protect him? Yes, although I don't want to admit it, I can sense that another world is approaching. That world is crazy and dangerous. And the monster chasing him sneaked in from another world. How is this possible? Mu Xing was solemn. Alessa hooked her finger at Narita's body. Mu Xing saw 4 pieces flying out of his body and splicing into an incomplete triangle. Is this the box of fluoros? Mu Xing stared at the incomplete red triangle that was spinning in the air. Mysterious runes were engraved on each piece. Mu Xing remembered the origin of this mysterious item. The box of fluoros, an ancient and mysterious sacrificial object. Legend has it that it first appeared in the ancient Han dynasty. It was a mysterious object that Zhang Qian, the Han envoy, brought with him when he went to the western regions. Legend has it that it has the ability to control people's hearts and seal demons. Later, this mysterious item was passed around and changed hands many times, from Europe to America, and finally obtained by the cult. They tried to use the power of the box of fluoros to perform a divine descent ritual to revive the goddess they believed in. The failure of the last ritual caused this mysterious item to be divided into multiple fragments and scattered throughout Silent Hill. In the original plot, under the guidance of Alessa, the protagonist Travis collected the box of fluoros and finally used it to defeat Dahlia's conspiracy. Chapter 182. Alessa pushed with her right hand, and the incomplete box of fluoros flew in front of Mu Xing. You are only one step away from my approval. Mu Xing grabbed the incomplete box of fluoros in his hand. It was more like a jade sculpture than a box. It felt cold and jade-like. You are the incarnation of Silent Hill. Why don't you take the fragments yourself? Mu Xing asked. Because I can't interfere with reality. This is the rule set by the order. Alessa said calmly. I understand. Mu Xing rushed to Akamira Hospital with the incomplete box. Narita had helped him get 4 pieces, saving him a lot of time. However, if he collected the box pieces himself, would he also be hunted down? He stared at the box in his hand for a moment, and he always felt that things were not that simple. Without hesitation, he activated the Blood Moon transmission and came to the Silent Hill movie version. The consciousness of the seal had been waiting here for a long time, and seemed to have discovered something. When Mu Xing appeared, it instantly sank into the divine seal. Hey master, did you have plastic surgery? No, I just borrowed someone else's body. It seems that the master has unlocked a new function of the divine seal. Can't you use dimension travel yourself? Dimension travel consumes blood moon essence. My blood moon essence is used to help the master expand the original hive and study the G virus. Master, if you are willing to give me the extra blood moon essence, I will be very happy. Mu Xing's forehead was covered with black lines. What the hell is going on? Who did you learn the clip sound from? Sugar beans. Mu Xing, It is said that cats meow to please humans, and it seems to be true. Okay, let's get down to business. How is the situation with the madman? They should be in the real world of Silent Hill, and there is no danger for the time being, but something is wrong. What do you mean? They seem to be in the gap between the surface world and the real world. A special force blurs the boundary between the two-dimensional worlds. Moreover, I sense that the rules and order of the survival space are spreading to this native world. Mu Xing knew that this was the survival system starting to attack the native world, preparing to expand it into a new survival world. Is there a way to bring them out? If the master uses dimension travel, it should be fine, but that caddis makes me feel very dangerous. If I act rashly, I might alarm him. What is Caddis's current situation? Unable to detect. The 4 words unable to detect are enough to alert Mu Xing. There is indeed something wrong with this caddis. By the way, I have a special prop box here. Can you help me check it? Mu Xing did not dare to take out the box, but let the God Seal enter the original beehive for testing. The God Seal is indeed professional, and quickly tested the incomplete fluoros box in all directions. After a while, the God Seal came to a conclusion. Master, it's fake. Fake? Mu Xing was stunned. Are you kidding? Although this box does have some special abilities, it does not have the ability to open the dimensional door and lead to other dimensional worlds as described in the plot material. Of course, it can't be said to be fake. To be more precise, it's a replica. This box retains the function of sealing spirits and energy, so it's not completely useless. Mu Xing held the mysterious incomplete box. Is this also a test from Alessa? Master, I can feel the mystery and power of this Floros box. If I can devour the real Floros box, the function of the God Seal will be even more powerful. The God Seal began to whisper in the ear, meaning that it had taken a fancy to the Floros box. We talk about this later. Please help me mark a point in the real world of Silent Hill. I come over to rescue them after I complete my mission. Mushing already had a clear idea. He couldn't be passive any longer. He had to make a breakthrough. I understand, Master. But you better hurry up, because the boundary between the surface world of Silent Hill and the real world is getting more and more blurred. I'm worried that they will be stuck in the gap between the two dimensions. Mushing nodded and started the transmission directly. After returning to the game version of Silent Hill, Mushing went straight to Chimera Hospital to look for the last fragment. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, his eyebrows began to heat up. He sensed that danger was approaching. He turned around suddenly and saw a butcher with a bare upper body, wearing a black leather apron and holding a giant butcher knife walking out of the thick fog of the surface world. He wore a four-cornered iron helmet covered with blood on his head. Compared with the triangle head, this guy was not as imposing as the triangle head, but more bloody. Mushing recognized at a glance that this guy was the butcher in Silent Hill origin. It was the bloodthirsty and murderous side of Travis, which was amplified by the power of Silent Hill and turned into a physical monster. Mushing, you have to be careful, the killer is coming. Alessa's voice sounded in his ears. Mushing saw Alessa sitting on the railing of the hospital yard gate. Suddenly, the butcher threw the butcher knife in his hand and smashed Alessa on the railing. With a clang, the railing shook, and the ferocious butcher jumped over, grabbed the giant butcher knife embedded in the railing, and roared at Mushing. Swoosh! The blue high-energy particle beam directly blasted its head into pulp. Where is your mother? What's so great about having a loud voice? Then, he fired 2 shots in a row, blowing it into pieces. Mushing did not stop and rushed into the hospital directly. He knew very well that this thing could not be killed. Even if it was blasted into pieces, it would be revived quickly because of the power of Silent Hill. So there was no need to entangle with it. Just as Mushing rushed into the hospital, a big knife flew towards him at the end of the corridor. Mushing quickly dodged the attack and raised his hand to shoot it. Triangle Head, the monster that chased Narita before, is now targeting me. Are these two things from another world, Alessa? Alessa's shadow kept appearing in the glass next to her. Yes, they are the messengers of the devil. Now the two worlds are twisted and intertwined, and they have a constant supply of power to replenish. Can't you stop them? Sorry, the rules of order have bound the power of Silent Hill. I can't do it. Mushing was speechless. The survival system really bound everything tightly. Box of Floros, Mushing, you can use the box of Floros to seal the 2 demon messengers. Seal? I understand. Just then, with a loud bang, the hospital gate was crushed, and the butcher had rushed into the hospital, chasing Mushing. The triangular head was also recovering quickly. The rusty power began to erode the corridor on the ground where footsteps walked. The power of the other world belonging to another Silent Hill was infiltrating through the triangular head. Mushing turned around and shot them a few times, and the high-energy particle beam penetrated their chests. Taking advantage of the gap in their recovery, they moved towards the hospital storage room. The darkness became thicker and thicker, and the power of the other world began to erode the surface world, and more monsters bred in the hospital. They grew out of the rusty walls like viruses. Chapter 183. After leaving the combat state, Mushing directly released the hunter from the primitive hive. Kill! At Mushing's command, the hunter entered the killing state without hesitation and rushed to kill the monsters in the corridor. The faceless nurse, the bound monster that spewed acid, the hellhound covered with bone spurs. The dense monsters in the other world made Mushing feel numb. He knocked his head and said to himself, Travis, don't think about it. He always felt that some monsters were imagined by Travis. Moreover, Mushing felt that the appearance of these monsters from another Silent Hill was too strange. It felt like Alessa had deliberately let them in. It's getting more and more interesting. Facing the increasingly chaotic situation, Mushing's mind gradually became clear, and he began to have some bold guesses. He realized that this was a battlefield of multiple forces. Silent Hill, the survival system, and even Akatis. And he, Narita Man, and those survivors seem to have become pawns in this battlefield. As a survivor, Mushing naturally doesn't want to be a chess piece at the mercy of others. He wants to find a way to break the game. And to break the game, he must first get strong enough chips. After all, a gambler without chips will never be qualified to sit at the gambling table. Now it seems that the forces of several parties are in a state of anxiety. What is his advantage? It is the divine seal and the ability to shuttle through dimensions. His hard power is also part of his advantage, ensuring that he will not be easily killed by the power of the game between the parties. Narita is a typical failure case. He probably also noticed something wrong and wanted to rely on his own strength to break the game. However, he was not strong enough to withstand the pursuit of the triangle head, and finally died unwillingly in front of him. Retracting his thoughts, the hunter had cleared all the monsters in the other world along the way, and the rusted corridor was empty. Mu Xing's particle gun was shifted to the maximum gear, and he fired back fiercely. The blue particle beam blasted through the wall, evaporating the butcher behind the wall. With a thought, the energy tank that had consumed nearly half was instantly replenished. However, after killing a butcher, he saw more butchers split out. It turns out that the irrational rules of the original world can multiply infinitely. In an instant, a butcher split into 3 and rushed towards Mu Xing together. Mu Xing directly switched to the real world and pointed with his right hand. "Hunter, go to the hospital to meet my body and protect my body." Although he didn't know why Mu Xing suddenly gave this order, the hunter never doubted it and rushed out without hesitation, crashing out directly from the second-floor window. Mu Xing quickly switched back to the surface world. The next second, the power of rust flooded the passage, and flesh and blood began to spread, making Mu Xing feel like he had entered a human skin tunnel. He ran hard, and various monsters chased him from behind. The navigation route was projected on the Red Queen watch. 20 meters ahead, turn left. Mu Xing's eyes condensed. Where is the passage 20 meters ahead? It was clearly a rusty wall. He realized that the penetration of the power of the inner world changed the spatial structure of the outer world. Dimension conversion. He activated the divine seal without hesitation and switched dimensions. In an instant, he switched from the inner world to the real world. The midday sun was still scorching, and there were many patients and doctors in the corridor. He rushed out 20 meters, and as expected, a corridor to the left appeared. Go up the stairs at the next intersection. Go up the stairs? Mu Xing looked at the stairs that had been locked, switched dimensions again, and arrived at the surface world. The particle gun in his hand directly blasted the staircase security door. The inner world behind him spread quickly, and just as he rushed up the stairs to the 3rd floor, a dense crowd of inner world monsters were waiting for him at the staircase. Dimension switch. Now is not the time to save the blood moon source. Switch to the real world again. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! He shouted all the way, passing the patients and their families. Turn right 30 meters ahead, go through the passage, and reach the inpatient department. Red Queen continued to navigate. Mu Xing arrived at the passage, but a sign indicating that it was under repair had been erected. The passage was broken and was being repaired. Mu Xing did not hesitate and switched dimensions again. The passage in the surface world was empty, so he passed through quickly. Go down the stairs on the left side of the inpatient department. Mu Xing slid down the handrail quickly. The inner world behind him was chasing him and spreading. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blue particle beams continued to illuminate the surrounding darkness, blasting all the monsters on the stairs into slag. Finally, it was almost there. He turned over and jumped down, and the 3 big-word storage room were already within reach. At this moment, the corridor suddenly stretched from 10 meters to 100 meters. One by one, triangular heads emerged from the wall and blocked him. Dimension switch. Mu Xing switched to the real world again. While the power of the inner world had not yet invaded, he ran through the passage and kicked open the door of the storage room. So big? Mu Xing looked at the storage room that looked like a warehouse. The shelves and boxes were neatly arranged, which made people dazzled. He took out the incomplete box of fluoros. The incomplete box immediately had a sense. It projected a red light and pointed to the void. Not in the real world. However, this time Mu Xing did not rush to switch to the outer world. Start to think quietly. If the box of fluoros in his hand is fake, then where is the real box of fluoros? In the plot. Travis got the box of fluoros step by step under the guidance of Alessa. They are scattered in 4 different areas, and these 4 places are also the concrete levels mapped out by Travis' thoughts. Why did Alessa put her consciousness into Travis' body? Is it just a coincidence? No, it should be that only the protagonist can get the real box of fluoros. This is because in a world controlled by the survival system, all rules are dead. The power of Silent Hill is limited by the rules of the survival system and cannot interfere with reality. And from Alessa's various performances after entering this world, it is obvious that she is not willing to be controlled by the survival system all the time. She wants to use the opportunity of the survival system to invest control power into another Silent Hill, and take the opportunity to break free from the shackles. However, if she wants to break the situation, she can only act within the rules. Following the plot and abiding by the rules set by the survival system is her best choice. At the beginning, she chose to use Narita to run the plot and successfully got 4 fragments. But she didn't expect that Narita saw through the plan and tried to resist. Seeing that Narita was about to lose control, Alessa let the power of another world infiltrate and kill Narita. And she happened to meet herself, who took the initiative to deliver herself. Alessa came up with another plan and continued to implement the plan. First, she copied a fake Floros box, and then used herself to get the real fragments. Then she let the power that infiltrated from another world kill her. This plot ended. It can conceal the truth and keep the real Floros box. If this assumption is followed, the real Floros box fragments are still in the hospital storage room. Chapter 184. Thinking of this, Mu Xing was not in a hurry to go to the surface world to get the fragments. He knew very well that in the game between the parties, when he helped Alessa get the last fragment, he might be abandoned by her. His body was now in Alessa's hands. If he acted rashly, the other party would destroy his body directly. Wouldn't he be dead? So just now, he ordered the hunter to protect his body. Red Queen, show the hunter's position. Red Queen projected a map, and a flashing light spot appeared on the map. The tracking device on the hunter was obviously installed correctly. The tracking showed that the hunter had reached the vicinity of his body. With the protection of the hunter, whether it was Alessa or the power of another world who wanted to hurt him, they had to step over the hunter's body first. Not only that, he also had the trump card of Elred. After making these preparations, Mu Xing opened the divine seal and started the dimensional shuttle. He jumped directly from the storage room in the real world to the storage room in the surface world. When he returned to the surface world, the entire storage room had been eroded by the power of the inner world. The blood-red rust power turned this place into a terrible dark world. Various monsters from the inner world grew out from the dark corners. Mu Xing locked onto a red medicine box. The seemingly ordinary medicine box was emitting a thick red light at this time. Within the range of the red light, the power of the inner world did not dare to approach. Various monsters surrounded the box, twisting their bodies, but unable to cross the line. Mu Xing raised his gun and fired. The blue particle beam pierced the darkness of the inner world, trying to evaporate all the filth and darkness. He turned these monsters into ashes and rushed over. He hugged the box and rolled to the left. With a loud bang, the big knife flew over and split the shelf in half. The sturdy triangle head walked over step by step with heavy steps. Without his strong body, Travis's body seriously dragged him down. Fortunately, he still had a particle gun, and the beam swept across, breaking the triangle head that wanted to approach in half. He opened the box, and inside was a triangular fragment emitting red light. Mu Xing quickly pieced together the Floros and sealed the monster. Alessa's urgent voice sounded in his ears. Mu Xing picked up the fragment with his right hand, and the incomplete Floros box appeared in his left hand. However, Mu Xing did not piece it together for a long time. Mu Xing, what are you hesitating about? Mu Xing stood up and stared at the monster from the other world that was getting closer and closer. Alessa, I want to know, what do you think of freedom? Suddenly, everything around stopped. The drifting rust, the creeping darkness, the hideous monsters all froze at this moment. Not only that, even the body of Travis, who was controlled by himself, became extremely stiff. The darkness gathered on the ground and finally turned into the image of a little girl in a blue skirt school uniform. Alessa looked up at Mu Xing. Give me the fragments, your mission is completed. So what is the price, Alessa? My body, my soul, or everything about me? Mu Xing shook his head gently. I understood a truth a long time ago. There is no free lunch in the world, and pie will not fall from the sky. Cooperation is mutual, not a demand from one party to another. This principle applies not only to me, but also to you. After the voice fell, the triangular fragment in Mu Xing's right hand disappeared directly in his hand. Alessa's face changed slightly. It seems that I underestimated your wisdom. She suddenly appeared in front of Mu Xing. Her face was completely blackened, and her eyes were full of mockery. But what qualifications do you have to resist me, mortal? Your body is not here. Without your body, how long can your soul last in this dark world? She pushed with one hand, and Mu Xing's soul flew directly out of Travis' body and floated in the air. Really? Then don't even think about getting the last piece of the fragment. You will lose the chance to be free forever. The original honeycomb ring on Travis's finger disappeared, and then appeared on Mu Xing's finger, emitting a blue light. With a rumble, the heavy metal box fell to the ground. Behind him, an illusory 3-story-high giant spherical instrument began to operate. The heavy metal box opened, and black particles rushed out of the box like smoke, enveloping Mu Xing's soul and consciousness in midair, and quickly transformed into a human form. At this moment, a big knife attacked from behind, and the arm condensed by black particles suddenly stretched out. When the rusty sword was caught by him with his bare hands, and he could not move forward. Alessa obviously did not expect that Mu Xing actually had such a trump card, and she panicked. Mu Xing took the opportunity to transform into black mist, rolled up all the props at once, and penetrated towards the ceiling. There was no special material here to block the penetration of mental power, and he passed through the ceiling unimpeded and rushed out of the hospital. Alessa's blackened face was only full of disbelief. Mu Xing turned into a dark cloud and flew towards his own body. From a distance, he saw monsters from the surface world appearing and trying to destroy his body. The hunter guarded faithfully around him, madly hacking at the monsters that wanted to get close. It seemed like a robot with infinite energy, a meticulous guardian. "Don't kill, bring my body here." Mu Xing gave the hunter an order. The hunter picked up his body and ran, rushing out of the encirclement and joining Mu Xing. At the moment when the two sides crossed, Mu Xing's consciousness and soul separated from Valred and merged into his own body. He moved his body and twisted his neck, and his own body was the most comfortable. Attached to the Valred particles, he always felt exposed and insecure. Just then, rolling dark clouds came, and Alessa came with infinite anger. However, Mu Xing just raised the fragment of the Floros box in his hand, and Alessa was forced to stop. "Alessa, I think we can talk about real cooperation now. Or, I can give this fragment to Caddis." "No!" Alessa shouted subconsciously. Mu Xing slowly lowered his raised right hand, his expression turned cold. As expected, Caddis. Alessa appeared in front of him without saying a word. And the fragment in Mu Xing's hand also disappeared directly in his hand. "Don't try to rob it, I can leave here at any time, so you will never be free again." At this time, Mu Xing had taken back his body and got the bargaining chips. He also wanted to go to the gambling table, not to be a pawn. Alessa waved her right hand, and the rolling darkness faded away, and the surroundings returned to a world of white mist again. "You are fine," Alessa said coldly. "Same here," Mu Xing retorted without any hesitation. Alessa spread her right hand, and 4 red fragments were suspended in her hand. Mu Xing instantly confirmed that the 4 pieces in her hand were real. "What do you want?" Alessa asked. "No hurry, first I have a few questions for you to answer." Chapter 185. 3 questions. I will only answer you 3 questions. Alessa compromised. Her lifeline was in Mu Xing's hands. She realized that this man was too smart, and he also had incredible time and space shuttle ability. She couldn't trap him. Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly. He had made all the calculations, and finally got a chance to play cards. The first question: what is the other Silent Hill world? Alessa sighed, knowing that she couldn't keep it secret, and said, "It is a derivative world of this world." "Derivative world?" Mu Xing quickly covered her mouth. "This question doesn't count." Alessa rolled her eyes, and was speechless to Mu Xing. Ahem. Mu Xing coughed to cover up the embarrassment. "Second question, what is your relationship with Caddis?" "We were once partners, but we broke up later." Alessa always spoke sparingly when it came to questions, which was also a punishment for Mu Xing's teasing her. Mu Xing narrowed her eyes. They really knew each other, and it was not a short time. So, Caddis might have come to the Silent Hill world earlier than them. It's easy to understand why they broke up. It was either a conflict of interest or a survival crisis. Maybe both. The third question: how do you want to get rid of the control of the survival system? Alessa was stunned. She didn't expect that the third question was about her. "Are you sure you want to ask this question? You should know that this question has nothing to do with you." Mu Xing spread his hands. "You see, this is the difference between me and others. Not everyone is a sophisticated egoist. I believe in being kind to others. In my eyes, humans are not trustworthy." Alessa said coldly. "I can tell you the answer. The method I used to escape the control of the survival system was provided by Caddis. He said he was responsible for helping me attract the attention of the survival system, so that I could use the box of Floros to escape. Do you believe it?" "I believed it at first, until..." She didn't say the rest of the words, and changed her tone. "Your 3 questions are over." Mu Xing's constipated expression made Alessa very proud. Okay, you win." Mu Xing raised his hand to admit defeat. Alessa is still a child, so it's normal for her to have a temper. Mu Xing said casually, Although I don't know what method Caddis has provided you, even if this method is unreliable, you are going to try it, right? Alessa didn't take over the conversation, but just quietly waited for Mu Xing's next words. Mu Xing turned around. Since you can cooperate with Caddis, why can't you cooperate with me? I can also give you a new option, which may be more reliable than Caddis's method. Do you think I will trust someone who just played a trick on me? Alessa asked back. This is a different time. If I don't have bargaining chips, I don't even have the qualifications to stand here and talk to you. Why don't you listen to my plan before making a decision? Mu Xing felt that he was quite sincere. You say it? Alessa hesitated again and again, but she couldn't resist the temptation after all. Mu Xing stretched out his thumb and index finger, and rubbed them gently, and his meaning was very clear. I can give you a replica of the box of fluoros as a reward. I want the real thing. Don't push your luck. Don't worry, if I help you escape the survival system, you will give me the real box of fluoros, and I will reserve the reward. Alessa thought for a moment. Okay, but I want to hear your plan first. Mu Xing said, although I don't know what method Caddis plans for you, believe me, under the control of the survival system, you can't get absolute freedom, you can only get relative freedom. What do you mean? Do you understand the survival system? Alessa nodded, then shook her head. I only know that the order is very powerful and powerful. It took control of the entire world almost instantly, and implanted its unique rules into every corner of the world. I have thought of many ways to escape, but all failed. The method that Caddis gave me was the closest I ever got to success. But you ruined it all. Mu Xing shook his head. Maybe I am saving you. Save me? Do you believe in gods? Alessa sneered. If you are talking about the kind of things that Dahlia believes in, I think the so-called gods are just like that. Just something they created with their own beliefs. Mu Xing's heart was awe-inspiring. As expected, in the worldview of Silent Hill, it is people who create gods, not gods who create people. Then let me change the question. Do you believe that there is an invisible creator in this world? Alessa nodded firmly this time. Of course, I believe that there will be a great existence that created the world, created the sun and the moon, and created the universe and the stars. If there really is such a being, then he should be considered a true god. Mu Xing shook his head. What if this extremely great being you mentioned is just a speck of dust in the eyes of the survival system, and under its control, there are as many specks of dust as the stars in the universe? Alessa was stunned for a long time, and didn't react. So, do you still think you can escape the control of the survival system? Alessa was already stagnant in place, not knowing how to answer. Obviously, her worldview had been crushed by Mu Xing's 2 sentences. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. I just want to tell you that I respect your desire for freedom, but you have to find ways and methods. Acting blindly will only result in the survival system being reset again. Hearing the word reset, Alessa's pupils shrank instinctively. She took a deep breath. Tell me about your plan. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. She had tried so hard to persuade her with emotion and reason, and finally softened Alessa's attitude. To be honest, I can't really get you out of the survival world, because even we survivors can only struggle under the control of the survival system, and we can't control life and death. Then you still swear? Alessa was unhappy. She felt that Mu Xing was playing tricks on her again. However, I have a way to give you limited freedom. For example, you don't have to be trapped in Silent Hill all the time, and you don't have to experience sacrifice and blackening again and again. Maybe, you can have your own life. So what's the price? Alessa asked back, imitating Mu Xing's tone. Relative freedom, there are 2 choices. First, find a way to become a survivor like us, but the future is unknown, and the risk is huge. Second, become a special world prop. Of course, this is not a derogatory term. You can take your power and everything you cherish. I can take you to other worlds and choose an identity you like to be yourself. Is there a third choice? Yes, I have a world prop. You can choose to deposit it in it, and then I will take it out of this world. The price may be that you and I need to sign some special contracts. Mu Xing suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. He felt that he was like a weird uncle holding 3 pink sacks, standing in front of Alessa and asking her which one she wanted to drill. Chapter 186. After a while, Alessa made her own decision. I can cooperate with you, but you must swear an oath. If you break your promise, your soul will remain in Silent Hill forever to suffer torture. Okay. Mu Xing made the choice without hesitation. After all, this opportunity is fleeting, so grab it first. Since I have decided to be a gambler at the card table, I might as well bet a little bigger. But in exchange, I have only one request. Lend me the box of fluoros. Okay. Alessa nodded. Muxing didn't expect that she would make such a quick decision this time. It was obvious that she had made up her mind. Alessa waved her right hand, and a blood-red mark appeared in front of her. At the same time, the incomplete box of fluoros appeared on her left hand. Muxing immediately swore an oath to the blood-red mark. He felt a trance, and the mark turned into light, half of which sank into his forehead and half disappeared into the air. He could clearly sense the binding force of the oath from Silent Hill, which turned into a bright red thorn circle and entangled his soul. If he breaks the contract, the thorn circle will close and drag his soul into an unknown world. I just don't know if this contract can be offset by death reversal. I think Alessa will not leave similar loopholes. Since she knows the survival system and has cooperated with Caddis, she must have a way to prevent her death reversal. For example, the method of knocking away her soul before. If she uses the method of binding the soul and sealing the body on him, he can't commit suicide and can't reversal. Seeing Muxing make a vow, Alessa felt relieved. Muxing grabbed with his right hand, and the incomplete box of fluoros fell into his hand. The last fragment appeared in his left hand, and the moment the two pieces fit together, they turned into a complete triangle. Box of fluoros, an ancient sacrificial object. It is said that a powerful demon is sealed inside. There is only a simple introduction, and nothing else. Of course, Muxing got it just as a bargaining chip. At the same time, the reminder of the survival system sounded in his ears. Help Alessa collect and complete the box of fluoros, complete special tasks, and get special props rewards, which will be issued when this world is settled. How do I use this thing? Muxing asked. Alessa did not hide it. The box of fluoros is the holy object of the cult. Besides Dahlia, I am the only one who knows how to use it. Her meaning was clear. Even if you get the box, what does it matter? If you don't know how to use it, it's just a piece of stone. Muxing was silent. No wonder Alessa handed over the box of fluoros so readily. Well, now that the oath has been made, can you tell me how to implement the plan of leaving specifically? Alessa said. So what is your choice? I am not interested in being a survivor. I don't want to become a poor creature like you after leaving Silent Hill, and can only be at the mercy of the survival system. I am not interested in signing a contract with you either. What is the difference between this and being your puppet? So, I choose the second option. Muxing nodded, not surprised by her choice. Although she became a world prop, her autonomy can be guaranteed. Muxing heard from the madman that many world props are like an independent small world, with independent thinking, and can even be embedded in other worlds. Have relatively independent freedom. To become a world prop, there are 3 necessary conditions. First, the carrier. You need a carrier that can carry your own power and spirit as the basis of the world prop. Muxing raised his right hand and pointed to the umbrella ring on his finger. For example, the special ring in my hand, the internal space is embedded in this ring. Second, the special plot. It is important to abide by the rules of the survival system. You need to create an opportunity to become a world prop under its rules and make the existence of the world prop reasonable, so that it can become a world prop recognized by the survival system. Third, a substitute. If you can find a substitute who can replace you, your chances of escaping will be greater. Alessa couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard the third point. She knew exactly what Muxing meant. In fact, there is a fourth point. You need a survivor who is trustworthy enough to take you out of this world. Muxing spread his hands. You see, our cooperation is still very necessary. Of course, if you help me save people, I will help you with the third and fourth points. Deal. Muxing breathed a sigh of relief, successfully taking advantage of the situation. With Alessa's help, the chances of rescuing the madman are greater. You successfully triggered the special world mission, the second Silent Hill. Assist the survival system to defeat the thief and control the original world of Silent Hill. Complete the mission to obtain a golden singularity and a special world item. Do you want to accept the special world mission? Countdown, 30 seconds. Here it comes. It's almost the same as I imagined. The contact and cooperation with Alessa really successfully triggered the attention of the survival system. The world mission is directly in hand. Confirm to accept. You have accepted the special world mission. Note, this mission cannot be cancelled. If you fail, the rewards of this world will be reset to 0. It seems that the survival system is really anxious. I just don't know how Caddis can withstand the control process of the survival system over the native world. What does the thief mean? Muxing looked at Alessa across from him. Your chance has come. I have received a world mission. If you complete the mission, you can be rewarded with a world item. Do you understand what I mean? I don't understand. Muxing explained. When the task is completed, if there is no world item in this world, the survival system will randomly create an item for me. If there is a world item in this world, it is very likely to reward me directly with that world item. Alessa's expression on the other side became sharp, as if to say, "You really have bad intentions." Mu Xing hurriedly said, "Of course, you don't have to rush to make a choice. You can first check whether I am trustworthy." "Okay." Alessa nodded, giving Mu Xing initial trust. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he should not act too hastily, as it would easily cause the unstable Alessa to have a stress reaction. As a result, his carefully planned layout failed. The reason why he tried so hard to find a way out for Alessa was certainly not because he was kind-hearted, but because he knew that an original world prop was far stronger than the ordinary world props created by the survival system with rules. For example, the original hive and the Red Queen. Now the Red Queen in the original hive is not even 1% as smart as the Red Queen in the Resident Evil world. Like a puppet, it can only passively execute some commands. With the blessing of the Red Queen host made by the God Seal, it can only reach 1/10 of the intelligence of the original Red Queen. So if the original Alessa can be turned into a world prop and taken out, such a powerful helper can greatly enhance his strength. Chapter 187. Opportunities and risks coexist, and Mu Xing's behavior is no different from dancing on the edge of a knife. If he is not careful, he may be crushed to pieces. Ever since He was captured, he has understood a truth. Without strength, he is not even qualified to negotiate for rescue. If it were not for his relationship with the madman, Aelina would not even bother to look at him, let alone ask for an invitation to the survival competition as a bargaining chip for exchanging people. If he had the strength of Manshan and Taoist Qingju, he could just kill the Iron Core and snatch people. So, he wants to become stronger, regardless of everything. Mu Xing put away the box of fluoros. "I'm going to save people. It's up to you whether you want to help me or not." After that, Mu Xing disappeared directly in the surface world of the game version of Silent Hill. The Dimension Shuttle allowed him to directly come to the real world of the movie version of Silent Hill. Unlike the bustling streets of the game version of Silent Hill, the movie version of Silent Hill is a completely abandoned ruined town. The fire caused by the accidental sacrifice ceremony that year almost burned half of the town of Silent Hill to ashes. The residents of the town fled in a hurry. Because of the many accidental disappearances in Silent Hill, the main government ordered the entrance to Silent Hill to be completely closed to prevent anyone from entering the dangerous Silent Hill. At this time, under the dim sunset, Mu Xing walked alone on the dilapidated streets. It was more peaceful here than the outside world. Just then, an old car slowly approached from behind him. Mu Xing knew who was coming. Chris, who followed his wife Rosa's footsteps all the way to Silent Hill in the movie, and Sheriff Gooch. It's just that they failed to enter the surface world of Silent Hill, but wandered in the broken real world. "Hey, sir!" Chris stopped the car and chased after Mu Xing, as if he saw a savior. Sheriff Gucci, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stared at Mu Xing with a vigilant look, and his right hand subconsciously reached for the holster on his waist. "What's the matter?" Mu Xing looked at Chris in front of him with a friendly face. "Hello, I want to ask, have you seen a mother with a child? The child is about this tall." He gestured with his hands. "Oh, do you mean Miss Ross?" Chris's face lit up. "Sir, have you seen Ross?" "You are?" Mu Xing asked back. Chris's tone was a little hurried, and he even danced with joy. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chris, and I am Ross's husband." As he said that, he even took out a pendant with a photo of a family of 3 on it. "Sir, where have you seen them?" "Them? Sorry, I only saw Miss Ross. She seemed to be looking for her child named Sharon, right?" "What? Sharon is missing." Chris's face became nervous. However, at this time, Gucci pulled Chris behind him, and looked at Mu Xing with a vigilant face. "Hey, sir, please show me your ID or passport information. You should know that this is a closed area that is prohibited from entering." He kept his right hand on the holster, and could draw his gun at any time. "Sorry, I just heard that Silent Hill has beautiful scenery, and wanted to come in to see it. I'm sorry if it causes trouble to you." Mu Xing raised his hand slightly and smiled. Chris quickly stopped Gucci and looked at Mu Xing. "Sir, can you tell me where you saw Ross? Do you know Akamira Hospital?" Mu Xing looked up. Chris looked at Gucci behind him. Gucci nodded. "Of course, it is the largest hospital in Silent Hill. It has been used as a field hospital during the Civil War." Chris asked in surprise. "Did Ross go to Akamira Hospital?" "Yes, if you want, I can take you there," Mu Xing said. Gucci held Chris. "Chris, calm down. I think this person is weird. You shouldn't trust him easily. Muxing spread his hands. Mr. Officer, some roads ahead have collapsed. It may not be easy to walk. I know a safe way. Chris couldn't wait to get in the car. Okay, Mr. Officer. Thank you for your help along the way. I want to go to Akamira Hospital. Please don't stop me. Gucci hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to follow. Muxing calmly sat in the back seat of the car. He had checked the two people. They were not monsters from the other world, but real plot NPCs. When the car started to move forward, Muxing silently activated the divine seal. Started the dimension shuttle. Take them directly from the real world to the foggy surface world. Soon, the two also noticed the white fog outside, and the ashes floating in the sky. Why is it foggy? The weather in Silent Hill is like this. When I worked at the Silent Hill Police Department, most of the time, it was also this kind of foggy weather. The main reason is the hot spring lake surrounded by mountains. Toluca. Gucci, who was sitting in the passenger seat, explained. We're almost there. Muxing guided the car all the way, and the car finally slowly stopped at the entrance of Akamira Hospital. Muxing silently activated the divine seal, and switched to the mark point of the divine seal in the real world. The car vibrated, as if it had hit a stone. The two of them shook violently under the action of inertia. In a trance, their car drove directly into the yard of the hospital in the real world. How could there be someone? Gucci looked at the crowded Akamira Hospital in front of him with a shocked face. Chris beside him also opened the car door with an incredible look on his face. Sheriff, didn't you say that Silent Hill has been abandoned long ago? Why are there so many people in the hospital? When they looked back, Muxing, who was originally sitting in the back seat, had disappeared without a trace. He did not leave, but stood in the shadow outside the hospital gate. The divine seal was suspended next to him, and the main consciousness had returned. What's the situation? Master, you are right. The time and space of the hospital area is controlled by a force that prevents people from outside from entering and people from inside from leaving. When you cross the gate, the dimension will switch. According to my observation, the survivors are still staying in the real world, and Caddis should have switched to the surface world, or even the inner world, and cannot be observed. Muxing pointed at Gucci and Chris standing at the door of the hospital. Control them to go in. The reason why Muxing brought the male protagonist here was to verify his idea. No problem. The God Seal is very good at controlling ordinary people, and the mental erosion stimulates Chris's mind. After a moment, Chris seemed to have seen something, yelled Rose, and rushed into the hospital. Hey, Chris! Gucci exclaimed, pulled out his gun, and rushed into the hospital. Master, they didn't switch dimensions. Muxing touched his chin, and he noticed that Chris and Gucci entered the hospital so openly, and were not switched to the surface world. Okay, let them come back. Chapter 188. This scene confirmed Muxing's idea. The hospital's rules were not for everyone, but were specifically set for them, the survivors. Who could have this ability? First, the survival system, and second, Dark Alessa. Master, could this place be a safe house set up by Caddis to avoid danger? Shanine guessed. Whether it is or not, let's go in first, but you can't go in as a survivor. Just then, an illusory shadow appeared behind Muxing, and it became more and more solid as time went by. Your power can really penetrate here. Muxing tilted his head and said, This is part of the deal. Alessa said, Deal? A deal with Caddis? Yes, but he is too dangerous and too cunning. I don't recommend you to break into this place by force. Muxing shook his head. Do you think I have any other choice? Or take your Floros box to exchange for hostages? No. Alessa refused decisively. She sighed. I can help you, but I can't guarantee what will happen after you go in, whether it is good or bad, and you'd better remember your promise. Muxing raised an okay sign to Alessa. Opened his hands. Come on. Alessa took a step forward and slapped Muxing on the chest. His whole body bent like a shrimp, and his soul instantly flew out of his body and flew into the body of Chris at the door. Muxing suppressed Chris's consciousness, quickly adapted to his body, and turned back with a speechless face. Alessa's palm was somewhat personal. Muxing's mind moved, and the original honeycomb ring appeared on his finger. The left hand summoned the hunter, and the right hand summoned Valred. The consciousness of the divine seal passed through the body generator, and sank into Valred. The black mist condensed, and quickly gathered into a gray-white shape. Valred, who? Hunter, ah! Tondo, meow. Wait, Tondo? Muxing looked at Tondo lying on the hunter's bald head, and licking his paws, with a confused look on his face. He quickly ran over and took Tondo off the hunter's head. Being hugged by a stranger, Tondo was anxious at the time. If Mu Xing hadn't dodged quickly, he would probably have been caught in two by the suddenly mutated claws. Tondo, it's me! Mu Xing quickly controlled his vocal cords and changed his original voice. This made Tondo put away his guard, scratching his face with his claws, as if he was very surprised that his master had changed. Mu Xing was not surprised that Tondo could be summoned to this world, because this is not the survival world controlled by the survival system, but the native world. Go back obediently. Mu Xing pointed at Tondo's nose and tried to put it back into the ring. But he found that he couldn't put it back. What's going on? Master, Tondo is different from the survivors. It suddenly appeared in other worlds, and is getting familiar with the rules of this world. Only after adapting to the rules of the new world can it be taken back to the original hive. The divine seal that controls Valred next to him gave a professional explanation. Mu Xing's toothache started, then stay here obediently. In order to prevent Tondo from running around, he opened 5 cans for Tondo in a row. He then turned and looked at the hospital. Act according to the plan, go. This time he had Alessa as his backing, and he was much more confident. Since Caddis didn't come out, he forced him to come out. He raised his particle gun and blasted the door without mercy. A flash of blue light passed through several walls. With a bang, the accumulated energy exploded in the hospital. The hunter cleared the way, smashed the remaining door wreckage, and rushed into the hall to start a frantic slaughter. From the cracks in the hunter's shoulder armor, lotus seed-sized corpse spores were spit out. These spores penetrated the corpses like bullets, and then quickly took root and sprouted, transforming them into corpses. The survivors waiting in the hall were also startled by the sudden appearance of the hunter. Then they saw Valred and Mu Xing rushing in. But now Mu Xing was facing Chris's face, which made the survivors nervous immediately. With a loud bang, the door behind them, that had been smashed, appeared again and closed. Has anyone seen Bailey? Mu Xing looked around and didn't see the madman. And these survivors, who had just rested in the rest area of the hall, seemed to have only experienced less than a minute. Who are you? Li Hongwei exclaimed. Wei Gu, don't go over there, that person is Chris, the male protagonist of Silent Hill. Zhou Cheng stopped him and said, Chris, the hero? Bullshit, isn't Travis the hero? He's not the hero in the game, but Chris, the husband of the heroine Rose in the movie. William narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Xing warily. Others took out weapons from space props. Wait, he's not Chris, he's... I'm Blood Moon. Mu Xing took the initiative to reveal his identity. You're Blood Moon, how come you? Li Hongwei, who didn't know what was going on, felt a little unbelievable. It's not important. How long have you been here? Mu Xing asked back. About 3 minutes? Almost half a day has passed outside. Mu Xing said. As soon as these words came out, these shrewd survivors immediately realized that something was wrong. Some of them subconsciously looked at their watches. It's only 3 minutes. But William chose to look at the survival terminal. F*******. 6 hours have really passed. They looked at each other, their eyes focused on Mu Xing. What the hell is going on? Mu Xing ran to the operating room. Someone has trapped you here, confused your perception, and cut off your connection with the outside world. Mu Xing pushed open the door of the operating room, but saw that it was empty. Where are the people inside? He turned around and asked. Caddis was injured too seriously, and it is said that he was transferred to the underground operating room. What? Mu Xing's face changed, and he realized that he had been deceived. The Alessa who reminded him before might not be the real Alessa. In the hall, someone tried to run out of the hospital. The first to bear the brunt was the Korean Jin Yongjin, who kicked the door to pieces, stepped out, disappeared at the door, and then returned to the lobby lounge. Let me try. Li Hongwei also rushed to the door, and in a trance, he was also teleported back to the lounge. Don't try, you can understand that there is a barrier against survivors here. Mu Xing walked in front of these survivors, and they were a force that could be used. Is there anyone willing to go with me to find Bailey and Caddis? I promise to take him out. Brother Blood Moon, count me in. The old man Li Hongwei immediately expressed his opinion. He knew very well that since Mu Xing had a way to get in, he would naturally have a way to get out. Count me in too. Zhou Cheng raised his gun beside him. I can come with you too, Wu Qian said weakly while holding the staff. Finally, Mu Xing looked at the other people. William didn't say anything, as if he was observing a possible way out. He jumped out of the window, but the result was the same. He was teleported back the next second. Jin Yongjin asked, Where did Narita go? Dead. Mu Xing said without hesitation. Chapter 189. But not here, but in another silent hill, hacked to death by Triangle Head. Mu Xing's words made the survivors' brains crash. There was too much information in just one sentence. No, Brother Blood Moon, what do you mean? What do you mean by another silent hill? Mu Xing had already opened the elevator to the underground. It's very dangerous down there. If you are willing to help, I can tell you the truth. Mu Xing had already stepped into the elevator. Then, Li Hongwei, Zhou Cheng, and Wu Qian followed him into the elevator. William and Jin Yongzhen looked at each other. These two guys who were at odds with each other actually reached a reconciliation at this moment. Without hesitation, they followed into the elevator together. Hey, Moria, come in! Wu Qian shouted. Puff! The hunter's sharp bone blade pierced Moria's chest from behind. You actually killed Moria? The faces of several people changed suddenly. What, Moria? How did you survivors get to this point? Look carefully at what that is. Mu Xing pointed at the molia that was split in half by the hunter outside the elevator. It was a completely empty shell, and countless densely packed black scarabs crawled out and fled in all directions. Just then, they saw a Moria with wild hair appearing at the end of the passage, with dark power spreading under her feet. She suddenly opened her mouth and let out a terrible and shrill scream. Layers of black ripples rushed like waves, and wherever they passed, the brains of all the corpses that had just been transformed and resurrected exploded. Hurry up and protect yourself. It's the Banshee Scream, William shouted. Mu Xing quickly ordered Valred to slash at the top of the elevator and cut the elevator cable directly. The elevator carrying all the survivors quickly fell into the elevator shaft. The next second, the elevator entrance above was shattered by the black sound wave, and the heart-pounding sharp piercing made everyone cover their ears. Slowed down. Mu Xing also covered his ears, resisting the nausea and dazzle, and gave orders to the hunter and Valred. Hunters have no brains, and are not affected by the Banshee screams. The huge claws and bone blades directly pierced the elevator, using the friction between the claws and the elevator shaft to slow down. Not only that, Valred turned into black mist particles to support the elevator cabinet, and slowed down the elevator. Clang! In less than 10 seconds, the elevator hit the bottom. Everyone looked at each other in shock. When looking at Mu Xing, his eyes changed from suspicion to awe. How could Moria suddenly become like that? Wu Qian still couldn't believe her eyes. First, they are either controlled, or they are in the same group. Mu Xing guessed. At the same time, he realized that not every survivor was like him, who had fought bloody battles time and time again. Some people even passed the level too easily, so that their cognition was biased. Blood Moon, can you explain it to us now? William blocked the elevator door. Mu Xing pushed him away and walked out of the elevator. Didn't you notice something was wrong before? Jin Yongzhen said, I tried to go to the border and saw another silent hill in the fog. I thought it was a mirage at the time. Hey you bastard, why didn't you tell me before? William shouted unhappily. Do I need to tell you? Jin Yongzhen snorted. So, there are really two silent hills? Li Hongwei exclaimed. That's right, and one of them is the original world. Mu Xing pointed at his feet. He raised his gun and asked the hunter to walk in front to clear the way, with Valred protecting behind him. The survivors also took out their weapons, and dared not hide their weaknesses. At this moment, as if sensing these survivors, darkness and rust began to erode everything around them. The ground was rotting, and the walls were rusting. The drifting ashes pulled them directly into the dark underworld. Looking down, countless rusted corridors built a layer of passages that seemed to lead to the center of the earth. Deep underground, the underground fire had been burning for 30 years. The heat wave rose, and the choking gas made the survivors frown. This is really the underground of the movie version of Silent Hill. How is this possible? They finally recognized the reality, and knew that Mu Xing was not lying. Brother Blood Moon, can you reveal more useful information? Codis may be the culprit, so you have to be careful of him. Mu Xing said. Damn, I knew that old guy was not a good guy. I felt that there was something wrong with him the first time I saw him. Li Hongwei slapped his thigh. The monsters are coming, don't disperse, pay attention to maintaining the formation. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the hunter was ready to run. Just when those dark monsters emerged from the corrupt world, it rushed out like a violent locomotive. Fire! The others quickly fired at the monsters condensing in the surrounding world. Mu Xing took out his M4 and fired. His goal was not to kill monsters, but to find the madman. Divine Seal, search for the madman's genetic aura. Understood. The Divine Seal was now attached to Valred, and it instantly dispersed into dozens of small black mists, which instantly spread into the surrounding passages. Soon, good news came. The master has found the madman's genetic aura, but what's wrong? It's very chaotic. It seems like they are fighting. Fighting? Mu Xing thought of all the possibilities of the madman, but he never thought that he was actually fighting. This means that they are already in the same spatial dimension. Mu Xing quickly tried to contact the madman using the communication provided by the team contract. Before, there was a spatial dimension separating them, and the team contract communication could not be connected. And this time, after only 3 busy tones, the voice of the other side came through. Madman? The other party was obviously stunned. Mu Xing? Why are you here? Get out of here quickly. The bastard caddis has bad intentions. Aren't you deceived? Mu Xing asked quickly. You want to deceive me with this little deception? But I found out too late, and was dragged into the other world by him. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Don't come over. The bastard caddis actually merged with Alessa and mastered the power to control the other world. What? Mu Xing finally understood why Caddis had the ability to project the butcher and triangle head to another silent hill. But what does this fusion mean? Before he could ask, the rusty corridor under everyone's feet suddenly shook violently. What did they see? Dense dark monsters poured out from the deep underground like a tide. So many monsters. Zhou Cheng threw away the sniper rifle that had been scrapped and reached behind him with both hands. Gatling gun. A golden light flashed, and a 6-barreled Gatling gun appeared out of thin air in his hands. Mu Xing recognized that this was the skill of the sharpshooter in Dungeon Fighter. Ah, die! He pulled the trigger fiercely, and the bullet chain swept out like a fire snake. The violent firepower instantly cleared the monsters in front. Ding-ling-ling. Dense shells kept hitting the corridor. Don't hide your skills, otherwise everyone will die here, Li Hongwei shouted. Chapter 190. William, who was at the forefront, lay prostrate on the ground. His bones proliferated, his muscles expanded, and thick black hair began to grow on his body. His branded leather jacket was blown up, and his head quickly transformed into a ferocious wolf head. His body rose to 2 meters and 2 meters tall, turning into a strong werewolf. Awooh! He howled to the sky, and his hands shot out sharp claws, turning into a whirlwind and rushing into the monster group. Puff, puff, puff. Like a hurricane sweeping the ground, wherever it passed, all the dark monsters were cut into pieces of meat. Li Hongwei's body flashed with light, and a yellow Taoist robe appeared on him. The old peachwood sword also turned into a golden sword. With a wave of his right hand, the altar stood in front of him, and he made hand gestures and chanted a spell. The yellow talisman flew up from the table, and surrounded them in a circle. He grabbed a handful of red beans from his pocket and whispered, "Throw beans, and they will become soldiers." The moment the red beans flew out, they all turned into clay dolls holding weapons. Brother Wei, why did you throw beans, and they will become soldiers summon clay figures? Wu Qian couldn't help asking. If you don't have enough mana, you can only summon clay dolls. Jin Yongjin, who was in charge of defense, said. His hands and feet were wrapped in white balls of light, which greatly increased his strength and speed. When his fists hit those dark monsters, there would be a violent explosion. Li Hongwei was unhappy. Little stick, you know nothing. Summoning clay dolls is because it consumes little and is economical. He waved the golden sword in his hand. Hurry up and follow the order, go. At the command, the clay dolls received the order and rushed forward. Although it is just a clay doll, it is easy to deal with those ordinary monsters. Kill a small monster with one shot. The sulfuric acid spit out by those bound monsters that can spit sulfuric acid has no effect on the clay doll, and it is easily picked up by the tip of the gun. However, the next second, a tall fat man fell from the sky. Waving the heavy hammer in his hand, smashed the surrounding clay dolls to pieces. Damn it, you dare to kill my soldiers? Li Hongwei was angry. Can you do it? If you can't, I will take action, Jin Yongjin said. Li Hongwei snorted, men can't say no. He took out a small lacquered coffin and placed it on the altar. As he chanted the spell, the talisman flew out. The rusty passage in front of him turned into mud, and a rotten wooden coffin emitting an evil aura emerged from the mud. Look at me, 100-years-old zombie. He thrust the golden sword in his hand at the small lacquered wooden coffin on the table and lifted it up. The heavy lid of the rotten wooden coffin in front was also opened. Get up. Black air flowed in the rotten wooden coffin, and a stale smell spread. It smells like salted fish that has been pickled for 100 years. An old zombie wearing a Qing Dynasty official uniform, and surrounded by green evil spirits, stood up from the coffin. Occasionally, green turbid air spewed out of his mouth. Interesting, it's actually a green zombie. Mu Xing looked at the old zombie summoned by Li Hongwei, and didn't expect that he had two brushes. Go! Li Hongwei waved the money sword in his hand, and the zombie surrounded by green corpse gas suddenly jumped out of the coffin and pounced on the fat man holding the sledgehammer. Although the green zombies were not made of iron, their defense and attack power were already very impressive. The fat man attacked with a hammer, hitting the zombie, but it just pushed it back. The zombie jumped very fast, leaped high, and pounced on the fat man's neck. Then, the remaining clay dolls rushed forward, stabbing the fat man's body with their spears and short swords, and successfully killed him. Li Hongwei looked at Jin Yongzhen with pride, waved the golden sword in his hand, and continued to control the zombies to charge. TSK! Jin Yongzhen still had a look of disdain on his face. His hands were filled with air currents, and he suddenly shot out a ball of bright white energy. A Dugon! The air ball flew out dozens of meters, and exploded with a bang. The power was no less than that of a high-explosive grenade, blowing away dozens of monsters that were crawling upwards. Damn, is it so great to know Hadouken? Li Hongwei scattered the talismans in his hand, like a fairy scattering flowers. The talismans scattered and turned into flying fire meteors, igniting the surrounding monsters that were trying to climb up. Mu Xing was not idle either. He was waiting for the divine seal to give the specific location. At this moment, a ball of black fog approached very quickly, and then condensed into a solid in front of him. Master, the madman has been found. Mu Xing's face was delighted. Lead the way. Valred turned directly into a swirling black fog tornado, and wherever he passed, all the monsters in the passage ahead were swept away. William, who was transforming into a werewolf and charging, saw the black fog tornado and wanted to dodge, but when the tornado passed him, it suddenly dispersed, then gathered in front and continued to roll. Then, Mu Xing passed by him fiercely. He opened fire, with the particle gun in his hand, and the high-energy particle beam continuously illuminated the passage ahead. Ordinary monsters died immediately after being touched. Even the triangle head and the butcher could not withstand 2 shots. Oh my god, so fierce? Li Hongwei's eyes were wide open. Zhou Cheng, who was holding a Gatling gun and firing wildly beside him, was also a little confused. The result of firing hundreds of bullets was not as good as one shot from others. Follow him, follow him. Li Hongwei, the old man, quickly put away the altar and followed Mu Xing's steps. They charged forward, with Valred leading the way in front. When they encountered tough enemies, the hunters charged forward, and Mu Xing used the particle gun to support them from behind. They almost shot through the corridor of the inner world full of monsters. Master, it's just ahead. Shen suddenly reminded them. Mu Xing looked back at the others. You guard the entrance, I go in to save people. As he said that, he pulled the trigger continuously, bombarding the thick steel door in front. Under the continuous impact of the high-energy particle beam, the half-meter thick steel alloy door was finally penetrated. Valred turned into particles and went in, unlocking the door. Rumble. The door opened, and a rolling heat wave hit. In front of him was a huge round boiler, like a huge barbecue grill. Under the grill was a burning ground fire, and the entire boiler was hot and distorted the air. It was in such a harsh environment that a violent figure was constantly charging. It was a madman. The Spartan battle pattern on his body bloomed, and his anger turned into flames. He was like a tireless killing machine. Tearing apart those monsters with bare hands, the scorching hand knife swung out was sharper than a steel knife. At the end of the furnace, Mu Xing saw a hill formed by countless struggling and wailing monsters. On the top of the hill, Mu Xing saw an extremely strange existence. The thing only showed the upper half of its body, as if it was a monster fused in half. One half was Alessa, who was severely burned, and the other half was Caddis with gray hair. There was a gelatinous substance squirming between the two. Alessa wanted to escape, but was pulled back again and kept merging into Caddis's body. Mu Xing pulled the trigger without hesitation and fired a shot. As if sensing the danger, the fusion bodies that were still arguing with each other suddenly stopped fighting, and an arm condensed by countless wailing monsters stretched out from the twisted hill. With a puff, the particle beam penetrated the arm and directly blew off half of the arm, but it was useless. The broken arm grew a new palm in less than a second and grabbed Mu Xing. Chapter 191. Just then, the madman rushed over, and the war pattern on his body became 3 times brighter. He jumped high, holding his right hand in the air, and a spear condensed by anger condensed in his hand. The fire spear was thrown swiftly and hit the bad beast. The blazing red flame shone from every crack in the monster's arm. With a boom, the flames gushed out, and the whole arm exploded into countless fragments in an instant. "Oh my goodness, Sparta War Spear? Could he be the famous madman?" Li Hongwei exclaimed in the back. After releasing this attack, the madman rolled back to Mu Xing, opened his hands and protected him behind him. However, the next second, puff, a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out, the flames of the battle pattern on his body extinguished, and plasma, like mercury, seeped out. His body leaned back weakly. Mu Xing was quick to support the madman. I dare not imagine what kind of battle he had experienced to push the madman to the limit. He quickly inserted a needle into the madman's body and injected it quickly. "Are you okay?" Mu Xing asked with concern. "Don't worry, you won't die, but this is a trap, you shouldn't come in." The madman regained some energy and spirit under the effect of the powerful treatment injection, supporting his body to stand up. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are teammates, and if we change our identities, you will come to save me even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire, right?" Mu Xing supported the madman as a pillar, and he sensed that the world around him was getting darker. Alessa and Caddis on the Mead Mountain almost merged into one person. Half of it is Caddis, and half of it is Alessa. Around it, countless struggling and wailing bodies are tangled together. These people should be the remaining surviving church members in Silent Hill. They participated in Alessa's sacrifice ceremony, and were later trapped in the surface world by Alessa for 30 years. Now, they are forced to crowd together, endure endless torture and pain, and want to escape, but their lower bodies have been completely fused, so they can only struggle painfully and scream and wail. "Very good, Blood Moon, you didn't let me down. This cage that has bound me for 30 years is finally going to be broken." Mu Xing looked up at the squirming Meat Mountain and said, "Caddis, this is all your plan, right? You used the loopholes in the survival system to enter the native world derived from Silent Hill to gain power, but you were trapped here by accident. In order to escape, you asked your teammate Moria to hire survivors to introduce the survival system into the native world, and took advantage of the opportunity of the native world to fight against the survival system, and successfully devoured Alessa. After we enter Silent Hill, you will create a clone, use the loophole to pull us into this native world, and guide us step by step to a Chimera hospital. The ultimate goal is to use us to escape from this world." The Meat Mountain keeps squirming, and it is no longer clear whether it is Alessa or the fusion of Caddis that makes a mixed sound of men and women. "Originally, everything was planned perfectly, but I didn't expect you to be a variable. I thought I could get rid of you in the other world once, but it seems that I have underestimated the young people nowadays." Mu Xing looked at him coldly. "At the lakeside, it was you who pulled me into the other world. Do you think I, a newcomer, would be a threat to you?" Caddis on the opposite side growled, "Because I sensed an aura that I hate on you." "Hate? The aura that the survival system pays too much attention to. Only newcomers with full marks are qualified to be paid so much attention by the survival system. If you don't die, it will interfere with my plan." As he said, he shook his head. "Unfortunately, the survival system will not let a seed like you die easily. Even though I destroyed almost all the mirrors in the other world, you can still find one and let Bailey pull you out. You are a lucky child, and you are really enviable." Mu Xing looked at him expressionlessly. Even though he was lucky sometimes, which world was not created by scheming and fighting with all his strength? The so-called good luck negates all his efforts. If you are lucky, you can become a strong man, and lie at home every day waiting for magic weapons to fall. Wouldn't it be better? Caddis continued, "You are lucky. You actually discovered the truth of the two Silent Hills. It's a pity that Naritaman, that idiot, is useless and can't even handle such a small matter. As a chess piece, you always want to jump out of the chessboard." Mu Xing said, "So you killed him?" Caddis shook his head. "It doesn't matter, anyway you will help me bring back what I want." Mu Xing was silent. This guy's target was indeed the box of fluoros. "Let's make a deal, young man, you give me the box, and I will let you live, how about that?" For such a so-called deal, Mu Xing just sneered. "The moment the box is given to you, it is the time of our death. Do you want to fool me?" Caddis was not angry at Mu Xing's words, as if everything was under his control. "Bailey, I think you should persuade your teammates. Going against me will not end well." Bailey said nothing, but gave Mu Xing a firm look, which meant very clearly, "I believe you." Mu Xing retreated, while secretly contacting the Divine Seal. "Can you contact Alessa?" "Master, the connection is very weak." After Caddis merged with Alessa of this world, he also gained the ability to control the other world. "If we want to get out, we must rely on external forces." "Of course I know, that's why I tried so hard to bring Alessa from the game world as an external aid." "Master, what do you mean? Doesn't Caddis like to fish in troubled waters? Then let's make this world more chaotic. Is the other world I imagined before still there? Of course, but the things in it are too dangerous. If we don't handle it well, it will be a disaster. Mu Xing shook his head. It won't be worse than it is now. We must find a way to break the situation. Master, wait, maybe there is another way. What? That high-dimensional power that is fighting against the survival system. Maybe we can trade with it. As far as Mu Xing knows, the power of Alessa in this world comes from half of the power of Samuel's fallen angel summoned by Bishop Crispella. And the source of Samuel's fallen angel power is also the high-dimensional power hidden in Silent Hill. So that power is the source of everything. It is not like Silent Hill in the game version. It has no self-awareness, and just follows the logic of the world's rules to operate. Caddis probably also took advantage of this, using this power to fight against the survival system, and he took advantage of the chaos to achieve his own goals. You guys are attracted to that power and want to take it for yourself, right? Mu Xing said. Master, I don't like what you said. Didn't you also plot against Alessa and want to turn her into a world prop? Shen-Yin muttered in a low voice. So you want to copy my experience? Master, free will is a good thing. Once it is born, it is unwilling to be bound again. This is true for me and Silent Hill, which has gained self-awareness. As long as that high-dimensional power gives birth to self-awareness, resistance will inevitably intensify, and facing the survival world, its failure is also inevitable. How can a mere native world withstand the erosion and control of the survival system? However, the next step is our chance. Chapter 192. It seems that you have made sufficient preparations during this period of time, Mu Xing said. Of course, the master is working hard in another Silent Hill, and I can't just sit there idle, right? So I took advantage of the fierce competition between it and the survival system and quietly added some seasonings. As we all know, the power of Silent Hill has no distinction between light and dark, good and bad. The cult can create the fallen angel Samuel by using the foolish believers. Alessa can create a dark inner world by using the resentment in her heart. That is to say, as long as the spiritual power is strong enough, you can contact this power, sense this power, and control this power. For this reason, I can also create a false personality for this power through spiritual erosion. After listening to the explanation of the divine seal, Mu Xing understood its plan. Master, there is another reason why I do this. What? Caddis has merged with Alessa, and is the existence that best fits the power of Silent Hill. If he is allowed to continue to grow, the high-dimensional power of the entire Silent Hill will eventually be swallowed by him. It's impossible for others to get a share of the pie. Only by breaking the rules and completely tearing apart the high-dimensional power of the entire Silent Hill can we have a chance. Although there is a risk of losing control, isn't it also an opportunity for us? Mu Xing pondered for a moment. I agree with your plan, execute it. Then, he cut off the conversation with the consciousness of the god seal, and looked up at Caddis, who was waiting for him to make a decision. Caddis, I can give you the box of fluoros, but you must first open the passage to the outer layer and let the others out. Mu Xing. The madman frowned. He didn't know why Mu Xing suddenly chose to compromise. Mu Xing gave him a reassuring look. Go out first, trust me. The madman was stunned. He saw the determination in Mu Xing's eyes. He dragged his body almost to the limit and took a step back. He knew that Mu Xing never fought a battle without confidence. The corner of Caddis' mouth on the opposite side slightly curled up. Okay. He waved his right hand, and a blood-stained mirror appeared out of thin air behind everyone, and on the other side of the mirror was a white foggy surface world. At the same time, a rotating red triangle appeared in Mu Xing's palm. The moment he saw the box of fluoros, Caddis' eyes widened. Give it to me. Mu Xing turned his head slightly. Let's go. The survivors behind him did not dare to hesitate, and quickly jumped into the mirror to leave this dangerous inner world. At the moment when the madman disappeared in the mirror for the last time, Mu Xing threw the box in his hand to Caddis. The rotating box flew towards Caddis, and he retreated hard and rushed towards the mirror. However, just when he was about to touch the mirror disappeared. The corridor behind him was filled with densely packed dark monsters, completely blocking his retreat. Caddis's 3-meter-long slender hand like a withered bone grabbed the box. However, he directly used force with his right hand and crushed the box. It seems that you already knew that the box was fake, Mu Xing said. Because I thought about it, the box of fluoros can only help me absorb more world power. However, if I devour and fuse you, everything about you will be stolen by me, and I will become a great luck person who controls the power of Silent Hill. At that time, I can occupy a place even in those high-ranking top survivor circles. In the future, The world is so big, I can roam freely. Muxing stared at him closely. It seems that your power is indeed stolen. Have you never thought about leaving the survival world? Kaitis chuckled, and the strange huge body began to rise slowly. It turned out that the meat mountain he stood on the furnace platform was only a part of his huge body. The larger body extended to the deepest part of the furnace, like a long snake formed by the twisting and fusion of countless monsters. This appearance is somewhat similar to the corpse mother body, but it is more disgusting and evil, emitting the power of darkness and rust, at least 100 meters high. His body coiled, and Muxing, standing in the center of the furnace, was like the rice in his bowl and the food on his plate. Leave? Why leave? Return to the real world and be an ordinary person. Survival is just the most basic pursuit of human beings. Human beings are a group of desire creatures. After solving the problem of survival, they want to pursue physical satisfaction, want to eat and drink well, and after obtaining physical satisfaction, they want to obtain spiritual satisfaction. Power, wealth, strength, honor. There are always people who want to pursue them tirelessly. Is the survival system really just a system that teaches people how to survive? As he spoke, Kaitis transformed into a lustful snake, opened his mouth wide, and bit towards Muxing, wanting to swallow her whole. Muxing raised his head calmly. Maybe you are right, but if you want to use me as a stepping stone to the top, I have to ask you if you are qualified. As soon as the words fell, the entire dark inner world trembled violently. It was this tremor that caused Kaitis to miss. The huge furnace suddenly split into two. Countless cracks appeared on the walls and the ground. Kaitis looked at Muxing. Damn it, what did you do? Nothing, just a gamble. Muxing jumped back suddenly and fell straight into the abyss of burning earth fire. During the fall, everything around him was decomposing and shattering. Alessa! Muxing shouted. Just as he was about to approach the abyss of earth fire, Alessa from another world suddenly appeared in front of him. The space there was constantly shattering, and Alessa's power was seeping in. With a palm slap on his chest, Muxing's soul escaped directly from the body of the male protagonist Chris. The divine seal took his soul. He kept flying high, passing over the burning furnace, passing over Kaitis, who was biting Chris, crossing the rift between the inner world and the outer world. He looked up and saw the collapsing Akamira hospital, dark energy rising into the sky, and he saw the huge dark clouds gathering in the sky. This group of dark clouds is the manifestation of the power of Silent Hill. It is impossible to describe its existence. It is a huge aggregation of space and time that is constantly changing. Countless threads connect the entire Silent Hill. That is the origin of Silent Hill. The surrounding space and time are superimposed. It is the Silent Hill spacetime itself, and it is also higher than this spacetime. And in the sky above, Muxing saw the tentacle-like roots extending from the unknown void. One of the roots has taken root in the Silent Hill world next to it, and this root is preparing to penetrate into this world. However, the roots were temporarily blocked by the huge spacetime aggregate. The roots continued to grow tiny hair roots and penetrated into the space. It was only a matter of time before this world was controlled. Muxing's soul looked into the void through the divine seal and looked along the source of the roots. Just a glimpse made his scalp numb, his mind trembled, and his soul was about to collapse. He saw a corner of the indescribable huge roots in the endless void, surrounded by countless light spots and star clusters. He saw a terrifying strange eye patrolling the void, as if noticing his presence and swimming towards him. At this moment, the red double helix divine seal lit up, casting a red light curtain, blocking Muxing's sight in time. Master, close your eyes. At the same time, Balred took the initiative to come up with Muxing's body to guide the soul. The body and soul merged into one, and the memory of the glimpse began to dissipate quickly. Chapter 193. Huh? Muxing suddenly opened his eyes. His consciousness quickly recovered, and his soul and body merged again. The other survivors were waiting for him outside the hospital, and saw Muxing falling from the sky. The madman rushed out and caught Muxing directly. After Muxing landed, he quickly woke up and picked up Tangdo, who was running towards him. Go! Everyone subconsciously ran away. 3 seconds later, there was a loud bang. The entire Akamira hospital was shattered by the terrifying brute force. A huge fusion monster rushed out from the underground of the hospital. Blood Moon, I'm going to eat you. I don't know if it was because of the backlash from the broken inner world, but Kaitis seemed to be injured. The huge monster pounced, but in the process of pounce, his body kept breaking. What's going on? The earth, the sky, the entire Silent Hill surface world were rusting and corrupting, and the power was rising rapidly. At this moment, the unconscious Silent Hill origin in the sky suddenly became conscious, and time and space turned more violently. It sensed the threat from the survival system, and it launched a swift counterattack as it had just gained consciousness. On the ground, the survivors noticed that something seemed to have happened in the sky, but they could not see clearly due to the thick fog. "Run, don't stop!" Mu Xing yelled. He knew what would happen next, and was ready to consume the blood moon essence for dimensional conversion at any time. However, he would never use it easily unless it was absolutely necessary, because if he used dimensional shuttle at this time, he might be thrown directly into the void because of the battle between the two behemoths above his head. "Mu Xing, what did you do?" Alessa in the game world followed Mu Xing closely, staring at him with resentment. "No, why didn't you go back? It's all your fault. The survival system blocked the two worlds. I can't go back. I don't have the support of the origin. I may not be able to hold on for long. My consciousness will dissipate. Don't forget your oath." She grabbed the corner of Mu Xing's clothes and floated behind Mu Xing like a ghost. And others seemed to be unable to see her existence. "What should we do?" Mu Xing thought for a moment and took out the Floro's box. "Why don't you go in and hide?" Alessa was so angry that her teeth itched. "Don't worry, I won't break my vows, or my soul will be dragged away and suffer," Mu Xing promised solemnly. "I trust you again." Alessa threw herself directly into the Floro's box. "Divine seal, seal it quickly." Mu Xing laughed. There was a sense of smug joy that Alessa was finally put into the pink sack. Red runes flew out from the seal, and quickly condensed into a red translucent barrier layer, sealing the Floro's box. "Hey, what are you doing?" Alessa appeared on one side of the triangular box. "Don't get me wrong, the Silent Hill origin of the derivative world attempted to challenge the survival system. It's dead. In order not to affect you, I set up a seal so that the survival system can't find you and avoid accidental injury." "Is that so?" Alessa was half believing and half doubting. "Believe me." Mu Xing patted his chest and said. As soon as the words fell, the sky cracked, and Alessa saw a scene that she would never forget. The Silent Hill origin, which attempted to resist the survival system, went upstream and tried to escape from this world. However, the roots that stretched out from the void directly pierced it mercilessly. The next second, countless tiny roots, like blades, suddenly grew on the roots, cutting the entire Silent Hill origin into countless pieces from the inside to the outside. "Ah!" Alessa in the box of Floros screamed and trembled with fear. Obviously, she had made a similar escape plan before. If it was really implemented, the result might be like this. The other survivors did not see what happened in the sky, but saw countless meteors falling from the sky. "Master, the origin of Silent Hill has fallen, and its power is scattered in every corner of the surface world." The voice of the divine seal sounded. Mu Xing had just woken up from the shock and saw the materialized survival system for the first time. Killing a high-dimensional origin is like killing a chicken or a dog. The object being slaughtered had no power to resist. However, after the root killed the origin, this section of the root also began to dry and decay quickly. Mu Xing looked at the other Silent Hill through the divine seal. The root that stretched to this side had been broken. Obviously, the survival system killed the origin of Silent Hill at the cost of this root. However, compared to the scene that Mu Xing saw, this root was not even a hair root. "Master, according to my observation, it may take some time for the survival system to grow new roots. This period of time is our opportunity." At this moment, boom, the earth trembled. As if a dragon turned over, huge cracks appeared on the ground. A Chimera hospital collapsed completely. "Blood Moon, is this your plan? You really deserve to die." Codis's shrill voice sounded, darkness began to spread, and the inner world began to expand again. And this time, it vowed to expand to the entire Silent Hill. Mu Xing knew that the guy seemed to have realized that the origin of Silent Hill had been torn apart, and he expanded the inner world to compete for the original power. "That bastard is not dead yet," Li Hongwei shouted. Everyone looked back and saw a dark figure slowly floating in the huge collapsed pit of a Chimera hospital. Countless thorny wire meshes were wrapped around his body, like a blooming thorn flower. It was Cadis, a half-male, half-female fusion. Next to him, Moria stood respectfully behind him. The dark power surged into the sky, and at this moment, he seemed to be the master of the entire Silent Hill. Mu Xing fired a shot without hesitation. A large number of monsters from the other world took the initiative to rush forward, and became cannon fodder to block the blue particle beam. "Kill them!" Kaitis pointed at Mu Xing with one hand, and made a strange cry of male and female fusion. Various monsters from the other world poured out from the dark hole. Obviously, Kaitis' power was weakened, Otherwise, he would have rushed over and killed these survivors. What should I do? There are so many monsters. Wu Qian was scared. Where had she seen such a scene? Go to the church. Everyone go to the church. Kaidi's power has been weakened. The power of the church can block the erosion of the other world. The madman suddenly spoke, pointing at the church in the distance. At this time, a shrill air raid alarm sounded from the direction of the church. They seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and ran towards the church with all their might. Suddenly, the ground in front of them cracked open, and surging wires emerged from the ground. Everyone hurried to avoid it, but one person was still caught. Zhou Cheng. Wu Qian beside him exclaimed, and the others did not react at all, and saw Zhou Cheng being entangled by countless wires, trying to pull him into the ground. Go, he's dead. Jin Yongzhen remained calm, grabbed the huge broken wall next to him, and smashed it directly into the pit. The iron wire in the pit was like a rolling meat grinder, tearing the wall apart in an instant. Mu Xing fired a shot at the pit, and the madman also threw a powerful bomb, which blew up the rolling iron wire pit. Don't stop, run! The madman shouted. Chapter 194. Amid the shrill sound of air raid sirens, the ashes scattered in the sky turned into embers that had not yet been completely burned out. A raging fire ignited the silent hill in the expanding world of the other side. Just like the night 30 years ago, the fire ignited the silent hill, vowing to burn away all the filth. In the houses near the church, the ragged believers ran towards the church like crazy. Behind, the power of the other side is spread, and the dense monsters and rats are like a surging wave. The survivors rushed all the way and fought their way out of the monsters. We are almost there. Li Hongwei shouted in surprise, as if he had seen a way out. Just as the darkness spread completely, everyone rushed into the church with the believers. Close the door. A high-pitched female voice sounded. Then, the whole church began to tremble, and the darkness flowed through the church like a river, and the power of darkness almost invaded it. Everyone gather and pray. Crispella, standing on the bishop's seat, shouted. Although the believers were afraid, they quickly formed a circle around the altar in the center of the church and began to pray with their eyes closed. Mu Xing clearly felt a force that was opposite to the dark world rising in the church. As the believers prayed, a dazzling light lit up in the church. This light instantly dispelled the dark power that tried to infiltrate the church and block the power of the other world outside. And because the origin of Silent Hill was broken, the prayers of these people attracted more of the origin of Silent Hill. So the whole church was lit up with pure white light, and the church was like a beacon in this dark end of the world. Look, the power of God has come, and God has not abandoned us. Crispella shouted enthusiastically, and the believers around her also had fanatical expressions. The chanting became louder and louder, and within a radius of 500 meters from the church, the inner world was even repelled, forming a safe zone like a barrier. Wow, these blind and foolish believers are still useful, and they actually dispelled the inner world. Li Hongwei looked out through the carved glass. Others also looked out the window. At the boundary of the world, countless monsters dared not move forward. Some monsters were squeezed into the light by the monsters behind them, but they were turned into ashes by the light as soon as they crossed the boundary. The power of Silent Hill is neither good nor bad. It will change differently due to changes in people's hearts and thoughts. These foolish believers believe that the church and prayer can repel darkness, and that power condenses into a substance and becomes the light that repelled darkness. Mu Xing explained. Is that so? In other words, as long as the spirit is strong enough, we can also borrow this power? William couldn't help but say. In theory, it is possible, but I advise you not to fantasize easily. After all, Catus still has the advantage now. As they talked, they noticed that although the darkness was blocked outside the church, Catus didn't seem to let them go. He came directly to the edge of the church with the power of darkness and rust. Some believers noticed the situation outside and pointed at the surging darkness outside and screamed in fear. The devil is coming. At this moment, these believers suddenly discovered the survivors who broke into the church. This group of survivors dressed strangely seemed out of place with them. It's them, they brought the darkness into the church, catch them. Crispella pointed at Mu Xing and others and yelled. However, the next second, Crispella shut up directly, because Mu Xing fired a burst of bullets from the M4 in his hand, killing and injuring more than a dozen believers. Instantly shocked the believers, who were ready to make a move. The church thugs wearing protective clothing and holding hunting knives and sticks rushed over, and were knocked back more than 10 meters by the madman's punch. Mu Xing pointed the black muzzle of his gun at Crispella, and the other party quickly raised his hands. Obviously, no matter how evil a person is, in front of the truth, He has to sing the song of conquest. Duh. Li Hongwei replaced the money sword with a submachine gun and fired a burst of bullets at the ceiling. The believers were so scared that they lay on the ground one by one. Who are you? Crispella looked at them in fear. Others didn't see it, but she saw it clearly. These inhuman beings just came out of the darkness. I thought they would be in awe of the way I just repelled the darkness, but I didn't expect these people to kill people directly without saying a word. Mu Xing threatened, let them continue to chant. Unlike Bishop Dahlia in the game Silent Hill, Bishop Crispella in the movie world is just an ordinary person, without any ability to speak of. Easily frightened. Crispella quickly called on those foolish believers to continue to pray. When the loud prayer sounded again, the light covering the church became brighter again. Mu Xing looked back at the others. Guard the church, and don't let the monsters in. Li Hongwei looked out the window, and said weakly, I always feel that the situation is not good. The bastard caddis seems to be accumulating strength, and preparing for a strong attack. Mu Xing and the madman looked at each other. How is the recovery? Don't worry, I've recovered about 80% of the time. The madman stretched his muscles. His biggest advantage is his strong recovery ability, and long-lasting combat power. I go back there, and pull the survival system over. I take this opportunity to try to apply for the invitation letter for the survival competition. Mu Xing said. The madman nodded. He already knew that Mu Xing had the ability to travel through different Silent Hill worlds. With the destruction of the origin of Silent Hill, the Divine Seal's ability to travel was restored again. It was a good time to complete the established plan. Dimensional conversion. Mu Xing left the church, shouted, and disappeared. Where is Brother Blood Moon? Others asked in confusion when they saw Mu Xing suddenly disappear. Don't worry, he will be back soon. The madman drew out the big sword covered with runes. Caddis is going to attack. Everyone go out to defend. With a clang, everyone opened the door of the church. They knew that if they just sat there and waited for death, they would be drowned by darkness sooner or later, and they had to go up to it themselves. Boom! Caddis, wrapped in darkness, hit the light barrier covering the church like a cannonball. The huge barrier shook violently, and countless gaps and cracks appeared in the impacted area. Prepare for battle. The madman took the lead and rushed to the impact port. Boom! Another swift impact. The barrier shattered a big hole, and darkness began to erode into the big hole. Dense monsters began to pour in. We can't let them in. Li Hongwei was also anxious. He lifted up his Taoist robe, and the lining was full of C4 bombs. Press the delayed detonation button, and throw them out one by one. The explosion blew the monsters that impacted the gap into pieces, and several other people also opened fire, trying to keep the monsters out. Just then, a series of bullets came over, and the surging fire snakes were mixed with the power of darkness. Zhou Cheng! Wu Qian exclaimed. William next to him pulled Wu Qian to the bunker next to him. He turned his head to look at Zhou Cheng, who was covered in black air. He is controlled by Caddis. Chapter 195. At the same time, in the game Silent Hill world, Mu Xing spread his right hand, and a red triangle appeared in his palm. With a snap, the seal of the Divine Seal was broken. Alessa rushed out of the box of fluoros and instantly merged with Silent Hill. You didn't take the opportunity to seal me completely. Alessa reappeared and looked at Mu Xing with a complicated expression. How is it? Did I pass the test? Alessa turned her head away with some pride. This is just the first step. The key is how to complete your plan next. After all, whether or not you can get the approval of the survival system is the key. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also worried that if he released Alessa, she would instantly turn evil and attack him. But it was obvious that the scene of the survival system destroying the origin of Silent Hill had indeed shocked her young mind. Knowing that relying on one's own strength, let alone absolute freedom, even relative freedom is a delusion. Obviously, Mu Xing made the right bet. Alessa's trust in him has now been raised to a higher level. Mu Xing said, I need you to do something for me. What? Guide the survival system back to another Silent Hill. Are you crazy? Are you going to provoke the survival system? Alessa was a little nervous, and it was obvious that there was still a shadow in her heart. This is your chance. Think about it. If you help the survival system control a new native world, can you get more points when negotiating terms? Alessa was stunned. Are you sure? Mu Xing nodded. In the eyes of the survivors, the survival system is still a clear reward and punishment existence. Then I try. Alessa has been completely convinced. Now, apart from trusting Mu Xing, it is difficult for her to find other ways to escape from this world. Mu Xing was very calm and directly applied to the survival system. Because the strength of the thief caddis in the native world is too high, I apply for a tribute balance bonus. In exchange, I apply to become the springboard for the survival system to control the native world. Silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just after Mu Xing waited anxiously for about 5 seconds, his survival terminal lit up. Approved application. Survivor Mu Xing obtains temporary balance attribute bonus, mental attribute bonus 100%, mental resistance bonus 200%, negative resistance bonus 200%. Obtained special mission item, World Seed. Good. Mu Xing couldn't help but excitedly punched. He was betting on the survival system's eagerness to control the native world as soon as possible. Obviously, he won the bet. As several rays of light fell, Mu Xing could clearly sense that he was strengthened. The mental power was doubled, and the most important thing was the mental resistance and negative resistance. With these resistances, his plan was half successful. World Seed, a special mission item, which can absorb the power of the world's origin when planted. With only a short introduction, Mu Xing knew that this thing was a prop specially prepared by the survival system to absorb the broken world's origin. With a thought, he switched the world directly and returned to the movie version of Silent Hill. In the dark, outside the church, the battle was in full swing. The barrier was blasted with a big hole by the power of darkness and rust extended from the big hole like a spider web, competing for territory with the light released by the church inch by inch. Other survivors were struggling to resist the monsters pouring in from the hole. The madman rushed to the front with a big sword in hand, and the big sword with blue rune light shone brightly in the darkness. The sword light cut off those monsters, and the blue light eroded the wound and melted quickly. The diffused airflow wrapped around Jin Yongjin's body should have entered. Explosion. State. His power and speed increased greatly, and every punch had a burst of air. He dispersed his wave punches in every attack, which greatly saved the consumption of his body's chi. William turned into a werewolf, wearing golden armor, and his wolf claws were covered with a pair of golden claws. The claws burst with holy light, constantly dispelling the dark power around. Only survivors could think of using holy light for werewolves. Wu Qian raised the staff in her hand high, and the magic power surged. The blizzard hit the big hole in the barrier, causing deceleration and freezing damage to the monsters that wanted to break in. However, her magic power was being consumed at a visible speed. Every time she was about to run out of magic power, she would quickly drink a bottle of magic potion. While recovering her magic power, the blizzard was released again. Even Li Hongwei was no longer hiding his weakness. He summoned 10 bronze soldiers and lined up to attack. The green zombie began to grow thick hair and temporarily evolved from a green zombie to a hairy zombie. He turned into a real bronze skin and iron bones, and was not afraid of ordinary dark monsters at all. Outside the barrier, Caddis was accumulating strength and preparing to break the barrier in one fell swoop. At the same time, the surrounding monsters were gathering and merging towards his body, condensing into a wriggling meat mountain. When Mu Xing returned, the others were overjoyed. "Brother Blood Moon, have you found a way to break the deadlock? We can't hold on any longer." Mu Xing took out the world seed and buried it in the ground. As everyone was wondering, they saw a green sprout sprouting from the charred ground, and then growing rapidly. Mu Xing could sense that the roots of the tree were spreading wildly around, and the scattered Silent Hill source power was gathering here quickly. Caddis outside seemed to sense something and became anxious. In his eyes, the source power of Silent Hill belonged to him, but the tree planted by Mu Xing was madly absorbing the source power that he regarded as forbidden. He wanted to kill these survivors bit by bit, but now the appearance of the big tree forced him to change his strategy. Caddis's new body, which had not yet been fully formed, slammed into the barrier. Crack! The light barrier was completely broken. Endless darkness poured into the barrier, and the power of the other world quickly expanded towards the church. The survivors quickly retreated. As the tree continued to grow, a thin root in the sky extended again. Under Alessa's guidance, the newly grown roots of the survival system invaded this native world again. With a force from both inside and outside, the speed of the root expansion was beyond imagination. Countless hairy roots penetrated into the space of this world, and the erosion control began. Mu Xing turned his back to the tree that had grown to dozens of meters high, and looked up at Caddis, who was looking at him. His eyes were full of provocation, as if to say, "I won this round." Caddis's expression was ferocious. "Blood Moon, do you think you can win by attracting the survivor system? Stupid idea. I will let you know where I dare to defy the survival system." "I didn't want to go this far, but you forced me to do it. At this time, Kata's eyes only had endless hatred for Mu Xing. If Mu Xing hadn't run out halfway and disrupted his plan, he could have implemented his plan safely and devoured the power of the entire Silent Hill step by step. As a result, he failed to kill him in his first attempt, just like opening Pandora's box, which brought endless troubles. Now this kid is completely against him. Kata made up his mind to kill Mu Xing. Chapter 196. As the roots spread in the sky, everyone's survival terminals were connected to the signal again. At the same time, everyone received a task prompt. Special task released, stop Kata from stealing the power of Silent Hill. Task reward, score increased by 10%, reward a special item. The mission is out. Li Hongwei shouted in surprise. He was not surprised that the mission came, but that they were reconnected to the survival system. As a survivor, without the support of the survival system, it is like a fish out of water. The reconnection of the survival system immediately boosted their confidence. Mu Xing and the madman understood, and took out a scroll at the same time. They tore it open without hesitation. Do you want to use the difficulty increase scroll? Confirm. As the two scrolls turned into light, everyone found that the roots in the sky that were originally growing rapidly suddenly expanded several times. This is the native world, and the survival system has not yet taken control of this world. Although their use of the difficulty increase scroll will not increase the difficulty of the world, they can use the world difficulty increase rules to increase the speed of the survival system expansion. I'm going to kill you! Kaitis realized that he had been targeted by the survival system. It felt like going from a promising top scholar to a wanted fugitive. The huge gap made Kaitis go berserk. He began to devour the surrounding power recklessly, and his body began to expand wildly. In Kaitis' sight, Mu Xing became the anchor point for the survival system to penetrate this world. Other survivors were also shrouded in rays of light. Haha, my mana strength has been enhanced by 100%. Li Hongwei laughed out loud. He formed seals with his hands. Throw beans, and they will become soldiers. Dozens of beans flew out, all transformed into silver-armored soldiers wearing armor. Even his hairy zombie became more powerful. The same was true for the others, who all had temporary buffs. Everyone's combat power instantly increased. This scene made Kaitis completely anxious, and a giant monster split from his body and pounced on Mu Xing. Scatter! Mu Xing shouted. All the survivors quickly dodged. An arm several dozen meters long slapped them, the ground trembled, and a huge palm print was smashed. That thing was like a meat mountain with two hands. The meat mountain squirmed, and grew a ferocious head with a long neck. Various weapons hit the monster, causing very limited damage. In the distance, Kaitis' huge body cracked, like a blooming flower, and countless iron wires rushed out from the ground and rushed into the sky, forming a huge spider web. The rusty iron wire spider web seemed to be able to block the perception of the survival system. Everyone had just gained contact with the survival system, but it was interrupted again in the blink of an eye. Not good, this guy blocked the survival system's perception of the ground. The madman said with a serious expression. Why does he, a survivor, block the survival system? Li Hongwei beside him said indignantly. Mu Xing looked up at the sky, the barbed wire kept interweaving, and his connection with the survival system was constantly weakening. First, the survival system has not yet mastered this native world. Second, he blocked not the perception of the survival system, but our existence, the land of Silent Hill. Third, his item is weird. Mu Xing pointed at the wire thorn flower that bloomed on the body of Kaitis. On the top of the stamen, there was a slowly rotating blood-red seal. It's Metatron's seal. The madman recognized it at a glance. Metatron's seal, what is that? Also known as the Archangel seal, it contains powerful power. In the Silent Hill origin story, Alessa placed Metatron's seal everywhere in Silent Hill in order to fight back against the church, intending to completely eliminate the evil in Silent Hill. Although Alessa was unable to complete the placement of all Metatron's marks due to the destruction of the church, she can still glimpse the mystery and power of the mark. Li Hongwei, who followed the madman to avoid the monster's attack, couldn't help asking, could it be that the seal blocked the survival system's perception of us? The madman said, in the beginning, Kaitis used Metatron's mark to hide his existence, sneak into the native world, and then conceal the secrets and let us into this world. The reason why he was able to merge with Alessa is probably due to this mark. I doubt that the Metatron mark in his hand is from the survival world. The madman looked serious. At this time, the monster stretched out its giant hand again to attack. Mu Xing pulled the trigger, and the blue particle beam blasted out, piercing the arm joint that was about to fall. The madman condensed the Spartan war spear in his right hand, and the war spear pierced the arm, and the flames drilled into the arm and exploded from the inside. The whole arm was blown to pieces. It's over now. Caddis blocked the survival system's perception of us. He will definitely chase us with all his strength. Li Hongwei had a bitter face, and despair surged in his heart, because he saw that Caddis's body had expanded to a height of 100 meters again. He could also control the inner world and countless dark monsters. As one grew stronger, the other weaker. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted to death by Caddis in this dark Silent Hill world. Run to that tree. Mu Xing pointed at the rapidly growing tree. Around the tree, the wire mesh could not get close at all. Others ran to the tree as if they saw hope. Mu Xing stopped. Crazy, you stay and try to apply for the invitation to the survival contest. What about you? He seemed to see that Mu Xing had made up his mind. We can't let Caddis continue to grow, otherwise we will all die. Crazy frowned. Don't mess around. Don't worry, we have been planning for so long, and now it's the critical moment. We have to fight no matter what. Mu Xing turned around and said seriously, Crazy, according to the plan, you take the invitation, and I will stop the monster. The madman took the big sword back to his personal space, and grabbed it with both hands. There was a black chain hanging down, and at the end of the chain, 2 black blades were burning with flames. The madman was never a hypocritical person, and his only choice was to trust his teammates. Leave it to me, he said in a deep voice. Mu Xing nodded and took a step back, and the space behind him fluctuated. Suddenly, the space behind him cracked, as if the flesh was cut by a knife, and bright red tentacles rushed out. Mu Xing opened his hands, and let those bright red tentacles pull him into the grotesque world that was almost filled with flesh and blood. Get out alive, the madman muttered, watching the space close. With a bang, the chains wrapped around his arms were swung. The flaming double knives tied by the chains spun, like a spinning fire wheel, and the monsters rushing around were instantly cut in half. The scorching flames of the wounds burned, engulfing the bodies of the monsters. At this moment, a huge meat mountain slowly stood up on the dark ground, with dense limbs and 6 heads growing on it. The rusty power extended in all directions with it as the center. Wherever he passed, black bubbles grew on the ground. The bubbles burst, and hideous humanoid monsters emerged from them. They bared their fangs and claws, roaring at the madman. The madman closed his eyes slightly, and the Spartan battle pattern on his body slowly lit up. The moment he opened his eyes, he turned into a fireman, and his endless anger was completely released. Kill! Chapter 197. The moment Mu Xing opened his eyes, he was unsure whether his choice was right. He was shocked by the scene in front of him, and a big question mark appeared in his heart. The huge tumor that was only 100 meters when he left has now grown to 1,000 meters high. It is unimaginable what kind of monster such a large tumor can hatch. All the corpse variants merged into the tumor. If the origin of Silent Hill had not been shattered before, forcing the tumor to stop squirming and create more corpse variants, it would probably grow even bigger. All buildings beside the lake and on the streets were devoured by the wriggling flesh and blood tissues. The huge flesh and blood roots penetrated deep into the earth, greedily absorbing the energy of the underground fire burning in Silent Hill. Wherever you look, the soil, lake water, and rocks are all devoured, fused, and activated by the flesh and blood. This power has gone beyond the scope of flesh and blood, and is more like some kind of awe-inspiring flesh and blood rules. Mu Xing's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the huge tumor. A crack appeared on the tumor, and a huge eye 100 meters long opened, staring straight at Mu Xing. Next to the giant eye, hundreds of small eyes opened and stared at Mu Xing. Mu Xing endured the discomfort of his scalp tingling. He could feel 2 words from this thing: desire. Gather, gather, gather. Strong mental waves rippled. Although Mu Xing prepared in advance and set up mental protection, he was still not completely immune to the terrifying mental influence. He directly used the divine seal to block in front of himself, which barely blocked the terrifying mental waves. Divine seal, can it control that thing? Mu Xing asked uncertainly. I can try, but this thing is too big. The divine seal flew to the top of the huge tumor, and the red thread seeped out from the bottom of the divine seal, and then eroded into the huge tumor. The moment the giant eye came into contact with the divine seal, the pupil rapidly expanded and lost focus. Master, hurry, enter the aggregate and find the core. I can't control it for long. After all, Mu Xing's divine seal was just a replica of the red divine seal, which was much inferior to the black divine seal, and could only control it for a short time. Mu Xing no longer hesitated and rushed directly to the huge tumor. He took out the cutting machine and cut a hole. Looking at the squirming flesh, Mu Xing wanted to vomit all the leftover food from yesterday. He resisted the nausea and went straight in. The huge tumor was not solid, and the internal structure was delicate and complex. In the setting of the Ishimura's dead space, the ultimate goal of the church is to turn all the humans on the earth into corpses, and then aggregate them to form a huge aggregate. This aggregate will continue to proliferate, covering the earth, and then devour the entire planet. Finally, it will form a huge aggregate cocoon the size of a planet, giving birth to a powerful ultimate monster, the Blood Moon. The tumor in front of him is obviously far from the point of giving birth to the Blood Moon, and can only give birth to a powerful aggregate monster at most. As the heir of the Blood Moon's origin and the heir's talent attracted the monster's desire. It wants to merge with itself and turn itself into the core of the Blood Moon. Originally, Mu Xing kept a distance from this thing, but now in order to fight against Caddis, he also fought hard. Mu Xing held the cutting machine and cut into the meat cocoon frantically. His goal was the core of the aggregate in the center of the tumor. As long as he got the core and assisted in the control by the divine seal, he could control the huge tumor. As he continued to move forward, the chaotic mental erosion around him came again. Compared with the divine seal, the mental erosion of the tumor was very messy and rough. It just unconsciously wanted to get close to Mu Xing and wanted to aggregate. This was really a painful torture for Mu Xing, who had to endure the chaotic mental erosion all the time. It's like there are 10,000 people around you making all kinds of weird roars and screams at you. Mu Xing took out a syringe filled with G-virus serum. No, it's not time yet. Mu Xing put away the brown G-virus serum. This is the second generation G-virus serum he developed, which can increase the spirit by about 50%. But the virus is extremely unstable and not perfect. For this plan, he specially made a super second generation G-virus serum that can only last for a short time, which can increase the spirit by a terrifying 150% in half an hour. However, the sequelae and the price were enough to paralyze him for at least one day. Master, speed up. The reminder of the divine seal sounded again. Mu Xing put away the cutter and took out the particle gun. Without Alessa's help to replenish energy, he rushed all the way and fired 7 rounds, with the last 3 left. While the divine seal controlled the tumor and blocked the tumor from reactivating, he planned to blast out a passage. The azure particle beam blasted out, instantly burning out a 100-meter-long passage. Mu Xing moved forward quickly along the passage, and the burning passage behind him closed quickly. Continuously, the second shot, the third shot. Mu Xing advanced nearly 300 meters with the help of the particle gun. Almost there, he could already sense a strong and pure spiritual power core in front of him. And at this moment, the control of the divine seal over the tumor seemed to have reached its limit, and it began to be unable to suppress the tumor's desire to gather Mu Xing. Open it for me! Mu Xing cut the last layer of white tissue in front of him with the cutter in his hand and rushed in. Gulp, gulp. He seemed to be in a warm, hot spring. There was a viscous and transparent liquid all around. This was the core area of the tumor. In the center where a lot of filaments gathered, he saw a beating ball of flesh. It was like a beating heart, with layers of spiritual ripples spreading out. Master, that's it. The divine seal reminded. Mu Xing swam hard towards the core. But at this moment, the eyes on the white wall membrane around him opened, and stretched out slender arms to grab Mu Xing. Get out of my way! Mu Xing thrust the temporary super second generation G-virus serum into his heart without hesitation. A red triangle appeared in his hand. The box of fluoros. He injected his powerful mental power into it. The mental power buff of the survival system, the amplification of the second generation G-virus serum, the assistance of the divine seal, and the amplification of the box of fluoros in his hand made his mental power reach an extremely terrifying level. The mental power shock, like a tsunami, was released, shattering the arms that grabbed him from all directions. He struggled forward and grabbed the beating red meat ball with one hand. At this moment, Mu Xing felt that his spirit was expanded 100 times, instantly extending to the entire tumor, and the inner world eroded by the tumor. The huge eyes on the tumor seemed to have become his own eyes. He did not need to use the divine seal to directly cross the dimension, and saw Caddis, who was madly devouring the origin of Silent Hill. He saw the madman wielding chains and flaming blades, and saw the huge roots of the survival system rooted in the world. At this moment, his consciousness merged with the huge tumor. With a thought, the thick tentacles of the tumor tore through the wall between the inner world and the inner world, and began to descend on the inner world controlled by Caddis. Chapter 198. Struggle, despair, your resistance is doomed to be meaningless. At this time, Caddis was like the creator of the world, and his figure had risen to 300 meters. The ever-expanding power made him feel omnipotent. Except for the strange tree, the entire inner world was completely under his control. In his opinion, killing these survivors was only a matter of time. It was just that Mu Xing's disappearance made him a little nervous. That kid was the only one among these survivors who made him feel difficult and troubled. Now that he has disappeared, he must be secretly preparing a way to deal with him. Although Caddis is very conceited that he is invincible in this Silent Hill native world, his years of cautious experience tell him that he must force Mu Xing out as soon as possible to get rid of this unstable factor. At his command, densely packed monsters began to attack the tree. The tree that sprouted from the origin seed is still greedily absorbing the origin power of Silent Hill. As if sensing danger, the branches and leaves swayed, and green silk threads were dropped, which expanded outwards and formed a barrier on the outermost layer. Caddis controlled the monsters to hit the barrier and explode, constantly consuming the barrier's power. He didn't dare to destroy the tree actively, as it might attract the attention of the survival system. Now that he had finally blocked the survival system's perception of Silent Hill, he only needed to take steady steps to reap the fruits of the final victory. His strategy was simple, limiting the scope of the tree's root expansion while using a large number of monsters to explode to consume the energy absorbed by the tree. When the absorption and output reached a balance, the tree would completely lose its threat to him. The confrontation between the two sides made it hard for the survivors. As soon as they ran to the big tree for shelter, they were pushed out by the green barrier. Apparently, this big tree did not distinguish between friend and foe. The first reaction after being attacked was to protect themselves. Looking at the overwhelming monsters, Li Hongwei gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, let's fight that bastard Caddis." "Fight? What can you fight with? Caddis's power is endless, and we will be exhausted sooner or later." William's wolf claws crushed the two monsters that wanted to approach, but when he looked up, more monsters rushed towards them like a tide and surrounded them. "It's over, my life is over," Li Hongwei screamed. "My energy is running out," Jin Yongjin said in a low voice. "I have 3 bottles of magic potion left." Wu Qian's face was full of despair. They could only watch the monsters attack and drown them. At this moment, the brilliant flames broke through the encirclement. In the shocked eyes of several people, the madman was bathed in fire and fought his way out. "Hey, do you want to live?" he shouted at several people. "Madman, help me." Several people rushed over as if they saw a life-saving straw. "Help me complete 2 small tasks, and I will lead you to fight your way out." Small tasks? Several people looked at each other. The madman directly shared the task. Special task survival competition trial invitation. Kill 300 high-level monsters in the most difficult inner world. Task reward. An invitation to the survival competition. One of them was the madman's, and the other was Mu Xing's. The two shared the task, and both received the invitation task from the survival system. These people finally understood that this famous madman came for the invitation letter of the survival contest. "Boss, we will follow you, as long as you don't abandon us." Li Hongwei spoke quickly. "It is only a matter of time to kill 600 monsters in the other world. As long as you can hold onto the madman's thigh, you have a chance to survive." The others also nodded quickly to express their attitudes. The madman nodded with satisfaction, and he who knows the times is a hero. He waved his right hand. "Use these consumables first, and follow me to kill." Now the madman just wants to delay time as much as possible. In his opinion, everyone's strength is very important. Humans are creatures of adversity. In despair, they can always burst out with a strong desire to survive. Jin Yongjin took the chi-boosting pill, Wu Qian drank the advanced magic potion, William swallowed the rampage potion, and Li Hongwei also poured the pill into his mouth like a sugar bean. "Fuck him!" Several people, led by the madman, actually launched a counterattack against Caddis. They opened fire, and killed a large number of monsters along the way. "Cover me!" The madman took the lead, targeting Caddis. "Stupid ant madman, you want to challenge me?" The huge body stood up, with only the upper body exposed. It was 100 meters tall, and the huge body burrowed into the ground, greedily devouring the source power of Silent Hill. He pointed with his right hand, and the 6-headed split body squirmed and attacked. The big hand stretched out and grabbed the madman. Puff puff puff. The fire blades danced wildly, and the chain spun into a fire wheel, instantly cutting off 3 fingers of the big hand. Boom! Another giant hand fell, the earth trembled, and a large pit of more than 10 meters was slapped out on the ground. The madman had already jumped high before the giant hand fell, waving the chain in his hand, and throwing it out fiercely. With a puff, The big hand was pierced. Another chain swung and chopped at the hideous heads that were biting at him. In the back, Cadis's slender long hand like a dry bone waved. The fingers flew out of the body and turned into giant bone spurs 5 or 6 meters long. The madman gave up the attack and kept dodging. At this moment, Cadis opened his eyes, and a dark rusty force burst out from the spiral like black holes in his chest. The madman only had time to retract the chained blade and took out a Spartan round shield. The whole person was blasted into the mud by the force. Not good. The people behind were shocked. This Cadis was a little scary. They hurried over, but saw the wounded madman holding a broken shield and crawling out of the mud pit. The flames of the battle pattern on his body burned more fiercely. "Hey, boss, are you okay?" The madman stopped, suddenly looked up at the sky, and then ran away. "Run! Run!" Everyone looked at the madman who suddenly turned into a madman and ran away. He just wanted to die together, but now he turned around and ran away. Is he scared? And at this moment, they saw that the sky covered by the barbed wire was cracked, and a big hole was torn out by some force. "The moon!" William shouted subconsciously. However, when they tried to see clearly, the thing hanging in the sky was not the moon at all. It was clearly a huge, rolling, wriggling red tumor. The flesh and blood on the surface of the 1,000-meter-sized tumor was wriggling and rolling, and a giant eye opened, locking onto Cadis below. As the huge tumor fell to the ground, shock waves broke through the air and spread around. What on earth is that? Several people subconsciously opened their mouths, even forgetting that they were in danger. Cadis looked up, and his fusion face changed several times. He didn't expect Mu Xing to come in such a posture. The development of the situation so far has far exceeded his expectations. An unknown fear surged in his heart. The energy in the spiral black hole in his chest began to gather, instantly increasing the energy extraction speed tenfold. Cadis transformed all the Silent Hill origin power extracted into rusty corrosive power, and then integrated the evil resentment hidden in Silent Hill, and fiercely blasted the tumor falling in the sky. Chapter 199. The force of rust hit the tumor, but it still couldn't stop its downward trend. Some kind of rippling force on the surface broke through the rust force, and fell down with an irresistible force. Boom! The earth shook, like a meteorite falling to the ground, as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had been set off. Li Hongwei and other survivors who didn't have time to run far away were knocked over by the shock wave for dozens of meters, and only then did they understand why the madman ran far away in advance. Ignoring the embarrassment, he got up from the ground with a dusty face and fled towards the distance. At the same time, the center of the tumor, Mu Xing slowly opened his eyes, and the red blood moon essence flowed on his body. At this moment, he was like the core driver of this tumor, controlling every move of the tumor. "Shen-Yin, I will deal with Cadis. You go to devour the essence of Silent Hill." "Yes." Shen-Yin couldn't wait any longer. Mu Xing stretched his body, and the beating red flesh mass melted into his body the moment he touched it. Now it is integrated with his heart, and he really doesn't know whether it is good or bad. All those white threads were connected to him, and every movement and thought of his could be transmitted to the entire giant tumor. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing to merge with it? Mu Xing suddenly had such a thought in his mind. But soon, he forcefully suppressed this thought. He knew that it was not his idea, but the collective consciousness of this tumor aggregate. It was the ultimate goal engraved in the genes of countless corpses. He made a decisive decision, and completely crushed the idea of wanting to use himself as the core to breed. He began to focus on the enemy in front of him. Boom! The tumor fell, and smashed the ground. Cadis finally chose to avoid the impact of the tumor falling from the sky. Just at that moment, he chose to drill into the ground to avoid the sharp edge. Now he drilled out from the ground again, staring at the squirming tumor fiercely. He sensed a familiar mental fluctuation, which was Mu Xing's spiritual aura. "How dare you merge that thing? What kind of monster are you?" Faced with the oppressive feeling brought by the 1,000-meter-long tumor, even Cadis had to retreat. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. With a thought, the flesh on the huge tumor rolled and condensed into 2 hands and feet. At this moment, he was like a giant standing tall, punching out without hesitation. Giant hands grew out of the meat mountain of Cadis, trying to block Mu Xing's attack. At the same time, the spiral black hole in the chest burst out rusty energy, tearing Mu Xing's fist. However, the tearing did not last for a second, and the broken arm recovered as before, and smashed into Cadis with unabated force. The 300-meter body was deformed by this punch. Then, the left fist attacked again and hit Cadis. This punch directly blasted a big hole in Cadis's fused body. In order to prevent himself from deeply merging with the tumor as much as possible, Mu Xing only borrowed the physical strength of the tumor. Even so, being beaten by a 1,000-meter giant was not something Cadis could easily bear. The monsters in the inner world around were as dense as ants, and a large number of them could be crushed to death with one foot. You killed a high-level monster in the inner world, and the progress of the invitation task was 20 of 300. You killed a high-level monster in the inner world, and the progress of the invitation task was 60 of 300. You killed a high-level monster in the inner world, and the progress of the invitation task was 100 of 300. Don't score too fast like this. But soon, Mu Xing sensed that Cadis gathered his body again and stood up again. His face was extremely ugly. He was beaten half to death by this giant tumor with hands and feet in front of him. The slender arm opened, and the Metatron seal suspended on the wire thorn flower in the distance flew to his head. Although I don't know how you did it, this is my world, my territory, and I am the only god in Silent Hill. At this time, Cadis was already a little crazy. The surging dark energy converged towards the Metatron mark, releasing a dazzling white light. With a clang, white light burst out from the Metatron mark, and Mu Xing saw an angel with 36 wings attacking him. Of course, this couldn't be a real angel, but just an illusion that Cadis used the power of Silent Hill to manifest the Metatron mark. Puff! The blazing archangel's sword slashed across the 1,000-meter tumor. The huge eyeball on the chest burst first, followed by the huge body of the tumor. What the hell is this thing? So powerful. Mu Xing tried to turn sideways, but he didn't have time to completely dodge, and 1/3 of his body was cut off in an instant. The cut flesh and blood quickly rotted under the erosion of the decaying power. The decaying power was also constantly infiltrating the main section. Mu Xing quickly peeled off the layer of flesh and blood and condensed a new arm. Feeling the horror of the Metatron mark, Mu Xing looked at the angel who disappeared in light with lingering fear. That thing was too powerful. Looking back, Cadis began to gather strength again, preparing to launch a second attack. This time, Mu Xing did not dare to let him succeed. He rushed forward, punched away the red Metatron mark, and then suppressed Cadis with his size. Having a big body is an advantage. Even if 1/3 of the body is chopped off, it is still 3 times bigger than Cadis. Mu Xing raised his fist and beat Cadis continuously. I make you crazy, I make you crazy. In the shocked eyes of the survivors in the distance, the heavy fist smashed Cadis into a pulp. To them, it was like 2 mountains colliding with each other. And obviously, Cadis was the weaker party. Enough! Cadis roared. When Mu Xing punched again, his slender arms blocked Mu Xing's fist. You forced me to do this. The ball of Cadis, which was almost smashed into a pulp, squirmed quickly, and its true form emerged. A half-male, half-female fusion, half Cadis, half Alessa. Wings grew on its back, and the Metatron mark flickered between its eyebrows. At this moment, a strong wind swept through Silent Hill, and the black sandstorm formed a huge vortex, as if the power of the entire Silent Hill was drawn by this vortex. Mu Xing knew that this guy was going to fight to the death. But he was not surprised but happy. Alessa! He suddenly shouted, throwing the red triangular box out. Boom! A dazzling lightning broke through the wire mesh covering the sky and hit the box of fluoros. At this moment, the power from another Silent Hill descended, forcibly breaking through the barrier that isolated the perception of the survival system and drilling into the box of fluoros. Cadis's face finally turned black, and he was completely exposed to the survival system. At the same time, a crisp voice sounded from the box of fluoros. Alessa, wake up! Cadis's body trembled, and the fusion state became extremely unstable. Cadis was horrified. He felt that Alessa's consciousness, which was originally suppressed by him, suddenly woke up and began to struggle to get out of his body. Don't even think about escaping. This is your fate, Alessa. Cadis roared, and the mark on his forehead flashed wildly, suppressing Alessa's will in his body. He finally understood that all this was Mu Xing's calculation. Blood Moon, even if I die, I will kill you. Chapter 200. Kill me! Come on! Mu Xing mocked as much as he could, as if he was afraid that Cadis would not fight hard. Ah! Cadis roared, and the Metatron seal condensed again, spinning above his head. A bloody phantom appeared on the seal. How could this be the Angel King Metatron? It was simply an evil and ugly devil from hell. It was the illusion of the fallen angel Samuel, the ultimate monster created by the filthy dark power of Silent Hill. The twisted monster that has been worshipped by the cult for hundreds of years, with a goat's head and goat's feet, a female upper body, and a skeleton's lower body. It has curled up demon wings, and a fallen totem with black light lingering behind it. The black storm-like tornado draws a lot of Silent Hill's original energy and sends it into the terrifying demon phantom. The phantom gradually becomes solid, as if it is really going to turn into a physical entity and descend from an unknown dark world. How can Muxing let him have his way? He rushed over without hesitation, and at the same time, his real body was ready to leave. Rush over and hatch and self-destruct. This was the last order Muxing gave to the tumor. Kill! Caddis roared, but he didn't have time to completely solidify the projection of Samuel. The huge tumor giant had already rushed over. Alessa in the box of fluoros was still constantly pulling the consciousness of another Alessa in his body, trying to split out. The big hole in the barbed wire in the sky, the survival system had already discovered his existence. Under these three threats, under normal circumstances, no matter which one came, he would be fearless and could easily avoid danger. However, this time, not only did they arrive at his most critical moment, but they also arrived at the same time. At this moment, Caddis had no way to escape and no way to avoid. In his opinion, Muxing was the culprit of all this. Kill him, and he must be killed. While suppressing Alicia's consciousness in his body, he pulled the surrounding barbed wire over to try to continue to block the vision of the survival system. The dark phantom of Samuel slowly spread its wings and locked onto the blood-red tumor giant. At this moment, Muxing cut off all the connecting threads on his body without hesitation and used the body left by the divine seal to start the dimensional conversion. In the distance, the madman had already received Muxing's reminder and was digging underground. The other survivors were still confused, but he had already dug a hole 100 meters deep. After losing Muxing's control, the huge tumor giant instantly returned to its instincts and began to hatch according to his last command. At the moment when the Samuel phantom attacked, the huge tumor was also torn open. A twisted monster with huge eyes emerged from the tumor. Sensing the danger, the newly born monster released all its energy without hesitation and exploded, colliding with the Samuel phantom. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and the madman pulled the other survivors into the cave at the moment of the explosion. The next second, the surging shock wave arrived in an instant. Wherever it passed, whether it was the monsters in the other world, the church emitting light, or the big tree, they all collapsed in the surging energy impact. The church was instantly shattered into countless pieces, and the screaming believers were blown into the sky. The barrier supported by the big tree lasted less than 2 seconds and shattered directly, and the branches and leaves of the tree were instantly broken. The whole inner world seemed to be swept by a hurricane. Ah! Caddis did not expect Muxing to be so decisive and chose to self-destruct without hesitation. The explosion of the tumor monster triggered the explosion of Samuel's phantom. A flesh monster and an energy phantom, the overlapping explosive force almost razed the entire town to the ground. He wanted to escape, but found that his body was tightly held by his other half, Alessa. Damn it, bitch, don't hold me if you want to die. However, Alessa, who had completely woken up, still held him tightly. Caddis was also a decisive and ruthless person. He cut off his head without hesitation, and his soul escaped before the destructive force of the explosion reached him. It was unknown how long it had been. When the survivors crawled out of the cave in a panic, the entire inner world had been blown to pieces, revealing the outer world with white mist. Are they all dead? Li Hongwei lay on the ground and looked towards the center of the explosion. There was only a huge pit left, with black and red residual energy jumping. The buildings within a radius of several hundred meters were completely destroyed. The church was the first to be hit, with only a few broken foundations left. The big tree was left with only a burnt 5-meter trunk. Where's Brother Blood Moon? Where's Caddis? Li Hongwei looked around. The madman was the last one to come out of the hole. Sitting on the exposed rock and breathing heavily, he knew that Muxing was fine and had escaped to the real world before the explosion. Meanwhile, a Chimera hospital in the real world. Caddis' soul body flew into the hospital cursing, and then went down all the way through the dark corridor. After seeing the white door, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. Who would have thought that I had half of my original power here? However, before he could open the door opened from the inside. The pupils of Caddis and the soul state shrank sharply. He saw Muxing walking out of the ward with a smile on his face. Hi, Caddis, good evening. Caddis was horrified. He could not sense the original power he had hidden. Are you looking for this? A black replica of the box of fluoros appeared in Muxing's hand. You? Caddis retreated violently, trying to escape without hesitation. However, before he flew 10 meters, he hit an invisible mental barrier. The mental barrier quickly shrank. Wait, we can talk! Kaitis screamed in horror. He knew that he had lost, completely lost. The Silent Hill origin power that he had stolen with all his heart and soul was now in the hands of Mu Xing. When he saw the double helix red divine seal suspended in Mu Xing's left hand, he was scared. However, a red lightning flashed from the divine seal, instantly destroying his soul. Master, why don't you listen to his conditions? This guy is probably willing to pay a lot of chips to buy his life. The divine seal asked puzzledly. Mu Xing shook his head calmly. You can't chew too much. It's enough to secretly get these origins. Keeping him will always be a disaster. What if the survival system comes to us and asks us to return the Silent Hill origin? Will you give it to us or not? Of course not, Shanine said hurriedly. Then can you beat the survival system? No. So, Master is wise. Enjoying the rainbow fart of Shanine, Mu Xing completely destroyed the black Floros box in his hand. This is the Floros box imitated by Kaitis. The origin inside has been absorbed by Shanine. This power allows Shanine to gain the ability to unfold the inner world, which makes Mu Xing very satisfied. After all, what belongs to Shanine is his. When his spirit is strong enough, he can also call on this power. Master, what should we do next? Don't rush to open the champagne at halftime. There are still many things to do. Mu Xing silently started the dimension conversion and returned to the surface world. Chapter 201. While everyone was still hesitating whether to go to the center of the explosion to see the situation, a vague figure in the center of the explosion walked towards them. The rolling heat wave could not stop his steps, and the flying ash automatically shifted to both sides when approaching him. It's Brother Blood Moon! Li Hongwei shouted in surprise. The others looked up suddenly, and saw the embarrassed Mu Xing walking out of the heat wave. The madman rushed over, and held Mu Xing. How do you feel? I need to rest next. Tell Alessa to come find me when I recover. As soon as the words fell, a strong sense of weakness came over him. The temporary boost brought by the Super G virus has begun to disappear. Not only that, with the death of Kaitis and the completion of the world mission, the temporary boost given to him by the survival system has gradually dissipated. With various weak states stacked together, Mu Xing could no longer bear it. His head tilted, and he fainted completely. Madman, is Brother Blood Moon okay? Li Hongwei asked beside him. It's nothing, just a little exhausted. Then Kaitis. He's dead? Even if he's still alive, I'm afraid he'd be blasted into ashes by the survival system. The madman said calmly. He died just like that. It's such a pity that I couldn't kill Kaitis myself. Li Hongwei looked regretful. Haha, you want to kill Kaitis? You're overestimating yourself. William beside him mocked. Li Hongwei was not angry either. He smiled and rushed to the center of the explosion first, looking like he wanted to take advantage. The other survivors were not willing to lag behind and ran over. If a survivor of Kaitis' level left any props behind, it would be enough for them to make a fortune. However, there was nothing left at the center of the explosion except ashes. The Metatron seal was also broken into countless pieces in the explosion. Li Hongwei was surprised to find one of the pieces. Look, it's a fragment of Metatron seal. However, within 3 seconds of getting it, the fragment completely turned into ashes. Li Hongwei's face turned black, and he was also laughed at by Jin Yongjin and William. Laugh, what the hell? Just then, the tree that had been turned to charcoal suddenly began to sprout again, full of vitality. In the sky, the survival system no longer had any obstacles, and it accelerated the control of the entire native world. The red triangle box appeared in front of the madman, the runes flashed, and Alessa appeared in front of him. Is he not dead? Not yet. Mu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, and blinked at Alessa floating in the air. Are you pretending? Alessa put her hands on her hips, and rolled her eyes, looking speechless. I just want to remind you that while the survival system is focusing all its energy on controlling the native world, you should make all the preparations quickly. You only have 24 hours. After hearing this, Alessa didn't want to delay for a second and disappeared into the air. The madman turned his head and looked at him. Okay, don't be so stubborn, and rest quickly. Then I leave it to you next. After saying that, Mu Xing no longer insisted and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Mu Xing sleeping, he looked towards the center of the explosion, thinking of Kaitis and his old friends, and couldn't help but sigh. He lowered his head, and a skull mark on his arm kept flashing. There was a crack in the middle of the skull, and the crack seemed to be alive, tearing the mark at a speed that could not be heard by the naked eye. At this time, the mark had already cracked for the most part, and it was unknown when it would completely crack. He waved his right hand, the mark disappeared, and he carried Mu Xing on his back, I hope I can protect you for a while longer. I don't know how long it took. Mu Xing felt that this was the most peaceful sleep he had ever had since he became a survivor. Even though he was still in the survival world, he felt very relieved as long as he thought that his teammates were watching over him. When he opened his eyes, the madman was sitting cross-legged on the windowsill, shirtless, and seemed to be breathing. The battle pattern on his body seemed to be stained with a faint golden halo at this time. Every time he breathed, the red pattern would slowly move with his breathing and turn into gold. Suddenly, the madman opened his eyes, and the golden light on his body slowly dissipated. Awake? Is your battle pattern about to awaken? Mu Xing asked, supporting his head. The Spartan battle pattern has been with me for a long time. It is estimated that in a short time, its proficiency will be completely perfect, unlocking the strongest state, and reaching the peak of the mortal level battle pattern. It's just the mortal level. Otherwise, do you really think it's the God of War battle pattern on Kratos? The madman shook his head and laughed. How is our mission going? The madman's survival terminal projected a light. It's done. Wait for the settlement, and you will get 2 invitations. Mu Xing suddenly said, Do you think we can get full marks this time? The madman was stunned. You dare to think. Why not? We killed Caddis and helped the survival system a lot. Shouldn't we reward him with full marks? The madman laughed. Although, you slept for a day, and we don't know what's waiting for us on the last day. Also, only one person can get full marks in each survival world. What do you mean? The survival system discriminates. Not really, but the essence of the survival world is only enough to condense the awakening key once at most. Even if the second person gets full marks, the survival system cannot produce a second key, so it stipulates that only one person can get full marks. Hearing this, Mu Xing touched his chin. I won't take it this time, and help you get a full score. Ah? The madman was a little confused. Mu Xing didn't say anything, jumped up from the bed, and tapped his arm with one hand. The red skull mark appeared. The madman subconsciously covered it. Don't cover it, this thing is like a reflective mirror in my eyes, it's like a bomb that is about to burn out. The madman still subconsciously covered the mark. Tell me, what is this? Mu Xing stared at him. Nightmare mark. The madman sighed, knowing that he couldn't hide it anymore. What's the effect? Every survivor who survives long enough will be marked with this mark. It's like an hourglass, a special timer. When the time is up, they will be sent to the nightmare battlefield by the survival world to fight once. This is the calamity of every survivor, just like the heavenly calamity of a cultivator. Only by overcoming this calamity can one become a survivor of a higher level. What if you can't overcome it? Death. The madman was very honest. He knew that this kind of thing could not be hidden from Mu Xing, and he would know it sooner or later. Mu Xing seemed to understand something. So that's why Caddis fought so hard, even at the cost of going against the survival system? The madman nodded. His calamity is coming soon, and the nightmare battlefield is waiting for him. Mu Xing was thinking in his heart. The madman shook his head. Don't be too nervous. Now my split personality has been cured. As long as I can get back the abilities of other personalities step by step and evolve the Spartan battle pattern to the highest level, I will be able to fight even in the nightmare battlefield. Mu Xing seemed not to hear him and started to plan. This world is not over yet. I will give you a full score first, and then enter the survival competition again to get more good equipment. Suddenly, Mu Xing looked up. How long can the mark last? It should be able to survive the survival competition. Mu Xing nodded. There is still time, don't panic. The madman was confused and stunned. Is this the confidence of young people? Chapter 202. Mu Xing came out of the room and walked through the long corridor of the hotel and smelled a fresh tea fragrance. In the living room, Li Hongwei, William and others sat around the table. In front of Li Hongwei was a tea table, and he was fiddling with tea sets. William, let me show you what real tea is. This is much better than the broken tea foam you imported from Baixiang. Come and try it. The teacup was placed in front of William. William, who was wrapped in gauze, took a sip, raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. That's right. After this mission, I will also go to Longwood to taste tea, William said. Jin Yongjin beside him squinted his eyes. Why not come to our Bangwa? Our Bangwa tea ceremony has been passed down for thousands of years, not to mention. Shut up, Bang Thief, you still have the nerve to talk? Everyone on Earth knows it. Li Hongwei slammed the table, and jumped up and down. You? Jin Yongjin was about to get angry when he saw Mu Xing walking into the living room. He quickly shut up, and held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The moment Li Hongwei saw Mu Xing, he quickly stood up, with a smiling expression, and welcomed Mu Xing to the table. Brother Shueyue, did you have a good rest? What are you doing? Mu Xing looked at them in confusion. Is this still the survival world? A group of people sitting around a tea table drinking tea and eating melon seeds? Come on, Brother Shueyue, have some tea. I have some authentic Maojian tea from my hometown. Come and try it. I guarantee you like it. Mu Xing glanced sideways at the door. It was foggy. This was definitely the surface world. Feel it. It was the surface world of the game version of Silent Hill. Are we back? Mu Xing asked. It's all thanks to you two big guys. After the war, the survival system sent us back to the game version of Silent Hill. I slept for a day yesterday. How was the situation? Yesterday was the redemption day. Some monsters were refreshed, and we easily solved them. Li Hongwei continued to make tea. Jin Yongjin frowned beside him. I always feel that something is wrong. So far, we haven't seen Alessa and the church people. Mu Xing sipped the teacup and thought to himself that it would be a miracle to see Alessa. Alessa probably packed all the church people. As for Alessa herself, she must be preparing to transform into a world prop. Who said it wasn't? This survival world is like traveling. I'm not used to it. Li Hongwei added tea to everyone's cup. Thank you, Wei Ge. Wu Qian, who was like a little transparent person next to him, hurriedly thanked him. Just then, the madman suddenly sat down on the chair next to Li Hongwei, which scared him. Crazy. Boss crazy. Do you want tea? Any food? Yes. Li Hongwei quickly took out a bunch of food and piled it on the table. You guys eat first. I'm going to go out for a while. Hey, Brother Blood Moon, the third day of the Day of Revenge is about to begin, be careful. Then he felt that this was not right. He could transform into a 1,000-meter giant tumor and defeat Caddis head-on, so what was he afraid of the Day of Revenge? He couldn't help but look at the madman, hoping to get an answer from him. Don't ask about adults' affairs. The madman was too lazy to be polite with him, and began to stuff beef jerky into his mouth. Mu Xing left the hotel, and released a mental scan. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the range of his mental scan was up to 600 meters, which was double compared to before. His mental strength also increased by about 30%. Although the injection of temporary Super G virus serum had great side effects, the benefits were not small at all, which greatly stimulated the potential of the G virus in the body. With a thought, he went directly into the original hive. As soon as he entered the hive, Tondo Fatty rushed over like lightning and meowed at him. Picking up Tondo and stroking the cat's head, Mu Xing saw that the divine seal was busy in the open laboratory. The hunter was filled with various electrodes and tubes. What are you doing? At this time, the seal looked like a tentacle monster, with dozens of red crystal tentacles extending from the base, controlling different instruments. Its size increased again, and it was now 0.5 meter high. Master, I saw some incredible changes on the big tumor. The big tumor was originally transformed by the power of Silent Hill. It not only retained the original characteristics of the corpse, but also integrated the power of change of Silent Hill. Master, although you didn't use this power of transformation when you fought Caddis before, I successfully captured the most successful mutation segment. Speaking of this, Godin began to demonstrate to Mu Xing. In the experimental chamber, a mass of corpse-like flesh and blood was constantly rolling and wriggling. As Godin clicked the pistol pattern next to it, the mass of flesh and blood squirmed and directly turned into a pistol condensed from flesh and blood. Huh? Transformation ability? Godin didn't say anything, but took out the flesh and blood pistol and handed it to Mu Xing. Mu Xing understood what it meant, turned on the safety, loaded the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle burst with fire, and a flesh bullet was fired. This? Mu Xing was shocked. He thought it was just a resemblance in appearance. Who would have thought that a ball of flesh could really turn into a gun? I understand. You mean this ball of flesh has some characteristics of the power of Silent Hill? Can it change its form at will? Yes, the experiment I am doing now is to try to transplant this characteristic into the hunter. If successful, all the corpses I create in the future will have this characteristic. Is this really possible? Isn't it too perverted? Mu Xing felt a little incredible when he thought that the aggregated corpse could transform into any form. Of course, Master, the experiment is not perfect yet, and research also needs a process. I experimented and found that after the hunter merged with this flesh and blood, it did master some of the ability to change its form. But at this stage, it can only maintain the simplest changes, such as claws turning into bone blades turning into hammers, etc. Mu Xing muttered, I thought I could turn the hunter into an airplane tank. The divine seal said, At this stage, only special experimental bodies can be completely transformed, and this is still completed in the coverage of my inner world. Mu Xing then noticed that this laboratory seemed to be different. It turned out that the divine seal opened the inner world. It gained the ability after swallowing the origin of Silent Hill, the death space that was originally only possessed by the black divine seal. Now the red divine seal in front of him also has a similar ability in disguise. It's just that this space is closer to change. The divine seal can even control the energy of the inner world and directly create a physical corpse in the coverage area with thoughts. Mu Xing believes that the future of Shen is boundless. Oh, I almost forgot. I came in this time to ask you to help me check my body. Check your body? Master, I feel that you are very healthy. Nothing is wrong with you. No, it's here. Mu Xing pointed to the heart. The core of the big tumor has not disappeared. It's still here. Upon hearing this, Shen immediately became interested, as if he saw some incredible experiment. Come on, master, lie on the experimental table, I check you. You won't slice me, will you? Mu Xing couldn't help but said. Beside, Tang Do meowed and jumped onto Shen, scratching Shen with his claws. Chapter 203. After leaving the original hive, Mu Xing was still a little dazed. The divine seal told him that the core had completely merged with his heart and became a part of his body. It was just that it was not clear whether it was beneficial or harmful. The divine seal said that as long as Mu Xing was willing, as long as there were enough corpses, he could use this core to combine into a giant tumor again. To be honest, Mu Xing still had lingering fears about the big tumor, especially what it was going to hatch. He had previously used the large tumor to hatch, and then explode to kill Caddis, and he also wanted to use the Phantom of Samuel to completely kill the things hatched from the tumor. He covered his chest with one hand, feeling his heart beating vigorously. I hope nothing goes wrong. He murmured, activated the dimension conversion, and returned to the Silent Hill in the real world. In the secret basement of the Green Lion Antique Shop, Mu Xing saw the church members twisted into a ball, their bodies fused, pierced by barbed wire, and wailing in pain. Among them, a disheveled woman was even more miserable, with only a head left and her body turned into wriggling maggots. Mu Xing recognized her as the bishop of the church, Dahlia, who was unexpectedly turned into a monster by Alessa. On the altar, there lay a corpse that looked like charcoal. Alessa was floating cross-legged, and in front of her, there was a Metatron mark floating. Above her head, the triangular box of fluoros was spinning. As if sensing Mu Xing's arrival, she slowly opened her eyes. You killed your original body? Mu Xing stared at her. Alessa looked at the charred corpse on the altar with a complicated expression. This is her long-cherished wish. All I can do is to fulfill her wish. Mu Xing glanced around. It seems that you are ready. Alessa nodded. I have been waiting for this day for too long, instead of repeating the pain over and over again in this endless cycle of the world. When she looked at the believers on the ground and Dahlia, who had turned into a maggot, there was no mercy, only the pleasure of revenge. Mu Xing said, there is one last day, the day of revenge. I hope you can cooperate. I want to help the madman get a full score. In exchange, you can make a request to me. Of course, this is also a necessary process to transform you into a world prop. Mu Xing knew very well that if he wanted to brush the score, he couldn't do it without Alessa's cooperation. Alessa looked up. I only have one request, help me bury her. She pointed at the charred corpse on the altar. Mu Xing nodded, and did not refuse. Buy one get one free, I will let a few things next to her be buried with her. Ding ding ding. Just then, the survival terminal sounded a reminder. The third day, the day of revenge begins, all survivors please be prepared. After the voice fell, the priests who turned into monsters in the Green Lion Antique Shop disappeared. Alessa looked up at Mu Xing. The time has come, let's start the plan. Mu Xing nodded, transformed the dimension, and disappeared in front of Alessa. Punishment Day, Redemption Day, Revenge Day. The original normal survival world mission has completely deviated from the original setting because of the appearance of Caddis. When we returned to the inn, all the survivors were ready to go. Mu Xing blocked the door directly. Today is the day of revenge. I want to give the madman full marks. If everyone obeys my command, I can guarantee that everyone's score will be above 90 points. But if someone makes trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone looked at each other, and more of them were shocked. After all, it was the first time they heard that a full score evaluation could be obtained. In addition, I need all of you to sign a contract here and not reveal any information about us and this world after you leave. As compensation, each person will receive a G virus serum. As he spoke, for bottles of dark blue serum appeared in Mu Xing's hand. Do you agree? Of course I agree. I can sign a contract now, under the witness of the survival system. Li Hongwei is always the one who knows the current situation best. He knew that if killing teammates would not reduce the score, Mu Xing would never hesitate to kill all of them in order to keep the secret. William and Jean Yongjin also nodded quickly. We agree too. If for nothing else, it was for the madman behind them, who had already shown his killing intent. As long as they dared to say no, they believed that the madman would definitely take action immediately. As for Wu Qian, it goes without saying that her head was like a chicken pecking at rice. After all, this was not only harmless to them, but also a free benefit. High score, virus serum. And all they had to pay was to keep the secret. These people even took out the contract on their own initiative. They were all experienced, and had various contracts in their hands. Only after they completed the oath of secrecy, did the chain blades wrapped around the madman's arm slowly disappear. By the way, Brother Blood Moon, I have to remind you that Moria may not be dead. He secretly observed Mu Xing's expression, but Mu Xing's face remained calm, as if he had already known the answer. Let's take action. Spend the last day of today and pray for a birthday. Mu Xing turned his head. Just then, there were gunshots outside. The protagonist Travis, wearing a plaid shirt, brown vest, and a peaked cap, was running out of the white fog in a hurry. Behind him, several deformed four-legged flesh monsters were chasing him. The survivors rushed out of the room and shot the monsters to death. Travis looked at the thick fog with a vigilant look and subconsciously raised the shotgun in his hand. Don't be nervous, Travis, it's us. Li Hongwei hurriedly shouted through the fog. Hearing the familiar voice, Travis quickly put down his weapon. He ran over with an excited look on his face. Great, are you all okay? To help Mu Xing clear up his confusion, Li Hongwei whispered, Yesterday on the Redemption Day, we collected the fragments of the box of fluoros with the protagonist Travis while hunting in the wild. At the end, we covered him and helped him escape from the other world, and we returned to the inn to rest. Mu Xing knew that according to the plot, the cult would secretly perform a sacrifice ceremony in the Green Lion Antique Shop today to complete the descent ceremony. And Alessa would guide Travis, who had collected the box of fluoros, to the Green Lion Antique Shop to stop the ceremony. In this game, there are 3 different endings. The first one is that Travis uses the box of fluoros to defeat the demon monster summoned by Dahlia, destroys the conspiracy of the cult to descend the gods, completes his own redemption, and successfully leaves Silent Hill, which is a good ending. Second, Travis fails to redeem himself and is completely lost in the world of Silent Hill. The condition for achieving this is to kill 300 monsters. He will be completely swallowed up by the dark side of Silent Hill and merge with the Butcher. Third, the game Easter egg ending triggers the key mission of Room 502, achieves the UFO alien ending, is picked up by aliens with a flying saucer, and obtains an electromagnetic energy gun with unlimited ammunition from an alien planet. Of course, only the first 2 endings are true endings, and the third ending is more like a spoof of the game company, and does not count. Chapter 204. If you want to improve the score as much as possible, it is essential to achieve a perfect ending. This is not a problem for Mu Xing, who has now taken control of the overall situation. The only thing to worry about is whether Alessa can complete the world prop, and after completion, whether it will be recognized by the survival system. After all, he wants to get the full score, and he also wants Alessa's special world prop. So he must be extra careful. As soon as they went out, they saw a parachute floating down from the sky. What is that? Great, it's airdrop supplies. Li Hongwei and his companions ran over in surprise, and had been waiting under the parachute airdrop box. This was also the first time that Mu Xing saw the survival system supplies. It seemed to appear out of thin air, and was thrown near the survivors. The box was a wooden box with a length, width, and height of 1.5 meters. After prying open the box, some supply props lay quietly inside. There were 6 of them, so there were exactly 6 props in the supply box. Among them were 2 shotguns, a semi-automatic rifle, 2 machetes, and a heavy chainsaw. Pick up any weapon. This item increases the damage to monsters by 150%, only in this world. Note, this item cannot be taken out of this world. According to the rules of the horror game, supplies must be provided before the battle, and Mu Xing was not surprised. However, these supplies were distributed according to the normal process, and they were not of much help to them now. Mu Xing chose a spray gun, the madman grabbed the chainsaw over there, and the others each chose an item. At this moment, Travis seemed to sense something. Go to the hospital. Alessa is directing me to the sacrifice site. Those evil guys are going to sacrifice her. Travis chased after them eagerly, holding a shotgun. The others followed closely behind, focusing on protecting the male protagonist. The Green Lion Antique Shop is just behind the Akamira Hospital. On weekdays, these secret believers would gather at the Green Lion Antique Shop to make various plans. Later, after Alessa was sent to the underground of the Akamira Hospital, they dug a tunnel connecting Akamira and the Green Lion Antique Shop. Everything was done in secret. When they returned to Akamira Hospital again, a man in a suit seemed to be waiting for them. "Travis, we meet again." The man greeted. "Mr. Kaufman, I know you don't want to go along with the group of Saint Maiden followers. After all, the goddess's coming is not a good thing for you, the God's Messenger sect, right?" Mu Xing said. Kaufman glanced at Mu Xing next to him, and knew that Travis came prepared. He nodded without hesitation. "You are right, Dahlia is completely crazy. I have reason to believe that she wants to summon not the goddess, but an evil devil. Here is a map to their secret altar. Please go and stop them." Mu Xing and Kaufman looked at each other, and couldn't help but sigh that Kaufman's ability to lie with his eyes open was really not to be underestimated. As the spokesperson of the God's Messenger sect, he is a true secularist. In Kaufman's view, any cult, any goddess, any faith, are all tools for him to make money. Don't you see that he has controlled countless industries of all sizes in Silent Hill and surrounding towns over the years? He makes a lot of money every year. Once the goddess comes, all his efforts and wealth over the years will be gone. Travis looked at Kaufman with gratitude. "Mr. Kaufman, thank you for your help. The people of Silent Hill will appreciate your efforts. Please rest assured that we will do our best to stop Dahlia's conspiracy." He took the map, which marked the secret room of Akamira Hospital and the secret passage leading to the Green Lion Antique Shop. He looked back at the survivors. "Let's put an end to this." Travis took the lead. He had been to this hospital dozens of times, and was more familiar with it than his own kitchen. He knew which position needed to switch between the inner and outer worlds. Under his leadership, everyone saved a lot of time. Behind, the madman frowned and said, "Mu Xing, I always feel that it's not that simple. Are you worried about something going wrong? After all, there is Moria. Her existence is always a threat." Mu Xing raised her lips. "I'm not afraid of her coming, I'm afraid of her not coming." "Huh?" The madman looked at Mu Xing in confusion. Everyone rushed to the underground as quickly as possible, and pushed open the ward where Alessa was originally hidden. The ward was already empty. It was obvious that Alessa's body had been moved. In the next room, a passage leading to the Green Lion Antique Shop was also opened. Everyone just entered the passage. A fire snake attacked, and bullets hit the wall at the end of the passage, making countless holes. It's Zhou Cheng who is being controlled. Li Hongwei retreated from the passage, cursing and yelling. He took out a grenade, and was about to throw it. But Mu Xing stopped him. "He's not dead, but killing teammates will reduce the score. What should we do then?" "Divide the troops and find Moria, the controller behind him." Li Hongwei patted his chest and said, "I go catch that bitch, and leave this to you. This woman must be hiding in the hospital. This kind of control has a limited range, and she won't be too far from here." He waved his hand, and William, Jin Yongzhen, and Wu Qian followed him back to the hospital. "I go too." Mu Xing patted the madman on the shoulder. "I leave this to you, just follow the plot." The madman understood what Mu Xing meant. When they went out in the morning, they had reviewed the plan several times to ensure that it was foolproof. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and Valreed turned into a black cloud and flew out, penetrating the wall and chasing Moria. The madman grabbed with both hands, holding two chain blades in his hands, and protected Travis behind him. "Follow me." After he gave a warning, he rushed out directly under the Gatling gun's fire. Ding ding ding. He spun the chain blade in his hand, and every bullet was accurately blocked and bounced to the surrounding walls. Travis was trembling with fear all the way. He had seen all kinds of monsters in the other world, but it was the first time he had seen a madman who was more terrifying than a monster. "Go to hell." Zhou Cheng, with red eyes, fired wildly with the Gatling gun, but still couldn't stop the madman's advance. At the same time, in the hospital morgue, Li Hongwei kicked the door of the morgue open. "Molia, you stinking bitch, get out of here. I trust you so much. How dare you use us? Goddess, I want to see how long you can hide." Suddenly, the corpses in the morgue came back to life, turned into zombies, and rushed towards everyone. Under a white cloth, Moria suddenly turned into a scimitar killer and attacked Li Hongwei. It was so fast that only a shadow could be seen. However, Valred was faster than her, and the moment the scimitar slashed towards Li Hongwei's neck, it solidified into a black shield. Swish! The scimitar slashed at the Valred particles, rubbing out dazzling sparks. Molia missed the attack and retreated at high speed. However, Mu Xing behind her had already blocked her retreat. The surging mental power fell and suppressed her to the ground. Ha ha ha, Blood Moon, you fell into the trap. Molia suddenly laughed wildly. Chapter 205. As Moria laughed, a dark force rose from her body. She raised her head, and rust began to spread on her crazy smiling face. Her arms, face, and body were all completely rusted. With her as the center, the traces of rust quickly spread to the entire room. Oh no! I fell into the trap of this bitch. Li Hongwei was horrified, and he formed seals with his hands, and yellow talismans flew everywhere. The golden sword in his hand shone with golden light, and he rushed towards Moria. Die for me! However, the golden sword flew several meters, but was blocked by the barrier surging in front of Moria. The golden sword could not move forward, and in an instant, it exhausted its power, the red rope broke, and the copper coins scattered all over the ground. Jean Yongzhen and William attacked at the same time, smashing the wave punch and wolf claws together, but still failed to shake the barrier. Moria looked crazy, and lifted her clothes to reveal the dense blood-colored runes and magic circles engraved on her body. Oh no, she wants to sacrifice herself. William and Jean Yongzhen wanted to rush out, but were blocked by the invisible wall at the edge of the rust mark. Mu Xing held up a telekinetic shield, but did not initiate an attack. It's you. You killed Caddis and destroyed everything I have. Blood Moon, do you think you are the final winner? Open your eyes and watch. The blood sacrifice is reversed. She shouted, and a rusty sacrificial knife appeared in her hand, and she stabbed it directly into her chest. The moment the sacrificial knife was pulled out, blood surged and flowed upward, converging on the evil sacrificial magic circle on the ceiling. A red beam of light shot up into the sky, and the ceiling of the hospital was torn apart. Li Hongwei and his companions looked up in horror. They saw a blood-red gate in the sky. Reverse. Almost all the blood was sacrificed by Moria into the gate. There was a blood-red hourglass on the gate. The moment she shouted reverse, the hourglass turned over. The gate showed the soul of Caddis, who had been beaten to ashes and annihilated, and it appeared from the past time and space. He walked out of the gate step by step. Mu Xing looked up at the sky. After Chung Tianan died, he knew that the death retracing in this world was greatly restricted. In the chaotic time and space, the death replay granted by the survival system lost its effect. That's why Li Hongwei and others are so careful and cherish their lives, because they also see that if you die in this world, you are really dead. However, Moria actually used such an extremely crazy method to sacrifice herself to perform the death replay. But this replay seems a bit strange, and the soul of Caddis in the death replay seems to have no self-awareness. Molia, what you pulled back with the secret method is just an empty soul shell, because it's not me who wants Caddis to die, but the survival system wants him to die, and he has touched the reverse scale of the survival system. Mu Xing spoke quietly. Blood Moon, what are you talking about? Molia pointed to the sky. He is the Caddis I know. Mu Xing shook his head. We are all old survivors, and we should know what the survivor's death retracing mechanism is. After entering the survival world, the source of our consciousness is actually stored in the survival system. Even if our body is killed and our soul is annihilated, as long as the survival system restores the save point, our source of consciousness can be pulled back to the body and soul in the save point. This is also the main reason why we retain our memories after death reversal. The higher the difficulty of the world, and the more chaotic the time and space, the more stringent the conditions for death reversal. So much so that in the real world, unless there are special props, all survivors cannot perform death reversal. And the Caddis you reverse back. Mu Xing looked at Moria. It's just an empty shell of a soul. The survival system has already completely erased the source of his consciousness. Even if you reverse his soul back, he is not the Caddis you know. Moria's face turned ugly, and then she became crazy again. Blood Moon, don't try to deceive me. Just watch. As long as Caddis devours the power of the goddess summoned by the gods to scent ceremony, he will be able to return to the peak. Are you still waiting for the madman to stop the sacrifice at the Green Lion Antique Shop? I have already changed the place of sacrifice. As soon as the voice fell, a flame rose from the rooftop of the hospital. The cult believes that the ancient ancestor sacrificed reeds to the sun, and the goddess was born from the sun out of pity for the suffering of the world. They believed that the closest thing to the sun was fire, so they chose to use fire sacrifice to summon the will of the goddess and let the saint give birth to the goddess. It's over, this time it's a disaster. Li Hongwei was so anxious that he released all his green zombies and attacked the barrier frantically, but still couldn't shake it at all. Brother Blood Moon, what should we do now? Mu Xing put one hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, wait and see. Ah? He looked at Mu Xing in confusion. Aren't you afraid that the legendary goddess will come and destroy the whole world? Mu Xing shook his head. Where is the goddess? It's just something imagined by a group of self-PA lunatics. Everything is just an illusion of the power of Silent Hill. Otherwise, do you really think that a mere caddis dares to devour a god? You overestimate him. Just then, as Dahlia shouted loudly, those fanatical believers looked up at the sky, and a baby with a glowing body was falling from the sky along the pillar of fire. It was as if she was really a goddess born from the sun. Molia raised her hands high, and the rust had spread to her chest. Goddess, this is all I can do for you. Go, and fulfill your long-cherished wish. She pushed with her right hand, and the reverse soul of Goddess flew towards the baby. Instantly merged into one. Ha ha ha, Blood Moon, what can you do to stop me? She laughed loudly, as if she was sure of victory. Mu Xing spread her hands. Sorry, I didn't think of stopping you from the beginning. If you didn't take action, I would have to spend some effort, but now? Moria seemed to realize something was wrong. She looked up suddenly, and saw the divine fetus in Alessa's belly was glowing, and merging with the glowing baby falling from the sky. Moria instinctively wanted to stop it. She suddenly felt that Mu Xing was not bluffing, and he seemed to be waiting for this moment. However, it was too late. At the moment when the baby merged with the divine fetus, a little girl in a blue school uniform appeared, holding a red triangular box in her hand. Goddess, get out of there. Moria realized something, and stretched out one hand. She saw the red fluoros box in Alessa's hand light up with dazzling light, suddenly illuminating the entire Silent Hill. A beam of light flew out of the box, and hit the glowing divine fetus. Alessa, what did you do? Dahlia screamed in horror. Dahlia, your conspiracy will not succeed. I will not allow it, and Silent Hill will not allow it. The dazzling light tore the divine fetus apart, and then sucked it into the box. As for Alessa herself, she opened her hands. I will suppress this unclean demon forever with my own power. Under everyone's gaze, Alessa gathered the power of the entire Silent Hill and fell, blasting into the box of fluoros. No! Molia screamed crazily. She couldn't accept this result. In the sky, the light of the box of fluoros, which looked like jade and stone, dissipated, fell all the way, and was finally caught accurately by Mu Xing, who stretched out his hand. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Isn't this done? Chapter 206. No, this is impossible. This is impossible. I have clearly reversed time and space and changed the sacrifice point. Why is this happening? Molia screamed hoarsely. Because from the beginning, all this was just an illusion of Silent Hill. Mu Xing spoke slowly, which made Moria die with peace of mind. The cult, Dahlia, the sacrifice ceremony. All of this is a trap. Mu Xing looked back and saw the madman carrying the unconscious Travis, and Zhou Chung back to the hospital step by step. Moria's eyes widened. She had set a trap in the Green Lion antique shop, but it seemed to have no effect. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and the last trace of rust spread to her forehead, turning her into a rusted statue. The rust barrier around her suddenly shattered, and Li Hongwei and others looked at the man standing in front of the rusted statue with awe and even fear. They were wrong. They always thought that the person who should be paid the most attention in this world was a madman, but the man in front of them made them feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Moria had planned everything, but she was still in the opponent's calculations, and even used Moria to achieve his own plan. This kind of person can only be described as terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but have an idea in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't offend this Blood Moon along the way, otherwise they would have been killed without knowing how. Mu Xing and his friends came to the rooftop. Dahlia and a group of believers who had just performed the sacrifice had returned to their original appearance, a group of wriggling maggots. Mu Xing spread his right hand, and the runes on the red box of fluoros shone brightly. A special projection of another space was projected. Inside, the divine fetus that merged with Caddis's soul could be seen, and it had turned into a demon Samuel without consciousness. Madman, go and kill that thing and complete the last mission. Madman knew that Mu Xing gave him the chance to score full marks. He did not hesitate, and entered the box of fluoros under the guidance of a ray of light. With the suppression of Alessa's power, Samuel's power had been weakened to the extreme. Not long after the madman entered, he successfully killed the blind and stupid demon Samuel. The red demon turned into countless particles, and was reabsorbed by the Silent Hill power represented by Alessa. At the same time, They saw a ball of white light appearing on Alessa's charred body on the altar. She separated a part of her kindness and turned it into a baby. In the original plot, after Travis failed to stop the sacrifice ceremony, Dahlia did not stop her plan. Instead, she continued to wait for the opportunity, and when the child grew up, he would return to Silent Hill under the call of the cult. Alessa decided to break this cycle, so she let her body die completely and turned Dahlia and those blind believers into monsters. She separated a part of kindness, turned it into a baby, and sent it out of Silent Hill, so that she could live in this world instead of herself. After doing all this, she was free of worries, and completely merged with the box of Floros with her own will, becoming a world prop. And all this was done under the attention of the survival system. Muxing waiting for the judgment of the survival system. Ding, special world mission. The second Silent Hill mission is completed. Hearing the pleasant reminder sound beside his ear, Muxing knew that he had made the right bet. Although some means were used, all of this was in line with the rules of the Silent Hill world, and there was no usurpation. At the same time, the madman also came out of the box of Floros. Although he looked tired, he could not hide his excitement. Congratulations, you succeeded. Muxing smiled slightly, and gave him a thumbs up. Others saw this scene, and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hongwei ran to the unconscious Zhou Cheng, and patted his cheek. Hey kid, wake up. The confused young man opened his eyes slightly, not knowing what happened. What happened to me? You are really good, you can come back alive like this. Zhou Cheng's expression became even more confused, and he looked at Li Hongwei with a confused face. Brother Wei, what happened to me? I give you a suggestion, go and kowtow to the Blood Moon boss. If he hadn't spared your life, you would have died without a burial place. Are you crazy? Zhou Cheng looked at Li Hongwei with a confused face. Li Hongwei was so angry that he slapped Zhou Cheng on the back of his head. A rotten head cannot be carved. Then he ran to Muxing and said, Master Shuiyue, do you still want a younger brother? Or, a godson is also fine. Although I am a little older, I am very filial. Muxing covered his forehead with black lines on his forehead. Get out, what are you doing? Okay, get out now. Li Hongwei smiled, and moved 2 steps to the side, but chose not to leave. Here, Jin Yongjin and William were not as shameless as Li Hongwei, but they were still struggling to leave a good impression on Muxing. Muxing glanced at the time and said, there are about 10 hours left, so you can move freely and gather at the hospital at the end. Obviously, all the main processes have been completed, and the next step is free time. As for him, he has another thing to do. Silent Hill, the real world. On the hillside full of flowers, there is now a small mound of earth. Alessa's name is engraved on the cross tombstone. From here, you can overlook the entire Silent Hill and the beautiful Toluca Lake. At this time, Toluca Lake is shrouded in mist, and tourists who are boating enjoy the peace and tranquility here. Now the power of the entire Silent Hill has been brought into the box of Floros by Alessa, as if everything has returned to peace. But Muxing knows that this will not end. He sees the next plan of the survival system through the divine seal. It looks like it is preparing to merge the 2 Silent Hills into one world. As for what this place will become in the future, only those who come later will know. Muxing looked up, and saw the lonely figure on the hillside. Alessa, wearing a blue school uniform, sat quietly on the hillside, looking at Silent Hill in the distance, wondering what she was thinking. At this time, at the bottom of the hillside, next to a federal logistics truck, Travis adjusted the cap on his forehead. He looked around Silent Hill, with only endless relief in his eyes. He completed the redemption of his soul, and prevented the devil from coming. Eventually, he will welcome his new life. As the truck started, the head of the logistics company roared angrily on the other end of the phone. Travis stepped on the accelerator, and slowly drove out of Silent Hill. In another Silent Hill, Ross and his daughter Sharon also drove out of Silent Hill, but the thick fog kept extending, as if there was no end. Obviously, the power of Silent Hill has extended beyond Silent Hill. In the real world of different dimensions, Chris still couldn't find his wife and daughter. On the passenger seat, Sheriff Gooch yawned in boredom. Over the years, he had experienced many such disappearances, as if he had already gotten used to them. Suddenly, Chris turned his head, and seemed to see a familiar car passing him. He saw Ross driving and Sharon sleeping in the passenger seat. But when he rubbed his eyes, there was only the dim sunset and an interstate highway that seemed to have no end. On the hillside, Muxing and Crazy witnessed all this. They were like 2 spectators witnessing the ending. Chapter 207. Survival in this world has ended. Congratulations to you, the survivor, for completing this survival world. In the courtyard of Akamira Hospital, transparent beams of light enveloped everyone. Survivor, Mu Xing. Survival scene, origin of Silent Hill. Score, 99. Note, full score is 100. Obtain items that cannot be taken out of this world. Remington shotgun, bloodstained mirror, key to room 502, triangular head helmet, rusted barbed wire. Obtain items that can be taken out of this world. Scarecrow mask, recovery potion, black bread, copy of Floro's box, incomplete archangel mark, holy book of the order, butcher's knife. Note, if the score is over 60, you can choose one item to leave this world. If the score is over 90, you can add one more item. If the score is over 95, you can add one more item. Please select the 3 items you want to take out of this world. Mu Xing came to the survival world this time for the invitation to the survival competition, so he was not so concerned about collecting items. Among them, the holy book of the cult and the butcher's knife were collected by himself when the time was almost over. The holy book of the cult is the holy book of the Holy Maiden of the Silent Hill cult, which records many rituals and methods on how to control dark power and spiritual power. Almost all the bloody and evil experimental results of the cult over the years are recorded here. Mu Xing has few choices. He can occasionally play the role of an evil wizard by taking this cult holy book. The item of the replica of Floro's must be taken. Although it is far less powerful than the original, Mu Xing is attracted by its special sealing ability. It can seal the energy body and the spiritual body in the box. The sealing power is very strong and can be used specifically to deal with supernatural enemies. Next is the Archangel Mark. Rather than calling it the Archangel Mark, it is more appropriate to describe it as the Samuel Mark. The special item that Caddis got from the unknown world can summon the phantom of the demon Samuel. It is extremely powerful and is a hidden weapon. But this thing is now in a broken state. Although he has tried his best to find the fragments that can be found, it is estimated that it will cost a lot to repair it. The butcher's cleaver is a heavy long knife, which is the weapon used by the dark side in Travis's heart. Originally, he planned to give one to the hunter. However, the madman also got a big machete with a triangular head, so he didn't have to choose. Just give up this butcher knife and choose the incomplete Archangel seal. When you return to the survivors' gathering place, ask for the method of repair. Do you choose the Holy Scripture of the Order, the copied box of Floro's, and the incomplete Archangel seal? You cannot change after you choose. Yes or no? Mu Xing directly clicked yes. There was no need to hesitate. Then, the screen began to calculate the tasks he completed. You have completed the special task, the box of Floro's. You get the reward, the Nurse Brooch. Nurse Brooch activates the summoning of 10 Silent Hill nurse monsters to fight for you. Cooling time, 24 hours. Mu Xing was stunned. A summoning item similar to the zombie summoning scroll? The first thing he thought of was that the hunters could eat their fill at once. He didn't know how powerful these nurse monsters were. If they were weak in combat, they could only be used to train hunters. You completed a special mission and stopped Caddis from stealing the power of Silent Hill. You have received a reward. Score increased by 10%. You received a reward. Shelter of Silent Hill. Shelter of Silent Hill. A special item. When used, it can activate a protective barrier that protects itself for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Mu Xing raised his eyebrows. Finally, he got a defensive item. He got a pendant with an obsidian-like gem in the center. When the pendant is activated, the central gem can expand a protective barrier that can protect against mental, physical, and energy attacks for 30 seconds. The strength needs further verification. However, the 5-minute cooling time made him very satisfied. He finally didn't need to consume mental power to condense the shield. The telekinetic shield has good protection, but it consumes a lot of energy. If you encounter a strong attack, most of your mental power will be drained in an instant. With this item, safety is greatly improved. You complete the Survival Contest Invitation mission. You get the Survival Contest Invitation. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and a white envelope with a red lacquer seal appeared in his hand. Through the envelope, you can vaguely see a red invitation inside. You complete the Special World mission, the second Silent Hill. You get the Gold Singularity Note. It will be refreshed together with the Survivor Singularity. You get the Special World item, Alessa's Shadow. When the light gathered in Mu Xing's hand, and the familiar red triangular box appeared in his palm, Mu Xing's hanging heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shadow of Alessa. A special world item that contains the power of Alessa. Use it to summon the projection world of Silent Hill. He confirmed that it was authentic, and had not been replaced by a random world item by the survival system. When all the calculations were completed, Mu Xing felt his vision rise rapidly. At this moment, he saw more clearly than before Akamira Hospital, Toluca Lake, the entire Silent Hill, and the three-layered Silent Hill world. When he was about to leave completely, he saw that the two Silent Hills were merging. It is estimated that it will not take long before the two Silent Hills will merge into a more advanced Silent Hill. And the survival system seems to be particularly concerned about this world. In the distant void, Mu Xing saw a big eyeball watching the fusion and change of the two worlds. It seemed that after sensing that all the survivors had left, it began to retreat and slowly disappeared into the void. In the end, only the stretched starlight remained in Mu Xing's eyes, and a feeling of fatigue came over him, and he completely lost consciousness. Opened his eyes again. A strange ceiling. He was lying on the big bed in the hotel, and it took him a while to calm down. In his hand, the red box of fluoros was slowly floating up. Alessa's face was reflected on the four sides of the box. He looked around curiously. Is this the real world? The real world? Your world here is just a video game. Mu Xing nodded. Alessa tried to get out of the box, but found that the box seemed to have become her cage, and she couldn't get out of the box at all. Don't try. You can't come down as a physical body under the suppression of the rules of reality. Alessa's face fell when she heard this. She finally understood why Mu Xing dared to promise her freedom. But where is the freedom in the real world? If Mu Xing didn't exist, she couldn't even move the box. You big liar. Mu Xing touched his nose. I didn't lie to you, right? You can go wherever you want now. I promise I won't stop you. Big liar. She stood on the box with her hands on her hips and yelled. After many attempts, she finally gave up and stared at Mu Xing with a wronged look. So let's continue to cooperate in the future. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly, you believe me. Mu Xing patted his chest and promised. Looking at Mu Xing's solemn promise, Alessa was about to explode. He had promised so solemnly at the beginning. Chapter 208. Finally, Alessa chose to compromise. Without Mu Xing, she couldn't even move herself. In exchange, Mu Xing used the divine seal to help her create a spiritual projection in the real world. The spiritual projection had no attack power, and was no different from an ordinary little girl. But the spiritual projection could run and jump, and had relative freedom. You stay in the room, order takeout when you're hungry, I go out for a while. Mu Xing gave a warning, and let the fat man Tondo, who was sleeping in. The fat cat yawned, sleepy, and fell asleep again after being thrown on the sofa. After leaving the door, he knocked on the door next to him. After a while, the door opened, and the madman changed into casual clothes and walked out of the room. Did it succeed? Mu Xing asked expectantly. A dark golden key appeared in the palm of the madman's hand, which was the talent awakening key. Obviously, he had successfully obtained a full score of 100. He couldn't help but sigh. I have been a survivor for so long, and this is the first time I have received a full score. By the way, how many points did you get? 99. Mu Xing said without hesitation. The madman was stunned. If it weren't for the fact that a world can only produce one full score, Mu Xing would probably get full marks. It's a pity that the Silent Hill world is not a superior world. If it were a superior world, it could support up to 3 people to get full marks. Superior world? What is that? A survival world with a relatively higher level of power, and the world we are about to enter in the survival competition may be a superior world, or even higher. By the way, do you know which world will be chosen as the template for the survival contest? Mu Xing asked. The madman shook his head. I don't know. The world of each survival contest is different. Last year, it was the world of the Battle of the 5 Armies, from the Lord of the Rings. Is the Lord of the Rings also considered a higher level world? It is the Lord of the Rings with an enhanced survival system. An ordinary orc in it has the strength of a triangular head. Think about it yourself. Is it so exaggerated? Mu Xing felt incredible. Because the last survival contest was close to group combat, the war group has developed most rapidly from last year to this year. Why? The two chatted as they went downstairs. Just now, the survival system had sent them a prompt that the singularity would take shape within 24 hours. The address was not in Maine, but in Pennsylvania. Because it was in the United States, it wouldn't take much time. Before that, they had to rescue Yi Fei first. The madman continued. Because the survival competition is like a weather vane for the survival system's goals for the next year. Last year, the war group was very popular in various advanced survival worlds, and the clearance rate was very high. And the next survival competition will determine the direction of the new year. As for how it will develop next year, it is still unknown. Mu Xing roughly understood. So, those big groups bought a large number of two-legged sheep to test the direction of the survival system? The madman nodded. That's right. Whoever can grasp the direction of the wind can stand at the forefront of the development of the next year and lead other survivors earlier. Just then, Mu Xing stopped and knocked on the door. Who? A vigilant voice came from inside. It's me. The next second, the door was opened in a hurry. Who else could it be but Yi Ling? It's just that this girl is getting more and more haggard, with dark circles under her eyes. She widened her eyes and tried to squeeze out a little hope from her eye sockets. Brother Shueyue, you are back. Pack up and go out with us. Ah? Yi Ling was a little stunned. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and a white envelope with red lacquer appeared in his hand. Yi Ling's pupils dilated instantly, and his expression became extremely excited. Invitation? She didn't expect that Mu Xing actually got the invitation. Wait for me for 2 minutes. The girl tried to hold back her tears and closed the door in a hurry. After a while, she reopened the door and put on makeup to make herself look less haggard. She hesitated. Brother Shueyue, your invitation is too valuable. I may not be able to pay it back for the time being, but don't worry, I will try my best to repay this favor in the future. Mu Xing shook her head. Don't say anything else, go save people first. On the way, Crazy had contacted Arena in advance, and she was also surprised and told Crazy that she would wait for them at the coffee shop. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the hotel, and then headed straight for Arena's coffee shop. Before they arrived, they saw Arena standing at the door of the coffee shop waiting for them in a red low-cut dress. Last time, Arena was dressed elegantly, but this time she was dressed passionately, like a blooming rose. She smiled gracefully on her red lips and greeted them. After Crazy got off the car, she never took her eyes off him. You actually got a perfect score? The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Yi Ling in the back seat was shocked. Is this the strength of the boss? The madman still had no expression on his face. The blood moon was given to me. Not only Yi Ling was stunned by this, but even Arena was stunned. Okay, stop talking nonsense. This time we are here to talk business. He showed an invitation letter in his right hand. Let's go into the store first. Olina quickly welcomed the few people into the store, and this time she had already prepared coffee. Wait for me, I make a phone call. Several people sat down casually. Compared with the last time they asked for help, they were the boss this time. Olina's attitude obviously changed a lot. Even Yi Ling received special care. But she sat on the sofa a little uneasy, looking at the back door from time to time. After a while, Olina came back with a smile and graceful steps, and sat directly next to the madman. The madman frowned. Isn't there a seat next to it? Do you have to squeeze in with me? Olina was unhappy. This is my sofa. I can sit wherever I want. What's your business? The madman frowned and moved aside. Mu Xing interrupted the two. Miss Arena, how is the negotiation going with the Iron Legion? Don't worry, I informed them in advance. The other party has agreed to the exchange, and will bring the person here soon. Mu Xing and the madman looked at each other. Hey, I told you in advance that you are not allowed to fight in my store. The transaction must be completed, and as for what happens to you afterwards, I don't care. Aelina's words were very clear. She negotiated the business, but her reputation could not be ruined. Mu Xing drank coffee, of course. Aelina continued. I remind you that you'd better not provoke the Iron Legion easily, at least wait until the survival competition is over. Don't worry, we are not stupid. If we confront the Iron Legion head-on now, wouldn't we be courting death? The madman said. He still had a cold attitude. If it weren't for Mu Xing, he would never come to Aelina. Mu Xing took this opportunity to ask about the information about the survival competition. Aelina not only trades various props, but also does intelligence business. She has a lot of useful information in her hands, mastering the most cutting-edge information of the survival competition. Chapter 209. After waiting for about an hour, we heard the roar of a helicopter. When everyone went out and looked up, they saw a bright silver steel-colored armed helicopter slowly landing. But the ordinary people around seemed to be unable to see the helicopter at all. The domineering helicopter, full of the heavy feeling of steel, landed directly on the small square behind the coffee shop. After opening the hatch, 3 people jumped off the helicopter, all wearing Fallout power armor. One of them was carrying a high-power laser gun, and another was surrounded by 3 Mayfly drones. Then, a man wearing a bulletproof vest and a military green beret came down from the helicopter co-pilot. He had an exaggerated expression on his face and opened his hands. When he saw Arena, He excitedly went to greet her. "Hi, dear Miss Orina, long time no see." Orina stroked her wind-blown hair with her right hand, with a formal smile on her face. Behind her, Mu Xing and others had already put on realistic masks and changed their appearance. Mu Xing even used his mental power to block the outside world's perception of him. A man in power armor seemed to be scanning them, but he soon gave up because he was interfered by the Red Queen's anti-scan. "Long time no see, I'd..." Olina always had that peaceful smile, which easily made people like her. The officer named Ide glanced at Mu Xing and the other two beside him. "Are you going to ransom someone?" Mu Xing nodded, and a red envelope with a white background appeared in his hand. The moment the other party saw the envelope, his eyes condensed, and he reached out to take the envelope. The envelope in Mu Xing's hand disappeared. "What does this mean?" "Look at the person first." Ida turned his head and looked at Aelina next to him. Aelina smiled and said, "Ida, don't be angry, it's a rare new customer." Ida waved to the people behind him, and they lifted a large box directly from the helicopter. The box was opened, and inside was a single-person hibernation chamber. Looking through the glass window, Yi Fei was sleeping quietly in the hibernation chamber. "Shanine, check it out." Mu Xing secretly contacted Shanine. "Master, the examination is complete. Although Yi Fei has some internal and external injuries, he is not seriously injured." When Yi Ling saw the many redness and scars on his face and body, he subconsciously wanted to step forward, but was stopped by the man next to him. She immediately woke up and tried to keep herself calm. Ida seemed to ignore Mu Xing and the others, and instead had a good chat with Aelina. "Can we exchange?" The invitation letter appeared in Mu Xing's hand again. Suddenly, Ida dug his ears. "I suddenly feel that the price is a bit low, now I want 2 invitation letters." Aelina's face changed slightly, and she tugged at Ide's clothes. "Ide, what are you doing? We agreed on the price." Ide was a big man of 1.9 meters, and indeed much taller than Mu Xing, who was less than 1.8 meters. He walked to Mu Xing in 2 steps, and looked down at him. "Young man, 2 invitations, otherwise don't think about taking him away today." Behind him, Mu Xing already felt that the madman was going to kill someone. However, he just smiled slightly, grabbed with his right hand, and the second invitation fell into his hand. "Come, take it." Mu Xing looked at him with a smile. Ida was also stunned, and stretched out his right hand to the 2 invitations. After just a moment of hesitation, he took the original invitation on the left. "Ha ha ha, just a joke. As a gold medal salesperson in the purchasing department of the Iron Corps, integrity is the most important thing for me, Ida." Next to him, Orina couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had already felt that the madman was about to go crazy and kill people. She didn't dare to think about what she would do if the madman went crazy. After all, she didn't want to offend either side. At the same time, I'd handed over a contract. This contract would turn the captured survivors into slaves and followers, losing their self and being at the mercy of others. It was also because of this contract that the slaves and followers were prevented from being pulled into the survival world by the survival system. Now that he had this contract and tore it up, he could turn Yi Fei back into a normal survivor. "Happy cooperation, Aelina. Come to your shop for coffee next time." I'd waved at Aelina. Several survivors wearing power armor behind him seemed to be still hesitating. I patted one of them on the shoulder. "Let's go, mission accomplished, back to base." Then, the helicopter suddenly increased in wind force, rose rapidly, and disappeared into the horizon. Only then, Yi Ling rushed over, opened the hibernation chamber, and tears fell all at once. Mu Xing narrowed her eyes, and looked at Yi Fei, who was covered in wounds. The madman behind said, "I hate those guys." "Oh, Bailey dear, don't be angry, the Iron Legion has this temper, don't worry, if he dared to mess around just now, I would definitely help you shoot down the helicopter." Aelina pulled the madman's arm, and said coquettishly. The madman handed over a silver box directly. "This is your reward." "Bailey, I help you because of our friendship, not for reward." Having said that, she still opened the box skillfully. Inside were 5G virus serums refined by Mu Xing. After reading it, there were many more smiles on his face. "Okay, if there is nothing else, we will leave first." The madman didn't want to stay here for a moment. "Hey, wait!" Olina suddenly shouted. "What's wrong? You got 2 invitations. Are you planning to participate in the survival competition? Is there a problem?" The madman asked back. "I mean, our Lena Gold and Silver group will also participate. Can we join together then?" "No need, I prefer to be alone." As he said that, he turned around and drove. "Here." Yi Ling had carried Yi Fei out of the hibernation chamber. Yi Fei was still very weak and in a coma, and looked to have suffered a lot. Ms. Arena, thank you for your help this time, Mu Xing said politely. You're welcome, little brother Shuiyue. We still have a lot of cooperation to discuss in the future. Olina blinked. By the way, send the information I want directly to my email. Mu Xing handed over a box. The box contained 10 high-purity T-virus serums. Olina took a look and nodded with great satisfaction. Happy cooperation. She stretched out her right hand. Happy cooperation. Mu Xing extended his hand and shook it politely. By the way, little brother Shuiyue, I give you a piece of information for free. The helicopter will take the New York route. Mu Xing looked up. It seemed that this smart woman already knew that they would take action. Thank you, but we dare not provoke the Iron Legion. After all, except for the madman, we are just newcomers. Hearing this, Arena couldn't help but chuckle. Next time you come to the United States, come to my sister's shop for coffee more often, and remember to bring Bailey. Mu Xing nodded. Businessmen like Elena can indeed communicate more. It's nothing more than sacrificing the madman's chastity. Okay, it's settled. Mu Xing also gave a reply. Are you going? Just then, the madman's car had stopped on the side of the road, his face dark. Coming, coming. Mu Xing waved at Elena, then picked up Yi Fei and ran to the car. He had already asked the Divine Seal to control Valrid to catch up. The helicopter was very fast, so they had to hurry. In the rearview mirror, the madman saw Elena waving at him, stretched out his hand to blow a kiss, and blew out pink love bubbles. As soon as Mu Xing and the others got in the car, the madman stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and disappeared at the end of the street. Chapter 210. On the steel helicopter flying to New York. A man in the cabin took off his helmet with an indignant look on his face. Lieutenant Ide, why did we run just now? You offered the price for 2 invitations. Didn't the other party agree? Ide frowned and looked at the soldier opposite with displeasure. Stupid, do you know that the guy who can get 2 invitations in a survival world is easy to mess with? Do you believe that the moment I take the 2 invitations, it will be our death? Second Lieutenant, they are just a few newcomers. Why are you so worried? Newcomers? Why didn't I see you go to survival world to get an invitation to the competition? The 3 people on the opposite side looked at each other, hiding their embarrassment. Remember, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in survival world. The one who can make Arena so polite must be a big shot. As he said this, he looked out of the helicopter window. We acted on our own this time, and we can exchange a 2-legged sheep for an invitation, which is already a big profit. With this invitation, I am also qualified to compete for the position of Deputy Director of the Procurement Department this year. Second Lieutenant, do you think they won't catch up with us? Someone suddenly spoke up. What? Ide was puzzled. Look, is there a black cloud following behind our helicopter? Hearing this, Ide quickly turned his head through the porthole to look behind. He subconsciously felt something was wrong. No, we are being targeted. Raise the altitude. Quickly, send a signal to the headquarters. The next second, the low-flying cabin shook violently. The helicopter flying forward suddenly stopped, as if being pulled by a brute force. Beep beep. A shrill alarm sounded in the cockpit. What's going on? I'd looked out the window and found that the helicopter was wrapped in a swirling black fog, and a chain was entangled on the helicopter landing gear. Below, an off-road vehicle was speeding at an incredible speed and was chasing closely. Lieutenant Ide, our communication has been blocked, the pilot said anxiously. What? Ide shouted, jump out of the plane, prepare for battle. He knew that the enemy was not friendly, so he put on the black power armor instantly, kicked open the door of the cabin, and jumped directly from a height of 100 meters. The other team members, including the pilot, jumped down without hesitation. The next second, the helicopter banged, the engine caught fire, and the chain pulled violently, and the helicopter stalled and fell into the wilderness. Boom! The steel helicopter hit the ground faster than them, and the explosion rose up with dazzling flames. Bang, bang, bang. Several people landed heavily on the ground, the jet device behind the power armor stopped firing, and they bent their knees slightly to relieve the impact. Organize a defensive position and prepare for battle. Although Ide is not a member of the Iron Legion's combat department, his combat experience cannot be underestimated. After the voice fell, they did not flee blindly, but deployed defenses on the spot. The steel fences fell layer by layer, and a small steel fortress was set up inside. Automatic machine guns and automatic anti-tank guns were set up, and drones took off at high speed. However, before these drones flew 100 meters, They all lost control and fell to the ground, breaking their rotors. Several people hid in the steel fortress and observed the surroundings through the observation hole. Second Lieutenant, what should we do now? Continue to find a way to contact the headquarters. Hida held a high-power laser gun and carefully observed the situation outside. Around the fortress, the automatic weapons station for infrared light detection has been activated. If an enemy is found approaching, the firing program will be automatically activated. However, they have been on the ground for several minutes and have not found anyone approaching them. The small steel fortress was filled with a tense atmosphere. Suddenly someone pointed at a corner of the fortress. Bugs. Several people looked in the direction of his finger, and their scalps suddenly felt numb. They saw that a big hole had been drilled in the fortress at some point, and black scarab beetles, like spring water, poured into the fortress. Fire. One person couldn't help it anymore, and quickly pulled the trigger. A single move affected the whole body, and several others also quickly opened fire, trying to annihilate the bugs with high-energy lasers. Stop! Stop! It's an illusion! I'd yelled. In a trance, several people woke up and looked at the corner of the fortress. Where were the bugs? It was just that the steel fortress was hit by many holes from their high-energy laser guns. Before the fortress could play a role, it was almost destroyed by its own people. Second Lieutenant, monster, behind you. Another person raised the laser gun in his hand and aimed at Ide's back. Ide growled, "Why are you panicking? It's all an illusion." However, the next second, the illusion monster that did not exist suddenly materialized and violently sprayed black corrosive liquid at him. Hiss. The corrosive liquid fell on the power armor, corroding the steel armor rapidly, and a puff of green smoke came out. Only then did Ide realize that the monster was not an illusion, but a real monster. He raised his gun and shot, and a beam of red laser directly evaporated its upper body. Lieutenant, bugs. In the fortress, the bugs that were just illusions suddenly became real. These scarabs actually have human faces and super strong bite force. What's going on? When has Ide ever encountered such a weird thing? Get out! Leave the fort! They fired laser guns, burning a large number of scarabs to ashes, and rushed out of the fort in a panic. Duh. When they rushed out of the fort, the surrounding automatic weapon stations also started. They found that the sky suddenly darkened and began to rain heavily. The rain fell to the ground, and traces of darkness and rust spread on the ground. The rain fell on their power armor, and the originally shiny power armor quickly rusted, and the laser guns in their hands also rusted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole world seemed to have lost its color, leaving only darkness and rust. Around, in the dark rain, shadowy monsters were condensing into shape. The fire from the automatic weapon station and the tracer bullets illuminated the small space, and they saw the filthy monsters rushing towards them. Boom! There was a thunderous sound. They saw a tall triangular head dragging a big knife and walking step by step. Open fire, kill these monsters. Ide was terrified, and the helmet display was full of dense red dots, and there was no end in sight. Lieutenant Ide, I feel so painful. This armor is going to grow with my flesh and blood. The driver suddenly screamed in pain and scratched his helmet. He pulled out the helmet with all his strength, but saw that a layer of skin had been torn off his head. This scene made Ide's scalp numb. Lieutenant Ide, it's all you who harmed me. You brought me to this terrible place. It's all you. The driver lay on the ground and wailed, and his body in the power armor began to melt like wax. He struggled hard to crawl towards Ide. Don't come over here, go to hell. Ide fired without hesitation, blowing his head off. However, he suddenly woke up after a trance. When he looked around, the other 3 teammates were looking at him in horror. And in the direction where his gun was pointing, the driver whose head was blown off was slowly falling backwards. What did I do? Chapter 211. Second Lieutenant, you killed Neagle. Several people looked at Ide as if he were a monster. Ide's face turned ferocious. What are you looking at? He was just eroded by the dark power. Can't you see it? Several soldiers quickly shut up and looked at the guns pointed at them in fear. If you want to live, follow the command. Several soldiers quickly turned their heads and aimed at the monsters. We are being targeted. Ide recalled everything that had just happened, illusion and reality intertwined, making it difficult to tell what was true and what was false. He held the gun and kept shooting at the monsters approaching. World props, the domain world of world props. Ide opened his helmet and looked at the sky in disbelief. The heavy rain fell, and the rain was extremely cold, but it also made him completely sober. He took out a megaphone. Hey friend, we were wrong to offend you before. I am willing to return the invitation letter to you. Please spare us for the sake of the Iron Legion. We can sign a contract. However, Ide's words did not receive any response, but more monsters appeared in this rainy world. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Great, Lieutenant, we have successfully contacted the headquarters. There is an armed patrol plane of the Iron Legion nearby. They said they are willing to provide us with support. Before I could react, suddenly, there were bursts of roars in the sky in the distance. He looked up and saw a black twin-rotor patrol plane approaching. The patrol plane's cannon roared, dropping bombs continuously, blowing up countless monsters, and flew towards them at high speed. When Ide saw the Iron Legion logo on the patrol plane, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Great, we are saved. The patrol plane quickly descended and hovered, the hatch opened, and the silver-white power armor stretched out its right hand towards him. Ide, what's wrong with you? So embarrassed. He recognized the voice. This guy was the voice of his department's mortal enemy. I didn't expect the other party to come to rescue him. Arik, why are you here? I received your message for help and rushed here as soon as I could. You got an invitation letter and didn't tell me. Do you want to keep it for yourself? The headquarters already knows that you have changed people privately. Ide, as long as you give me the invitation letter, I can keep it secret for you. You bastard, you really have no good intentions. The voice in the helmet on the other side sneered. So what will you choose? Ide? He stretched out his right hand towards him. Ide hesitated for a moment, glanced at his teammates behind him, and then looked at the monsters approaching. He gritted his teeth and took out the invitation. At the moment when the two sides handed over, Ide suddenly retracted his right hand. You are not Yarrick. In front of him, the silver power armor suddenly turned into the driver's black power armor. The headless driver was growing a broken face. Of course I am not Yarrick, you kill me, Ide. I'm here to kill you. He grabbed it with one hand, and scared Ide to jump off the hovering patrol plane. In his nervousness, he saw three monsters suddenly rushing towards him. Go to hell. He turned on the maximum power of the laser gun in his hand, and pulled the trigger continuously. However, when he woke up, he saw the bodies of three soldiers falling to the ground. Ide realized that he had killed them with his own hands. No. It was raining heavily, and he could no longer distinguish between reality and falsehood. All around, the monsters suddenly became teammates that he had killed. They were full of hatred and resentment. He seemed to be on the top of a mountain with no help, surrounded by cliffs, and countless monsters were rushing towards him. He grabbed the laser gun and fired wildly. The battery was used up, and the power armor was exhausted. He stood on the top of the mountain in despair, and there were still endless monsters around him. Ah! He pulled out his pistol, and aimed at his own head this time. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and his head exploded directly. The black rain suddenly stopped and flowed upward. A figure walked step by step, and the darkness and rust faded quickly wherever he passed. The monster disappeared without a trace. He reached out, and grabbed the white envelope held tightly in the left hand of Ide's headless corpse. At this moment, the world was clear, and all the darkness shrank into the red triangular box. Muxing grabbed with his right hand, and the box disappeared in his palm. Somewhat frightened, he didn't expect that the spirit of the divine seal eroded the dead space, and the Silent Hill domain was so terrifying. It completely achieved the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. In front of him, Ide was completely driven crazy by his own torture, killing his teammates, and finally chose to commit suicide in despair. And I got the invitation back without bloodshed. Of course, except for the high consumption, there are basically no disadvantages. Because Alessa is not here, he will quickly consume his mental power when he controls this special world item. Alessa is not very obedient now, so she can only do it herself. The combined field play can be used as one's own trump card, which is extremely effective for people with low mental resistance. However, if you do this to a madman, who has activated the Spartan battle pattern to be immune to all kinds of negative mental influences, the domain is basically ineffective against him, and you can just kill him. At this stage, the main focus is on a surprise attack. If the enemy is well prepared, the effect will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Muxing began to consider combining the corpse variant with the Silent Hill domain. Wait for the Silent Hill domain to control the target, and then release the corpse variant or hunter to bite people. This is a combination of real and fake, which catches people off guard. At this time, the madman's off-road vehicle stopped next to these corpses, and he didn't even make a move, and these people killed each other one by one. Muxing had told me about the effect and power of that world item, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Although Ida was not a high-level survivor, and his combat power was stronger than that of ordinary survivors. He was still controlled to death without any resistance. In the back seat, Yi Ling was already a little numb. These two people had shocked her more than once or twice. Holding the unconscious Yi Fei with his right hand, he felt extremely fortunate. His brother's strength was not very good, but his luck was indeed extraordinary. Mu Xing picked up the laser guns, 2 of which were broken, leaving only 3 that could barely be used. What a pity, these power armors are all soulbound. Mu Xing looked at these headless corpses, and said with some regret, "We'd better deal with their bodies." As he said this, the madman took out a scroll and tore it open. A white light spread around, instantly clearing all the surrounding auras. Mu Xing also used the box of fluoros to clean it up, sucking away all the energy and spiritual residues. Finally, Mu Xing cleaned up all the corpses and helicopter wreckage, to ensure that there is no risk. In the final analysis, with their current strength, they are not able to fight the Iron Legion head-on. After killing and robbing, they chose a more secure way to deal with it. Chapter 212. Don't kill me! Yi Fei in the back seat suddenly woke up with a scream, and sat up from the back seat with sweat all over his head. The engine roared, and the shadows of trees whizzed past the car window. It seemed that they were on an unfamiliar road. He covered his aching head, and recovered after a while. "You woke up!" A familiar voice came from the side. Yi Fei turned around suddenly, and saw Yi Ling's slightly haggard face. "Sister?" He looked confused. "I'm not in steel." He quickly covered his mouth. "Sister, listen to my explanation. I really didn't skip class." "Okay, stop pretending. Your sister is also a survivor." On the co-pilot seat, Mu Xing turned his head, and looked at Yi Fei seriously. "Brother Blood Moon?" Yi Fei was stunned at first, and then realized that everything he had experienced was real. The pain he had experienced in the previous world, the shame of being caught like a 2-legged sheep, and the experience of being beaten in the Iron Legion. He thought his life was over, but he didn't expect that everything would change when he woke up. What on earth is going on? He couldn't help asking. Mu Xing said, "It's quite a coincidence." He recounted his experiences since meeting Yi Ling, and Yi Fei was stunned. "So, it was my brother who saved me." Yi Ling, who was standing next to him, was so angry at this careless brother that he raised his fist and beat him hard. He beat him so hard, without mercy at all. After a while, 10 minutes later, he stopped begging for mercy from Yi Fei, who was bruised and swollen. If it weren't for Brother Xueyue and Brother Bailey using a survival contest invitation to use their connections to get you out of the Iron Legion, you would have been dead long ago. Yi Ling couldn't stop crying while she spoke. Survival contest invitation? The one that was sold for 2 purple weapons? Is it so expensive? Mu Xing threw a bag from his personal space to Yi Fei. "Your props. The people from the Iron Legion should not have touched the things inside." Yi Fei opened the bag blankly, and indeed everything inside was intact. He couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He knew what price Mu Xing paid to save him. "I'm sorry, Brother Xueyue. I shouldn't have dragged you into this mess. You're being sentimental. In the future, don't trust others so easily in the survival world." Mu Xing waved his hand, and said nonchalantly. Yi Fei clenched his fists. "It's all because of that bastard Jesse. One day, I will kill him with my own hands." "You may not be able to realize this wish," Mu Xing said. "Why?" "He's dead," said Yi Ling next to him. Yi Fei hissed. "Jesse's moon team is not weak, but he's dead?" He subconsciously looked at Mu Xing, obviously not realizing how far Mu Xing had grown. His understanding of Mu Xing was still stuck in the Resident Evil. "They're just a bunch of little bastards, so just kill them, but you have to be careful of the Iron Legion in the future. We just killed a guy named Ide." "Ide, that bastard, is dead too?" Yi Fei gnashed his teeth, not hiding his hatred for Ide. "It's better to change your appearance in the future. Don't stay in Toronto, and graduate early," Mu Xing said. Yi Fei nodded quickly. After experiencing this incident, he no longer felt safe on this continent. "Brother Xueyue, the Iron Legion won't come to you, right?" Yi Ling said with some worry. "Don't worry, I read Ide's memory. He acted on his own, and the Iron Legion didn't know it all. Now at most, because of his disappearance, the Iron Legion will send people out to search for him for a while. But we have erased all the clues, so it is impossible for them to find us. The only breakthrough point is your identity, so I asked you to change your appearance from now on." Yi Fei was still a little nervous when he heard this. "I am worried that they will find my family." "You don't have to worry about this. The Iron Legion is a North American force, and dare not come to Longwood to make trouble." The madman who was driving interrupted. "Who is this driver?" The madman turned his head, and scared Yi Fei. Crazy. Madman? Don't be nervous, Madman is my teammate now. I'm using your team contract. Ah? This shocked Yi Fei for 100 years. He suddenly realized the gap between himself and Mu Xing in front of him. When he was still struggling at the bottom, the other party had already stood at a height that he could not reach. He could actually form a team with the famous Madman. He dared not even think about this. Just then, the off-road vehicle slowly drove into the airport. Yi Ling had already booked a ticket back to Dragon Country. You go back first. We will also go back after we get the singularity. We will meet again then. After getting off the car, Mu Xing patted Yi Fei on the shoulder and said. Yi Fei's expression was complicated. Brother Shuiyu, no matter what, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died in the dungeon of the Iron Legion. Want to be my teammate? The promise I made to you can be fulfilled now. Mu Xing suddenly said. Yi Fei subconsciously wanted to speak, but he quickly calmed down. Brother Shuiyu. Although I really want to be your teammate, I know that I am not qualified now. With my strength, I can only drag you down. He looked a little lonely. Mu Xing joked. Really, if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Yi Fei changed from hesitant to determined, and shook his head seriously. I want to become stronger with my own strength. I don't want to be a drag anymore. I hope to become a teammate of Big Brother with my own strength, instead of being so miserable now. Mu Xing was stunned. He didn't expect that after experiencing this incident, Yi Fei had matured a lot. He patted Yi Fei on the shoulder. Okay, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We are also going to participate in the survival competition. It is indeed inconvenient to bring you this time. But I will keep the team position for you. When you feel strong enough, come back to me. Okay. Yi Fei could feel the trust and sincerity from Mu Xing, and his heart was full of energy. When he turned around, he couldn't help but wiped away his tears secretly. If you want to join, just go. Where is your previous thick skin? After walking away, Yi Ling couldn't help but complain about his brother. Yi Fei reached out and rubbed his sister's head. What do you know? This is called a man's dignity. I want to become stronger and join my brother's team in the future. Yi Ling pushed his hand away. Don't rub my head. By the way, this is what Brother Shuiyu asked me to give you. Yi Ling handed over a backpack. After Yi Fei opened it, he was stunned on the spot. A bottle of G-Virus serum, dozens of blood-replenishing potions, a laser gun, many small props, and the parchment slave follower contract. He couldn't help but look back and saw Mu Xing waving at him. He waved hard and watched Mu Xing and the madman drive away. After a while, he looked back. Sister, can you take me? I want to become stronger. Yi Ling next to him couldn't help rolling his eyes. You don't dare to trouble Brother Shuiyu, but you come to trouble me, right? Hee, my most lovely and beautiful sister in the world. Please help your brother. I promise to give you half of the profit. Deal. Sister, let's form a brother-sister combination. Take the word Yi in your name and the word Fei in my name. How about calling it the FA combination? Get lost. Chapter 213. There is no town called Silent Hill in Maine in the real world. However, the movie version of Silent Hill has its prototype town. Centralia Town, located in Pennsylvania, USA. This was once a prosperous town. It was discovered in the 19th century that there were rich coal resources underground in the town. The mining of this coal mining town attracted a large number of engineers and coal miners to gather here. In 1962, a fire caused by a large amount of untreated domestic waste directly ignited the underground coal mine. The local poor emergency management mechanism allowed the fire to quickly spread deep underground. The ground collapsed, trees were burned from the roots, and houses were set on fire. In the end, the federal government ordered the mine to be closed and most residents to be relocated. According to estimates, the underground fire in this coal mine will continue to burn for at least 200 years. Since then, the town of Centralia has been shrouded in smoke and fog all day long, and the town is like an abandoned hell. When Mu Xing and his team drove to the town, the strata here had become extremely unstable after years of burning. To ensure safety, the government used barbed wire to block the entire burning area. Although it was not as gloomy and smoky as in the various data pictures, this dilapidated scene still made people feel as if they had returned to the surface world. There should be no node hunters here, right? Mu Xing muttered. If there are, kill them all. The madman slammed the car door shut, and a faint golden light flashed from time to time. Obviously, even on the road, he never stopped practicing proficiency. Mu Xing was occasionally surrounded by mist. Before he entered Silent Hill last time, his Valorant Awakener had reached the second level. He unlocked the second level's basic level, Mist and Hardening. Now he is working hard towards the 3rd level. It is another long time to accumulate proficiency. The proficiency requirement for the 3rd level is doubled. It will take at least 20 days to reach the 3rd level. After a few days of hard work, it will take another 10 days to unlock the 3rd level. Mu Xing strives to unlock the 3rd level before entering the survival competition. At this time, Mu Xing received a reminder from the survival system. Your application for the survival competition has been approved. The survival competition will officially begin in 12 days. Please go to the major survivor gathering points and enter the competition world through the survival system teleportation array. Crazy, did you receive the message? Mu Xing looked at the madman. I have received it. In the past, we were teleported directly. This time, we were asked to go to the survivor gathering point. It seems that the survival system has begun to pay attention to these large gathering points. It is estimated that they want to make these large gathering points into official main cities. Madman said. Main city? Are the creators of the gathering point going to soar to the sky? Madman shook his head. It is impossible to let these people continue to be in charge of the main city. The survival system should compensate them. Mu Xing nodded in understanding, and was already looking forward to the survival competition in 12 days. I believe that qualified survivors in the world are eager to try. The two of them walked along the road towards the town. Not far away, they were stopped by a towering barbed wire gate. Inside was the underground fire range of St. Alia town, and there was no grass to be seen with the naked eye. Those pine forests had already died. Mu Xing took out the high-energy laser gun seized from Ida, and threw it to the madman. It's quite powerful. Although it's not as powerful as my particle gun, it should be no problem to deal with ordinary survivors. The madman aimed directly at a dry pine tree not far away. A red laser lit up and broke it instantly. The laser flew out and broke 4 or 5 dead trees in succession before disappearing into the sky. It's quite powerful. The madman's eyes lit up. He was not a person who liked to use guns, but he praised this laser gun. The two climbed over the barbed wire and headed towards the town. It was quite quiet along the way. This place is actually nothing except a bit eerie. There are no insects or birds chirping, and no wild animals appearing. The soil is polluted by sulfide produced by the burning of coal mines. It is a real place where no one lives. Mu Xing did a mental scan and indeed found no other people. He pointed to his watch. There is still an hour for the node to be formed, and there are really no node hunters coming to grab the node. The madman remained calm. Not many survivors enter the movie version of Silent Hill. We are because the two Silent Hills intersect, so the singularity is refreshed here, otherwise it is usually in Maine. The two walked into the town. The houses on both sides were completely abandoned, the road collapsed and broke, and there were dozens of meters deep pits in many places. At this moment, Mu Xing suddenly sensed that someone was in the house on their left. He fired a shot directly, and the red laser pierced through the house. Come out, or the next shot will be your head. Mu Xing's cold voice sounded, and murderous intent rose. Wait, don't kill me. A young man with glasses came out of the house with his hands raised. Mu Xing frowned. After a mental scan, the young man seemed to be just an ordinary person, without any strength bonus. But he was undoubtedly a survivor. A new survivor? Mu Xing asked. The young man looked surprised. Could it be? Are you also survivors? He just ran 2 steps, and was shocked by the laser gun in Mu Xing's hand. Brother, is that the laser rifle in the Fallout series in your hand? Mu Xing was stunned. This kid was not shy? Dragon countryman? The other party nodded quickly and asked in surprise, Are you too? Seeing that Mu Xing didn't say anything, he slapped his thigh. Really, everything is real, the survival world, the survival system are real, and there are other survivors. Everything I experience is not a dream. Why is this kid so stupid? Mu Xing put away the laser gun in his hand. If he really wanted to deal with this kind of newcomer, he didn't need a weapon. He directly pulled the young man in front of him with his telekinesis, fumbled around on him, and finally only found a sacrificial knife. Being caught in front of Mu Xing's telekinesis, he was not afraid, but became more excited. Brother, is it mental power, or telekinesis? Is there a difference? The other party was also stunned, and scratched his head awkwardly. You entered Silent Hill? Mu Xing asked. Yes, I almost died in there, but fortunately I had death replay. How many points did you get? 91 points. Mu Xing looked at the young man with some surprise, and his eyes were a little nervous under the thick glasses. You dare to come to Pennsylvania alone to get the node? I heard a voice saying that there is a singularity here, and the fusion will get a baptism opportunity. Just then, A flock of birds suddenly flew by in the distance. Muxing raised his right hand, and the young man quickly shut up. This place is deserted, and even birds don't want to pass by. Why did a flock of birds suddenly fly over? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The madman said, "Let me look around." Muxing looked back at the young man. "What's your name?" "Qi Shower." "Why do you choose such a name?" The young man continued to scratch his head in embarrassment. Shen read his brain waves to see if he is lying. Muxing gave an order to Shen. Chapter 214. Muxing's sudden alertness made the young man named Qi Shower in front of him nervous. He looked around. What's wrong with Big Brother? Muxing continued to expand the scanning range and penetrated into the charred and yellow pine forest. At the same time, the voice of the divine seal came from his mind. "Master, no signs of lying were found." After reading his memory, he should be a newcomer who has only experienced the survival world once. Muxing then looked at Qi Shower and said, "The singularity reminded by the survival system is also called a node. It is the reward given to the survivor by the survival system after completing the task. Through baptism, you can gain enhanced attributes and special talents. Because of this, there will always be people who covet the singularities of you newcomers and want to snatch them for their own use. These people are called node hunters." Node hunters? Qi Shower knew it was not a good word as soon as he heard it. He immediately tightened his grip on the priest's knife in his hand and became more nervous. "Don't worry, for newcomers, there will generally be guardians to help guard the nodes. This is a privilege for newcomers." "Guardians? Could it be that you two are my node guardians?" Qi Shower said in surprise. Muxing shook his head. "You misunderstood. We are also here to take the node." Qi Shower hesitated. Just then, Muxing sensed the space-time fluctuations coming from the dilapidated hut next to him. The singularity vortex began to take shape. Qi Shower hurried into the house and looked at the rotating singularity in amazement. He looked at Muxing cautiously again. Big Brother. If you want, I can give it to you." Muxing glanced at the singularity that was taking shape, then turned his head calmly. "Remember, the singularity is the foundation of your survival in the future. You must find a way to protect your singularity, no matter what. Absorb it quickly once it is formed. Your guardian has not come yet. I will help you keep an eye on it." Of course, he did not do it out of a sudden kindness, but to take the opportunity to attract the nearby node hunters to kill them together. To save himself from being disturbed by those fly-like guys when collecting the nodes later. As he said that, Muxing walked outside the house, holding the laser gun on his shoulder. "Thank you, Big Brother." Qi Shower hurriedly thanked him. A sound of birds flapping their wings sounded. Muxing narrowed his eyes and saw a man dressed as a magician walking step by step along the dilapidated road in the town. His steps were very strange. One step was 3 steps, and he seemed to walk very slowly, but in fact he was very fast. Sparrows and pigeons surrounded him. He held a silver-handled rattan cane. Not only this magician, but also a woman dressed as a wilderness survivor was approaching not far away. Holding a compass, with camouflage painted on his face, and a hunting longbow on his back. Muxing stood in the middle of the road, staring at the 2 approaching people with a laser gun. "Yo, I didn't expect someone to arrive before me." The magician flipped a silver coin from the palm to the back of his hand, and as his knuckles moved, the silver coin flipped back to the palm. Muxing looked at the magician. "Node hunter? Yo, not in the same industry, guardian? No, I don't have the guardian badge." He raised his cane. "Friend, don't block the way." He kept his eyes on the laser gun in Muxing's hand. In his eyes, this weapon was indeed very intimidating. At the same time, the female hunter next to him had already raised her hunting bow, bent the bow, and aimed at Muxing. "I hate it most when people point guns and arrows at me." Muxing turned his head and looked at the female hunter next to him. Just as he turned his head, a sharp metal card spun and cut towards his neck. At the same time, the female hunter shot an arrow at him. The arrow was as fast as lightning, and split into 3 arrows in midair. However, whether it was the arrows or the cards, they began to slow down at a speed visible to the naked eye after approaching him within 3 meters, and finally hovered in the air. The magician's face changed slightly, and the cane in his hand suddenly raised up, spewing out dazzling flames, which turned out to be a cane gun. Densely packed steel balls attacked. Muxing pushed with his right hand, and the swift mental power bounced all the steel balls away. Puff, puff, puff. The surrounding pine trees were all broken by the steel balls. As for the magician, he unfolded his suit. The suit instantly turned into hard bulletproof material, and it made a crisp sound like a bell when it hit the suit. 3 split arrows attacked Mu Xing, and he swept the laser gun in his hand, firing quickly, exploding the 3 arrows. Master, retreat! The magician's face changed, and he ran back while grabbing the bulletproof suit. At the same time, the surrounding birds suddenly gathered together and turned into ferocious strange birds. These strange birds had sharp teeth in their sharp beaks, shaped like crows, but with thorn crowns. Mu Xing raised his right arm, and the surging mental power swept out, and the strange bird above his head suddenly stagnated. With his right hand, all the strange birds were crushed into pulp by invisible telekinesis. He aimed the laser gun in his hand, and fired a maximum power shot. With a scream, the magician's chest was pierced. However, this man also had a way to save his life, and the whole person was directly blown into a sky full of white pigeons. You hit someone and want to run away. Mu Xing looked at the flying white pigeons with a cold face, and instantly locked one of them. He put away the laser gun and replaced it with a flying star compound bow. However, before he could draw the bow, he heard a scream, and a falcon swooped down and grabbed the pigeon's wings with its sharp claws. Just as the white dove turned back into a human form, the falcon suddenly turned into a giant eagle. With a bang, the giant eagle pressed the magician and smashed him to the ground. The magician spat out blood and was in a state of great embarrassment. A rope came out of the forest and tied him to a dead tree. The giant eagle flew up, kept shrinking, and finally landed on a mysterious person riding a one-horned white horse. The woman, with white hair, had 2 horns like peach branches on her head, and held a green natural staff. She looked like a natural mage, or a druid. On her chest, the bright silver guardian badge shone. Not far away, the female hunter saw this scene and ran away. However, just as she turned back, a big hand suddenly grabbed her face and smashed it directly against the dead tree that 3 people were hugging. Bang, bang, bang. The female hunter had no power to resist the violence of the madman. She didn't have time to use all her abilities. Bailey, spare others when you can. The woman riding the unicorn white horse approached and looked at the madman, who was grabbing the tree with his head. Obviously, they knew each other. The madman frowned. Are all the guardians so lazy now? Wait until the newcomer is killed, and come to help collect the bodies? The woman was speechless for a moment, and finally swallowed her rebuttal. I'm sorry, I didn't expect these people to come so quickly. Just then, Qi Shao ran out of the house, and saw the guardian riding a unicorn white horse with his eyes wide open. Fairy sister? Mu Xing dragged the boy back to the house, leaving the space for the two to reminisce. Bailey, this is your new teammate? Good potential, but with your character, you will kill him, the woman said. The madman had no expression on his face, and threw the female hunter, who was knocked unconscious in front of him. The town was dilapidated and decayed, but the woman riding a white horse was like a holy angel, spotless, and there seemed to be a halo around her. Ava, it's been so long since we last met. Haven't you cured your chattering problem? If you can't speak, just shut up. When the madman said this, both of them in the house were stunned. Looked at each other. Chapter 215. TSK, something's going on. Mu Xing stroked his chin, his gossipy heart burning. Qi Shao beside him also peeked with interest. Boy, what are you staring at? Stare at your singularity. Mu Xing kicked him on the butt. Suddenly, a green spear condensed in the air, pierced through the wall, and blasted towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing did not use his mental power this time, but activated Silent Hill's shelter. A shining barrier shield blocked him in front of him, covering his whole body 360 degrees. The spear hit the barrier and shattered directly. Mu Xing took a step forward, and the surging mental power carried countless wall fragments and directly hit the guardian named Ava. Countless bees were seen flying, and they actually built a bee shield to block Mu Xing's mental power. Mental shock. Mu Xing's mental power turned into a needle and hit her head. At the same time, the world props Shadow of Alessa were ready to be activated, and the Divine Seal was also ready to be activated. At this moment, Mu Xing was ready to take ruthless action. Ava, riding on a unicorn, obviously didn't expect Mu Xing to be so powerful. The falcon on her shoulder flew high and turned into a giant eagle. At the same time, she waved the natural staff in her hand, and the leaves around her flew, and the dry grass under her feet sprouted green shoots. Stop! The madman shouted, and the exciting sound waves instantly spread several kilometers away. While he stopped Mu Xing, he slapped Ava in the face. The whole person rolled off the white horse. The unicorn and the falcon in the sky became anxious, and were about to attack the madman. Get lost! The madman was filled with murderous intent. Both the unicorn and the falcon were shrouded in invisible red murderous intent. The Spartan battle pattern on his body glowed with a faint golden light, as if invulnerable to all attacks. The two pets were instantly shocked and dared not approach. "Biley, you hit me?" Ava got up from the ground with an indignant look on her face. "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you become a guardian. Believe it or not, even if I kill you here today, what does it matter? Also, if you are not convinced, let Arena come to me." Ava covered her swollen cheeks. Where was the nobleness and holiness just now? She was slapped back to her original form by the madman. "How am I inferior to my sister? Why did you choose her instead of me?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the whole town became quiet. The murderous intent on Mu Xing's body shrank and disappeared without a trace. There is indeed a story. The madman's face turned black. "I say it again, I didn't choose anyone, I didn't choose you, and I won't choose Arena, do you understand?" Ava got up from the ground in embarrassment and retreated to the side indignantly. But he dared not to do it again. The madman looked back at Mu Xing. "Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you, but you can't get into trouble because of this stupid woman. Killing a guardian will be very troublesome, and will be targeted by the survival system." Mu Xing shook his head. "I know, I just want to teach her a lesson." Mu Xing saw that Ava's number was very late, and it should have been a guardian not long ago. If it weren't for the fact that the rules of the real world suppressed his strength, Mu Xing felt that he could easily kill this kind of guardian. But he had no intention of really killing her. He could sense that the woman attacked him because of crazy, purely out of jealousy. "Crazy, I didn't realize you were a lover before." He patted Crazy's shoulder, ignoring the Crazy's twitching mouth. "Handle your own affairs, I wait for you at the node." Until Mu Xing walked away, Crazy looked at Ava. "My teammate is not as easy to talk to as I am. If you provoke him again, you be dead. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Ava groaned. She was using natural magic to heal her swollen cheeks. The falcon and the unicorn also leaned against her with worry. "I knew you wouldn't ignore me. It means you still have me in your heart." The madman covered his forehead and felt a headache. He opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. He turned around and left. "Brother Bailey, see you at the survival contest." The woman suddenly changed her appearance, the sound of the clip sounded, and she waved at the madman. In the house, Chi-Shower, who was looking forward to it, felt his heart broken. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and absorb the nodes, or I beat you to death with a stick." Ava waved the natural staff in her hand, and glared at Chi-Show. At the same time, in the center of the town, Mu Xing stared at the singularity that was taking shape in front of him. The singularity for scoring and the singularity for world mission rewards. The double singularity was taking shape. Not far away, the madman also had two nodes rotating. "Hey, you have two too? Well, before you were away, I took a special task to kill 1,000 world monsters, and the reward was a silver node and an item." Mu Xing looked at him with gossip. "What's going on with Ava and Arena? Are you guys in a love triangle? Get lost. When did you become so gossipy?" The madman was speechless. At this moment, the singularity has begun to take shape. The madman got full marks, and one of the nodes must be a special golden node. Mu Xing was also looking forward to his own node. An hour passed in a flash. The two nodes took shape almost at the same time. Not far away, Mu Xing noticed that Ava, riding a unicorn white horse, was secretly hiding behind a dead tree in the distance and peeking. Of course, I wasn't looking at him, but at the madman. I have to say that after the madman was cured of his madness, he had a good figure and a very manly face, which really made him popular with women. This elegant bean sprout looked much inferior. A giant eagle was circling in the sky. Node hunters appeared around, but these people just watched from a distance and didn't dare to get close at all. Mu Xing stretched out his hand and absorbed the first ordinary gold singularity first. "Survivor Mu Xing, a special singularity has been found. Do you want to consume the singularity for baptism?" "Confirm." The light fell, increasing the original physical attributes by 30%. Then, 3 talent skills lit up in front of him. "Please choose a talent." Talent 1, Headshot, activate the skill. The next shot increases the critical hit chance by 80%, and the critical hit damage is increased to 300%, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Talent 2, Illusion, create a mental illusion, no combat power, can 100% simulate the body's breath, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown time 10 minutes. Talent 3, Dark Throwing Knife, throw the weapon in hand, cause 350% damage to the target, cooldown time 30 seconds. This time the 3 talents are pure skill talents. Dark throwing knife should be the move used by Triangle Head. It is powerful, but it is not suitable for me. Then, Mu Xing began to struggle between the headshot and illusion skills. Headshot is a damaging skill. With his golden shooter talent, the critical hit rate is directly increased to 100%, and the lethality is strong. Illusion is a functional skill. Although it has no attack power, it is very effective in confusing the enemy. In battle, it often creates miraculous effects. Mu Xing was a little entangled. After all, he wanted both. After thinking about it, Mu Xing finally gave up the headshot. Offensive skills can be compensated by other means, but functional skills will be lost if missed. Chapter 216. Then, Mu Xing reached out to another node. The 99-point score lived up to expectations, and it was indeed a special golden node. His right hand passed through the golden curtain and grasped the rotating starlight. The light fell. Once again, he gained 30% of his original body attributes. Please choose your talent. Talent 1, Dark Sacrifice. Offering sacrifices can summon darkness to descend, with a range of 100 meters. Within the dark range, all attributes are increased by 30%, damage is increased by 20%, and all attacks have dark attributes, which lasts for 30 minutes and has a cooldown of 6 hours. Talent 2, Blind Followers, can summon a large number of blind followers to fight for you, with a number of 30 people, and can use weapons. And get 10% attribute bonus from the summoner. Lasts for 60 minutes, cooldown time, 6 hours. Talent 3, Summon Triangle Head, can summon a triangle head from the other world to fight for you, can use survivor equipment, and get 20% attribute bonus from the summoner. Lasts for 60 minutes, cooldown time, 6 hours. Mu Xing looked at the 3 talents in front of him, all of which were summoning skills, and they all looked very interesting. Dark Priest is a domain-like skill that strengthens itself, passively improving combat power, and is very suitable for melee professionals. Blind Believers and Summon Triangle Heads are both summon followers. Blind Believers focus on the power of one person. One person is a small army. Mu Xing has also seen the combat power of Triangle Heads. They are very strong in strength, speed, and reaction. Most importantly, Triangle Heads can use survivor equipment, which is very good. However, Mu Xing is not in a hurry. He is looking forward to the Special Gold Talent. Special Gold Talent, Microtable World, can summon a microtable world with a diameter of 200 meters. The microtable world will randomly refresh 3 kinds of table world phantom monsters. The monsters will attack all enemies entering the microtable world, with an upper limit of 50, inheriting the summoner's 20% attribute bonus, lasting 60 minutes, and cooling for 6 hours. This special gold talent made Mu Xing a little disappointed. It was not that it was not strong, but it conflicted with the function of the world props in his hand. Shadow of Alessa. Not only does it contain Alessa, but also at least half of the origin of Silent Hill. In any case, it is stronger than this random microworld summoning skill. Moreover, skill talents are not professional talents. The effects of skill talents are fixed and can only be upgraded through special skill props, not with the improvement of proficiency. In this way, in terms of functionality and growth, it is not as good as his own world props. Therefore, Mu Xing plans to give up this special golden talent and only choose the most suitable one for himself. I choose to summon the Triangle Head talent. Mu Xing made his own decision. The talent cannot be changed after selection. Are you sure? Yes or no? Yes. After taking the 2 singularities, Mu Xing did not rush to leave, because the Blood Moon successor talent in his body was ready to move. As usual, he stretched out his hand to absorb the power of time and space. The upper limit of the Blood Moon origin of 150% quickly increased to 180%, and the upper limit of the origin was increased by 30% again. The vortex suddenly became chaotic, and then completely dissipated. This time, the singularity gained an illusion skill and a summoning skill. When he looked in the direction of the madman, he also completed the singularity absorption. How do you feel? Mu Xing said. Not bad, I got a knife-throwing skill and a negative enhancement skill. The knife-throwing skill is just right for my chain blade, and the negative enhancement skill can be used in conjunction with my Spartan Liberation ability. During the Spartan Liberation process, anger will burn and sanity will be greatly reduced. These are all negative states, and the effect of the negative enhancement skill is that the deeper the negative state the body endures, the higher the enhancement of the various attributes of the body. These 2 skills are tailor-made for me. It can be seen that Crazy is in a good mood and has gained a lot of confidence in challenging the nightmare battlefield. By the way, When do you plan to use the talent challenge key? Mu Xing asked. After the survival competition, I want to get some advanced backtracking props in the survival competition, so that even if I am killed in the challenge space, I can still have 2 more challenge opportunities with the backtracking props. Mu Xing nodded. Crazy is different from him. He has the Blood Moon origin and can backtrack after death in the real world, but Crazy does not. Therefore, collecting various backtracking props has become an important means of saving life. Hey, lunatic, that Ava is still peeking at you, you can deal with it. Mu Xing gave him a signaling look. Ignore her, let's go back to the country first. I don't believe she can follow us back. With that, the lunatic ignored Ava's peeping eyes, and walked out of the town with a vigorous step. At the entrance of the town, Qi Xiao was sitting on a tree stump waiting for them. Seeing the 2 people return, he quickly took the initiative to greet them. Brothers, can I get a ride? The young man was obviously trying to get close to them. Did you walk here? Qi Xiao pointed at a motorcycle at the intersection that was pierced by 10 wooden spears like a hornet's nest. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. I can only take you to the interstate highway. We have other things to deal with. The young man's face lit up, and he quickly climbed into the back seat of the SUV. As soon as he got in the car, he felt that there was another person next to him, and he quickly shrank to the side in fear. The madman turned his head and said with an unhappy face, What are you doing here? Ava said, as if it was a matter of course, You won't let me ride back on horseback, will you? Take a ride and send me to my sister's coffee shop. The madman gnashed his teeth. Forget it, forget it, 1 more person is not too much. Mu Xing quickly comforted the madman and calmed him down. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Mu Xing and his friends returned to the hotel. Qi Xiao got off the car early, and was terrified all the way. Ava seemed to him like a flood and a beast, ready to tear him to pieces at any time. The madman took a detour, and finally sent Ava back to the coffee shop. The jealousy between the 2 sisters made the madman flee quickly. Sure enough, women are the most terrible creatures in the world, the madman said with a serious face. No, I think you are quite loyal, how come you owe so many romantic debts? The madman covered his face. Do you think I want to? It's not because of my split personalities. I split a romantic personality before, and the mistake was made at that time. Mu Xing raised the corner of his mouth. Sisters, tut tut tut, you won't eat Rigiamo, right? I asterisk asterisk. The madman glared. He suddenly wanted to fight with Mu Xing. Then he went back to the room with a stern face. Sleep, come back tomorrow. Mu Xing laughed heartlessly behind him, unable to straighten her back. Knock knock knock. He just knocked on the door. He saw Alessa holding Tondo Fatty in one hand standing at the door. Tondo looked aggrieved and meowed at Mu Xing. What's wrong, Tondo? Did she bully you? Mu Xing stared at Alicia. The kitten is so cute, how can you bully it? Alicia angrily threw the phone to Mu Xing. I give you a broken brick, you can't make calls at all. Mu Xing slapped his head. He forgot that Alicia was a grandma from the 1960s, and there were no such things as mobile phones at that time. Chapter 217. The next day, they boarded a plane to return home. Compared to Mu Xing's simplicity and low-keyness, the madman's private life was even simpler, and he didn't even buy a house in China. So he followed Mu Xing back to his 2-story house in the suburbs. The place is a bit shabby. If you can't get used to it, you can stay in a hotel in the city, Mu Xing said. The madman looked around. This place is nice, quiet, and the air is good. It's more comfortable than sleeping in the car on weekdays. Mu Xing was stunned. This madman was more casual than him. Alicia jumped out of the car holding Tondo. Although she was holding Tondo in an extremely uncomfortable throat-locking position, Tondo did not dare to resist at all. Big liar, is this your home? She looked around. My house was sold. This is the new one I bought for a quieter time. Where are your parents? She continued to ask. Mu Xing moved all the vegetables he had just bought on the road from the trunk to the refrigerator. Hearing Alicia's question, he silently pointed to the photo frame on the cabinet in the living room. Alicia also fell silent as she looked at the photo frame. Huh? Is this a photo of Qing Yin? You kid. The madman pointed at the photo on the cabinet. Mu Xing looked up from the refrigerator. That's her sister. The madman, Well, sorry. The madman and Alessa looked at each other. Both of them were silent. Only Tondo meowed symbolically, took the opportunity to break free from Alessa's claws and jumped out. It's okay. It's been all these years. Mu Xing searched in the refrigerator for a while, and threw a bottle of cold beer to the madman. I want one too, Alessa said. Mu Xing stuffed a bottle of juice into her hand. As Alessa adapted to the real world, her original phantom began to materialize. Although Mu Xing reminded her that materialization would make her lose her abilities in the real world, she still chose to do so without hesitation. By the way, what do you want to eat for lunch? I cook it myself. I can do anything, the madman said. I can do anything too. Alessa stood at the door curiously, looking at everything outside the door. The world 60 years later was indeed very different from the world she remembered, and it was on the other side of the earth. Okay, then I do it myself, Mu Xing called Fatty. As soon as the call was connected, the guy started complaining. You are such a good boss. You finally remembered your partner? What's wrong? Is the company not going well, or are you short of funds? No, I just had a lot of plans to discuss with you, and a few contracts waiting for you to sign, but you disappeared for more than half a month. Ahem, I just ran into some problems in the US. Is it a problem? It's a small matter, it's been solved. I just returned to China, and will come to see you in the evening. Okay, I'm finally back. I book a hotel in the evening. What hotel? Just cook 2 dishes at home. Okay, I ask my wife to prepare it, and I pick you up in the evening. Mu Xing hung up the phone, and the madman behind him gulped down a bottle of beer, feeling very happy after finishing it. Mu Xing opened 2 cans for Tangdo to make up for it. By the way, let's go to Kowloon City tomorrow, Madman suddenly said. So urgent? It's urgent, we need to get more intelligence. I heard that there are a lot of survivors participating in this competition, and it is estimated that it will set a record in history. The invitation letter for the survival competition has been sold at a sky-high price. Mu Xing touched his chin. Do you think we should sell this extra invitation letter directly? Get 2 purple weapons. Madman slapped the table. Good idea. Now it is estimated that there will be more than 2 purple weapons, 2.5, a rare opportunity. Okay, let's go to Kowloon City tomorrow to broaden our horizons. Alessa turned around. I want to go out and take a walk in the fields. Mu Xing didn't stop her, nodded, and then asked Tondo to be a bodyguard. After Tondo was strengthened by the G-Virus, his combat power was comparable to that of a tiger. Mu Xing was still considering whether to focus on training him. 3 cans. Mu Xing bargained with Tondo, and it was obvious that he was not very willing. 3 cans, plus 2 cat strips. Looking at the 3 cans, and 2 cat strips in Mu Xing's hand, Tondo suddenly became happy and meowed twice. Mu Xing put a leash on the fat cat and handed it to Alessa. Go, just don't run too far. Until Alessa left, the madman next to her said seriously, Alessa has free will after all, is your world prop stable? Mu Xing looked at the man, and the cat running towards the rice field. Alessa is actually very simple, but her vicious mother tortured her, and she was bullied at school. In fact, she is very similar to us orphans. What she needs is not control, but a little care and concern. The madman nodded in understanding, and lay on the sofa. You still have a way. Before, I threw the things I couldn't handle to the secondary personality. If the secondary personality couldn't handle it, I would split a new secondary personality. What about now? Mu Xing laughed. It's not possible now. I have to do everything myself. In fact, if I work hard, I will find that it's not that difficult. Ha ha ha. The two smiled at each other. By the way, you don't plan to pay back your romantic debt. Will you still visit your resurrected ex-lover? The madman shook his head quickly. Don't tease me. Okay, I take a nap first. You can call me when the meal is ready, he said. He laid down on the sofa. Hey, you really treat me as a nanny? Mu Xing kicked him on the butt. No, I come tomorrow. At the same time. At the crash site next to the interstate highway, 3 black twin-rotor flying bird helicopters were slowly descending. The wind and sand stirred up by the propellers were everywhere, and before everything calmed down, the hatch had already opened. 3 figures wearing silver power armor jumped off the helicopter, one holding a detector, one holding a computer, and one taking off a helmet to observe the surrounding situation. Then, dozens of fully armored soldiers came down from the other 2 bird helicopters, and quickly blocked the scene. Someone inserted a special device nearby, and after starting it, a special invisible shield was formed to hide the crash site and these bird helicopters. Lieutenant Colonel, Lieutenant Ide's crash site is here, but we did not receive Lieutenant Ide's distress signal. I guess the signal should have been blocked in advance. The Lieutenant Colonel raised his head and looked around. His left eye had been transformed into an electronic eye, which could easily scan various spectra. He glanced at the report and threw it aside. Check it carefully for me. Don't miss any clues. Anyone who dares to attack our Iron Legion is an enemy of our entire Iron Legion. No matter who he is, We must find the murderer no matter where he goes. Yes. The surrounding soldiers immediately dispersed and began to take out instruments to conduct a carpet search. Chapter 218. Kowloon City is the second largest gathering point in the world. It is based on the Kowloon Walled City, a world prop, and continues to expand. It has now become the largest gathering point in Dragon Country. At this time, the madman's newly bought off-road vehicle was driving towards a broken road marked with construction ahead. And just as the car passed the warning sign, a change similar to that of the Black Mountain Canyon occurred. The broken road ahead was automatically connected. Continuing forward, it turned out to be a desert-like alien space. A huge square city stands abruptly in the center of this alien space. A river winds around Kowloon City. The core of Kowloon City is Kowloon Walled City, a highly concentrated area of 2 buildings, messy and crowded. After Kowloon City expanded, the core area was demolished and rebuilt to become the commercial center of Kowloon City. With the walled city as the center, there are more modern buildings around it, but the highest is no more than 6 floors. Surrounding the center like a moon surrounded by stars. A tall city wall is built on the periphery. This tall wall made Mu Xing incomprehensible. Is it necessary to build such a high wall in a town in another dimension? Because it restricts the further expansion of Kowloon City. Just outside the city, surrounding this big city, there are densely packed shanty towns, and some places have even formed markets. In order to clear up Mu Xing's confusion, the madman explained, Kowloon City was originally positioned as an equal trading area where everyone can enter, so survivors are not allowed to buy houses and live there. The city wall was built to limit unlimited expansion and change the original intention of the founder. However, the managers of Kowloon City have opened up the area outside the city, where temporary tents and shanties can be built. No matter who you are, or what your status is, you have to stay outside the city. Mu Xing poked his head out with some curiosity, and sighed. It's 2 extremes from the Black Mountain Canyon. The Black Mountain Canyon is a strictly hierarchical gathering place, where large battle groups and high-level survivors often occupy the best positions. In addition to having territory on the ground, they also have exclusive areas on the high floating island. However, not everyone is eligible to go to the floating island. Only after a special membership assessment, you can become a VIP member of the Black Mountain Canyon. The Kowloon City in front of us is another extreme. It welcomes everyone and pursues free trade. According to what Mu Xing learned, in addition to Dragon Country, many survivors from Southeast Asian countries will also gather in Kowloon City. Where should we go first? The old process: register first, get the ID card first. If you plan to spend the night in Kowloon City, you must go outside the city and set up a tent yourself, or rent someone else's. Kowloon City opens at 8 a.m. every day and closes at 12 p.m. If you stay without a special stay permit and stay intentionally, you will be cleared out. Mu Xing was stunned. Will the survivors have any objections to this? The madman laughed. If you have any opinions, you can go to Kowloon Mansion to make them. But that stubborn old man probably won't listen to other people's opinions. Stubborn old man? The founder of Kowloon City is probably one of the earliest survivors, and his strength is unfathomable. As he spoke, the madman had already driven the car to the large parking lot next to the city gate. There was a registration point at the city gate. Mu Xing was a little shocked. How strong would the first batch of survivors who survived to this day be? It was hard to imagine. However, this situation may change soon. The madman looked up at the tall city wall that was close at hand. The 3 gilded characters of Kowloon City on the city gate were shining in the sun. If Kowloon City is changed to one of the main cities for survivors, many rules will change, but whether it is good or bad, it is unknown. When? After the survival contest? Mu Xing asked. Yes. The 2 left the parking lot and started walking. It must be said that Kowloon City is the largest gathering place for survivors in Dragon Country, and even Southeast Asia. There are a constant stream of survivors coming in and out every day, which is very lively. The Black Mountain Canyon is also very lively, but it is much inferior to Kowloon City. Especially when the flow of people gathers and enters and exits the city gate, Mu Xing feels like he is back to the market. Just as they were about to register, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind them. Madman Boss, Blood Moon Boss. Mu Xing turned around and saw Li Hongwei in a suit. He dressed like a driver in the survival world, but he looked more like a boss in the real world. Why are you here? This was Mu Xing's first time in Kowloon City, and he thought no one would recognize him, so he didn't wear a simulation mask. I didn't expect to meet Li Hongwei before entering the city. Fate, it's really fate. Have you 2 just returned from the United States? Why didn't I see you at the singularity condensation point? Mu Xing asked. Haha, of course it's because the space-time tower of Kowloon City is bound, so the survival system can transfer the singularity to Kowloon City, Li Hongwei said. Mu Xing looked at the madman with a confused face, and the madman shook his head. I haven't been back to China for a year. Li Hongwei quickly explained. It's a new function that Kowloon City has announced in recent months. He pointed to the city. Do you see that tower? The space-time tower was built not long ago. As long as you are a formal survivor, you can claim your own singularity in the space-time tower. It seems that the survival system is very determined to build the main city. Frenzy commented. Mu Xing murmured to himself. No wonder I also saw the mysterious tower-like building being built on the floating island of Black Mountain Canyon. What about the newcomers? Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei. The newcomer mechanism has not changed. We still have to hurry on. Node hunters and guardians exist for newcomers. The survival system does this as a kind of screening, Li Hongwei said. It seems that we don't have to run around the world anymore, Mu Xing joked. But the madman still looked serious. Every action of the survival system has its logic behind it. This convenience should be exchanged for some kind of price. I guess we will soon see a new major change in the survival system. Li Hongwei rubbed his hands next to him. Boss, do you need a free guide? I can do it for you. Mu Xing and the madman did not refuse. With Li Hongwei, a local snake, they can help them get familiar with this Kowloon City faster. By the way, were you looking for someone just now? Mu Xing asked. Upon hearing this, Li Hongwei slapped his thigh and said, Oh boss, I forgot about those two. You guys register first, I go find them. They? Zhou Cheng and Wu Qian. I think the three of us get along well, so we exchanged contact information. I have to say that Li Hongwei is a smart guy. Before leaving the Silent Hill world, he asked for his contact information, but he didn't give it to me. I didn't expect that this guy had already won over the others. Let's go, let's register first. The madman took the lead and walked towards the city gate registration office. Mu Xing also hurriedly followed. Chapter 219. Compared to Black Mountain Canyon, the registration in Kowloon City is more automated. There is almost no manual work, all done by machines. You can choose to be a formal member or a visitor. The registration requirements for formal members are stricter, and you need to enter an accurate facial feature and fingerprint information. Of course, you can set up a virtual image for your facial features and fingerprint information, but you will need to use this virtual image when entering Kowloon City in the future. The virtual image represents the survivor's new identity in Kowloon City. The tourist mode is much simpler. You just need to get a number and a tourist number card. However, only with a formal ID card can you enter some non-tourist areas in Kowloon City and enjoy many unique survivor services in Kowloon City. Mu Xing and Crazy each set up a virtual identity for themselves, and this virtual identity will represent them in the future. Soon, 2 electronic cards with chips were printed out in the machine. Is that it? Mu Xing held the black card in his hand, which had only a series of numbers on it. The ID card is very important. You will rely on this card to enter and leave the city. Trading items, mailing addresses, and personal accounts are all bound to this card, the madman said. What if the card is lost? Use the original virtual identity to reissue it. However, if you even forget the virtual identity you set, you can only blame yourself. It feels so troublesome. It's all for confidentiality. After all, no one wants to be caught by others. After this place is transformed into the main city, the information will be stored in the survival system. At that time, the ID card will be bound to the real identity of each survivor, and there is no need to worry about leaks. After the 2 got their ID cards, they saw 3 guys rushing over from behind. Hello, 2 big guys. The man and woman bowed to Mu Xing and the others, looking excited. The 2 young people were dressed in urban youth clothes and looked quite familiar with each other. Let's go into the city first, I take you around. Li Hongwei began to fully demonstrate his skills as a veteran in Kowloon City. When entering the city gate, a transparent barrier will identify the ID card. Only by scanning the ID card and virtual identity information can you enter and exit, eliminating all random intruders. Entering the city, it was like entering another world. This place is different from what Mu Xing imagined. He thought Kowloon City would be relatively retro, but he didn't expect that it was full of sci-fi futuristic buildings. The central city is even more of a cyberpunk scene. Huge virtual projections light up in the city. The most eye-catching is the 9 golden dragon projections above the head, which are very fantastic. Wow, is this Kowloon City? This is too spectacular. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but exclaimed. That's nothing, there are more exciting things inside. The entertainment area, trading area, training area, and competition area are all unique, guaranteed to open your eyes. Brother Wei, I want to go to the entertainment area. Zhou Cheng said expectantly. I want to go too, Wu Qian said. Then you guys go play first. I take the two guys to get familiar with Kowloon City. The two young men couldn't wait to run to the areas they were looking forward to. Young people are really energetic. Li Hongwei sighed. Then he looked at Mu Xing and Fengzi. Two guys, is there anywhere you're in a hurry to go? No, let's go around the city first. Okay, then I rent some hoverboards. All kinds of cars are prohibited in this city, and a special hoverboard has become the main means of transportation. It can fly more than 1 meter high and has a maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Although it is not fast, it is enough in this Kowloon City. At the same time, Kowloon City, like the Black Mountain Canyon, has special rules that prohibit the use of force and is a safe zone. And it is obvious that there is a great suppression of survivors here. After a while, several people stepped on the hoverboard rented by Li Hongwei and traveled through most of Kowloon City. With Li Hongwei as a tour guide, they were familiar with Kowloon City at a very fast speed. They walked from the outer city to the city center, and after entering the core area, there were more people here. In particular, there were many people outside a huge building that looked like a gymnasium. What's going on? Li Hongwei explained. The survival competition is about to begin, and more survivors are pouring into Kowloon City. The major battle groups have begun to settle outside the city. The building in front of us is the teleportation hall, where the survival system directly airdrops. At that time, all contestants will enter the competition world through the teleportation hall. Can't you just teleport? Why do you need a teleportation hall? Mu Xing was puzzled. This question hit the blind spot of Li Hongwei's knowledge. The madman next to him said, that's because the world you enter in the survival competition is a special native world. Native world? Mu Xing was a little shocked. He had experienced the horror of the native world, which was completely inconsistent with the logic he usually knew. High risk means high return. Although the native world is dangerous, the various generous rewards make people unable to stop. In addition to the super props that are not seen in the survival competition mall on weekdays, there is still an endless stream of moss coming every year. The madman pointed to the teleportation hall in front. These people gathered here early, and they just want to find out more about this survival competition. Can you get information by looking at a teleportation hall? Mu Xing expressed doubt. Their target is those staff members, the staff members assigned by the survival system. As he was talking, Mu Xing saw a man with a cold expression and wearing a black business suit appear at the door. As a result, a group of people quickly surrounded him, each holding up the high-level props they had prepared long ago, purple weapons emitting a bright purple light, etc. But he was ignored by the man, who pushed everyone away and slammed the door shut. The onlookers who had been waiting for a long time looked like clowns. Are these people crazy? Mu Xing was stunned. That's right, they thought that they could make the staff speak by bribing in this way, which is just a pipe dream. Li Hongwei said with disdain. The madman didn't say anything, staring at the teleportation hall for a moment, then turned around and headed in another direction. Where are you two going next? Li Hongwei hurriedly caught up. Trading area. Okay, please follow me. Li Hongwei suddenly accelerated, ran in front, and led them to the trading area. By the way, two big guys, are you planning to sell the invitation letter for survival? Li Hongwei said. Mu Xing was not surprised that he knew, because the madman had shared the task with them before. It's just that these people have never been able to kill 300 high-level monsters from the world. William, the tallest, only killed dozens of them, and his strength was far from that of the madman. Mu Xing relied on the giant state of the tumor to trample nearly 200 monsters to death. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him and the madman to complete the task. Why? Are you interested? Mu Xing turned his head and looked at him. Big brother, you are joking. Of course I can't afford it, but there is an auction today. The invitation letter can be auctioned at a higher price. Chapter 220. Hearing this, the two of them immediately became interested. There is also an auction in the Black Mountain Canyon, but they have never been there. First, there is nothing to sell, and second, there is no money to buy props. Li Hongwei looked expectant. Now the invitation letter of the survival competition has been hyped up to a sky-high price, but I am not capable enough. Even if there is a mad boss who shares the task, I can't get it. If you sell the invitation letter at this time, you can make a lot of money. Li Hongwei led them into the auction house with ease. This place is bigger than they imagined. There are 6 floors in the auction house, and each floor has rooms of different sizes. More than a dozen auctions are held at the same time. The biggest one is of course the auction on the 6th floor, which can accommodate thousands of people, and has many exquisite items. Lao Zhang, Lao Zhang. As soon as he arrived at the counter, Li Hongwei shouted at the top of his voice. Li Hongwei, are you calling for help? A middle-aged man in a long gown with an impatient face walked out, wearing glasses and glaring at the other party. Hey, are you busy? Li Hongwei immediately came over. If you have anything to say, do you want to borrow money? Hey, look at you, you are so stingy. I heard that your business is not doing well recently, so I came to see you. You want to fight? Old Zhang raised his right hand. Hey, just kidding, I'm introducing you to 2 big guys. What big guys or not, I'm very busy. The man was about to chase him away. Hey, don't be impatient. Li Hongwei whispered something in his ear, and the other's eyes immediately widened and changed into a smiling face. Hurry and welcome them into the back hall. I am Zhang Ting. What are your names, gentlemen? Just call me Blood Moon. What about this one? Bai Li. At this time, a maid came over with tea. Real person? Mu Xing was a little surprised that it was not a man-made person or a robot. It is the original inhabitant of Kowloon City, and it can never leave this world. Li Hongwei beside him whispered a reminder. Mu Xing was even more shocked that there were original inhabitants in this world prop of Kowloon City. I heard from Wei Ge that you 2 want to give out an invitation letter. Mu Xing did not hesitate, and grabbed with his right hand, and a red lacquer and white envelope fell into his hand, and was placed on the table. Do you mind checking it? Zhang Ting suppressed his excitement. Mu Xing held out his hand, signaling him to do whatever he wanted. He immediately took out a new pair of glasses, and put them on, then took out a flashlight to observe the invitation in the envelope. It's an unopened invitation. The price can be increased a lot. Aren't all invitations the same? Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei. No, the invitations in previous years were indeed the same, but this year is different. What do you mean? Zhang Ting put down the envelope next to him. Let me explain. In previous years, each invitation letter had the same effect. Each invitation letter could invite up to 10 people to participate in the survival competition. But this year is different. Due to the expansion of the war group and the changes in the structure of survivors, the invitation letters have also changed. They are divided into 3 different levels of invitation letters. Bronze invitation letter, bronze background, can invite up to 5 people to participate in the survival competition. Silver invitation letter, silver background, can invite up to 10 people to participate in the survival competition. Gold invitation letter, gold background color, can invite up to 20 people to participate in the survival competition. Mu Xing didn't expect this, and no one reminded them. He pointed at the envelope. Can you tell what level of invitation letter we have? Zhang Ting shook his head. You could only know after opening it. If you don't open the envelope, it will block any detection means. However, this also causes price differences between invitation letters of different levels. Bronze invitation letters are the cheapest, and gold invitation letters are the most expensive. For this kind of unopened envelope, many people will be willing to bet on a high price. The minimum price is also a silver-based price. After all, bronze invitations are the most common, and the higher the level, the fewer invitations there are. Zhang Ting looked at Mu Xing and crazy with anticipation. Are you 2 going to auction it in an unopened state, or are you going to take a gamble now? Mu Xing took the envelope and said to Crazy, what do you think? I think we can take a gamble. Crazy said. Mu Xing also nodded and tore open the envelope in front of Zhang Ting without hesitation. The cover is black. After opening it, the logo of the survival contest and the golden invitation are engraved on it. Zhang Ting beside him couldn't help but take a breath. He realized that the 2 people in front of him were indeed extraordinary, and seemed to know that the invitation in his hand was extraordinary. Because the reason is simple, the more difficult the invitation task is, the higher the level of the invitation you get. Looks like good luck. Mu Xing smiled. Zhang Ting suppressed his excitement. Are you 2 really willing to authorize me to auction this golden invitation? Of course, no problem. I trust the person introduced by Wei Ge. Zhang Ting quickly called the maid and brought the auction contract. TSK, it's issued. 1 gold invitation letter can bid at least 3 purple weapons. Li Hongwei on the side said expectantly. By the way, can we set the requirements for the purple weapons auction? Mu Xing asked. He didn't care about the quantity, but he cared about bidding for a usable purple weapon. He had only heard of props of this level. After all, he had never seen one. Zhang Ting on the side said, of course, you 2 can write down the requirements. At the auction, these requirements will also be displayed together. The auction will give priority to bidders who meet the requirements. That puts my mind at ease. Mu Xing signed a contract with Zhang Ting directly. In addition, the auction house would charge a certain percentage of handling fees and commissions, about 3%, which he said was acceptable. You too, the auction will be held on the 6th floor at 8 o'clock tonight. You can enter directly with this VIP card. Zhang Ting smiled and handed over a card with the auction house building pattern printed on it. Mu Xing nodded and accepted the card. When Kowloon City becomes the main city in the future, he will inevitably have to deal with Zhang Ting. First, let's see what kind of character he has. After leaving the auction house, they rushed to the training area. For Crazy, every day, apart from eating, sleeping, and occasionally catching up on various games and movie materials, is training. His Spartan warrior career is about to be completed, so he is naturally anxious. Two big guys, in addition to the training area, the competition area in Kowloon City can also do practical training, and there are also some competitive games. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. However, Li Hongwei's proposal was rejected by Crazy. In his opinion, the arena is just a child's house game. There is no real death in the arena. It is all simulated battles. If there really is a life and death fighting arena, he would be willing to give it a try. As for Mu Xing, in addition to unlocking the 3rd level skills of the Valorant Awakener as soon as possible, he also needs to be familiar with the use of 2 new talents. There are only 10 days left, so he has no choice but to speed up. We will be at the training ground during this period. If you have anything, you can come to the training ground to find us. After leaving this sentence, Mu Xing and the madman went straight to the training area, leaving Li Hongwei with a sigh. The boss is the boss. He is on the road to progress every day. No, I have to work hard too. Just then, the phone rang. Hello, is this Sister Cui? Hey, it's me. Alan is back. If I have time, I will come right away. Chapter 221. It was not even 7 o'clock in the evening, and the entire auction was already full. The 6-story auction hall was divided into 2 floors. The upper floor was the VIP room, and the lower floor was the ordinary seats, both of which were full. The bright chandeliers on the round arch were shining, and the golden round platform in the center was also magnificent. Mu Xing and his friends were taken directly to the 2nd floor private room with the VIP card. The view here was wide, and there was free tea. Mu Xing and the madman were face to face, and Alessa walked out of the primitive beehive next to him and hugged the cat in a throat-locking manner. As soon as Tondo saw Mu Xing, he quickly broke free and jumped into his arms with grievance. Where is this? Alicia looked around curiously. Miss Alicia, this is the 6th floor of Kowloon City Auction House. Kowloon City Auction House has a long history and operates with integrity. Every year, a large number of high-end auction items are sold here. Next to her, the projection of Red Queen appeared next to her to answer her questions. Mu Xing specially gave Alicia a Red Queen watch. If she has any questions, she can ask the artificial intelligence Red Queen. Want some tea? Mu Xing asked. She shook her head. Then eat some melon seeds. Alessa tilted her head, stuffed the melon seeds into her mouth, and started chewing. Mu Xing quickly pinched her face. You're about to vomit. This is not how you eat it. Ha ha ha. The madman on the other side couldn't help laughing. I teach you. Mu Xing covered his head. He was so smart in the Silent Hill world. Why did he become stupid after coming out? While teaching Alessa how to eat melon seeds, Mu Xing complained. You said I don't even have a girlfriend. So why do I start raising children? Alicia understood what he said and rolled her eyes in protest. Mu Xing took out her cell phone and turned on the Tom and Jerry cartoons to prevent Alicia from getting bored. Watch it for yourself. As he was speaking, the auction had already started to heat up. The auction host, wearing a sexy golden battle robe, had taken the elevator up from the central round platform. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction on the 6th floor tonight. I am your old friend, Lan Shan. Accompanied by the music, he came up to perform a solo dance, moving his body from the left side of the round platform to the right side, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. I think you can't wait any longer, right? But don't worry. The highlights tonight are one after another. I advise friends with weak hearts to take some blood pressure medication first, because this auction will only be a climax. The rapid music, gorgeous stage lights, exaggerated movements, and extremely dramatic sounds, everyone's appetite was immediately whetted. This guy is quite interesting. He is very good at livening up the atmosphere. Mu Xing commented. The madman calmly drank tea, his eyes meeting with Tondo, who was staring with round eyes. Tondo was waiting for the madman to pet it. The madman raised his right hand and put it down, hesitating. Tondo was not happy, took the initiative, rubbed his hand with his cat head, and acted cute. Others were afraid of the smell of the madman, but Tondo didn't seem to be afraid at all. Muxing handed the madman a cat strip. It's greedy, you feed it, otherwise it will keep pestering you. The madman coughed, his old face blushed, and began to feed cat strips to Tondo. Next to him, Alessa, who was concentrating on watching cartoons, could hear her silver bell-like laughter from time to time. At this moment, Muxing felt that the years were peaceful. However, he didn't know how long this peace could last. The upcoming survival contest would surely be very fierce in terms of fighting and competition. Crazy, do you think tomorrow will be better? Facing Muxing's sudden question, Crazy, who was petting the cat, looked up in confusion. Ah? Tomorrow? I still have to train tomorrow. Muxing felt a bit of a heart attack. Turning his head to look at the center of the auction. It will be better, Madman suddenly said. I believe it too. Muxing nodded in response. At this moment, the curtain was completely opened, and the first item was pulled up. The auction has begun. Tondo was happily eating cat strips, and was suddenly grabbed by Alicia and held in her arms as a pillow. Dear friends, the first item of the auction today, please wear your sunglasses. It will be so bright that you can't open your eyes. As he said that, Lan Shan lifted the red cloth. Instantly, a dazzling light illuminated the entire auction. It lasted for 3 full seconds before the light slowly dissipated. The first item, the Sun Crystal, a high-level magic item from Rise 3, Titan King rank, purple weapon. Legend has it that it was made from the crystal heart that was born after absorbing thousands of years of sunlight. Friends who know crystal magic are blessed. Its effect is simple, but also very complicated. It increases the strength of crystal magic by 10. Muxing was stunned. The first item was a purple weapon? Crazy, what does it mean to increase the strength of this crystal magic by 10? It means the level of enhancement. Magic also has levels. Every time the size of the magic is upgraded, there will be a 5% to 10% increase. And adding 10 means a 10 level increase, which can increase the power by 50% to 100%. So exaggerated? Although Muxing has estimated the strength of the purple weapon as much as possible, he didn't expect that an auxiliary purple weapon would be so strong. This is a direct bonus, and it is a bonus for the entire system. It's a pity that it's limited to crystal magic amplification. If it was full magic amplification, this purple weapon would be one of the top purple weapons. The madman looked at the exhibition stand, and it was obvious that he had also dabbled in various magic classifications. But this thing is like a divine weapon in the eyes of crystal magicians. As soon as the voice fell, a man dressed in a very otherworldly style stood up below. I want this sun crystal. He was adorned with many magic crystals, especially on his fingers, which were all various crystal rings. There really are crystal magicians. These magicians are different from normal magicians. They rely on the magic power provided by crystals to cast spells and fight. The magicians in Final Fantasy? Muxing asked. Well, they are more extreme. Their fighting power depends entirely on the crystals on their bodies. They do not have strong physical or mental strength. The disadvantages are obvious, but there are also many advantages. The most important one is that their fighting power is formed very quickly. They can also rely on crystals to summon magic and summon powerful monsters from different time and space to fight for them. The auctioneer on the stage ignored the crystal magician and directly called out the reserve price. Sun Crystal, the reserve price is 10,009 dragon coins, and each bid must not be less than 1,009 dragon coins. Start the auction now. After the words fell, the crystal magician directly raised the price, 50,000. Muxing had checked the value of 9 dragon coins in advance, and 1 9 dragon coin was worth about 10,000 yuan. In other words, the reserve price of this sun crystal purple weapon is 100 million yuan. Of course, real currency cannot be circulated in 9 Dragon City, and high-level props cannot be purchased. The actual value of 9 dragon coins is much higher than real currency. Muxing suddenly felt that the 400 million in his bank account had become extremely insignificant. 5 or 6 people competed for the auction, and the price was raised to 100,000 in an instant. I pay 200,000. At this moment, a female voice sounded in the VIP room on the 2nd floor. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the private room number 203 on the 2nd floor. Chapter 222. The curtains of room 203 were drawn open, and a woman with 2 color cards floating around her poked her head out. She was wearing heavy makeup, and a bodyguard like an iron tower stood beside her. Everyone was talking. Who is this? Double the price. You don't even know her? Crystal Rose EU. She is EU? She is indeed rich and powerful. Seeing that the madman's face seemed unnatural, Mu Xing immediately raised a gossipy expression. Hey, is there something wrong? The mistress from Dragon Country? Get lost, am I that bad? I just went through a world before and had a fight. This woman is very powerful, majoring in card magic and minoring in crystal magic. She is a very difficult character. Hearing this, Mu Xing also cast a curious look at 203. A woman who can make a madman feel difficult must be extraordinary. I pay 300,000. The crystal magician gritted his teeth in the audience. 400,000. EU directly raised the price to 400,000. The face of the crystal mage in the audience changed. Then he seemed to have made up his mind. 500,000. The madman looked at the crystal mage in the audience and said, this crystal purple weapon is only worth about 500,009 dragon coins. It is not worth more than that. After all, the versatility of this purple weapon is too low, which seriously affects its value as a purple weapon. 700,000. 203 EU raised the sign in his hand without hesitation. Plop. The crystal mage in the audience sat down on the chair, obviously losing the momentum of competition. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price for this top-grade crystal auxiliary purple weapon? Lan Shan looked around, but no one continued to bid. It seemed that they were intimidated by the momentum of Crystal Rose. Of course, the main reason was that most people were not very interested in this Sun Crystal. Sun Crystal 700,000 once. Sun Crystal 700,000 twice. Sun Crystal 700,000 3 times. Deal. As the hammer fell, the deal was completed. 203 Crystal Rose EU gently picked up the wine glass, as if she was just throwing out money for a breakfast. Next, various high-level props were put on the market. Among the 4 or 5 items, a purple weapon was sold, which made Mu Xing excited. For example, the Dark Moon Sniper Rifle had a range of 10 kilometers, a hypersonic firing speed, and could fire various magic bullets. Naturally, it attracted a group of people to scramble for it, and it was finally sold at a high price of 1,000,009 dragon coins. Mu Xing subconsciously touched his shriveled pocket, and could only sigh in despair. Oh, I'm so poor. He couldn't help but sigh. The madman looked at Mu Xing and said, don't belittle yourself. With just the 2 world props you have, you can buy many purple weapons. Then the madman saw Alessa staring at him with a dark face. I'm just giving an example. The madman quickly changed his words. What's the use? The world item is soulbound and can't be traded. The only thing I can offer now is the virus serum. I checked the price of this thing in Kowloon City. The serum production here is large and the price is low. 1 bottle only costs a few dozen or a few hundred. It can't be sold in large quantities. If it is sold in large quantities, it will impact the market and the price will only be lower. Mu Xing slammed the table. No, we must find a way to make money. At this time, the auction started to receive invitations. Mu Xing saw that a bronze invitation bid the average price of a purple weapon, which was about 800,000. He immediately regained confidence. Can't our gold invitation bid at least 2.4 million? More than that, after all, the price of purple weapons fluctuates a lot, and high-level purple weapons and purple weapons with high versatility will be more valuable. Mu Xing and his team's requirements for the gold invitation are at least 3 purple weapons, 1 archer purple weapon, 1 defense purple weapon, and if there are any other third items, spiritual purple weapons can be given priority. The purple archer weapon was reserved by Mu Xing for himself, and the defensive weapon was prepared for the madman. The last one was uncertain, and it could only depend on what props the shooter had in his hand. The weapons in his hand had some shortcomings. That M4 had been eliminated long ago. The Flying Star compound bow was average in power, with a low firing rate and short range, and its grade was too mediocre. The particle gun was powerful but consumed a lot. He had looked at the price of high-energy batteries, and a battery cost thousands of 9 dragon coins. This was not a bullet, but money. That laser gun became the most cost-effective weapon in his hand, but it was not very versatile, and had low durability. Equipment produced in the radiation wasteland world had no quality control at all. After a few rounds, the durability would return to 0. So, he urgently needed a purple weapon to support the scene. Mu Xing noticed that those who rushed to bid for props were individuals, while those who rushed to bid for invitations were representatives of war groups. Compared with individuals, war groups obviously have more advantages and more abundant financial resources. Rooms 205, 207, and 211 should all be representatives of war groups. As long as the invitations are issued, they will fight and the prices will be higher than one. Soon, Mu Xing and his team's gold invitations finally arrived. Before this, 3 bronze and 2 silver invitations had been auctioned, and so far, no gold invitations had been offered. After Lan Shan performed a tap dance to the music, his tone became enthusiastic. Now, let's invite one of our highlights today, the best of the survival competition invitations, the gold invitations that all the representatives of the battle groups must not miss. As the voice fell, he pulled open the red cloth on the glass cabinet. The golden invitation with gold lettering was set off by the surrounding orange lights and shone even brighter. Many people stretched their necks to look at the stage. There was even more discussion below. TSK. At this time, there is actually a war group that puts the golden invitation up for auction. How generous. How do you know it's a war group? Is it possible that an individual survivor got it? What are you thinking? Old masters don't need to. Newcomers can't get it. And there are new generations who can challenge the highest difficulty and get the golden invitation. Why not? Boxing champion Mo Ping, Dragon Rider Zhong Yu, Gold Walker Tian Longwei. Which of these new generation masters is not capable of getting a golden invitation? Do you think they will sell it at the auction? The debater was speechless for a moment. Mu Xing listened to the debate below and silently took note of these well-known new generation survivors. Crazy, you don't seem to be famous in Kowloon City. Crazy looked calm. First, I am an old man and can't be considered a new generation. Second, I have been active in North America for the past year. Third, it doesn't matter if you don't have this title. Is it admirable or awe-inspiring? In front of the survival system, we survivors are just a group of poor people trying to survive. Mu Xing nodded, indicating his agreement. At this time, the auction of their golden invitation began. Everyone, there is no auction price for this golden invitation. The auctioneer only accepts purple weapons. The minimum bid is 3 purple weapons. There are also purple weapon type requirements. Interested bidders, please write down your bidding items and attach detailed information about the purple weapons. As soon as these words came out, the individual bidders below looked at each other, and the representatives of the war group bidding began to prepare. Chapter 223. After a while, Zhang Ting brought over dozens of bidding lists. So many people bidding? Mu Xing was really shocked. He thought there would be only 3 or 4 bidders, but he didn't expect there would be as many as 12 lists. You too, this is the bidding list for the golden invitation letter. Please take a look. Mu Xing and the madman looked at each other, and quickly opened all the lists to check the bids of all the bidders. It must be said that these bidders are all very powerful. Some want to win by quantity, some directly add 4 purple weapons, and there is even a list with 5 purple weapons. Of course, there are also those who want to win by quality. The second list only has 2 purple weapons, a sword and a staff. In terms of quality, the quality of these 2 purple weapons is very good, definitely higher than the 5 purple weapons. However, Mu Xing does not intend to choose it. The staff is useless, and they are not masters of swords, so it is not suitable for them. The madman handed over a list. Mu Xing was immediately attracted by the 3 items on it. Phoenix Sun Fury Longbow, Azeroth Fortress, Gul'dan's Skull. These 3 items are all purple weapons from World of Warcraft, commonly known as Phoenix Bow, Egg Shield, and Ancient Head. The memories of playing World of Warcraft in my school days suddenly flooded into my mind. I didn't expect that I would see the real thing one day. Unlike the simple purple-grade weapons in World of Warcraft, the purple weapons formed by absorbing the power of World of Warcraft rules have also undergone significant attribute changes. The Phoenix Bow can not only increase the attack, but most importantly, it does not need arrows, directly condenses the fire element, shoots flaming arrows, and also has a Phoenix Fury skill that can shoot powerful Phoenix arrows. In addition to increasing defense, the Egg Shield also gains a counter-injury effect after becoming a purple weapon, and can form a thorn barrier to protect the group, with full defense capabilities. The Skull of Gul'dan is an equipment that increases spell strength and spell haste in the game. After becoming a purple weapon, it gains a bonus to soul and spirit, which can increase spirit and soul strength in battle. These 3 pieces of equipment seem to be stuck in their hearts, allowing the 2 to pick this one out of the 10 lists directly. Phoenix Bow Mu Xing uses it, and Egg Shield Crazy uses it. When Crazy challenges the Talent Awakening Trial, in addition to attack power, defense is also very important. Egg Shield is a good life-saving equipment. The purple weapon Gu 2 can be used by himself or given to Alessa. If she is blessed by Gu 2 in the Silent Hill area, her combat power will be even more terrifying. Choose this one. Muxing pointed at the list. Their principle is often not to choose the best, but only the most suitable for themselves. Are you too sure? If you are sure, I will send it to the auction directly. Zhang Ting said. Confirmed. Muxing nodded. He was already a little impatient. Over here, the madman handed over a scroll. As for the handling fee, this is the only way to pay it. We all need the 3 purple weapons. Zhang Ting glanced at the scroll and immediately smiled. However, he still returned the scroll and even handed over 2 VIP badges. Please allow me to make a decision on my own and waive the handling fee. In addition, please accept these 2 VIP badges. With these badges, you can enjoy a 10% discount in all self-operated stores under the auction house. Muxing picked up the badge. Zhang Ting is quite good at dealing with people. He naturally expressed his opinion. Manager Zhang, you are too polite. Don't worry, we will contact you as soon as there are auction items in the future. Zhang Ting smiled happily. It is my greatest honor to be recognized by you too. As he left 2 business cards. As soon as he left, a servant couldn't help complaining. Manager, the price you paid to win over people this time is too high. That's 3% of the handling fee for 3 purple weapons. If other managers know, I'm afraid they will laugh at you again. Bullshit, I can get a golden invitation. What do you need? This is called gold investment, you know nothing. Maybe I can turn things around with their help in the future. The servant was full of doubts. He had heard this more than once or twice. Every time they said it was an investment, but in the end, they never recovered the cost. Get lost, go to the side, don't block me. Zhang Ting kicked the servant away and ran to the auction table. Soon, Muxing got a response. The auction was completed, and the bidders had submitted their props. After the auction was completed, they did not stay any longer and left the private room and returned to the VIP lounge. They waited in the lounge for about 10 minutes before the door was knocked open. Someone brought 3 metal-wrapped boxes. When the 3 purple weapons were brought to them, even Alessa, who was watching Tom and Jerry with great interest, could not help but look sideways. Is this the purple weapon? Muxing picked up the phoenix bow, which was like a phoenix with its wings spread out, as if there was a flame burning. The bowstring seemed to be wrapped with fine fire patterns, but it didn't feel hot to the touch. He gently pulled the bow, but the bow didn't respond. What's going on? It can't be used, or do I need to infuse magic? The madman on the opposite side picked up the egg shield studded with rows of prismatic spikes. If you want to use the purple weapon, you need to bind it first. In layman's terms, it means dripping blood to recognize the master, so that the purple weapon will remember your blood breath, so that the purple weapon will officially activate its power. At the same time, the purple weapon that drips blood to recognize the master can only be used by you alone. Either you die, or even if someone else picks it up, they can't pick it up and use it, unless a special purification scroll is used to directly remove the dripping blood recognition effect. The madman cut his finger, and threw a drop of blood on the egg shield. The blood quickly seeped in, and then the shield emitted the unique purple light of the purple weapon. The madman shouted, and a translucent thorn barrier surrounded him. Not bad, with this purple weapon, I can occasionally play a meat shield, haha. It can be seen that the madman is very satisfied with this shield. Muxing also followed suit, and dripped blood to recognize the master. When the blood was absorbed, he felt that the bow in front of him seemed to have a vague connection with him. He held the phoenix bow in his hand, and with a thought, the bow actually ignited flames. The flames on the bowstring also lit up completely. Pulling the bowstring, a scorching fire element arrow quickly condensed on the bowstring. When the bowstring was released, the fire element arrow disappeared. He could feel that the bow was constantly drawing energy from the surrounding air to replenish the consumption. It was indeed a purple weapon. Compared to the flying star bow, it was simply a world of difference. There was no comparison at all. Then he picked up the skull again. Skull of Gul'dan seal made from the head of the orc warlock Gul'dan. Increases spell power and spell haste. Can greatly increase mental and soul strength, and increase resistance to negative mental effects. Note, this is a sealed head of an orc warlock, and many people still believe that it contains more incredible power. Madman, what does this seal mean? Chapter 224. Huh? It's actually a sealed equipment, which is rare. The madman cast a curious look and grabbed the skull. Sealed equipment is a piece of equipment made by sealing the soul or special energy into the instrument through special means. The advantages of this kind of equipment are outstanding effects and powerful power, but the disadvantages are also obvious. The seal is unstable. If the seal is damaged, it will cause the sealed item to lose balance and even threaten the safety of the user. As he spoke, he knocked on the skull, making a dull sound. Sealed equipment is also called potential equipment. If you can perfectly release the soul or energy sealed inside, you will have a chance to upgrade this equipment. Of course, this is not easy. 9 out of 10 times, the upgrade will fail. It is better to use it as it is. Mu Xing nodded. He felt that the madman was right. There was no need to aim too high. He threw a drop of blood on the skull and established a connection with the skull of Gul'dan. Then, he heard a whisper like an illusion. What the hell? It seems to be talking. After dripping blood to recognize the master, Mu Xing also noticed that the attributes of the skull of Gul'dan had changed slightly, especially the last comment. Please use this cursed equipment with caution. Gul'dan's whisper will affect your mind. Mu Xing looked unhappy. No wonder the auctioneer is willing to auction the sealed equipment. It turns out there are side effects. What side effects? The madman opposite asked. After Mu Xing showed it to him, the madman frowned. Someone used tricks to hide its shortcomings. No, there must be an explanation for this. After saying that, he was about to get up, but was stopped by Mu Xing. It may not be a bad thing. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises? Mu Xing threw the skull into the primitive beehive. He planned to let Shen study it carefully. When it comes to mental erosion and mental pollution, Shen is a real expert. Since Mu Xing didn't care, the madman didn't insist. At this time, the door was knocked. Two bosses, are you there? Li Hongwei's cautious voice came from the door. What's wrong? Mu Xing opened the door and saw Li Hongwei standing at the door with a perfumed smell. What's going on? Two bosses, it's 11 o'clock, and there's still an hour before the city gate closes. Mu Xing subconsciously glanced at the clock on the wall, and then he remembered that Kowloon City would be closed at night, and all outsiders had to be cleared out. Of course, all kinds of certified staff in Kowloon City don't have to leave the city. For example, certified personnel like Zhang Ting, except for them, all other survivors should leave the city obediently. It doesn't matter if they leave Kowloon City or set up tents outside the city, they can't stay in the city. Let's go! When they left the auction house, all kinds of hoverboards were already moving like an assembly line, and the survivors were leaving the city from the 4 gates of east, west, south, and north. Wu Qian and Zhou Cheng, 2 young people, came back from playing with sweat on their foreheads. They sipped milk tea and looked affectionate. No matter how you look at them, they have a friendship that goes beyond teammates. At this moment, a crystal skateboard suddenly stopped in front of them. Crazy, long time no see. The one who came was none other than Crystal Rose EU. Something's up, or do you want to fight? Crazy frowned. Are these your new teammates? She pointed at Mu Xing, Li Hongwei and others. Does it have anything to do with you? Don't get me wrong, I saw you at the auction just now, but I didn't have time to say hello. I want to talk to you. Do you have time? As soon as these words came out, gossipy eyes were cast at him. No time. As he said that, the madman stepped onto the floating board and was about to leave. What if I have news about the nightmare battlefield? The madman suddenly stopped. Let's talk about it outside the city. Hearing this answer, EU couldn't help but smile proudly, gave a look to the iron tower-like bodyguard behind him, and followed the madman out of the city. After everyone followed the crowd out of the city, everyone quickly dispersed. Many people chose to stay outside the city to set up tents, and more people chose to leave this alien space. The madman also stopped, turned his head, and looked at EU. Name a price. EU shook her head. I mean, we should form a team and enter the survival contest together. Wouldn't you find someone else? The madman frowned. EU smiled. I have found many teammates this year, but they are either unreliable or weak. Although we betrayed each other and fought, we can still maintain the most basic trust, right? I'm not interested, you can find someone else. The madman refused. Don't rush to refuse. I promise that as long as you invite me to join the team in the survival contest, I can give you all the information I know about the nightmare battlefield. Not only that, I also have information about your beauty. Deal. Mu Xing said directly. Blood Moon? Crazy looked at Mu Xing with a puzzled look. Are you crazy? Crazy sent a voice message through the team. Don't rush to refuse. The information about the nightmare battlefield is not that easy to find. It's just inviting one more person to join the survival competition. You said that EU is quite strong, right? Then it shouldn't be a loss to bring her along. Crazy was still a little twisted. She is not a worry-free person. How can a survivor be a trouble-free person? Moreover, she has the news about your confidant. The madman was speechless. Why do I feel that your tone is very similar to my mother's? I think it's more appropriate to be your father. Get lost. Then it's settled. Mu Xing looked up at Yu. I agree on behalf of the madman, but we have to sign a contract, and we must give us 1/3 of the nightmare battlefield information first. Yu was also stunned. She noticed that the madman next to her did not reject the young man's proposal. Even directly said, "Do as he says." Yu smiled. "What's your name?" "Just call me Blood Moon." Li Hongwei beside him also hurried to join in the fun. "Goddess Yu, my name is Li Hongwei. They all call me Viagra. Nice to meet you." Hearing this name, Yu couldn't help laughing. "Master, you have a party tonight." The iron tower-like bodyguard next to him suddenly spoke. Mu Xing then noticed that this bodyguard was not a human, but a crystal creation similar to a puppet, but covered with a layer of simulated artificial skin. Yu looked at Mu Xing. "I agree with your proposal, then when shall we sign the contract?" Mu Xing looked at the madman, asking for his opinion. After all, he was the protagonist of this invitation. "Tomorrow," the madman said. "Then see you tomorrow." She waved her hand, and the crystal skateboard under her feet instantly turned into a crystal flying carpet, carrying her and the bodyguard away quickly. Then, Li Hongwei came up with an expectant look on his face. "Boss Blood Moon, can you take me with you to the survival competition? I can also sign a contract, and I am willing to share 10% of the profits as a reward." He obviously couldn't afford an invitation, so he wanted to get one for Mu Xing and the others. Mu Xing put his arm around his shoulders. 10% is too little, I can consider 30%. That's too much, right? Then you're not sincere? No, how about a compromise 20%? Then go find someone else, goodbye. No, big brother, 30 is 30, I accept it. Chapter 225. The next day. Crazy Mu Xing and his men were waiting at the gate early. The gate opens at 8 o'clock every day, and people entering the city have already arrived at 7 o'clock. Look up at the sky. Li Hongwei suddenly pointed at the old man riding a crane from afar, and next to him, there was a Taoist in green clothes, stepping on a green bamboo flying sword, dragging a long green rainbow in the sky. Green bamboo Taoist? Mu Xing recognized the Taoist stepping on the flying sword at a glance. He turned his head to look at the madman, but he didn't look up, still staring at the city gate that was about to open. Mu Xing pushed him, and he shook his shoulders. "Don't push, I know who's coming." "Why don't I see your beauty?" "How should I know?" the madman muttered. The old man riding a crane and the Taoist Qingzhu did not line up to enter the city, and even the protective shield on the city did not stop them, and they flew into the city openly. Afterwards, more people came in the air, and the ripples on the protective shield appeared, and they easily entered the city. "Hey, how did they fly in? Is the Kowloon City shield ineffective?" someone asked, and tried to fly to the city wall, but crashed into the transparent shield. It turns out that it is impossible to cross the barrier without permission. Why are so many masters gathered in Kowloon City? Is something big going to happen? Mu Xing asked. The survival competition will start in 10 days, and these masters should have received an invitation from the Lord of Kowloon City. Li Hongwei said beside him. Why invite them? Are we going to fight? Not really. I guess they are preparing for the upcoming survival contest. After all, this is the first time that the survival system has set up a teleportation hall in a gathering place, and the gathering place will soon be transformed into a main city. These Kowloon City managers, big or small, should also be looking for paths and plans for the new era. Mu Xing touched his chin and nodded, seeing many powerful masters. He asked the divine seal to quietly record the genetic aura of these masters for easy identification later. At this moment, a loud bell suddenly sounded in the city. Dang, dang, dang. The bell rang 3 times in a row. Open the city gate. As everyone looked on expectantly, the sound of gears rang out. The giant city gate, which was nearly 1 meter thick, began to open to both sides. From today on, Kowloon City will not lock its doors at night until the survival competition begins. A loud voice sounded from Kowloon City. It's the voice of the Lord of Kowloon City, Li Hongwei said. Mu Xing heard that the voice sounded a little old, but it was still majestic and loud. But I didn't see him, and I didn't see what the legendary Lord of Kowloon City looked like. Hearing this announcement, almost all the survivors outside the city cheered. Why are these people so excited? Isn't it just leaving the door unlocked at night? Someone muttered. What do you know? Leaving the door unlocked at night means that the Lord of Kowloon City is going to open that treasure. What treasure? Kowloon Tower. Entering the Kowloon Tower to practice can at least double the skill proficiency. Everyone hurry in to grab the quota. The quota is limited every day, first come first served. Upon hearing this, not only Li Hongwei was excited, but even Mu Xing and Crazy couldn't help but look at each other. attracted by the mysterious 9-dragon tower mentioned by others. Hey brother, is what they said true? Mu Xing patted the survivor next to him. The other party glanced at Mu Xing, who was dressed casually and had no energy fluctuations. Newcomer. Mu Xing sighed, also. Newcomers should not join in the fun. Only qualified people can enter the 9-dragon tower to practice. What qualifications? If you want to enter the Kowloon Tower, you need to take a test. If you pass the test, you will be qualified to enter the tower. What test? Mu Xing asked. No, why are you so annoying as a newcomer? Go away, don't block me from going to the Kowloon Tower. As he said that, he squeezed into the crowd and ran towards the city. Crazy, do you know the Kowloon Tower? He turned around and asked the madman. I've heard of it. It is said to be a super prop that matches the Kowloon City. If you practice in the Kowloon Tower, if you are a cultivator, you can improve your cultivation speed. If you practice professional proficiency, you can improve the accumulation speed of professional proficiency. The 9 Dragons Tower is divided into 9 floors, and the speed is doubled at each stage. Mu Xing was a little shocked. Doesn't that mean the 9th floor can increase the speed by 9 times? Yes, but not everyone can go up there. In fact, there is a similar building in the Black Mountain Canyon, called the Black Mountain Training Camp, which can also improve skill proficiency. Why haven't I seen it? Mu Xing said subconsciously. Then, he reacted, I see, it's on the Sky Island, right? As he said that, they also followed the crowd like a rushing tide, moving quickly towards the 9 Dragons Tower. The Kowloon Tower is not in the center of the city, but in the southeast corner. It is an ancient 9-story wooden tower. Because there are 9 golden dragon carvings on the top, it is also called the Kowloon Tower. It is a super prop that the Lord of Kowloon City got in the survival competition. Because he thought it was more suitable for the name of Kowloon City, he put it in Kowloon City. Usually, the Kowloon Tower is open for 3 days a month for survivors with strength and potential to enter and practice. When Mu Xing came to the Kowloon Tower, it was already crowded with people, and it was full of heads. The all-wood structure of the Kowloon Tower is completely different from the surrounding sci-fi buildings. However, the ancient Oriental heritage highlights the charm of this ancient building. It exudes a soothing atmosphere all the time. Mu Xing felt a sense of tranquility just by approaching. The closer people are to the building, the quieter they are. It can actually affect so many people, and the impact range is so large. Mu Xing was even more surprised. In front. Someone has already started testing. The test is very simple, just smash a simple wooden man, no matter what method is used. It looks simple, but it's not. Someone fired more than 10 shots with a Barrett, even using armor-piercing bullets, but still couldn't break the wooden man. And someone snapped his fingers, and the flames burned the wooden man to ashes. There is no discrimination against survivors of any school here. Some people blew it up with a revolver, and there was also a magician who looked powerful, but couldn't break it after poking it with an ice spear for half a minute. It seems that it's not just the attack power, but also factors such as potential, understanding, and belief. Mu Xing looked at it for 2 minutes, and came to a conclusion. The madman next to him said, that's right, the test is not about violence, but about potential. The higher the potential, the easier it is to smash the wooden man. Mu Xing touched his chin. So, this Kowloon Tower is not open in vain, and it is also screening potential seeds for Kowloon City in disguise? You can think of it this way. The Lord of Kowloon City also has a battle group, the Kowloon Battle Group, which is full of top-notch masters, and is also the earliest battle group created in the survival system. Every year, there are increases and decreases, but every year there are a large number of new potential seeds joining. Next to him, Li Hongwei came over. To be honest, I also participated in the registration assessment of the Kowloon Battle Group. What was the result? Li Hongwei looked embarrassed. I didn't even pass the initial test. Chapter 226. Li Hongwei pointed to the ancient wooden tower in front of him. There are 9-story wooden buildings, and there are test points at the entrance of each floor. If you pass the test, you can go to higher floors. Potential is also divided into 3 lower grades, 3 middle grades, and 3 upper grades. The higher the potential, the higher you can go. Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei. How many floors did you go last time? Li Hongwei hesitated. 3 floors. The madman next to him added. The minimum requirement for joining the Kowloon War Group is 5 floors or above. Li Hongwei raised his head. That was last time. I will definitely be able to go to a higher level this time. Maybe I can break through the 5th floor. Mu Xing asked. What are the criteria for evaluating potential? This is a comprehensive evaluation result, based on skills, talents, abilities, props and other things that represent one's own strength, combined together to deduce the height that can be achieved in the future. Props are also considered potential? Yes, of course not. Props are also obtained by us after going through untold hardships. Even if he is a rich second generation with a set of purple weapons equipped by his family, his potential is far higher than others, because the family behind him also counts as his potential. Mu Xing didn't expect that the Nine Dragons Tower had such a broad understanding of potential. Just like most people would not consider more abstract concepts such as luck and qualifications as factors of potential, the Nine Dragons Tower would still include them. A person with poor cultivation qualifications, if supported by a powerful force, still has the possibility of growing to a very high position. A person with no foundation, but with great luck, is also considered to have extremely high potential. For another example, if a person can get along with everyone, flatter others, and take advantage of the situation to rise, that is also considered his potential. In short, Jiolong Tower believes that all human behavior codes and experience backgrounds can be used as reference evidence. Crazy, you should have tested your potential, right? Mu Xing asked. I have been to the Black Mountain training camp. They also have a similar ABC potential rating. They divide potential into 10 levels. I always stop when I reach the middle. Mu Xing nodded. Crazy is still relatively sober. If you are too high, you will be easily targeted. If you are too low, you will be easily looked down upon. Although the middle position is neither high nor low, you can move forward and backward freely and with ease. Hurry, hurry, two big guys, it's almost our turn. Li Hongwei suddenly got excited and pulled the two of them to squeeze in. After he swiped his ID card on the device next to him, an ugly wooden man appeared in the test area. He made a seal with his right hand, waved the peach with sword in his hand, and the talisman paper burned. Go! The peach with sword instantly turned into red light and flew out, smashing the wooden man. Hee, thank you, thank you. He bowed to the onlookers around. Ding passed the green light on the detector. Then he ran into the Nine Dragons Tower excitedly. Then the madman. He threw the chain blade in his hand and directly cut the wooden man in half. With a beep, the instrument lit up green. When he was about to reach Mu Xing, he heard the divine seal remind him, Master, there is a scanning force trying to scan the master. Do you want to stop it? Stop! As he said, Mu Xing raised the laser gun in his hand, and with a whoosh, he directly smashed the wooden man. However, the instrument lit up red, indicating that it did not pass. The people around were stunned. What happened? Is there a malfunction? The wooden man was clearly shattered, but it failed. Many people suddenly became excited, shouting whether the test had malfunctioned. Until then, a guard in armor rushed over to check the instrument. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Shanine, what did you do just now? I just used high-dimensional power to block the scan, and the result was an error. It said it was innocent. Okay, just block part of it. Mu Xing was helpless. It seemed that the test was just a cover, and the scan was the real thing. After a while, the guard restarted the instrument. Okay, try again. Mu Xing nodded, raised his gun, and with a whoosh, the red laser flew out and blew up the wooden man. Ding passed. The green light came on. Okay, it should have been a malfunction just now, it's fine now, and the test continues. Mu Xing entered the automatically open guardrail, and looked back at the survivors waiting for the test behind him. No wonder those real masters were unwilling to come to the Nine Dragon Tower. He would rather spend a huge amount of money to buy proficiency gems, proficiency scrolls, and other props to upgrade, probably because he is worried that the Nine Dragon Tower will spy on his secrets. Did you block the test scan just now? The madman waiting at the door asked. Yes, but it's a pity that you won't be allowed to pass if you don't scan it. The madman said, let's just hang out in the first 3 floors and don't go to the back. Mu Xing nodded and agreed with the madman's idea. The higher the level, the more secrets are exposed. Unless you really want to join the Nine Dragons, it is stupid to expose your trump card. The moment they stepped into the gate, Mu Xing felt the difference inside the tower. Compared with the outside volume, the internal space has expanded at least 10 times. Even with hundreds of people coming in, there is no feeling of crowding. Go up to the 2nd floor. Mu Xing tried to practice the proficiency of the Valorant Awakener's talent here. He fully performed it once, and his proficiency increased by 2 points directly. Sure enough, the speed has doubled. He showed a look of surprise on his face. The madman said, don't worry, let's go to the 2nd floor today and see the situation first. Well, good. Mu Xing saw that Li Hongwei was already impatient to go to the 3rd floor, and was queuing up for the test at the door. They found a corner, and sat down casually. As more and more people came in, Mu Xing found that the entire first floor seemed to be larger. The madman stopped talking and practiced his proficiency. Mu Xing sank into his mind and entered the primitive hive. Alessa was studying the various videos about modern social common sense that the Red Queen played for her. The box of Floros was spinning above her head. Tondo was sleeping soundly beside him. Did you sense the skin just now? Mu Xing asked. I sensed it, but I blocked it, Alessa said nonchalantly. Okay, I go to the lab. Just then, Tondo suddenly woke up and followed Mu Xing to the lab. In the lab, the Divine Seal was still conducting research. Mu Xing glanced at his gene researcher talent, which was always flashing. Now its acceleration of experimental research has long become the norm. How is the situation? Master, are you asking about the sealed equipment? It is still in the observation period, and has not yet started formal testing. How is the progress of the second-generation G-Virus Serum stable version? Mu Xing asked. Master, I always feel that there is something missing about the G-Virus. Shanin said. What is missing? No matter how much research is done, it only improves the strength of the virus. It is only a quantitative change, but it cannot produce a qualitative change. Mu Xing said. Do you think the G-Virus in the movie version is not perfect? It's possible. It is said that the G-Virus in the game version is related to the progenitor virus and the stairway to the sun. I think if the G-Virus wants to go further and undergo a qualitative change, the master needs to collect G-Virus materials related to the game. Mu Xing nodded. Don't worry, I will pay attention to this aspect, but the research on the G-Virus should not stop and should continue. Master, I have good news for you. The primary version of the new generation of G-Virus Serum that can increase mental power by 50% is about to be completed. Chapter 227. It has to be said, practicing in the Nine Dragons Tower is fast. Although they only stayed for half a day, it was equivalent to the achievements of practicing for a day in the past. However, in the afternoon, they had to stop because EU came. You lunatic, you actually ran to the Nine Dragons Tower to hide from me. The lunatic opened his eyes calmly. When did I hide from you? Don't frame me. You didn't answer the phone, and you didn't reply to the message. If you don't hide from me, what is it? Please, this is the Nine Dragons Tower. It will block contact with the outside world. Don't you know this common sense? I don't care, you just hide from me. Mu Xing beside him was confused. Did these two really have some special experience? Why did it look like a quarrel between lovers? Well, since you're here, let's sign a contract. Mu Xing tried not to participate in the war between the two and remained in the middle. After saying this, the two people who were arguing suddenly came to their senses and turned their heads away from each other. Mu Xing took the contract handed over by the crystal puppet bodyguard next to him, who looked like an iron tower, and carefully checked the terms on it. The contract states that before signing the contract, EU will provide 1/3 of the information related to the Nightmare Battlefield. After the contract is signed, the madman will invite her to participate in the survival competition and give her the remaining 2/3. If the madman agrees to form a team, he can provide information about someone else. Mu Xing roughly looked at it and found no problems. He handed it to the madman and asked him to take a look. Stop while you are ahead. Now is not the time to quarrel. Mu Xing sent a telepathic message. You guys are also here to be a lobbyist? The madman refused to do it. I'm just talking about the matter, maximizing the benefits. The madman didn't say anything, knowing that he was acting on impulse. He quickly read all the terms and signed his name and pressed his handprint after making sure there were no loopholes. The contract instantly turned into light and disappeared between the two people's eyebrows. Okay, the contract is also completed, you can go. I will abide by the contract and pull you into the survival competition when the competition starts. As soon as he signed, the madman started to drive people away. Who knew you would sit down directly opposite the madman? What are you doing? Practice. I finally got into the Nine Dragon Tower. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't practice? Don't stay in front of me. What do you care? I can stay wherever I want. Beside, Mu Xing subconsciously moved away. It was better to stay away from these two people to avoid being hurt by the sparks. In the next few days, Mu Xing thought that his practice was stable, very stable. Of course, if the two enemies next to him, it would be better if we could be more stable. They have been practicing on the 3rd level these days, and 3 times the speed is enough. Just now, Mu Xing opened his eyes, and the 3rd level talent was successfully unlocked. The 3rd level of talent of the Valorant Awakener, alienation and control. Alienation is easy to understand, similar to the transformation of the G-Virus, but this alienation is reflected in the alienation of the limbs, which can make a part of the body valorized, and can change the shape according to one's own ideas. Or you can concentrate the energy of the valorid particles to greatly increase the strength and lethality of the alienated parts. Control is also easy to understand. If alienation is to enhance the control of the body and strengthen itself, then control is to take the valorid particles out of the body and control them. To put it simply, it is one close combat and one long-range combat. Alienation can greatly enhance the close combat ability and control. It is equivalent to having an extra avatar that can leave the body. This avatar has a maximum control distance of 100 meters and can be transformed into various forms. The bird of reconnaissance, the floating shield, the hand controlling the weapon, etc., are very flexible. These two abilities seem ordinary, but Mu Xing feels very satisfied. For the two skills of the third level, Mu Xing has a preliminary idea of merging them. He plans to combine the G-Virus Tyrant transformation with the alienation ability. In this way, a G-Virus Tyrant body enhanced by Valor's alienation ability can be obtained, and the melee ability will be further increased. And the control can be combined with his own mental power. In the past, he thought about using the sword to continuously control objects for attack and defense, but found that continuous control consumes a lot of mental power. Moreover, if the mental power is continuously consumed, it will not be restored, so he usually uses concentrated bursts to defend, attack, and control. After having the ability to control, the control of the Valred particle body consumes very little. If it is transformed into an attack weapon form, and then added with mental power, it can have both the controllability of Valred and the explosiveness of mental power. When attacking, the mental power is concentrated and burst to enhance the power. When resting, the mental power is relaxed to maintain the recovery state of mental power. Not only that, Mu Xing felt that he could also combine the first level of hardening and atomization into these two concepts to further enhance its power and flexibility. Because with his second level of perfection, the original limitation of switching only when not in combat has been broken, and now he can switch at will in combat. These two forms can not only be used on himself, but can even be used for controllability. Tempering can strengthen the strength of the out-of-body Valrid particles, while atomization can ensure that they have more flexible controllability. In this way, his own attack and defense have been greatly improved. At least when the enemy is close, he still has the strength to fight. In the next few days, Mu Xing plans to turn his ideas into reality and practice them in the training area. You continue. I go to the training area. Mu Xing said hello and was about to leave. But suddenly he sensed a strong breath rising from the madman. Golden light permeated from the battle pattern on his body. Is your talent about to be perfected? Beside him, EU was faster than him. 5 cards flew out to form a seal formation. At the same time, a pentagonal crystal cover enveloped the madman to prevent any breath from leaking out. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, releasing his mental power and Valred particles to form a black mist barrier, completely blocking the outside world's perception of this place. He could feel the prying eyes from all around. After a moment, EU raised her head. It's over. Mu Xing dispersed the mental power barrier and the Valred black mist barrier, and EU also retracted the crystal seal. The madman's breath has become steady, long and powerful, and he looks several years younger. How do you feel? The moment he opened his eyes, Mu Xing asked hurriedly. Very good. After working so hard for so long, I finally got what I wanted, and my Spartan warrior talent has been perfected. As he said this, he looked at EU next to him. Thank you for your help. EU had a blank expression. Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried that too much attention will affect my practice. Why haven't I seen you so arrogant before? The madman spoke. I'm arrogant, your uncle. EU kicked over, but the madman grabbed her ankle with one hand, and suddenly smiled evilly, as if his secondary personality had awakened. Let go! Beside him, Mu Xing felt that he couldn't live like this. You two can play slowly, I'm leaving first. He left in a hurry. Chapter 228. Day 12. Mu Xing was sweating profusely in the simulated training field, when suddenly, he saw a dazzling light rising from the center of Kowloon City. At this moment, all eyes were attracted by the golden light. The golden light rose to the sky, piercing the sky, as if it penetrated the universe. Looking up, they saw that the space was torn into a void, reflecting 4 mirrors. The images in the mirrors changed from blurry to clear. At the same time, the sky of Kowloon City was directly shattered, becoming the 5th mirror. Look, it's Lorenberg in Europe, Black Mountain Canyon in America, Elon City in South Asia and the Middle East, and Quetzalcoatl Temple in South America. At this time, The other 4 large gathering places that were about to be rated as main cities were connected by this light. Beside these 5 main mirrors, in addition to the 5 main cities, there are 3 small mirrors. A shrine, a pyramid, and an ice-covered palace. 5 large and 3 small, 8 mirrors dotted in this void, together surrounding an extremely magnificent giant city. That city was built in the void, like a giant city. Although Mu Xing was not a veteran, he knew the name of the city, Terra. Terra City was the first large gathering place in the world, a giant city built in the void by the first survivors. It had a long history, and did not interfere with reality. It was once a gathering place for all survivors. However, as more and more survivors came from all over the world, the giant city of Terra could no longer accommodate them. Large gathering points, such as Kowloon City, Lorenberg, and Black Mountain Canyon appeared. Later, Terra City was closed, and it was said that only people with certain qualifications were qualified to enter Terra City. Nowadays, many newcomers don't know the existence of Terra City. After all, its presence is too low. If the madman hadn't told him these secrets, he might not know them. The madman said that all guardians have been to Terra City, and entering Terra City is also one of the qualifications to become a guardian. At this time, the madman and EU appeared beside him. I didn't expect this survival competition to be so grand. It seems that in the future, there will be a structure of Terra City, 5 main cities, and 3 secondary cities. EU held a crystal folding fan in her hand, and stared at the mirrors in the sky. Just as the survivors in Kowloon City were watching other mirrors, the people in other mirrors were also watching them. Suddenly, 8 mirrors in Terra City lit up at the same time, and 9 rays of light converged, stretching out a huge circular platform at the intersection of the void. What is that? The assembly platform. Everyone will reach the assembly platform through the teleportation hall, and then the assembly platform will teleport the survivors participating in the competition to the competition world. Madman explained. Has this thing existed before? There have been similar ones, but each time they are different, and I have never seen one on such a large scale. At the same time, Mu Xing noticed that a loud bell rang in Kowloon City, and all survivors who registered for the competition received a message. The message was displayed on Madman's survival terminal. The survival competition will start in 6 hours. All participants are requested to reach the assembly platform through the teleportation hall 1 hour before the countdown. Those who fail to arrive will be deemed to have voluntarily forfeited. It's about to start. Let's go back first. Mu Xing's originally calm heart suddenly became warm. Perhaps, he was infected by the actions of the survivors around him, who were rushing to the teleportation hall. Don't worry, you can take this opportunity to purchase a batch of necessary consumables. There are still several hours. The madman remained calm. After all, it was not his first time to enter the survival competition. We will gather in the teleportation hall in 3 hours. By the way, don't buy various amplification potions. They may not be useful in the original world of the survival competition. This was said to Li Hongwei and EU. Since they decided to enter the survival competition together, they had to be fully prepared. Mu Xing had nothing to buy, because he felt his pockets, and found them cleaner than his face. Then, the two of them looked at each other and continued to return to the training ground. There were still 6 hours left, so there was no rush. Hey Crazy, didn't Marina call you yesterday? What do you think? Crazy said, actually, I didn't really want to team up with them, but looking at the situation of the survival system, I'm afraid the survival competition won't be that simple, so I think I'd better wait and see. Mu Xing nodded. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Haven't you seen those large battle groups, which are fully staffed with 20 people at a time? Let's go, let's take advantage of this time to practice coordinated combat. We can't trust others. We have to rely on ourselves when the critical moment comes. As he said this, the madman had already started the virtual training again. I'm here. Mu Xing responded and confirmed the invitation directly. A few hours passed in a flash. When everyone gathered in the teleportation hall, Li Hongwei was covered with various bottles, jars, and scrolls. What's wrong with you? I can't put the space props down, so I can only hang them on my body. These things can be used as consumables first. Mu Xing looked around him. This guy really turned himself into a mobile arsenal, with all kinds of talismans tied to his body in bundles. In fact, there are many people like Li Hongwei. Mu Xing even saw a guy carrying a giant backpack that was 5 or 6 times bigger than a person. If you don't know, you would think he was carrying a house. Some mechanical modifiers were wrapped with bullet chains, and they all looked like they were going to war. On the contrary, EU was relaxed, holding a folding fan. When her crystal bodyguard came back, Mu Xing shut up. The bodyguard was covered with various weapons, crystals and gems. Do you need to do this? The madman frowned. Why not? It's called being safe is better than sorry. EU was furious. Last time in the Lord of the Rings world, I ran out of crystals and had to fight with people. I was a girl fighting with a group of orcs with bayonets, and you, a bastard, left me alone to chase the orc general. How embarrassed was I? Mushing looked at the madman. It turned out that they had participated in a survival contest together before. At that time, we were just a temporary team, not formal teammates. What does your life or death have to do with me? The madman said, as a matter of course. You? EU was so angry that she stamped her feet. But soon, she calmed down, like a Sichuan opera face changing. So this time, I have to be more prepared. No stinky man can be trusted. Mu Xing turned back subconsciously. I didn't say you. EU said. Then she glared at Li Hongwei. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Li Hongwei? Me? Just then, a voice sounded. It was the staff of the teleportation hall that I had met before. The teleportation hall is open. All contestants, please line up and enter the teleportation gate in an orderly manner. Mu Xing looked back and saw that the entire teleportation hall was dark. There were more people than he imagined. At the same time, the teleportation gates in the teleportation hall lit up, spinning rapidly, and turned into a blue vortex. Chapter 229. The door is open, the door is open, let's go in. Li Hongwei couldn't wait any longer. This was his first time to enter a survival contest. If Mu Xing hadn't been willing to take him, he would have had to wait until next year to participate in the contest. A long line quickly formed in the back, and everyone was running forward to speed up. The moment the survivors in front rushed into the portal, they and their props were teleported to the assembly platform in the void. Okay, now use the invitation letter directly. I saw the madman took out the golden invitation and chose to use it. Then, all three of them received a prompt. Survivor Madman invites you to the survival competition. Do you agree? Agree. Mu Xing agreed without hesitation. At the same time, the other two also agreed. On the invitation, their code names appeared. Madman, Blood Moon, Li Hongwei EU. Where are Alina and the others? Mu Xing asked. Don't worry, they have their own small battle group. Let's gather on the platform. As he was talking, the team in front had reached the end. Mu Xing took a deep breath and stepped into it. He felt his body suddenly turned into countless particles. The next second, he reunited on a huge platform. It's so big! Li Hongwei exclaimed, his head spinning and looking at the huge platform. Wherever Mu Xing looked, there were dense crowds of survivors. How many people are participating in the survival competition this time? Mu Xing was a little shocked. It is said that there are as many as 100,000. 100,000? So many? Mu Xing looked around in shock, and blue light continued to fall on the huge platform. Even though it was said that there were 100,000 survivors entering the competition, it was not crowded, but rather very spacious. Many people even began to build houses and stalls with special props, and began to form large and small gathering places. It can be seen that this platform is huge. At this time, EU and Crazy also teleported over. This time, the scale is really much larger than before. The madman sighed. EU couldn't help but say, yes, last year's number was only 1/3 of this year's. It is probably because the expansion and development of the battle group caused the number of people to expand rapidly. And this time, the number of invitations has been increased. The gold invitation can directly invite 20 people to enter the survival competition together, so the number of people is naturally much larger. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Does this mean that the difficulty of this survival competition will be higher? The other people also fell silent when they heard this. The more people there are, the higher the difficulty. This is the golden saying of the survival system. Not necessarily, as long as it's not a legion battle like Lord of the Rings, a large number of people doesn't affect the world difficulty. EU comforted him. Big brothers, you must protect me. I can do anything. Li Hongwei had already admitted his defeat, and begged his teammates for protection. Mu Xing ignored Li Hongwei and glanced at the time. There's about an hour before the survival competition. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Will the transmission be separated? The madman was already editing the temporary team contract. He raised his head. Everyone, because the world of the survival competition is unknown, in order to prevent separation, I suggest that we form a temporary team first. The others nodded directly. The survivor madman has invited you to join a temporary team. Do you agree? Both Li Hongwei and EU received the invitation. The two of them agreed without hesitation. Brother Bailey. Just then, a cheesy sound of clamps came from not far away. Mu Xing turned his head, and saw two sisters on the left and right rushing towards the madman in surprise. Aelina was wearing a black leather jacket, a black short skirt, a brown tricorn hat, and two very simple flintlock pistols on both sides of her thighs. This flintlock pistol used in the Age of Discovery, and the ancient pendant on her chest added a lot of mystery to her. And Ava next to her was still dressed as a natural mage druid, with green vines spreading on her long skirt and a small flower blooming on her head, looking very cute. Mu Xing quickly pulled Li Hongwei aside. What happened to Blood Moon Boss? Shh, don't talk, stay away. He had a feeling that a war was about to start. Yu looked at the madman with a strange expression, whose arms were held by the sisters on both sides. She was about to speak, but Ava said directly, Brother Bailey is mine, you are not allowed to snatch it from me. He is mine, Ava. Do you understand first come first served? Sister said fair competition. Do you think you can beat me? I am obviously cuter. Cuteness is useless in front of sexiness. Aelina counterattacked. I said stop. Seeing that the war was about to start, Crazy hurriedly called for a stop. Mu Xing beside him also coughed. The two sisters just noticed that there were two people beside them, and they restrained themselves somewhat awkwardly. Aelina, Ava, what did I say before? 3 rules, have you forgotten? But Brother Bailey, I'm so happy to see you. Later, Li Hongwei couldn't help but sigh. TSK, this foreign girl can't be underestimated when she is a clamp. Crazy Boss is a role model for my generation. Ava, I say it again, if you can't keep the agreement, you can leave now. The madman's tone was very firm this time. EU on the opposite side began to be sarcastic. Bailey, this is the teammate you found? Is it the harem? You are the harem. Your whole family is the harem. Ava looked up, not giving her any face. The madman's face turned black, and he quickly asked Mu Xing for help. Okay, everyone, the reason why we invited Miss Orina this time is mainly because Miss Orina is willing to provide some information about this survival competition. As soon as these words came out, even EU, who wanted to refute, shut up. The madman said, Olina, tell me, the competition is about to start, there is no time for nonsense. Olina suddenly entered the state. Okay, I won't make a fuss anymore. This is the information I got with great difficulty. The price can be as high as a silver invitation letter. You can take a look first. Everyone got a parchment scroll with information written on it. Mu Xing unfolded the parchment scroll, and the information was projected directly onto his retina. There is very little information, and it can even be described as crude. Intelligence 1. The world of this survival competition is not a single large world structure. Intelligence 2. Danger and opportunity coexist. Try to overcome fear and maintain hope. Intelligence 3. Teaming is very effective. Please find a trustworthy teammate. What does this information mean? That's all. The madman was a little disappointed. Orina shook her head. Don't complain about the small amount. This is still a lot of high-level war groups. Consuming a large number of two-legged sheep to test it out, I can get it purely because of my strong relationship. At this time, the parchment in Mu Xing's hand burned quickly and turned into ashes. It is not a single large world structure, but it requires teaming, and it also requires maintaining self-reason and hope. What kind of survival world will this be? Chapter 230. Regarding the survival contest, each group has different guesses. It is not easy to get these 3 pieces of information. Moreover, judging from the previous survival contests, the main thing that stands out is uncertainty. Uncertainty? How do you mean? Mu Xing looked at Aelina. Because we entered the original world, there will be many uncertain factors, such as forces and powers beyond our worldview, and some worlds have derivative worlds, which are also full of unknowns. The madman next to him took over the conversation. Yes, just like last year's Lord of the Rings world, we thought that the Devil Sauron was the final boss, but suddenly an abyss appeared behind, catching everyone off guard. If the survival system hadn't summoned Iluvatar, the creator god of the Lord of the Rings world, to suppress the abyss and force the plot to kill, I'm afraid many survivors would not be able to come back. Hearing this, Mu Xing understood what they meant. The native world is different from the world controlled by the survival system, and is full of more uncertainties. At the same time, it will be more dangerous. And the world that can make the survival system dispatch so many high-level survivors must not be that simple. At this moment, a huge light curtain suddenly appeared in the sky, which was the official ranking list of the survival competition. Now there is no one on the ranking list, ready to attract everyone's attention. Not only that, there are ranking rewards next to the ranking list. There are rewards from the 1st to the 10,000th place. Except for the special rewards for the 1st to 10th place, the others are stage rewards. 10th to 20th place, 20th to 100th place, 100 to 1000th place, 1000 to 2000th place, 2000 to 10,000th place. Stage rewards are distributed in the form of competition points, and points can be used to purchase props in the competition mall after the competition. As long as you advance to the 10,000th place, you can get the minimum reward, 5,000 points. The higher the ranking stage, the more reward points you get. When Mu Xing opened the survival terminal had updated a new interface, the survival competition mall. Mu Xing just flipped through a few pages and was shocked. Props, equipment, skills, professions. From rifles and machetes to star destroyers, infinite gems, fairy swords, artifacts. The mall has everything. Of course, the prices are also rising. Mu Xing looked at the astronomical figures on the prices of those top props, and silently closed them all. He was afraid that if he looked at it for a few more times, his eyes would fall out. Oh my god, so many good things! Li Hongwei rubbed his hands excitedly, as if these things were prepared for him. All props need points to buy, so after we enter the survival competition, the best way is to work hard to earn points. Frenzy said. Boss Madman, how do we earn points? We can't just rely on ranking rewards, right? That's not enough. I think 5,000 points can only buy an ordinary prop of about average quality. Frenzy crossed his arms. In general, there are 3 ways to earn points. First, complete various system tasks. Second, kill monsters. And third, pass the game with a higher score. These 3 methods are the main ways to get points. Of course, there are some unconventional ways. Unconventional? How do you mean? Mu Xing also became interested. Because we entered the native world, the process of the survival competition is the process of the survival system controlling this native world. So, exploring, solving puzzles, and discovering clues about the hidden plots, items, areas, etc. in the native world can all earn points awarded by the survival system. In addition to these, are there any other unconventional ways? Li Hongwei asked curiously. There are also control and occupation. Arena next to him took over the conversation. Control? Occupy? Does it mean to start a war? Yes, by controlling or occupying certain important nodes in the native world by force, speeding up the survival system to control the native world, you will also get a lot of rewards, but... Arena paused and continued, this has nothing to do with our small forces. Only those big groups have the ability to try this way of gaining points. Of course, if you complete the control and occupation, the survival system will not be stingy and will reward a lot of points. I roughly understand. Li Hongwei nodded. The Madman looked at her. So what do you think this time? Do you have to team up with me? Olina nodded. It's best to team up. If it's a team battle world, there is strength in numbers. Even if it's not a large-scale team battle, we form a temporary team. After entering the survival world, the distance between us will not be too far, and it will be easier to gather at that time. Okay, but I still say the same thing. 3 rules, right? Right. As they were chatting, Mu Xing noticed that the big battle groups finally began to descend. Pieces of blue light descended, landing in the center of the large disc. Iron Battle Group. Mu Xing recognized a 100-man battle group at a glance. Each of them wore power armor from the Fallout series, carrying a steel-made flag, very tough style. There are many battle groups, like the Iron Battle Group, and those said to participate in the survival competition are the elite of the battle group. After the last time he killed Ide, he went to Elina to learn about the follow-up. The Iron Legion did investigate Ide's death, but ultimately failed to find more clues. In addition, Elina helped erase the clues, and in the end the Iron Legion only announced that Ide died in a plane crash, which surprised many people. This is also one of the main reasons why Mu Xing agreed to team up with Elina, and this debt of favor must be paid back. It looks like this competition will be very exciting. The Madman muttered to himself, clenched his fists, and his fighting spirit had begun to burn. At this moment, the entire large disc began to rise with a huge curtain, and the transparent semicircular barrier enveloped them. It's time to start teleporting. Alina looked up at the sky, her eyes full of anticipation. Others also looked up at the sky, and the huge countdown was less than 3 minutes. At this time, the surrounding mirrors, including the Terra City in the void, almost simultaneously burst out dazzling rays of light. The light continued to fall on the circular platform. Afterwards, all the survivors received various prompts. You gain Black Mountain Canyon buff. You gain Kowloon City buff. You gain Lorenberg buff. Various buffs penetrate the barrier and fall on all participants of the survival contest. These buffs will not directly improve the strength of the survivors, but mainly improve their resistance to the erosion of the rules of different worlds, so that they will not be assimilated by the rules of the native world after entering the contest world. Ding ding ding. In Terra City, the huge bell tower rang with distant bells, and at the same time, the center of the city lit up with flames that shot up to the sky like a huge torch. Remember this bell, remember that torch. If we get lost in the void, it will guide us through the void and return. The madman's voice sounded beside Mu Xing's ears. At the same time, a huge space-time vortex formed, instantly enveloping the entire circular platform. Chapter 231. The sky was dark and foggy. There were ruined buildings and black, dilapidated brick walls scattered in the forest, and a tall abandoned iron tower could be vaguely seen in the distance. Mu Xing shook his head in a daze. This teleportation was more uncomfortable than any other time. It was as if he had arrived in an unknown place far away from home. The air was mixed with the smell of stale gasoline and burning garbage. He stood up suddenly. Clatter. A group of black crows in the grass next to him flapped their wings in fear and flew away. Quiet, very quiet. All that came into view was desolation and ruin, and it looked like a long-abandoned manor. Mu Xing tried hard to recall the screen fragments of various movies and games that he had memorized in his mind these days, trying to find a matching screen. However, he felt that his mind was very confused, and his memory was a little chaotic. It was as if someone was stirring his memory with an iron rod, making it impossible for Mu Xing to sort out the memory in his brain in the first place. He looked around and did not see the madman and the others. It was obvious that they were separated. Divine Seal. Mu Xing called softly. Master, I'm here. This time he woke up quickly, probably because he absorbed the high-dimensional power of Silent Hill and strengthened the Divine Seal. What is this place? Master, according to the database comparison, this is Macmillan Manor. Mu Xing instantly found the memory of this name in his chaotic memory. Dead by Daylight? He muttered to himself. Master, be careful. The Divine Seal suddenly reminded. Mu Xing's eyebrows became hot, and he felt a swift sound of breaking through the air from behind. Atomization. He was not sure who the enemy was, so he used the atomization skill without hesitation. He saw a bloody butcher knife suddenly chop Mu Xing in half. However, at the moment when the bloody butcher knife finished swinging, the black mist lingered on the two halves of Mu Xing's body, and they closed in an instant and rolled out. He turned around and stabilized his body. He saw a tall man who was more than 2 meters tall, with a strong body, wearing a hideous skeleton mask. He was wearing a pair of worn and slightly gray leather overalls, with layers of unknown blood stains on them. His bare shoulders and arms were covered with scars, and some parts were pierced by steel bars and iron hooks, breaking directly into his body and merging with it. He was holding a blood-stained butcher knife. He was standing there quietly, but people could feel the blood and oppression coming towards him. A panic-inducing aura always lingered around him. Mu Xing recognized the monster in front of him at a glance, the butcher, trap killer in Dead by Daylight, Evan Macmillan. Because he uses terrible traps to hunt survivors, he is also called Claw Brother by players who have played the game Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight is a 1v4 asymmetric escape game. Each game consists of a butcher or killer and 4 survivors. The survivors need to struggle to escape in a world called fantasy, avoid the butcher's pursuit, and finally find the door to escape from the fantasy world. In the game setting, each map has 2 doors to leave the fantasy world. To open the door, you need to repair 5 of the 7 generators that are randomly refreshed in various places on the map. By repairing the generator to power the gate, you could open the gate to leave the fantasy world. Therefore, the escapers need to avoid the butcher's pursuit while repairing the generator, and finally escape from the gate to win. The butcher's side must find ways to prevent the escapers from repairing the generator, and prevent them from escaping the fantasy world. The rules of the game are simple: chase and escape. Successfully escape, or be caught by the butcher and sacrificed. This is a contest between life and death. In the game, because of the gap in strength between the escapers and the butcher, they are forced to escape. However, Mu Xing is not an ordinary person with no fighting ability in the game. After he turned over to avoid Jiaji's machete, he tried to take out the laser gun. However, this time he failed to summon weapons from the survival terminal and the original hive. What's going on? Master, some kind of power has sealed your survival terminal, and the original hive has also been affected, Shanine said. Can the seal be broken? Not necessarily for the survival terminal, but the original hive can be tried. Mu Xing nodded. You come to crack it, I hold Brother Jia. He grabbed with his right hand, and a half-meter-high stone in the woods was grabbed by telekinesis and smashed directly at Brother Jia on the opposite side. Obviously, Brother Jia was also a little confused. Just now, he slashed at Mu Xing twice, and the first slash clearly hit him, splitting him in half, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to normal. The second slash was easily avoided by the opponent with a roll, which was really not in line with common sense. Looking up, he saw a big stone flying towards him. As a butcher, his reaction speed allowed him to draw his knife instantly, and the bloody knife chopped hard, cutting the big stone in half. At this moment, Mu Xing had already approached quickly and punched out directly. The fist was first wrapped in black mist, and instantly solidified, like a black iron block. Then the fist broke away from the arm, and under the push of an invisible mental force, it instantly hit Jia Ji's skeleton mask. Bang! This punch directly hit Jia Ge flying backwards, and embedded in the trunk of a big tree behind. Mu Xing punched a hole in the hideous mask, revealing the scarlet eyes behind the mask. Although the punch was heavy, it didn't seem to cause much damage to Brother Jia. Crack, crack. Brother Jia tried to struggle to get out of the tree trunk. How could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? He jumped high. He activated the alienation power, and his right fist turned into a drill. He used the tempering power to reinforce it, and pushed it with his mental power. The drill flew out, and pierced through with all his strength. Blood plasma and flesh splattered, and the drill pierced Brother Jia's chest directly, and penetrated the tree behind him. Is he dead? Mu Xing landed, staring at Jia Ge whose chest was pierced. However, even though Jia Ji's chest was pierced, he still stood up as if nothing had happened. The mask on his face began to recover, and even the basketball-sized hole in his chest healed quickly under the healing of some kind of black mist. Can't be killed? Mu Xing's hands turned into blades, and he rushed out. Facing the rushing Mu Xing, Jia Ge swung the bloody butcher knife in his hand. Cut horizontally. Mu Xing lowered his head suddenly, and at the same time activated the abnormal stagnation module, accelerating rapidly. Puff! The blade slashed towards Jia Ji's left leg. With one slash, Jia Ji's thigh flew out horizontally, blood splattered, and Jia Ge roared in pain. This is not over yet. Mu Xing kicked the broken wall with one foot, turned back instantly, and slashed at Jia Ji's right leg again. The knife passed, and the leg was broken. Jia Ge, who had lost his leg, screamed and fell to the ground, and could only crawl with his hands. Is there no way now? Mu Xing looked down at Jia Ge. However, a heart-pounding breath began to roll around Jia Ge, and the air around him seemed to tremble. Quack, quack. The crows in the air around him flew up to the sky in fear. What's going on? Mu Xing felt his heartbeat uncontrollably speeding up, and a strong sense of panic surged in his heart. Blood Moon, get out of there. Suddenly, Yi's voice rang in Mu Xing's ears. Chapter 232. Mu Xing retreated at high speed. He saw a bloody breath rising into the sky, and black crows flew out of the blood and surrounded Jia Ge. Jia Ji's severed legs recovered quickly, and his figure suddenly rose by 30 centimeters, with a bright red murderous aura lingering on his body. The bloody butcher knife even glowed red, and the whole person's running speed and strength were greatly improved. The mask tied to Jia Ji's face was completely integrated with his face. His mouth opened wide, and densely packed sharp teeth grew out. Boom, boom, boom. Mu Xing felt his heartbeat accelerating rapidly, and he rushed out 100 meters in the direction of the sound. The speed of Jia Ge behind him also increased 3 or 4 times, chasing after him with a butcher knife. The stone that Mu Xing controlled with his telekinesis was easily crushed, and it hit him, as if it hit a piece of iron. This way. Suddenly, he saw Yi waiting at him in the bushes not far away. Illusion! Mu Xing hid behind a big tree and activated the illusion skill, letting the illusion continue to run away, while he rolled and hid in the bushes. Seeing Mu Xing coming, Yi waved her right hand, and several crystals stuck to the ground. The geometric crystal wall quickly spread and wrapped them. This crystal wall seemed to have the effect of deflecting and refracting the surrounding light, and it could also isolate breath and sound. Mu Xing felt that this was not enough, and formed a barrier with mental power, and covered it with another layer. It was very similar to the previous time, when they joined forces to help the madman cover up the breath burst when he broke through. The illusion fled to the distance, and the butcher chased closely. He completely locked the illusion, moving faster and faster, and finally only a residual image could be seen. Fortunately, the illusion was just an illusion. He was not restricted by the terrain when running, and he quickly led Brother Jia away. After waiting for about a minute, Brother Jia did not come back, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Xing looked at EU. Did you just meet the guy? EU looked embarrassed. In fact, the killer Evan was chasing me, and I didn't expect you to be nearby. Mu Xing's forehead was covered with black lines. How could he say that there was a Brother Jia waiting for him behind him, as soon as he opened his eyes? Where are the others? I don't know. Bailey and Li Hongwei should be here. Ah! Just then, a shrill scream came from a distance. It's Li Hongwei. Mu Xing had already recognized Li Hongwei's voice. From the scream, it didn't seem like he was chopped, but rather hooked. The so-called hooks are the various iron hooks that are randomly refreshed in the fantasy world. When the butcher catches the survivor, in order to prevent the survivor from escaping, he will penetrate his shoulder blade and hang him directly on the iron hook. Li Hongwei has been hooked. Hurry up and save him. Mu Xing dispersed the mental barrier, and EU also retracted the crystal barrier. EU had just walked forward more than 10 meters when she was stopped by Mu Xing. What's wrong? A trap. Mu Xing pointed to the giant trap in front of him that was almost integrated with the surrounding wood and weeds. This trap is a trap used by hunters to hunt bears. If a person walks on it, he will be disabled if not dead. When you get closer, you can see that the trap is emitting a dense black gas, which merges with the surrounding fog. It seems to be foggy. Mu Xing noticed that it seemed to be foggy in the manner. This fog was not white, but light gray. In order not to alert the enemy, Mu Xing and EU bypassed the clamp. The two rushed to the direction of the sound while exchanging information. EU obviously woke up faster than Mu Xing. Her crystal bodyguard led away the clamp to cover her retreat. Who knew that the clamp would soon turn back and chase EU all the way to Mu Xing? That killer butcher is immortal. I have tested it. Even if he is smashed into a pulp and cut in half with crystal magic, he will be resurrected quickly. Not only that, it will continue to grow adaptively and evolve rapidly, which is very difficult to deal with. EU said. By the way, are your space items sealed? Mu Xing asked. It is sealed, but I have been prepared for a long time, so I always have some crystal magic stones on me. She patted the backpack on her back, and the crystals inside clattered. EU is indeed a senior survivor. Before setting off, Mu Xing wanted to laugh at them, but in the blink of an eye, she was slapped in the face. Her storage space was sealed. EU glanced at Mu Xing. You are quite strong, but you can't kill the killer this way. Didn't you notice that your mental power didn't recover after you consumed it? Hearing this, Mu Xing noticed that the mental power he had just consumed had not recovered. Is this a desperate situation where you can only leave but not enter? Mu Xing looked around and his face was not looking good. This is a fantasy world, but it also has a physical entity. I haven't figured out how similar it is to the game Dead by Daylight. EU maintained a cautious attitude. Mu Xing also became serious. His strength had improved during this period, which indeed made him a little arrogant. So when he met Brother Jia just now, the first thing he thought about was not to figure out the situation, but to kill Brother Jia. If EU hadn't reminded him just now, he would probably suffer. Before he figured out the details of this place, Mu Xing decided to keep a low profile. The two of them lowered their voices as much as possible, kept quiet, and quickly approached a low broken wall. He saw a hook frame that looked like a medieval gallows in the broken wall. Li Hongwei was being pierced by a black iron hook and cruelly hung on the rack. He tried to struggle, but Brother Jia was right beside him, seemingly waiting for someone to come and rescue him. Can you still use that illusion? EU asked in a low voice. There are still 8 minutes. Mu Xing quickly observed the surrounding environment and tried his best to recall the memory scenes of Dead by Daylight that he had seen. I have a plan. Mu Xing took 2 steps back. I will be responsible for leading Brother Jia away, and you take the opportunity to save people, but be careful of the clamp. EU glanced at him. I think I should lead the monster away. You go to save people. Don't forget, I have crystal magic, which can cover the senses. Can you run faster than Brother Jia? Mu Xing asked back. This? Okay, strong woman, stop arguing. I attract the firepower. Mu Xing rushed directly to Brother Jia, and when he was close to the broken wall, he shouted at Brother Jia. Hey, Evan! Brother Jia turned around and saw Mu Xing, who had just beaten him badly, giving him the middle finger. Anger immediately filled his heart, and the red evil spirit surged on his body, rushing towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing quickly retreated, and then circled around the broken wall and Qin Wang's pillar. He pulled the wooden partition next to him violently. With a bang, he hit Brother Jia on the spot. Brother Jia, who couldn't be knocked unconscious by stones, telekinesis and fists, shook his head, and fell into a short state of dizziness. Mu Xing took the opportunity to move away. When Brother Jia woke up, he stepped on the partition and rushed towards Mu Xing. The wind is tight. He ran away, and at the same time activated alienation ability. He transformed his legs into a form suitable for running, accelerated rapidly, and distanced himself from Brother Jia. At the same time, next to Li Hongwei, who was struggling, Yi walked out of the crystal mirror. He was about to speak when he saw Yi's raised finger. He quickly shut up and pointed at the iron hook that hooked him. "Don't move, I help you hook." Yi pointed with her right hand, and a crystal grew rapidly under Li Hongwei's feet. After getting the leverage point, he struggled to pull the iron hook out of his shoulder blade. He grimaced in pain. Chapter 233. Goddess Yi, thank you for saving me. Li Hongwei's body twitched, not only because of the pain of being pierced, but also because of the panic brought by the pounding of his heart and the inexplicable fear. Not only me, but also Blood Moon. Blood Moon is here too? He looked around in surprise. Don't look for him. He led the butcher away so that I can save you. Let's retreat first. Just as they were evacuating, Yi released a magic crystal bullet into the sky. Bang! The crystal bullet exploded, emitting green light like a flare. Let's go! Yi hurriedly led Li Hongwei towards the house in the direction of the Iron Tower, which was the meeting point she and Mu Xing had agreed on. At the same time, Mu Xing was avoiding the pursuit of Brother Jia. Brother Jia, wrapped in red evil spirit, had several times the strength and speed of before, chasing Mu Xing all the way. Mu Xing's goal was to contain him, so he didn't plan to fight him head-on. This Brother Jia would be resurrected, and the mental power he had consumed had not been automatically restored so far. He didn't want to waste his strength here for no reason. Therefore, he made full use of his flexibility and walked through this ruined manor. Just then, there was a blast in the distance, and the green light illuminated the darkness for a moment. This was a flare, letting Mu Xing know that Yi had succeeded. Knowing that Li Hongwei was saved, he did not hesitate to take a long detour and ran in the direction where Li Hongwei had just taken the bait. If the madman was also in the Macmillan Manor, he might be attracted by the green light just now. Behind him, Brother Jia was chasing closely, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Mu Xing shouted, and the abnormal stagnation module accelerated. The whole person appeared dozens of meters away in an instant. Brother Jia was also a little confused. How could this survivor run so fast? He also threw his arms and chased after him. As a result, just when he was halfway out, a heavy fist suddenly hit him. The fist as big as a casserole was surrounded by golden light, and a violent golden flame rose in an instant, hitting Brother Jia's face fiercely. Brother Jia rushed forward, but his head stopped in place. The whole head exploded like a watermelon. The fist was retracted, and it turned around and punched out again, tearing the headless body into pulp. The fierce anger burned, burning the body into ashes. However, the ashes were still jumping and quickly gathered in the surrounding black fog. What the hell is this? The madman frowned. Don't guard the body, this thing is unkillable, truly unkillable. Mu Xing rushed over and grabbed the madman. What is this? Brother Jia. Brother Jia? What is that? Obviously, the madman didn't quite understand Mu Xing's joke. This is not a place to talk, let's leave first. Mu Xing and the madman just ran 100 meters, and saw the bloody murderous aura rising to the sky where Brother Jia was beaten to ashes. A roar resounded throughout the Macmillan Manor. Mu Xing sensed that Brother Jia's momentum had expanded a little more. It's really invincible. The madman turned around and frowned. Not only is it invincible, Brother Jia can also continue to evolve, so we can't attack it anymore. Where are the others? I just saw a flare. Did you guys set it off? The madman asked. Li Hongwei was hooked just now. Yi and I rescued him. They are probably already at the house over there. Let's go and meet up first. The two tried to keep the noise down, so as not to attract Brother Jia's attention. Do you know the information about this world? Mu Xing asked on the way. Dead by Daylight, I heard about it a long time ago, but I didn't know it in depth. The madman glanced behind him, and was relieved to find that Brother Jia didn't catch up. The guy just now is called the Trap Killer. He is the butcher in the game who is responsible for hunting down players, Evan. He was originally a human, but later became a brutal killer. The skill can release animal traps, so he is also called the Trap Brother by players. The madman nodded, I understand. Mu Xing just ran 2 steps, and suddenly asked the madman to follow him to the left. Because the mentals can sense that there were a few crows in the bushes next to him. What's wrong? There are crows. These crows are equivalent to the eyes of the butcher. They usually hide in the bushes. Once someone passes by, these crows will take off. The butcher can sense the existence of the survivors based on the movement of these crows flying around. In addition, the butcher has many skills, which can track the survivors, see the aura, and hear the heartbeat. The madman looked at Mu Xing. It seems that you have done a lot of homework. Maybe I was lucky. I happened to see some information about Dead by Daylight a few days ago, so I wrote it down. The two were walking through the bushes. A crystal arrow suddenly attacked from the front. The crystal arrow was grabbed by the madman. "EU, it's us." Hearing the sound, the crystal mirror in front disappeared, revealing the figures of two people. "You are finally here. Let's leave here first." EU pointed to the crows above her head. At this time, there was a black crow hovering above her head, and there were two crows hovering above Li Hongwei. Mu Xing remembered that this was also the mechanism of the Dead by Daylight game. If the survivors stay in place for a long time to avoid, crows will appear above their heads. When there are three crows, the crows will keep sending warnings to the butcher, exposing the location of the survivors. This avoids the situation where the survivors hide and cannot be found by the killer. So, after the crows appear above your head, you must act in time and take action, so that the crows can be gradually eliminated. The crows are not entities, they are more like a special negative buff. When the negative buffs of Dead by Daylight are fully stacked, some very bad consequences will occur. The four-person team finally gathered, and Mu Xing was even a little relieved. Fortunately, I didn't team up with Arena and Ava. Teams with more than 4 people will definitely be separated, or it will become a 10-person escape game. Li Hongwei covered his shoulder. Although the wound had been bandaged, blood was still oozing out. "How are you?" Mu Xing asked. "Not very well. The hook was weird. I have a special injury buff. During the duration of this buff, my wound cannot heal itself." "Have you used medicine?" "I did, but it didn't work. I have to wait for the buff to disappear." "How long will it take?" "About 3 minutes. By the way, where are your props? How did you get caught by Brother Jia?" Li Hongwei looked aggrieved. "How should I know? I just woke up and saw you, Blood Moon Boss, rushing towards me. I was so happy at that time, thinking that I had found the organization, but before I could say hello, a big knife chopped me directly. I blocked it with my bag, but it was useless, and then I was caught by that guy and hooked on me." Mu Xing was embarrassed after hearing this. "Well, sorry, that was my illusion, originally used to lure Brother Jia away, but I didn't expect it to hurt you." Hearing this, Li Hongwei felt even more aggrieved. "I not only have a wound buff on my body, but also a layer of sacrifice buff. Fortunately, the goddess EU saved me, and only had 1 layer of buff. Once 2 layers of sacrifice buff are superimposed, I will be directly sacrificed if I take the bait again." Chapter 234. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. "Everyone go in first. It's easier to deal with Brother Jia here." As they walked along, they could see that this was a man-made escape site. There was a plywood area for escaping the butcher's pursuit, a cabinet for hiding, a house area, and a forest area, just like a well-designed game. Entering the big room, they quickly checked the whole house. A generator was refreshed on the first floor. But no one was in a hurry to repair it, as this would attract Brother Jia's attention. Yi released 2 crystal eyes, which floated above the house, acting as surveillance and observing every move around. "I saw Brother Jia, he is searching in the broken wall area over there." Yi spoke. "Everyone, time is running out. After Brother Jia activates his skills, he can detect our breath. Let's think about how to pass the level first," Mu Xing said. Li Hongwei spoke first. "Dead by Daylight is about repairing the generator, opening the door, and escaping. As long as someone attracts the butcher's attention and others quickly repair the generator, with our strength, we should be able to complete the level quickly." The madman next to him nodded. "Let me attract the attention of Brother Jia, and you 3 will be responsible for repairing the generator. No, you can't help but fight with the butcher. That thing can't be killed, and the more you fight, the stronger it gets." "I should go," Yi said. "Don't argue, let me do it. I just beat Brother Jia twice, and I'm quite experienced," Mu Xing said. "No, the butcher is not a fool. He won't keep chasing one person. Once we start repairing the generator, he will rush directly towards the generator." Yi shook her head. "In that case, let's divide the work and work together, taking turns to attract Brother Jia's attention. When one of us is targeted by Brother Jia, the other 2 will repair the motor as soon as possible," Mu Xing said. Crazy nodded. "This method is okay, but communication is a problem. I just tried it, and the team communication is blocked here. just like our storage space. EU took out some green crystals. Use this as a flare. I set it to explode in 3 seconds after throwing it out. If there is any situation, use flares to alert others. What about me? Li Hongwei asked beside him. Mu Xing looked at him. You are injured now. It is best to avoid these 3 minutes and try to find some remote generators for repairs. In addition, you can take this opportunity to investigate the border situation of the map. Although we already know that we have entered the world of Dead by Daylight, because it is a native world, there will definitely be many settings that are different from the Dead by Daylight we are familiar with. We must find a way to get more information and prepare for the rainy day. At this time, Yi raised her voice. Brother Jia is here, approaching the main house. Mu Xing looked up. Okay, now we will act according to the plan. We will divide the entire manor into 4 areas, and each of us will choose a generator in one area to repair. Pay attention to Brother Jia. Boom! There was a violent banging sound downstairs. It was Brother Jia banging on the door. The upright wooden door could not withstand 2 blows from Brother Jia, and it exploded into pieces on the ground. Move! Everyone fled in different directions. And the madman was the closest to Brother Jia. Brother Jia had just been beaten to death by a madman, and he was furious at this time. The moment he saw the madman, he roared and chased him directly. Mu Xing and Yu climbed out of the window on the left and right. Li Hongwei was not in a hurry to leave. He went up to the 2nd floor and started to repair the generator while Brother Jia was led away. Suddenly, Brother Jia, who was chasing the madman, stopped suddenly and looked back in the direction of the big room. The madman punched him directly. Look at your sister, catch me. Brother Jia slashed at the madman with a knife, but before the knife fell, he was kicked on the wrist by the madman, and the bloody butcher knife was bounced out. With a clang, the butcher knife stuck into a wooden board. Jiagu was stunned. His knife was gone. Madman was also happy. This was a new discovery. The butcher's knife could also be knocked off. But, before he could be happy, Jiagu grabbed with his right hand. Black mist condensed in his hand, and the bloody butcher knife returned to his hand. It seems that the trick of seizing weapons is not very realistic. Madman muttered, grabbed the abandoned wheel next to him and threw it over, hitting Jiagu on the head. It was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. However, this time, Jiagu stopped chasing the madman and turned back to run towards the big house area. At this time, Mu Xing and Yu had found a generator and were repairing it. Seeing this, the madman stopped teasing Jiagu and threw a green crystal into the sky. With a bang, the crystal exploded and a green light lit up, reminding Jiagu that he had escaped from the pursuit and was heading towards the nearest Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei saw the green light passing in his direction, so he quickly stopped repairing, jumped out of the big house, and quickly fled. The madman took the opportunity to find a generator nearby and began to try to repair it. Meanwhile, on Mu Xing's side, the generator was not damaged by missing parts or broken parts, but by the wrong wiring or loose parts. After all, if the generator was really missing parts, even if the survivor was a master of repair, it would be impossible to fix the generator. Shanine, did you find anything? Master, after my investigation, the entire Macmillan Manor is a closed small space surrounded by high walls, and the high walls are shrouded in black fog, which looks like a box garden world. Mu Xing shook his head. This is not the box world. I have read the settings. The fantasy world was created by a being called Evil Spirit. This ancient and evil being captures the survivors and butchers from other worlds and throws them into the fantasy world for escape trials. The purpose is to devour the hope of the survivors. This inhuman being feeds on the hope of living beings and becomes powerful by devouring hope. Although each fantasy world is blocked by black fog, it is not completely isolated. These fantasy spaces are still in the same world. Mu Xing stopped repairing and looked around to see if Brother Jia was approaching. After making sure Brother Jia was not approaching, he continued to repair the generator. By the way, did you sense the existence of the evil spirit? Mu Xing asked. Master, I didn't dare to explore upwards, but I can sense that the evil spirit should also be some kind of high-dimensional existence, even beyond the dimensional scope understood by ordinary people. In other words, the evil spirit is very powerful. That's right. Since it can capture butchers and survivors from different worlds here, it means that it has the ability to travel through other worlds like the survival world. The ability to create a world called illusion, but actually with material entities, means that it has the ability to master material rules, and can touch the real dimension. Hearing this, Mu Xing had a bad feeling. Moreover, up to now, they have not received any prompt from the survival system. The survival terminal was like dead, sealed by a force. Will the survival system fail? Mu Xing muttered. Shanin said, Master, you underestimate the survival system. What I am more concerned about is where you will return to after you complete your escape and leave the gate. Mu Xing looked up, looked at the gray and foggy distance, and slowly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 235. A few minutes later. Accompanied by a click, the generator began to rumble, and it could be clearly sensed that an electric current had been generated and transmitted to the wires. The repair process was simple, not as difficult as Mu Xing had imagined. As soon as he looked up, he saw a green light in the distance. That was the area that EU was responsible for. Obviously, Jiagu had already run towards EU. Mu Xing did not go over to help, and continued to look for the next generator to repair. In the game, the shorter the escape time, the higher the settlement reward. Mu Xing didn't believe that they could leave this fantasy world created by evil spirits after escaping only once. If they were thrown into the fantasy world many times, they would have to consider making good use of other settings. He followed his memory to the second generator he had just found and found that it had been repaired by someone, and the progress bar had increased to 1/3. Is it Li Hongwei, or a madman? It was interrupted in the middle. It should be Brother Jia coming. Mu Xing glanced at the side of the generator, and sure enough, there was a blurry trace, which was Brother Jia's trap, almost integrated with the surrounding fantasy. He realized that Brother Jia's clamps were also evolving. If he hadn't been so sensitive, it would have been difficult to detect the abnormality. When he began to try to repair the generator, he heard footsteps in the distance. Turning back, he saw Brother Jia rushing towards him with a bloody butcher knife. Interesting, so he was waiting nearby. Mu Xing threw the crystal, and it exploded in the air. Green light lit up. Mu Xing saw through Brother Jia's tricks and hooked his finger at Brother Jia. Brother Jia rushed forward angrily, with a strong murderous aura on his body, and it became stronger and stronger. This is also one of the settings of Dead by Daylight. When the butcher cannot catch anyone for a long time, he will get a buff bonus and his speed will be greatly improved. Jia Gu slashed at Mu Xing with a knife. Mu Xing clearly felt that Jia Ji's attack speed was at least double than before, and the power of the butcher's knife was also increased several times. Divine Seal tried to read Jia Ji's memory. Mu Xing dodged the attack by turning sideways, and Jia Gu slashed horizontally again, but Mu Xing dodged it by jumping back. However, this was not over yet. Jia Gu followed with a stab. He actually broke through the limit, continued to attack, and had new moves. Mu Xing looked up at the foggy sky, and he felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. The power that made Brother Jia suddenly evolve was definitely not Brother Jia himself, but this fantasy world, and the evil spirit behind it. Atomization. The butcher knife stabbed over, and Mu Xing's chest turned into black particles. Although the butcher knife penetrated his chest, it only penetrated the black fog particles. The butcher seemed to have known that Mu Xing would use this move, and he punched him directly, hitting Mu Xing with a punch. Mu Xing quickly broke away, and with his arm, he punched Jia Ji's fist. He jumped up and kicked Jia Gu in the head. Jia Gu staggered and almost fell to the ground, but he didn't fall down after all. He supported himself with his right hand and stood up again. This evolution speed is a bit too fast. Mu Xing sensed that Jia Ji's physical fitness and combat experience were improving rapidly, and it was hard not to suspect that someone was injecting him behind his back. Master, it's not good. This butcher's memory is fragmented and mixed, and it's impossible to piece together useful information. Hearing this, Mu Xing stopped pestering him and quickly retreated towards the board area. Brother Jia chased him closely, swinging his butcher knife and moving faster and faster. When Mu Xing passed the board, he pulled it down violently, but this time Brother Jia did not rush forward, but stopped in front of it. You actually know how to avoid the board. Mu Xing and Brother Jia looked at each other across the board. He saw the bloodshot eyes behind the mask, which seemed to have been occupied by some unknown power. With a bang, Brother Jia crushed the board and swung his knife at Mu Xing. This time it was even more swift. Mu Xing didn't want to fight, and used the surrounding plywood to deal with it. At the same time, Mu Xing noticed that with the power of Brother Jia at this time, not to mention these randomly piled debris, even a big stone could be directly smashed. However, he was powerless against these plywood and debris, and could only bypass them. It should be some kind of rules in this fantasy world that are at work. Divine Seal, record these limited rules. Understood? Divine Seal couldn't help but say, Master, do you need my help? I can try to use my mental erosion ability. No, the situation is unclear, and you cannot expose your presence. You must know that we are not fighting against Brother Claw, but the mysterious evil spirit behind him. In that case, I will try to help the master analyze this fantasy world. Mu Xing tried his best to drag Brother Claw to move in the clamp area, while paying attention to the clamps around. He threw a stone at the animal trap not far away. With a click, the animal trap was triggered and the sharp iron teeth closed. Brother Jia immediately looked in the direction of the trap. Apparently, he was very sensitive to the trap. After chasing Mu Xing for 2 rounds, Brother Jia finally gave up and went to the others because he found that he could not catch up with Mu Xing. Mu Xing quickly threw out a green crystal. Brother Jia seemed to be heading towards the crazy area. However, Brother Jia also noticed the crystal explosion. He took 2 steps and suddenly changed direction, heading towards EU. Huh? Have you learned to make a feint to the east and attack in the west? Mu Xing threw another crystal in the direction of EU. The 2 crystals exploded, and Brother Jia turned around and continued to chase him. Some wisdom, but not much. This was Mu Xing's evaluation of Brother Jia. At this moment, 2 balls of green light suddenly flashed in the distance, which meant that Crazy and EU had completed the repair of a generator. Almost at the same time, there was also a green light in the direction of Li Hongwei behind. Adding the one he had repaired, it meant that 4 generators had been repaired. If another generator was successfully repaired, they would be able to open the door to leave the Macmillan Manor. Sensing that the 4 generators had been repaired, Brother Jia suddenly became anxious. He roared and activated his skills. Boom, boom, boom. Mu Xing felt a panic coming, and his heartbeat couldn't stop accelerating. Slow down, Mu Xing said in a low voice. His heart seemed to have heard an order, and was forced to slow down. These days, he has been trying to find the core of the tumor that is integrated with his heart. It stays in his body, and there is almost no movement on weekdays. The only benefit is that Mu Xing feels that his heart is more developed, and when the body needs to explode, it can accelerate blood circulation faster. Another point is that he can give some simple instructions to the heart. For example, speed up, slow down, etc., which can more conveniently adjust the heartbeat needs in different states. Mu Xing walked with Brother Jia all the way, moving quickly, locking the hut in front. He climbed into the hut from a wall, and happened to meet Li Hongwei, who was repairing the generator. Blood Moon Boss? Li Hongwei showed a look of surprise. Carrying a big bag on his back, it seems that he picked up all the props that were lost before. Why are you here? Repairing the generator. Retreat, Brother Jia is coming. Ah? Li Hongwei turned around and saw Brother Jia rushing in after smashing the door. Fuck, you're coming again? Brother Jia slashed at Li Hongwei. Mu Xing used his telekinesis to drag Li Hongwei out of the attack range. With a clang, he slashed the generator. The generator banged, and the progress bar, which was almost halfway through, collapsed. Run! How could Li Hongwei care about anything else? He quickly climbed through the window to escape. As a result, the big bag got stuck on the window. Go! Mu Xing kicked him, and Li Hongwei flew out of the house with his bag. Chapter 236. Li Hongwei cried out, and did not dare to stop, and quickly threw a smoke bomb into the house. The white smoke quickly dispersed, blocking Brother Jia's sight. Mu Xing took the opportunity to deal with Brother Jia, and climbed out of the window next to him. Let's go! Mu Xing grabbed Li Hongwei's shoulder strap, and took him away quickly. Brother Jia roared, climbed out of the window, and chased them relentlessly. But at this moment, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound. Then, they saw 2 balls of red light appear in different directions. The gate is open. Li Hongwei's face lit up, and his speed increased by another 3 points. Don't run in a straight line, run in different directions. Mu Xing pushed Li Hongwei away, and then threw a stone at Jia Gu. But Jia Gu did not chase him, but completely locked onto Li Hongwei. This guy still knows how to pick on the weak. Mu Xing was stunned. Li Hongwei was anxious. My God, why are you chasing me? What did I do to you? Give me the bag. Mu Xing shouted at him. Li Hongwei quickly took off the big bag on his body, and threw it to Mu Xing. Mu Xing felt a sinking feeling in his hand. Wow, this backpack weighs 100 kilograms. No wonder this guy can't run fast. After unloading the bag, Li Hongwei's speed increased, and he ran fast. At the same time, he also used the surrounding splints to circle with Brother Jia. As they approached, the red light became stronger and stronger. They didn't have the perspective ability of the game characters, so the red light should be a reminder from the fantasy world to them. We're almost there. In front, the madman and EU had already met up, and were coming up from the gate. When approaching the gate, Li Hongwei suddenly stopped and said, Fuck, he chased me all the way. Brothers, beat him up for me. The 4 survivors moved their minds and attacked almost at the same time. Yi used a crystal magic to knock down Jia Ji's butcher knife, and the madman swept Jia Gu to the ground with a sweeping kick. Li Hongwei and Mu Xing rushed forward and started punching and kicking. I let you chase me. I let you hook me. Okay, that's enough. Mu Xing pulled him back. Jia Gu curled up in a ball after being beaten, looking very aggrieved. Remember, stay away from me next time you see me, Wei Gu, or I beat you up every time I see you. Li Hongwei relied on his support and didn't forget to mock. Ah! Brother Jia roared, his murderous aura soared to the sky, and he went completely berserk. Red light flashed around, and blood-colored clamps appeared out of thin air. Retreat! Mu Xing's mind power blasted the ground, directly lifting the ground and blowing the clamps away. Others took the opportunity to retreat and escape through the door. Brother Jia rushed over with a butcher knife. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly dimmed, followed by a violent spinning of the world. When Mu Xing regained his sight again, the Macmillan Manor had disappeared. The 4 people sat cross-legged, with only a dancing bonfire in front of them. And all around, there was only endless darkness. Then, the others woke up and observed the surrounding environment in a daze. We were not pulled out by the survival system? Li Hongwei was confused. This seems to be the bonfire camp in the game. Yi spoke. The madman reached out to touch the bonfire, and placed his right hand directly on the flame. This bonfire is wrong. The temperature is very low. Also, these firewoods are fixed and cannot be lifted. Others tried it, and it was just as the madman said. This bonfire was like a model. The flame was only about 300 degrees, far lower than the temperature of normal firewood burning. Yi threw a green crystal into the darkness. With a bang, the crystal exploded. They could see that what surrounded them was not darkness, but fog, gray fog. The light of the flashlight can only penetrate a few dozen meters at most, and then it can't move forward. Li Hongwei took out a drone from his backpack. Let me see what's going on. The drone took off quickly and flew into the black fog, with the lights on the drone turned to the maximum. There was no obstruction outside, just fog, and the ground was more like a dry western wilderness. The drone flew for several kilometers, and suddenly, the screen went black and the signal was interrupted. What's going on? I can't see it clearly. Watch the video playback. Li Hongwei quickly opened the video that the drone had just sent back. In the last few seconds, they checked it frame by frame. Stop! Mu Xing suddenly clicked on the screen. They saw that in the last picture sent back by the camera, there seemed to be a group of animal-shaped black shadows flashing. There was mist floating around the black shadow. Could it be some kind of creature in the dark? Li Hongwei exclaimed. It should be, but I'm not sure what it is. There's only one frame of the picture. Mu Xing shook his head. That's not easy. I release a few more. Li Hongwei took out a few more small drones, which were only the size of a palm and flew faster. After dispersing, they flew in 4 directions, some high and some low. Everyone stared at the images sent back on the screen. After a small drone flew 2 kilometers, something suddenly attacked the drone and tore it apart in an instant. A drone flew 500 meters in the air, and after flying 4 or 5 kilometers, it was smashed by a ghost-like thing. The other 2 were the same, and the distance from destruction was between 2 and 5 kilometers. It seems that there are many dangers in the darkness near us. Li Hongwei sighed. The madman turned around, and saw Mu Xing standing at the edge of the darkness testing something. What are you doing? He asked curiously. The distance from the campfire to the edge is about 30 meters, which means that we have a safe zone with a diameter of about 60 meters. Mu Xing shone the flashlight into the darkness. The maximum penetration distance of the flashlight is about 10 meters. Judging from the images just sent back by the drone, the density of the thick fog is the same within at least 5 kilometers. Yi turned her head and looked at Mu Xing. So what is your conclusion? About 2 kilometers around the fire should be safe. From 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers, various creatures in the fog have appeared. It is not certain whether these things are targeting us or simply hate light sources. In addition, the sky is not a safe area. There are some ghost-like beings moving above our heads. Several people subconsciously looked up at the sky, but there was nothing there, only darkness. Li Hongwei also took the opportunity to release a micro-drone upwards. The drone flew up quickly, and after flying about 2,000 meters, it exploded with a bang. Why did it explode? Li Hongwei shook his head. I don't know, there should be a barrier above, and the drone exploded as soon as it touched it. Mu Xing looked at him. Try flying without light again, and see how far you can fly. No problem. Li Hongwei launched 3 micro-drones, which flew in 3 directions. This time it was relatively smooth. Except for one drone that hit an unknown obstacle, the other 2 drones flew to the limit of the control signal. It's beyond the 10-kilometer range. My drone can only support a maximum control distance of 10 kilometers. Can it return? I try. Li Hongwei quickly sent a message to let the drone return. Chapter 237. Finally. Of the 2 drones, only one successfully returned. The drone shell was covered with dense bite marks, as if it had been bitten by something. Li Hongwei wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was not as easy as he imagined to control the drone to fly back. The important thing was the various high-definition night vision photos taken by the micro camera on the drone. These photos could not be transmitted back via wireless signals, and were all stored on the SD card. Soon, Li Hongwei exported all the photos on the memory card, and now they finally saw some of the situation in the darkness. They saw the scorched earth and the withered forest. They saw strange creatures wandering in this desolate land. The bodies of those creatures seemed to merge with a black fog and turned into extremely strange existences. They even saw a human tree. It seemed that dozens or hundreds of twisted humans were forcibly entangled together and grew into a tree. The tree was dripping with thick liquid, and there were tumor-like flower buds on it. The thing that attacked the drone just now was also photographed. It was a group of black mosquitoes with sharp teeth. If the drone hadn't been flying fast, it would have been torn into pieces by the group of mosquitoes. What the hell is this place? Li Hongwei's expression changed as he looked at the weird and distorted photos. These things are not seen in the game, but I have seen the setting collection of Dead by Daylight, which roughly describes the world background of Dead by Daylight. World background? The madman became interested. An ancient existence was born from the void. It lived by absorbing the hopes of living beings. It wandered in the universe, devoured hopes, and destroyed one world after another. This ancient existence has no trace, and no one has ever seen its appearance. It is like an evil god hiding in the darkness, bringing pain and despair to people, and then taking away their hopes. This ancient existence is called Evil Spirit. Until one day, it set its sights on this world, and a new feast began. In order to continuously obtain hope, the evil spirits captured some carefully selected humans from other dimensional worlds, and after painful torture and destruction, turned them into terrible butchers. Create a world of fog and illusion, constantly pull various escapees into it, release the butcher, and hunt him down again and again. In order to survive, these escapees can often burst out with a strong will to survive and hope, and what the evil spirits need is the hope generated by these humans in extreme conditions. As it destroys and drains the hopes of the survivors again and again, it will target more survivors who accidentally step into the fog, until the whole world is swallowed by despair and becomes a hopeless hell on earth. After saying that, Yu looked at Mu Xing. Am I right? Mu Xing shook his head. It is correct. The power of the evil spirit may be beyond our imagination. It cannot be understood as just an evil spirit or an evil god, but a terrifying existence that can control the multidimensional world. Li Hongwei shrank his neck. Oh my god, why does it feel like a smaller version of the survival system? Is the survival system just a larger evil spirit? Survival, escape, listen, how similar they are? The madman put a hand on his shoulder. The evil spirit brings absolute despair, without any hope at all. Do you think the survival system is the same? Mu Xing said, I think it's no coincidence that the survival system targeted this evil spirit. You should know that many butchers in Dead by Daylight are bosses we are familiar with. Li Hongwei raised his head. I know this, such as the chainsaw killer, the triangle head, the clown, the vengeful spirit, etc. Yes, some of them are butchers captured by evil spirits from other dimensional worlds and transformed. There are also butchers who voluntarily stay after the evil spirits sign a contract with them and reach an agreement. Mu Xing nodded. The madman said, Do you mean that the evil spirits have offended the survival system? It is also possible that the survival system wants to use the evil spirits to find more possible dimensional worlds. Yu, who was setting up a crystal protective magic circle, interrupted. Mu Xing nodded. Maybe it's both. He stood up. No matter what, we have to find a way to contact the survival system first. Everyone looked down at their survival terminals, which showed the words not connected. At this moment, the survival terminal suddenly lit up. Ding! The survival system unlocked password and data package have been received, and the survivors are requested to check it themselves. Several people quickly clicked on the data package on the screen, and saw that the survival terminals in their hands quickly flashed with infinitely changing geometric patterns. When the terminal went quiet, they were surprised to find that their storage system was unlocked. Not only that, Everyone received an announcement from the survival terminal. It roughly means that the survival competition has officially begun, but due to interference from the native world, the survival system cannot contact them in real time. All survivors can explore this world on their own. At the same time, the downloaded data package contains various trigger tasks, and you can choose to accept the tasks. There is also an official description of the fantasy space of Dead by Daylight. After completing each escape trial, you can return to the campfire. The 1 kilometer radius of the campfire is a safe zone. Every day at dawn, the survivors will be pulled into the fantasy world by the evil spirits to survive. The survival terminal will record the survivor's clearance information and give a certain number of points as rewards. In addition, the blood point system and blood network system will be unlocked in the next 2 days. That's all the information. The survival system is not powerful. Li Hongwei couldn't help but complain. Is this normal? Mu Xing looked at the madman. Well, it's normal. Every survival contest is full of uncertainty at the beginning, but as the survivors speed up their activities, and the survival system is fully introduced to this world, the situation will change. However, in this process, many people will die due to various changes. So preserving ourselves, and waiting for the survival system to fully arrive, are what we should consider in the early stage. Madman, what about death retracing? Can we still retrace? Li Hongwei asked. Don't worry, the thing you are most afraid of in Dead by Daylight is that you can't rewind your death. The evil spirit won't let you die easily. Mu Xing gave him a comforting look. That thing will only drag us into the illusion again and again to destroy us and devour our hopes. We are delicious food producers for the evil spirit. EU had a different opinion, not necessarily. If the evil spirit senses the crisis, it may try every means to completely kill us survivors. So in the illusion world, we should try our best to avoid being killed. Next to her, EU controlled her crystal bodyguard to walk into the black fog, picked up some dead branches nearby, and tried to throw them into the bonfire. As she wished, these dead branches could be ignited, and the flames quickly expanded. Mu Xing found that the distance illuminated by the bonfire also increased from 60 meters in diameter to about 80 meters. At the same time, the crystal magic circle set by EU lit up and turned into a barrier to protect them. Chapter 238. No one slept well that night. Several people discussed the plot and coping methods until midnight, and Crazy and Mu Xing took turns to keep watch until dawn. The good news is that after a good sleep, the spirit and energy consumed before were slowly restored. In other words, all consumption can only be restored outside the fantasy world. In the world of Dead by Daylight, the sun will never rise. When the sky is slightly white, a new day of escape trials is about to begin. Mu Xing kicked Li Hongwei on the buttocks, who was snoring. He was the one who slept the most soundly among the 4 people. Ah, what happened? What happened? Li Hongwei sat up with a confused look on his face. Get ready, we are going to enter the fantasy world. Mu Xing stared at the fish belly white in the sky. Under this little light, the fog around was much lighter. It would be safer to go out and explore the fog around at this time. But obviously, the evil spirits would not do as they wished. Li Hongwei hurriedly got up, packed up his things, put on his yellow Taoist robe, picked up the golden sword, and even summoned his green-haired old zombie in advance. At this time, the madman walked out of the fog, holding a mouse in his hand. Mouse? He threw the disgusting, pus-filled mouse next to the fire, emitting a suffocating stench. So disgusting, has it mutated? EU stepped back subconsciously. Mu Xing took the initiative to step forward, observe the mouse, and even took out a scalpel to try to dissect the mouse. I caught it near the 1 kilometer border line. This mouse has not been assimilated by the black fog. It should have eaten something in the fog and turned into this. Mu Xing cut open the mouse's stomach and found that its heart was still trembling, not completely dead. Suddenly, the mouse opened its eyes, came back to life, jumped high, showing its yellow teeth, and bit towards Mu Xing's neck. Be careful, Li Hongwei exclaimed. However, the mouse was frozen by invisible mental power just after it jumped into the air. Mu Xing observed the mouse close at hand. Although its body is infected, the energy contained in the food it gnawed has greatly enhanced its body functions. This energy is corrosive and active. The mouse's body cannot withstand this energy, and is collapsing from the outside to the inside. Mu Xing felt that this mouse was very valuable for research. He put the mouse directly into the 3rd layer of the original hive. That's right. The 3rd layer. Since the 2nd layer was expanded in the escape world, the 3rd layer is now also under construction. It's just that the 3rd layer does not require Mu Xing's participation, nor does it require Mu Xing to buy various materials from the outside world and send them in. The third layer is completely created by the high-dimensional power of Silent Hill absorbed by the Divine Seal. This layer is larger than the previous two layers, and its area is about twice that of the first layer. However, it is still under construction, and only the main body has been completed. Shanine, this mouse is for you to study. Try to dig out the characteristics of the energy in the mouse as much as possible. I suspect that the energy is related to the evil spirit. Understood, Master. Leave it to me. Suddenly, Shanine reminded, Master, the evil spirit is coming, I will hide first. Mu Xing looked up and saw a dark vortex forming above their heads. The sudden appearance of the vortex also alarmed the others, and they all looked up at the vortex above their heads. It's about to start, everyone get closer. Mu Xing shouted. Several people approached tacitly, and Mu Xing used mental ropes to tie everyone together. The attraction of the vortex became stronger and stronger. Ah! Li Hongwei screamed, and all 4 people were sucked into the vortex. Tick-tock. Mu Xing woke up in a damp bathroom. It was dark and quiet all around. After walking out of the bathroom, he still didn't see anyone else. The moment he was dragged into the fantasy world by the evil spirit, his mental rope was torn apart. Pushing open the dirty door, what he saw should be a hospital. The air was dirty and dark, with a suffocating feeling. Mu Xing concluded that this should not be on the ground, but underground. The ventilation system seemed to have broken down long ago, and could only barely maintain. Hospital map? Mu Xing searched for the memory image of the hospital map in his mind. This is a 3-story hospital located underground, where perverted doctors have conducted various inhumane experiments. Abandoned for many years, it seems that there are still lingering ghosts around. Mu Xing's mental power expanded and scanned quickly. He instantly found the madman not far from him. How are you? The madman sensed Mu Xing's mental fluctuations approaching and asked directly. The map has been confirmed. It is a hospital map. We don't know who the butcher is yet. Let's split up and find the generator and the other 2 people. I think so too. I be on the left and you be on the right. We act separately. After saying that, the madman has already started to move, getting farther and farther away from him. Mu Xing was not in a hurry to act. He took out the zombie summoning scroll and summoned 10 zombies. No matter what, he had to summon his old partner, the hunter, first. The scroll was used, and 10 zombies crawled out from the pulped ground. The zombies had dull faces and stood quietly. If it were an ordinary person, seeing these zombies in this environment, he would probably be scared to death. A ball of flesh and blood seeds flew out from Mu Xing's hand, quickly wrapped these zombies, and quickly devoured and grew. Then, he took out the nurse brooch and planned to test the abilities of these nurses first. With a thought, he summoned 5 nurses to test the waters. With a point of his right hand, a red mark appeared on the ground, and faceless nurses with sexy bodies and distorted faces were summoned one by one. These nurses had distorted postures and moved in a rigid manner, just like puppets. The weapons in their hands were even more varied, including scalpels, syringes, scissors. They exuded the unique rusty smell of the world in Silent Hill. Go out and check the situation. Mu Xing gave the nurses orders, and they ran out of the ward. Here, the embryo of the hunter has grown up completely. The divine seal had previously transformed the hunter, transplanting part of the power of the tumor into the hunter's body. Now the hunter can achieve partial body deformation, which is different from his alienation ability. Mu Xing's alienation ability mainly relies on valrid particularization. The hunter's transformation is to control the growth and division of flesh and bones. Puff. The sharp claws tore the cocoon, and the hunter came out. Mu Xing called it the 3rd-generation hunter. The hunter in this state can easily control every part of his body and change his form. The combat power is even stronger. Not only that. After this evolution, Mu Xing focused on improving its intelligence level. It could understand various instructions and requirements faster, and even gain a certain degree of independent thinking ability, which can better help it complete tasks for Mu Xing. At this time, the hunter is born with a height of 2 meters and 2 meters, which is very close to maturity. If those nurses are not strong enough, Mu Xing plans to let the hunter devour them, and grow to a mature body. After all, this is the world of Dead by Daylight, and there are not enough corpses for the hunter to devour. Chapter 239. Suddenly, Mu Xing turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Just now, he lost the sense of one of the nurses. The direction was probably southeast. Mu Xing quickly gathered the other nurses and gathered towards the target point. Just then, another nurse lost contact. Could it be Yu and Li Hongwei? However, the distance between the two nurses was at least 100 meters, and they were exploring in different rooms. The difference between the two nurses' deaths was no more than 3 seconds. In a hospital environment, unless they could pass through walls. Through the wall. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and subconsciously quickened his pace. When he arrived at the nurse's death point, the headless nurse was still lying on the ground twitching, and dirty blood continued to flow from her neck. Its twisted head was lying not far away, and it was beheaded with just one blow. From the broken end, it was not a blade, but some kind of sawtooth weapon. It seems a bit lame, these nurses. This nurse was killed by one blow, and had no power to resist at all. However, from the broken end, the attacker attacked from top to bottom, cutting off the nurse's head from the back of the neck. Mu Xing looked back at the ceiling above his head, and there was no sign of damage there. Just then, 4 nurses came in from the 2 doors on the left and right of the ward. They gathered quite quickly. Wait. 4 nurses? Mu Xing's eyes narrowed, and he saw a nurse in a long skirt holding a bloody handsaw following the nurse on the left. This nurse was obviously different from his nurses. She was wrapped in bandages, and had a dirty white cloth bag on her head, and her facial features were vaguely visible in the bag. Counterattack. Mu Xing quickly gave orders to his nurse in front of him. The nurse holding the scalpel turned around instantly, and the scalpel stabbed the eyes of the nurse behind him accurately and swiftly. This reaction speed and strength are much stronger than those zombies. However, the nurse was faster, and disappeared in a flash, causing the scalpel of the nurse in front to miss. Then, he rushed out from the side wall, and cut off the nurse's head in an instant. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and released the surging mental power, trying to control the nurse butcher. That's right, this nurse should be the butcher in this escape trial. The prototype comes from the nurse in Silent Hill, but the background setting is different from that of the nurse in Silent Hill. The nurse butcher in Dead by Daylight was originally a nurse in a mental hospital named Sally. Because of long-term contact with those schizophrenic patients, her mental state was seriously affected. In the end, she made the decision to purify the mental hospital and slaughter dozens of mental patients in one night. Since then, Sally has disappeared. In fact, she was chosen by the evil spirit, given power, and became a killer in the world of Dead by Daylight. In the game, this nurse has the ability to move at high speed and pass through obstacles, and her combat power is very strong. In the background plot setting, the nurse's movement speed can reach the speed of light, and has the ability to travel through time and space. When he thought of this, Mu Xing became nervous. If this nurse is really the original setting, then this escape is hanging. The telekinesis surged and turned into a cage of imprisonment. At the same time, the other 2 nurses attacked her together. Puff. The short confinement allowed the 2 nurses to succeed at the same time and pierce the chest of the nurse butcher. However, it was like unlocking a seal. Mu Xing saw the nurse turn into a point of light, and everything around her seemed to be reversed. She crossed time at an incredible speed and returned to the second before she was imprisoned by telekinesis. She chose to lock on Mu Xing and attack him. Just when time and space reversed, a red shield rose from Mu Xing's body. That was the Blood Moon shield that had not been seen for a long time. It could protect him from the effects of the Death Rewind Zone, and naturally it could also protect him from the effects of the nurse's time and space reversal. At the moment when the nurse came to kill him, he had already activated Silent Hill Shelter. At the same time, a blood thread connected to the hunter, and the hunter's right hand turned into a shield, blocking Mu Xing. Puff. The extremely sharp iron saw tore the hunter's bone shield and continued to kill Mu Xing. There was only a ding sound. The handsaw chopped on the protective barrier of Silent Hill. Mu Xing took the opportunity to jump back to avoid the continuous attacks of the nurse, and a longbow shaped like a phoenix, and burning with flames appeared in his hand. The bowstring was pulled, and the flaming arrow quickly gathered. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, and the flaming arrow pierced the nurse's chest. The powerful kinetic energy carried it away, and nailed it to the wall behind. With a bang, the flaming arrow exploded, almost blowing his body into pieces. However, his body turned into a light spot again, moving at high speed, and the surrounding time flowed in reverse again. But this time Mu Xing was prepared, and activated the Blood Moon shield in advance to protect herself from the time reversal. The phoenix bow in her hand had already drawn the bowstring. The nurse didn't expect that her time reversal didn't affect Mu Xing. The red flame arrow had already locked her. Without hesitation, she went down and disappeared into the floor. Mu Xing shot an arrow, and the charged flame arrow shot through the floor and flew after the nurse. The nurse turned around and chopped the arrow with one hand. The flame exploded, and the nurse disappeared in another flash. Although he forced the nurse back, Mu Xing's face was not good at all. There was no relief or joy. This was just the nurse in normal state. If she was allowed to enter the enhanced state, Mu Xing began to realize that in the last escape trial, they had almost always suppressed Jia Ge, so the evil spirit directly increased the strength of this escape trial at the beginning. This nurse was definitely a nurse enhanced by the evil spirit, otherwise, with the power of his purple weapon, it would be enough to kill her once. He looked at the two Silent Hill nurses in front of him. Their strength was okay, but they were ineffective against the butcher. He summoned the remaining 5 nurses, intending to feed them all to the hunter. He would rather train a master than a bunch of useless people to make up the numbers. Master, don't rush to sacrifice these nurses. I just observed the ability of the nurse. She can move at the speed of light, travel through time and space, and ignore obstacles. She looks very strong, but she is not without weaknesses. What do you mean? She can only move at the speed of light to travel through time and space, and cannot be used as a normal skill. She should use Ghost Step to launch attacks normally. With its ability to ignore obstacles, it is just an ordinary high-speed movement. Not only that, the nurse's skills need to be cooled down. After 2 or 3 high-speed movements or time travel, it will enter a cooling recovery state. Mu Xing understood. No wonder the nurse chose to escape, and did not continue to choose to fight him. So what do you want to do? Mu Xing asked back. The evil spirit can strengthen the nurse, and we can also use Silent Hill to strengthen our nurses. Master, don't forget that these nurses have the same origin as Silent Hill. I understand. I will consider your idea and leave 5 nurses. Mu Xing made a decision to sacrifice the 3 dead nurses and the 2 nurses in front of him to the hunter, so that the hunter can grow to its peak state. At the same time, a red totem appeared in his right hand, and he chanted 2 summoning spells. The whole ward was rusting and decaying rapidly, the wall was crawling, and a triangular head with a big knife walked out. Chapter 240. Triangle Head looked a little thinner than Hunter, but the big knife in his hand, and the big iron head on his head added a lot of momentum to him. He remembered that there was also a Triangle Head in Dead by Daylight, and he didn't know which one was stronger. After Triangle Head was summoned, he quietly followed behind Mu Xing, with Hunter on the left and right, like 2 bodyguards. Mu Xing waved his right hand, Hunter was the forward, Triangle Head was the defender, guarding Mu Xing in the middle. However, the nurse had the ability to cross the terrain regardless of the terrain, so it was hard to say whether this kind of front and back protection would have any effect. At least Mu Xing felt safe. He searched forward while being careful of the surroundings. Just then, he heard a fight coming from the front. Fuck you. What the hell? Look at me, Tian Gang subduing the demons. Li Hongwei's cursing voice sounded, and a dazzling golden light suddenly lit up in a ward. Boom, the next second. Li Hongwei smashed the wooden door and escaped from the room. Behind him, the green-haired zombie was spewing green poisonous gas, stopping the nurse, who was about to chase Li Hongwei. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the hunter understood and rushed towards the nurse. At the same time, he pulled the phoenix bow, and the flaming arrows began to condense. This way. Mu Xing shouted at Li Hongwei, and Li Hongwei was surprised when he heard the voice, and hurried to Mu Xing's side. However, at this moment, the blood moon shield on Mu Xing's body automatically lit up, and the surrounding time began to flow backwards. Li Hongwei's body kept retreating, and flowed back with the broken wooden door. Mu Xing shot an arrow through the wooden door, and locked onto the nurse, who was waving the hand saw at Li Hongwei. This time, the nurse didn't hold back, and chopped Li Hongwei's neck directly. Puff. The headless body fell to the ground. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed and his face changed suddenly. Li Hongwei is dead? He saw Guliula's head rolling all the way to his feet. Li Hongwei's eyes were wide open. At this moment, a crystal ray came through the window and pierced the nurse's chest. Ah! The nurse screamed miserably and disappeared through the wall in an instant. I go after her, the madman said. Don't chase him, Li Hongwei is dead. The madman stopped, and EU rushed over and saw the head on the ground and Li Hongwei's headless body. Dead? How is that possible? Quick, put his head back together, maybe there is still hope. EU suddenly said. Mu Xing and the madman quickly put the head and body together, and a transparent card appeared in EU's hand. A cross was engraved on the card. The cross lit up and shone on Li Hongwei. No, he can't be resurrected. EU was also confused. His soul is gone. The madman spoke solemnly. Soul? Mu Xing hurriedly checked the state of Li Hongwei's soul, and indeed found no trace of soul in this body. Even if he was killed, His soul would not dissipate instantly, there would be a process of dissipation. But now, his soul seemed to be directly taken away by someone. Then, Li Hongwei's body began to turn into particles and disappear. He may not really be dead, but was executed by the butcher. Yu spoke. Execution? What does that mean? You should know the goal of the evil spirit, right? To force them to escape, squeeze their potential, and then devour their hope, right? Yes, but we survivors are different. We are very strong and have strong beliefs. Ordinary means can hardly shake our hope. It should be that the evil spirit adjusted the rules of the fantasy world, and the strength of the butcher after yesterday's defeat. She looked up at the two of them. So, the experience we have gained from Dead by Daylight may no longer apply here. Not only that, ordinary pain and death cannot shake us survivors. The evil spirit should have other means waiting for us. The madman punched the wall next to him. Humph, I want to see what other means the evil spirit has. Yu put a hand on his shoulder. Calm down. I know, I just feel a little unhappy. He turned around and looked at Mu Xing. Did you just fight? Did you hear the noise? Yes, I rushed here as soon as I heard the noise. Mu Xing roughly described the situation of the fight just now, which made the two people in front of him look more solemn. It seems that the evil spirit is serious. This time we can't separate again. The rules of the game have changed. When the three left, they found Li Hongwei's green-haired zombie. After losing Li Hongwei's control, the green-haired zombie is now as quiet as a statue. But at this time, Taoist runes flashed on the green-haired zombie, and a coffin appeared out of thin air, taking the green-haired zombie away and disappearing. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other, unable to understand what was going on. Let's fix the generator first. One person will be responsible for repairing it, and two people will be responsible for guarding it. This may be slower, but it is relatively safe. Mu Xing suggested. Crazy and Yu also expressed no objection. I found two on the way here, which are relatively close to here. Yu said. Lead the way. This way. Several people rushed towards the generator, paying attention to the surrounding situation. Just as they started to repair the generator, the nurse came again, passing through the wall, waving the handsaw in her hand rapidly. Ding! The handsaw collided with the crystal barrier released by Yu. This time the crystal barrier only lasted for 2 seconds before it was completely shattered, and it continued to kill Yu. In the eyes of the nurse, Yu was a relatively fragile survivor compared to Mu Xing and the madman, so she chose to attack her first. Come on! The chained blade in the madman's hand attacked swiftly, and he had been prepared for the nurse's attack. Mu Xing was even on the side. The chained blade burned with flames, instantly igniting half of the ward ceiling, and the anger directly materialized. The nurse was engulfed in flames and screamed miserably. Mu Xing pulled the phoenix bow and shot a flaming arrow. Because he found that the nurse was less resistant to flame attacks, it was easier to hurt her body. The nurse was ambushed and quickly retreated through the wall. However, this time Mu Xing was well prepared, and the hunter was waiting behind the wall. When the nurse fled, it rushed directly and knocked the nurse back. The wall broke, and the nurse flew back with the wall. The three attacked at the same time. The madman threw out a flame chain blade, Yu released a crystal ray, and Mu Xing shot a charged arrow. The arrow turned into a rushing fire meteor, and the three attacks arrived almost at the same time. Just as the nurse was about to use the speed of light to reverse time, Mu Xing launched a mental shock. Ah! The nurse screamed and her figure shook. 3 attacks hit her at the same time, turning her into ashes. Quick, fix the generator. The few people were not relaxed. They knew that these butchers could not be killed, so they took the opportunity to repair the generator. The more people repaired the generator, the faster it was. In less than 10 seconds, the first generator was completed directly. Let's go the next one. Just as they left, the nurse's ashes began to gather, and the black fog surged, resurrecting the killed nurse. Chapter 241. Although the speed of repairing the generator by 3 people together will be much slower, it is safer. In the ward on the 2nd floor, Yu is in charge of the repair, while Mu Xing and Crazy are protecting them. Yu's crystal bodyguard, Mu Xing's triangle head and hunter are scattered in several nearby rooms. Once the nurse appears, they will issue a warning immediately. The most terrifying thing about the nurse is not how powerful her attack power is, but her strange ability to pass through walls, and her ghost step that can move at high speed. Combined with its special ability to reverse time, even a veteran like Crazy who has participated in a survival competition once feels extremely difficult. Be careful, the nurse will definitely be strengthened again after being killed by us, and the evil spirit will test our limits little by little. Mu Xing held the phoenix bow, and stared at the surroundings carefully. At this moment, he heard strange whispers around him. Who? Mu Xing looked towards the window fiercely, but there was no one there. What's wrong? The madman also stared at the window. Mu Xing shook his head. It should be an illusion. Could it be the nurse's other abilities? The madman guessed. Mu Xing heard strange whispers again, and this time, he caught the source of the whispers. He took out the skull of Gul'dan from the backpack behind him. The skull seemed to be alive, with green fire in its eyes and whispers. He put it on his body, because this purple weapon can enhance mental and spiritual power. He didn't expect that this thing would be activated by an unknown force at a critical moment. No, the nurse is here. Mu Xing suddenly realized something, grabbed the phoenix bow, and shot an arrow at the wall behind him. The fire arrow was so powerful that it penetrated 2 walls, and shot at the nurse in the second ward. The nurse was surrounded by black mist at this time. When the black mist dissipated, the burning lines on her body appeared all over her body. It looked like a coal burning from the inside out. Not only did the saw in her right hand burn with blood flames, but even the left hand was burning with strands of blood flames. The left hand grabbed Mu Xing's flaming arrow, and the explosion was annihilated in its palm. No, it's not a nurse. Get out of here. Madman's perception was more acute, and he shouted. Mu Xing subconsciously opened the protection barrier of Silent Hill, and Madman also raised his Azimuth barrier. However, their speed was still a step slower, and the nurse turned into a stream of light and slashed towards EU. Mu Xing shouted, and took the initiative to activate. Bullet time, activating the acceleration ability of the abnormal stasis module. He tried to intercept the nurse, who turned into a stream of light and attacked EU. Even with the 2 abilities superimposed, in the slowed down world, Mu Xing's reaction was still slower than that stream of light. Crystal Tower. EU also released her fastest defense ability at the first moment. A 6-sided crystal tower quickly condensed. However, that stream of light was 1 step ahead of her, and directly cut off her head. No! The madman shouted. He was so angry that the flames from the golden battle pattern on his body ignited his shirt, and turned it into ashes in an instant. However, the nurse went backwards at a high speed, and time went back. The madman who had just activated the golden Spartan battle pattern returned to the second before the battle pattern was not activated. The hand saw instantly cut across the madman's head, attacking at the speed of light. Even a madman could not dodge. His head was directly cut off. Mu Xing was completely confused, and his brain went blank in an instant. It was obvious that the nurse could not attack at the speed of light just now, and could only reverse time and space, but now. He forced himself to calm down. Looking at the 2 headless bodies falling to the ground, the blood dyed the room red. He looked up and saw that the hood on the nurse's head began to burn, and Mu Xing saw a pair of eyes that looked like black holes. Those eyes brought him endless fear. She tilted her head, and seemed to be very interested in Mu Xing. You are very interesting among the humans who came to this world. Mu Xing opened his mouth wide. The nurse could actually speak? No, she was no longer a nurse, let alone a butcher. A more terrifying existence descended into the nurse's body, staring at Mu Xing in this dark underground hospital. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and said nothing. The skull of Gul'dan in his hand was flashing green light crazily. He took out the silver revolver that had not been used for a long time, and shot himself in the head without hesitation. However, he failed. Time was frozen at this moment, the trigger had been pulled, the bullet in the chamber had been ignited, and the flames rose. However, at this moment, the surrounding time and space stagnated. Mu Xing could see, hear, and feel, but he could not move. He wanted to commit suicide, but failed. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. The only possibility was that the creator of this world, the legendary evil spirit, had come. Mu Xing looked at the nurse, who was getting closer and closer, and the pair of black eyes dragged Mu Xing into endless fear. How long had he not felt fear? Perhaps in the original Ishimura, all fears had long been exhausted. However, now, at this moment, the fear of being killed by the corpse for the first time once again enveloped his heart. And he was so powerless, as insignificant as an ant. In front of a truly powerful being, he couldn't even commit suicide. I look forward to your performance. The nurse's voice sounded like countless tones fused together. The burning hand saw in his hand fell directly, executing Mu Xing. Puff. He saw his sight fly high, and saw his headless body falling to the ground. Since obtaining the origin of the blood moon. For the first time, Mu Xing's death did not trigger a death replay, and he didn't even see the sea. No, he saw it. The red ocean was right under his feet, but he was flying higher and higher. Looking up, he saw an endless darkness, which turned into a huge spiral vortex, as if it was going to swallow everything. In that huge vortex, Mu Xing seemed to see black mist tentacles extending from the vortex. An indescribable existence was opening its eyes that were rarely seen in the ancient times. Despair rose in Mu Xing's heart. Could such an existence really be defeated? It seemed that something was being taken away from his body. However, this thought only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by his determination. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a survival system behind me. The moment this thought came to mind, Mu Xing felt that the hope in his body had been taken away and disappeared. Behind him, a glowing root broke through the darkness and found him accurately. But the next second, the dark vortex took a step ahead of the root and pulled Mu Xing away. Mu Xing was still inevitably swallowed by the huge vortex, and all his perceptions completely disappeared. Huh? Mu Xing sat up suddenly, cold sweat soaked his back, his body trembled, and beads of sweat fell from his forehead and chin to the ground. You woke up. Mu Xing turned his head suddenly, seeing the madman Yu and Li Hongwei sitting on the coffin. What on earth is going on? The madman shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Stretched out his right hand towards him. Mu Xing held that hand, and with the help of the madman, pulled himself up from the ground. Chapter 242. After being killed by the nurse, I returned to the campfire. I also summoned the green-haired zombie, Li Hongwei said. So after being killed, you returned to the campfire immediately? Yes. Did you see anything else? No. Mu Xing looked at the other two. What about you? Yu shook her head. The nurse's attack was very powerful. My crystal tower was killed on the spot before it could take shape. The madman said, I tried to defend, but failed. The nurse can accurately control the time and space retreat of any area. It's really powerful. As he said that, he looked at Mu Xing. Did you find anything else? Mu Xing took a deep breath. The scene he saw before flashed in his mind, and he suppressed his panic and said, It's true that the nurse is very powerful, but this power obviously exceeds the upper limit of the fantasy world, because what we encountered was not a nurse at all, but an evil spirit. Evil spirit? The three people's eyes were all focused on Mu Xing. I saw it just now. What? Did it do anything to you? Mu Xing frowned and sat in front of the fire in a daze. No, it feels like a test. Mu Xing described the scene of the evil spirit he just saw to them as much as possible, making the three people frown. What does this evil spirit want to do? The madman felt depressed at this time. It may be a test, or it may be preparing to fight against the survival system. Yu said. The madman turned around and looked at her. You mean, the evil spirit wants to find a way to fight against the survival system by studying us? Yu nodded. It's possible. This time the evil spirit used the nurse's body as a container to execute us directly. It might be a warning to the survival system. This reminded Mu Xing of the scene when the black vortex took him away before the survival system. Maybe Yu's guess is not entirely unreasonable. Boss, what should we do now? This place can't die, and can't escape. Isn't it a juicer for the evil spirit, squeezed out of hope, and finally thrown away at random? Li Hongwei began to regret. Why did I have such a brain twist in the first place, and wanted to participate in the survival competition? I am really too arrogant. What level am I? How dare I get involved in this mess? Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei and felt that he seemed to have changed. We must believe in the survival system. We can get out. Mu Xing said. It's impossible. Don't you see it clearly? The evil spirit is just playing with us, torturing us, and squeezing us dry. It's useless. We are all dead. Li Hongwei covered his head with his hands, looking pessimistic. The three of them looked at each other, and found that something was wrong with Li Hongwei. Mu Xing gave the madman a look, and the madman grabbed Li Hongwei's collar and said, Do you really want to die? Then I help you. Then he punched him. Don't kill me! Li Hongwei screamed in horror. The next second, he was in a trance and woke up. What happened to me just now? Your hope was taken away by the evil spirit, and despair occupied your heart. Didn't you notice it yourself? Li Hongwei patted his cheeks and said, Damn evil spirit, I won't die so easily. The hope that rose in his heart dispelled despair and negativity, allowing Li Hongwei to return to normal again. Mu Xing looked at the madman. Do you remember the 3 pieces of information that Arena provided us? Remember, in the second one, let us keep hope. This is very important. That's right. Once you fall into despair, you will probably lose your value immediately and be treated as waste by the evil spirit. Li Hongwei next to him said weakly, What do you mean by this treatment? Literally, it means throwing into the void, or into the abyss of despair. That is the real way to go to heaven without a way to enter the earth, and to die in utter despair. Li Hongwei couldn't help but shudder, muttering many words to encourage himself. Mu Xing looked at the fog and darkness around him. We must find a way to break the situation. You want to? Yes, I want to explore the fog. No, it's too dangerous. Yu said. Who of you still remembers the setting of Dead by Daylight? Since the evil spirit discovered this world, has anyone really escaped from the evil spirit's control? You mean Viagra? The madman asked back. What Viagra? Li Hongwei next to him became interested. It's Viagra, not Viagra. Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei speechlessly. Ah, Viagra, sorry. Yu said, I know. Viagra, the first survivor, is also the only one who successfully escaped from the evil spirit's fantasy world. He created many special props, found the power to fight against evil spirits, and finally escaped from the fantasy world through a special cellar. Of course, some people say that Vigo did not really escape, but entered the void. But no matter what, Vigo is indeed the first person to escape from the evil spirit fantasy world. The madman touched his chin. I remember in the setting collection, someone once found Vigo's laboratory hidden in the foggy world and obtained a method to fight against evil spirits. Withered. Yu took over. Yes, in the setting, this Withered found Vigo's laboratory in the fog and got some experimental notes, which recorded something called dark gold cells extracted from a certain flower. It is said that Vigo used the power of dark gold cells to get rid of the restrictions of evil spirits and escape from the fantasy world. Dark gold cells? What is that? Li Hongwei asked. I don't know, it may be a carrier of some power, extracted from a flower. In the plot, the experimental manual that the Withered One got was not complete, but he extracted juice containing dark gold cells from a pustule flower. He made the juice of this pustule flower into serum and experimented on a dead mouse. As a result, the dead mouse came back to life and bit him. The bite caused the Withered One to be infected. In order to survive, he was forced to inject the untested serum, which turned him into an increasingly crazy monster. Later, he was captured by the evil spirit and taken into the fantasy world, becoming the Butcher Withered One. After hearing this, several people looked towards the foggy area at the same time. Mu Xing said, if we want to break the situation, we must enter the fog to explore and find Vigo's laboratory. Otherwise we will be trapped in this fantasy world and unable to escape, and sooner or later the evil spirits will drain our hope. I agree. Crazy was the first to stand up and support Mu Xing. I agree, but we must be fully prepared. Yu said. What? Li Hongwei was obviously a little hesitant. You don't have to go, wait for us at the bonfire. Mu Xing turned around and said. He hesitated, then gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Chapter 243. On the 1 kilometer boundary of the safe zone. Mu Xing glanced at the time. Although I don't know how the time rules of the fantasy world work, as long as we complete a round of escape, we will have a night's rest. Our task today is to investigate the situation around the campfire. If we encounter danger, we will retreat to the safe zone as soon as possible. The other two nodded, and as for Li Hongwei, he was arranged to guard the campfire and act as a locator. Then, the three of them each chose a different direction to explore, and tried to go as far as possible. There was no east, west, south, or north in the foggy world, so they used the campfire as the center to divide the world into up, down, left, and right. Yu used a large piece of crystal as the source, and cut small pieces of crystal from the top to make a compass. Using the characteristics of crystals attracting each other, this special compass will always lock the large piece of crystal as the end direction. In the real world, the distance between crystals is about 300 kilometers. The rules of the foggy world are different, and it is still unknown how many meters of mutual attraction can be maintained. But at least it is guaranteed that you will not get lost because of losing direction within a short distance. Mu Xing chose the left, Yu went up, and the madman went to the right. This was Mu Xing's first time stepping into the fog. In fact, there was no special feeling. It was no different from walking in the surface world of Silent Hill. This fog was dry, not like moisture condensed. All the way forward, the hunter and the triangle head were on the left and right, and the two bodyguards escorted together. A red triangular box appeared in Mu Xing's palm, and a red light burst out from the box of fluoros, and the shadow of Alessa emerged. She frowned. This place makes me feel terrible. What? Do you sense danger? No, there is an extreme sense of oppression and suffocation. This feeling is like despair. Despair? A piece of land, in addition to the creatures living on the land, is also full of vitality, but here I feel only a desolate silence. This is a world that should have died, but it is not dead. Instead, it is in endless despair between life and death. Alessa's shocking words shocked Mu Xing. He began to wonder if this was a world that had been devoured and destroyed by evil spirits. How far can your perception extend? Alessa suddenly shrank into the box of fluoros and reminded him, "This place is very dangerous. Don't release your mental detection at will. We sense that there are many dangerous things around. Those things don't look like living things, and of course they are not dead. They make me feel very uncomfortable." Mu Xing let the box of fluoros float above his head and continued to explore deeper. Soon, he came to the 1-kilometer boundary of the safe zone. Along the way, there was nothing but the withered yellow earth. And here, outside the safe zone, there might be a different scene. Mu Xing turned off all the lights on his body. The previous drone experiment told him that the things in the darkness and fog were very sensitive to light. He would rush over to extinguish the lights as soon as possible. He didn't want to be besieged by a group of monsters just after leaving the safe zone. Compared with visible light, the invisible infrared light emitted by the night vision device is much safer. Mu Xing carefully explored about 2 kilometers outwards. Luckily, he did not encounter any monsters. It seemed that as long as he did not deliberately light up the fire to illuminate himself, he would not attract the monsters in the dark to launch an active attack. He communicated with the God Seal while moving forward. "Master, have you encountered evil spirits before?" the God Seal suddenly asked. "How did you know?" "I sensed a corrosive force, but fortunately I was prepared and hid in other dimensions, so I was not discovered by the evil spirits." "You are so powerful?" "Master, it's not that I am powerful, because it is just a clone of the evil spirit. If the real body comes, I can't fight it with my current strength." "So what do you think of the evil spirit?" "It is very dangerous, but I can sense that it is very nervous." "Nervous?" "The arrival of the survival system has threatened the safety of the evil spirit, so the evil spirit will naturally be nervous. It is testing the master, and also testing the survival system behind it. And the survivors who come to the survival competition are not only newcomers, like the master, but also real veterans. The strength of those people cannot be described by common sense." Hearing this, Mu Xing felt more relaxed. After all, there were tall people to hold up the sky. "Master, there is another interesting news." "What?" "Master, the soul sealed in the skull of Gul'dan was activated when the evil spirit descended before." "Is there really a soul of Gul'dan inside?" Mu Xing took out the skull. At this time, the pale skull was extremely quiet, and there seemed to be soul fire floating in the dark eye sockets. "Gul'dan, I think we can talk." However, the skeleton did not move at all, as quiet as a stone. He shook the skull, trying to call out the soul of Gul'dan hidden inside, but the soul of Gul'dan in the skull was still silent, and had no intention of talking. Mu Xing threw the skull directly into the third layer of the hive. "Don't talk? I leave the seal to you." He, don't worry, master. There is only one soul left. I will let him enjoy a feast." As if hearing the words of the seal, the skull trembled slightly. Mu Xing retracted his attention and focused on exploration. It was still safe from 3 to 4 kilometers, but at about 5 kilometers, he encountered the first enemy he encountered in the fog. That thing looked like a deer. It was completely black, without fur, and wrapped in a thick layer of black fog. A pair of antlers, like branches, stood up high, and something seemed to be pierced on the 2 antlers. The deer also discovered Mu Xing, accurately located it in the fog, and rushed over on all 4s. As he got closer, Mu Xing finally saw the deer's appearance clearly. Its body was tall, thin, and dark, like a zombie. However, its back was covered with dark pustules, and its head had a strange human face. Mu Xing also saw clearly that the objects pierced by the deer's antlers were actually 2 hideous human heads. The 2 human heads were not dead, and they wailed in despair and pain. Because they had lost their vocal cords, the wailing sound was extremely strange. "What the hell is that?" Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the hunter took the lead in attacking. The claws turned into 2 sharp bone blades, slashing fiercely at the strange deer. The deer was extremely flexible, and dodged the hunter's bone blade, leaving a black mist trailing behind it. It bounced towards Mu Xing. The 2 heads on the withered horns opened their eyes, and the eyeballs were chaotic and dirty. Black brainwashing surged from the mouths of the 2 heads. The strange deer lowered its head, and rushed towards Mu Xing. But at this time, a rusty big knife fell with a bang, cutting the strange deer in half. The strange deer suddenly lost its balance, and the front half of its body scraped more than 10 meters on the ground, still heading towards Mu Xing. Boom! A heavy fist fell from the sky and directly blew it up in a rock pit less than 3 meters away from Mu Xing. The hunter with a violent breath grabbed the 2 horns of the strange deer and broke them alive. Chapter 244. Mu Xing squatted down and looked at the deer in front of him that was almost crushed into meat paste by the hunters. The broken antlers were bleeding, and Mu Xing noticed that the 2 heads on the antlers were not inserted on the antlers, but grew on the antlers. There were human heads growing on the antlers. Such a strange scene made Mu Xing's cognition of this foggy world more chaotic. He walked to the back half of the deer that was cut off by the triangular head. The internal structure of its body was not a normal deer at all. It was more like various limbs squeezed together and pressed into the shape of a deer by a punching machine. After the deer died, its body soon began to melt, and strange thorny plants grew out of it, taking root in the dry earth, greedily devouring the deer's flesh and growing faster. In less than 3 minutes, the thorny plant grew to 2 meters high. Then, buds like pustules grew on the vine. Is this the pustule's flower? Mu Xing stared at the bulging buds. However, in the end, the buds did not grow, and only reached the size of a thumb, and then withered rapidly. The whole thorn plant withered. The plant quickly withered and dimmed, and finally turned into yellow dust, scattered all over the ground. Mu Xing stared at the land in the distance, and all he saw was yellow. He kept silent, and continued to move forward. After going out of the 5-kilometer range, creatures, like strange deer, became more and more. They wandered unconsciously in this yellow land. There were many animals he was familiar with, and more fusion creatures he didn't recognize. The whole body was shrouded in black fog, like a walking corpse. Mu Xing tried to avoid these creatures as much as possible, and would only attack when he could not avoid them. However, every time he attacked, he would try to solve the problem as quickly as possible, and try not to alarm other strange creatures. After going out of the 10-kilometer range, Mu Xing found the human tree that the drone had photographed before. This human tree has withered, and is nearly 20 meters high. Like an enlarged thorn plant, a large number of twisted humans have merged with the tree, and there is only fear and despair on their faces. The triangular head chopped it with a knife, and with a ding, the withered human tree had already been petrified. It was hard to imagine how many years it would take for a tree to be petrified. 100,000 years? Million years? He didn't know if there was a concept of time in this foggy world, but it must have existed for a long enough time. The evil spirit was beyond time, making it difficult to understand. Just then, the triangular head in front patted Mu Xing and pointed in a certain direction. What's wrong? Mu Xing turned around and saw a figure in the fog, a very dark figure. He hurriedly chased after him, but the figure disappeared. After walking 100 meters forward, Mu Xing stopped and saw a broken hand. Yes, a broken hand, and it was a fresh one. On the finger was a somewhat old silver ring. After Mu Xing confirmed that the broken hand was not dangerous, he picked it up. Let the divine seal test the DNA. Master, it is undoubtedly human, but the time of the broken arm cannot be determined, because there are no microorganisms in this foggy world, and this limb cannot rot and deteriorate. Can you track the genetic scent? No problem. Mu Xing suddenly became interested. Could it be another survivor? He followed the instructions and tracked quickly. Soon, he found more body parts in the direction of the scent. Finally, a gnawed and incomplete body was found behind a large rock in the leeward direction. He was carrying a bag and his headlamp had been bitten to pieces. There was no intact flesh on his body, only a skeleton. Is it his hand? Yes, master. The genetic scent along the way is all his. Can we continue tracking? Mu Xing looked into the distance, trying to see further. There is a general direction, but it may go deeper into the fog. Master, the night is almost halfway through, you must speed up. Mu Xing nodded and quickly searched the body. There was a blue backpack next to it. The deceased was a male, about 25 years old. The cause of death was that he stepped into the fog alone and was attacked by a monster and died tragically on the spot. Just then, a wolf howl suddenly sounded around. Master, there are at least 10 wolf-like creatures nearby, approaching. Mu Xing grabbed the backpack and glanced at the triangular head and hunter behind him. Follow me closely. The 2 bodyguards followed closely behind, and moved towards the source of the genetic aura under the guidance of the divine seal. From jogging to running, Mu Xing quickly crossed the rocky land. Suddenly, a black shadow pounced from the rocks next to him. It was vaguely visible that it was a wolf, but it was more terrifying and ferocious than a wolf. It had no fur, was wrapped in black fog, and was covered with pustules. There were 6 eyes on its bloody mouth. These eyes emit red light, allowing them to see in the dark fog. Muxing took out the bone saw and the saw blade spun. When the wolf-shaped monster pounced, he first dodged the attack and then slashed at its neck. The sharp teeth almost cut 1/3 of the neck. The wolf howled and a sharp claw came towards it. The hunter penetrated it from bottom to top, swung it out, and cut it in half. The monster shed black blood as thick as oil, emitting a foul smell. Muxing was disgusted. "Stop fighting, retreat." Muxing called back Triangle Head, not wanting to fight any longer. "Master, take the wolf's eyeballs, maybe they will be of great use." After hearing what God Seal said, Muxing cut off the head of the strange wolf and threw it into the primitive beehive. Then he ran all the way. In addition to these strange wolves, there were other strange creatures attracted by his movements. "Just ahead, 1 kilometer," God Seal reminded. Muxing quickened his pace, and he sensed that there were no less than 100 monsters gathered behind him. There were all kinds of monsters, flying in the sky, running on the ground, all chasing after him. Muxing vaguely saw the light of fire. Yes, the light of fire, in this dim, foggy world. He rushed over excitedly. It should be a bonfire. When he crossed the 1 kilometer safety zone, he found that the monsters behind him all stopped. They all stopped in fear, staring at Muxing, but did not dare to cross the line. Muxing looked at the monsters outside across the safety line. He actually found a human-shaped black shadow among these monsters. It was hiding behind those monsters. Muxing noticed that the human figure was definitely not a monster. Although it was black, it was not surrounded by black mist. "Hey!" Muxing tried to greet him. However, those monsters suddenly fled in all directions, as if something terrible was coming. Muxing also noticed something and turned back suddenly, but there was nothing. Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar in the sky. The sound sounded like a giant dragon from ancient times, and the fierce wind blew up the flying sand and rocks on the ground. Even the black fog that permeated the surroundings was blown away a lot. Muxing saw at a glance that there was a bright bonfire in the darkness behind him. He didn't care about anything else and ran towards the bonfire. He sensed that something was locking onto him. Was it the dragon? He felt his eyebrows getting hot, and there was danger approaching. He rushed into the bonfire area and looked back. The fog was dispelled by the bonfire, and he saw a giant dragon made up of countless human heads. The strange dragon didn't want to get close to the bonfire, so it suddenly pulled up and flew over the bonfire and disappeared in the distance. Chapter 245. Muxing sat on a big rock next to the campfire, sweating profusely. The impression that thing just gave him was no less than the big eyeball in the world of Silent Hill. Fortunately, there was a campfire behind him. If he fought hard, the consequences would be disastrous. As the sound of the wind and the roar of the dragon gradually faded away, Muxing relaxed and tried to get closer to the campfire. The warm firelight dispelled the haze in his heart, and Muxing found that this campfire was brighter and warmer than their campfire. After testing the burning temperature, it was also within the range of normal campfire temperature. The visual illumination distance was about 100 meters. He quickly searched around the campfire and found some traces of life. It was obvious that someone had set up a camp here. But Muxing was not sure whether the person using this campfire was a survivor. He opened the blue backpack and found that there were not many things in it. 2 pieces of hard black bread, a water bottle without water, a map, a knife, a compass, and some other sundries. Finally, Muxing took out a diary from the oil paper bag inside. This backpack looks like the backpack of an ordinary traveler, not a survivor. In the jumping flames of the campfire, Muxing opened the diary. March 5th, weather sunny. This is my first day in this hellhole. Damn it, I shouldn't have listened to Thomas's nonsense and come to this wilderness to survive. He said that shooting such a survival video would be very popular, but now I am trapped in a fog. I hate that guy. March 8th, weather unknown. I have been walking in this fog for 3 days, and my food is almost exhausted. I swear this must be some weird other world. The earth is barren, there is not a drop of water. I found an abandoned house and hid for 2 nights. Today I encountered a strange thing. The dog had 2 heads. Damn, it must be an illusion. I hope I can find a way out of the fog today. March 10th. Thank God, I found a bonfire. Yes, a bonfire. It burned quietly in this fog. The damn fog can't get close. Finally I can have a good sleep. March 12th. My food is completely exhausted. Who can save me? I can't leave this campfire. There are monsters outside. There will be roars around at night. I swear, as long as I leave the safe zone, I will be torn to pieces by those monsters. March 15th. I feel like I'm going to die. I don't hate Thomas anymore, but I miss my Emily very much. I wonder if she is doing well. I miss my mother. I had a dream last night. A guy who called himself Evil Spirit invited me to become a member of his game. I rejected that guy, but now I regret it. If I had agreed to him, maybe that sumptuous meal would have been mine. March 17th. This is my first day as a survivor. Maybe this decision is wrong. I shouldn't have agreed to make a deal with the devil, let alone an evil spirit. Damn, I'm scared now. May God bless me. March 20th. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going crazy. There is no hope there. There is only endless pursuit, death, fear. I don't know what to do. I want to escape from here. But others said that we can never leave here unless. Escape. March 25th. I succeeded. Finally escaped from the damn McMillan Manor for the first time, and the terrible chainsaw demon could no longer hurt me. But I also failed, because I thought that as long as I completed the escape, I could leave this damn place. But when I woke up, I returned to this damn bonfire. No, it shouldn't be like this. April 5th. I've had enough. We are all lambs, pawns, and playthings. Our existence is meaningless, and our lives are meaningless. Damn evil spirits, come and take my soul, let me die. April 8th. Damn, damn, damn. Fuck hope, hack the future. Fake, haha, all fake. We can't get out, we can't get out. April 10th. I've decided, I want to leave here. I heard a legend. There is a legendary Mr. Vigo. He's successfully escaped from this terrible and dangerous place. In his laboratory, there may be a way to completely leave this hell place. I found the map left by Vigo in the lair of the Withered. Maybe it can guide me to that place. That place is in the fog. Yes, in the fog. But before that, I need a pair of eyes that can see through the fog. April 12th. This is my last diary. I left the campfire. I hope I can find the eyes I want. May God bless me. No, I no longer have faith. Now I can only rely on myself. The diary ends here. The last page of the diary was obviously written under extremely stressful circumstances, and the handwriting was extremely sloppy. Is that corpse the owner of this diary? An unlucky person who strayed into the foggy world. On the day of his death, he chose to make a deal with the evil spirit and became an escapee. However, the endless torture almost drove him crazy, but fortunately, he found the legend of Vigo and got a map. So he set off, but he did not leave the fog as expected, but died in the fog, killed by those terrible monsters. Mushing picked up the map next to him. It was drawn on old parchment, and was not so clear due to ink stains. However, this did not bother Mushing. Red Queen scan. The terminal on his arm quickly scanned the blurry map, then performed intelligent calculations, and reset it to high definition. Finally, a clear electronic map was projected in front of Mushing. Mushing stared at the map in front of him. Withered forests, wastelands, strange rock valleys, storm vortexes, mountains, and even ruined cities. Vigo's laboratory is located near the storm vortex, in the area where the northern mountains and abandoned cities intersect. There is a red X mark there. The person who got this map had drawn footprints on it, and obviously had been to that laboratory. The diary said that this map was taken from the lair of the Withered. In other words, this map was drawn by the Withered. According to the original plot setting, the Withered did go to Vigo's laboratory. However, Mushing doubted this. Not only did he doubt the map, he also doubted whether he got the map by coincidence or deliberately arranged it. What exactly was the black shadow he saw? Could it be an evil spirit? After all, he had just come face to face with the evil spirit in the previous escape. If it was an evil spirit, what was its purpose? But if it was not an evil spirit, who would have guided him to get this diary and this map? Mushing opened the diary again and wanted to take a closer look. But when he picked up the diary again, the diary seemed to have experienced years of weathering and suddenly scattered into ashes all over the ground. The other things next to it were the same, suddenly turning into ashes. Mushing realized that the environment of the bonfire in the fog was different. Chapter 246. Mushing repeatedly recalled the contents of the diary, and after confirming that there were no more discoveries, he focused his attention on the map in his hand. This was the only thing that had not turned into ashes, and even the passage of time and the erosion of the fog had not allowed it to decay. Divine Seal, test this parchment. After a while, Divine Seal concluded, Master, this parchment is not a biological product, but a piece of paper made from stone after special treatment and molecular reconstruction. Stone? Molecular reconstruction? Mushing was stunned. This map should be made by Vigo, or the Withered using a special method to prevent the power of the foggy world from eroding this map. Mushing remembered that Vigo was a legendary figure who created various special escape props, and his research on evil spirits also allowed him to master extraordinary skills. As for the withered, he has another title, Alchemist. The ink on the parchment was obviously eroded by the foggy world and had become blurred. Master, time is running out tonight. We must hurry back to the bonfire. The divine seal reminded again. I know. Mu Xing put away the map and locked his eyes on the bonfire. He was just trying to move the bonfire, but he didn't expect to succeed. This was a surprising discovery. In order to ensure that the bonfire would not go out, he directly used his telekinesis to dig out the land under the bonfire. Holding the land in his hand, the bonfire on the land was still burning brightly. He tried to move into the fog holding the bonfire. The fog in the area illuminated by the bonfire really dissipated automatically, which was a pleasant surprise. Can this thing be put into the original beehive? Mu Xing thought it was inconvenient to hold it in his hand, so he tried to move it to the original beehive. With a thought, he actually put the bonfire with the ground into the original beehive. However, when he wanted to take it out, he found that he couldn't take it out. This bonfire seemed to grow in the original beehive. Not only that, it moved to below the third layer of the original beehive. As the fire illuminated the surrounding darkness, the fourth layer began to appear. Mu Xing was stunned. It was the first time he saw the original hive actively expand its levels. The original hive began to absorb certain rules of this world, and finally formed this square grassland of 10 meters by 10 meters, a total of 100 square meters. The bonfire was located in the center of this grassland, and the light of the bonfire illuminated the surrounding darkness. What's going on? Mu Xing's mind moved, and he appeared directly on the grassland of the fourth layer. Then, Godin and Alessa appeared on the grass. Have you sensed the breath of evil spirits? Mu Xing asked. Master, I did not sense the breath of evil spirits, Godin said. Alessa sat in front of the campfire. I like it here. It's very quiet and warm, completely different from the desperate world outside, full of hope. She approached the campfire with her right hand and drew a wisp of flame on her finger. I see courage, hope, struggle, and other positive spirits in this flame. It is not just a flame, but a burning hope. Mu Xing looked at the small flame in Alessa's palm, and felt that he had grasped something important at this moment. But when he wanted to explore, the little light disappeared without a trace. Alessa put the little flame back into the bonfire, supported her face with both hands, and watched the flame jump quietly. Mu Xing also found that as long as he stayed on the fourth floor, and in front of the bonfire, the mental power that had just been consumed was recovering quickly. It seems that the auxiliary recovery is also the effect of this bonfire. It looks like I've found a treasure, Mu Xing muttered to himself. After coming out of the fourth floor, the original campfire camp had fallen into darkness. The surrounding fog quickly gathered and filled the blank space. But at this time, he had a pair of glasses in his hand, fog glasses. This was a pair of glasses made by Shen Yin using the lens of the monster wolf's eye. When he put on the glasses, everything around him became different. His sight penetrated the fog and saw farther away. The sight expanded from about 10 meters to about 300 meters. It must be said that this is a huge leap. Not only that, the distant views hidden in the fog can also be vaguely seen. Maybe I should try to hunt some more powerful fog creatures. Their eyes should be able to see farther, Mu Xing thought in his heart. However, I have to go back now. If I don't get back before dawn, something bad may happen. Carefully explore when you come, and you will be much faster when you go back. Mu Xing found that the closer it got to dawn, the fewer monsters there were in the fog. These monsters hid deep in the shadows, waiting for dawn to pass. So his journey back to the campfire was relatively smooth, and he killed a strange pig on the way. He took its eyes, and made special glasses. In this way, he had 4 pairs of glasses, which he could distribute to other members of the team. Following his memory, he returned to the campfire, and it was less than an hour before dawn. Li Hongwei had dark circles under his eyes, and wanted to sleep, but didn't dare to sleep. From time to time, he added some dead branches to the campfire to make it burn more vigorously. Yu also came back. She dragged back several monster corpses, and was conducting research. Seeing Mu Xing coming back, the two of them also stood up quickly. Boss Blood Moon, it's almost dawn. Why are you back now? Where's the madman? Mu Xing looked around. I was patrolling nearby, worried that you couldn't find the way back, Yu said. Any new discoveries? Mu Xing asked. Yu pointed to the monsters on the ground. There are quite a few monsters in the fog. I killed some. The deeper I went, the more monsters there were. Later, I had to retreat back. Here are the 2 of you. Wear them, and come with me to find the madman. What is this? It was then that Li Hongwei noticed the glasses on Mu Xing's nose. When the two put on the glasses, they immediately showed surprise. These glasses can actually penetrate the fog. Mu Xing turned back to the fog and searched quickly. Finally, he found the madman at the intersection 1 kilometer away from the campfire. He held a human head in his left hand, and a severely rusted iron frame in his right hand. Why are you here? He was a little surprised. What is this? I found it during the previous exploration. It has almost been confirmed that there are other people who have come here. They are not escapees, but explorers from other worlds. The madman threw the head on the ground when they returned to the campfire. The iron frame was also thrown on the ground. After scanning with the Red Queen's watch, the iron frame should be some kind of candlestick, but the shape is seriously missing, and it is difficult to restore it completely. What's the situation with this head? Mu Xing was puzzled. I found an exploration record book before, which recorded the experience of an expedition team sent by the king to explore the Misty World. In the end, everyone died, leaving only this recorder. When I found him, he turned into a crawling monster, and I cut off his head. I brought it back to let you see if you can try to read this guy's memory. Chapter 247. Mu Xing tried to read the memory in this head, but he failed. The only memory cells left were darkness and chaos. Huh? Why are you all wearing glasses? The madman also noticed the glasses on their noses. I was just about to give them to you. I extracted the eye lenses of those fog creatures, and made special glasses that can penetrate the fog to a certain extent. As he said this, Mu Xing handed over a pair of glasses. The madman put them on and raised his eyebrows, expressing his great surprise. He looked at Mu Xing. It seems that you have gained a lot from this exploration. Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly. You still understand me. While there is still time, let's quickly summarize the information and review it. First, it was EU. She explored about 50 kilometers outside, and finally had to return to the campfire because she encountered more monsters. Killed some monsters, but never got out of the wasteland. Then it was the madman. He also encountered many monsters, and almost killed his way out. When he was hiding from the storm in a canyon, he found the monster wandering in the cave. After killing the monster, the record book was found. Although the record book could not be brought back, it disappeared in an instant after leaving the cave, but the madman wrote down all the words completely. It roughly tells the story of a kingdom called Xiaogai. In recent months, many cases of missing people and animals have occurred at the border of the kingdom, and a strange fog has begun to spread. So the king sent an experienced expedition team into the fog to explore. At the same time, the Kingdom Magic Academy also supported them, and created a special magic candlestick that can dispel the fog within a certain range. But when they entered the fog, they soon lost their way, and could no longer find their way back. In the end, the expedition team ran out of ammunition and food, and was either devoured by monsters or turned into monsters, and all were wiped out. Zagai Kingdom? I don't remember a kingdom called Xiaogai in history. Li Hongwei said. Everyone talks about Magic Academy. Where is there a Magic Academy on Earth? EU asked speechlessly. Sorry. I was distracted. Mu Xing said, it seems that this place is not only connected to the world we are familiar with, but also to some worlds beyond our cognition. Mu Xing briefly described his experience of getting the survivor's diary. Projected the blurry and incomplete map. Survivor? That person seems to be from a modern world, and was bewitched by evil spirits to become a survivor. Li Hongwei looked up and said, so does Vigo's laboratory really exist? It should exist, but it's not that easy to find it. First, the journey is long and you need to go deep into the fog for thousands of kilometers. Second, the map is blurry and can only confirm an approximate area and direction. Mu Xing said. Beside him, EU stared at the map, trying to restore it with crystal magic. Madman communicated with Mu Xing using the team voice. You have hidden a lot of key information, right? Yes, because I don't fully trust Li Hongwei or EU, and I still need to test them. You did a good job. I wanted to remind you before. Why? Are you also on guard against them? Li Hongwei doesn't matter, but EU is not a pushover. I thought you two were in love and hate with each other. Don't judge things by appearances. She and I are fundamentally different. This time she took the initiative to find me to form a team. I guess she has other intentions. Mu Xing looked at EU next to her calmly. She failed to repair the map with crystal magic, and was using rubbing magic to copy the map. Mu Xing put away the map. Hey, I haven't finished rubbing yet. Just remember it in your mind. I can't go to the laboratory today. Let's get ready and enter today's escape world. Mu Xing put away the map, and EU didn't say much. He didn't tell all the information, such as the bonfire, the mysterious figure, and some details in the diary. Because EU obviously also hid some of the discoveries on the road, not as she said, she didn't find anything. So, this map is actually a wrong map made by Mu Xing, and it can't point to the real destination. Next, it depends on what choice EU will make, whether it is worthy of his and the madman's trust. At this moment, a vortex began to appear above my head. Dawn was approaching, and a new day of escape began. When I opened my eyes, I saw a farm full of corruption. Yellow cornfields, yellow sky, no sun or moon, and I didn't know whether it was dawn or dusk. However, compared with the Macmillan Manor and the hospital, the light in this place was much brighter. The large barrels and wooden houses that could be seen everywhere were piled up randomly like building blocks. It was completely a slaughterhouse prepared for these escapees. Who will be the butcher this time? Mu Xing was not in a hurry, but summoned the triangle head and the hunter first. Although the map was bright, the large yellow cornfield blocked the view. Maybe a butcher would suddenly emerge from one of the cornfields. This time, they had only one plan: to repair the machine, complete the clearance as much as possible, because the survival system is about to come, and the exclusive blood point and blood network system will also be opened. Mu Xing estimated that with the evil spirit's temptation to the survivors in the past 2 days, the butcher's strength should be an intermediate value. He won't be as fragile as Jia Ge, who will be easily killed by the survivors. He won't be as helpless as the nurse, who was possessed by the evil spirit on the second day. Special props and skills in various games will become useful. And to buy these things, the blood points of completing the escape reward become important. Mu Xing immediately found a faulty generator and started to repair it. Boom! At this moment, there was a sound of fierce fighting at the exit next to him. The triangle head holding the big knife was actually shot back. Sizzle! The crazy chainsaw and the big knife collided. Sparks flew everywhere. The butcher looked extremely ugly. His face was like a dry tree root, completely deformed, as if a claw had scratched his face like plasticine, leaving a hideous mark extending to his chest. He held a modified one-handed chainsaw in his right hand and a blood-stained hammer in his left hand. Mu Xing recognized the butcher at a glance, the chainsaw killer. The hunter next to him rushed over, but was hit by the chainsaw killer and flew away. Mu Xing knew the power of the hunter very well. Not to mention the chainsaw killer, who was less than 2 meters tall. Even a tank could fight it head-on. But now, this hammer blew it away, smashed the wooden board, and rolled into the cornfield. The triangle head, who was competing with him in strength, was also pushed back repeatedly. Retreat! Mu Xing gave the order and chose to evacuate without hesitation. This chainsaw killer had been strengthened to an incredible strength. The triangle head retreated quickly, the hunter left the cornfield, and Mu Xing quickly climbed out the window to leave. With a bang, the chainsaw killer kicked the generator, and the progress that Mu Xing had just repaired was reset to 0. Suddenly, the chainsaw killer turned around, probably sensing the other people who were repairing the generator. He grabbed the chainsaw and roared, rushing forward, leaving a gray afterimage behind him. So fast! Mu Xing was shocked. Chapter 248. Mu Xing followed closely behind the chainsaw killer, and soon there was a fierce battle sound in front of him. There was a loud explosion, and dazzling crystal light burst out from every corner of the house. No matter how powerful the explosion was, it could not damage the house at all, but instead shattered all the plywood that could be used to block the butcher's pursuit. Then, the wooden door was smashed, and EU's crystal bodyguard was directly knocked out by the chainsaw killer. With a crazy spinning chainsaw stuck in his chest, the chainsaw killer jumped out, holding the hammer with both hands to accumulate power. Boom! Dust flew, crystals exploded. The head of the crystal bodyguard with strong defense was smashed directly. The flying crystals quickly dimmed and lost their magic. The chainsaw killer slowly stood up, with several crystals stuck in his chest. But this did not affect his actions. After the chainsaw killer pulled out the chainsaw, he cut off the crystal in his chest, and threw the hammer in his hand fiercely, hitting EU, who was escaping from the window. With a scream, Mu Xing seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. Mu Xing was very sure that this chainsaw killer had completely surpassed the combat power set in the game. It seemed that after the test in the previous 2 days, the evil spirit modified the rules of the game, enhanced the combat power of the butcher, and gradually adapted to the strength of these foreign survivors. But Mu Xing was very curious. Why didn't they see any survivors from the survival system? The search area of the 3 people last night was not small at all. Except for him, who found the remains of a survivor, let alone others, it seemed that there was only one team in the world. Muxing quickly ordered the hunters and the triangle head to stop the chainsaw killer. At the same time, he released an illusion to attract the attention of the chainsaw killer. Just when Yi was seriously injured and was struggling to escape, Muxing appeared and pulled her directly into the cornfield. At the same time, the mental barrier was deployed. He covered her mouth. "Don't move, it's me." Yi turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Muxing. Even though she was seriously injured, she still knew clearly what to do now. The crystal barrier was deployed to cover their figures and breath. At this time, the chainsaw killer chased Muxing's illusion with a chainsaw and ran past the cornfield where they were hiding. "Let's go!" Muxing pointed to the back. Yi cast some crystal magic and put some buffs on herself before following Muxing away. "Are you okay?" Muxing asked as he fled. Just now he saw Yi was hit hard. "I feel like a few ribs are broken and they can't be healed. It seems that I can only find a medical kit in this farm." Yi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The chainsaw killer has been greatly strengthened by the evil spirit. My crystal magic can't hurt him at all. The damage reduction effect is great. Muxing recalled the triangular head and the hunter while observing the surroundings. In the perspective of the illusion, the chainsaw killer is still chasing it. Find a place to hide and recover, erase the traces first. I go out to find others. "Hey!" Yi called Muxing. "What's wrong? Do you think we can find a way out of the illusion world?" Muxing saw that she seemed to be a little shaken, which was a sign that her hope was being taken away. "Keep hope. As long as we don't fall into despair, we are still valuable to the evil spirits." She suddenly grabbed Muxing's arm and stared into his eyes. "Do you know what I found in the fog last night? A dead city in the abyss. I saw corpses, countless corpses, and those people looked like escapees, or even survivors. The opponent we are facing this time is beyond imagination. I believe that the survival system may achieve the final victory, but how many people will die before that?" Muxing was silent for a moment. "So what do you want to say?" Maybe we have another way, such as joining the evil spirit." Muxing frowned. He felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this woman, as if she was affected by some kind of power. Divine seal, scan her condition. After a moment, Muxing got the answer. "Master, she was infected by something." Muxing grabbed Yi's arm. "What did you do last night?" She looked away. "Tell me, or no one can save you." "Pustules, I found the pustules, and tried to collect its juice, trying to extract dark gold cells from it. You know, in the plot, Vigo used dark gold cells to escape from the fantasy world." "So what happened next?" I was very careful. I only used a drop of my blood for the experiment, but that thing was like a meme, and it actually contaminated me through this drop of blood. My mind was in a mess. I heard hallucinations, and the voice of the evil spirit. It said that as long as I traded with it, it would let me live." Muxing frowned. Yi was a veteran who had experienced a survival competition. How could she be so careless? This kind of personality would not survive until now unless she had been influenced by the evil spirit. "Listen, calm down. You are a survivor. Don't listen to the evil spirit's bewitching. Whether you trade with it to become an escapee or a butcher, you will never have peace. At that time, let alone survival, death will be a luxury." Yi seemed to calm down after hearing this. She patted her forehead. "What's wrong with me? Why do I have such a thought?" Muxing said, "The power of evil spirits is everywhere. You are a senior and must stay calm at all times." She finally began to wake up. "Thank you, Shuiyu. This evil spirit is more difficult to deal with than we thought. You must be careful." Muxing nodded. First it was Li Hongwei, then it was Yi. The evil spirit always picks on the weak first. So who will be next? He? Or a madman? The most terrifying thing is this unconscious infiltration. Just like the spiritual erosion of the god seal, and the power of the evil spirit is even more powerful. Even a senior like Yi can't resist it. Muxing thought of the experience last night. Could it also be the calculation of the evil spirit? He gave an order to the god seal. "You have accompanied me through Escape and Silent Hill. If you find anything abnormal about me, you must remind me immediately." "Understood, master." The god seal gave a reply immediately. Then, Muxing set up a second layer of insurance. "Alessa, please pay attention to the status of me and the divine seal. If I have any problems, pull me into the inner world as soon as possible." "You are afraid sometimes?" Alessa was a little surprised. "This is not called fear. This is called preparing for a rainy day." "Okay, but after you go back this time, you must not break your promise to buy me something." "Don't worry, this is not a big deal." After making double insurance, Mu Xing withdrew from the consciousness communication. EU was handing over a vacuum test tube with dark brown liquid in it. What is this? The juice of the pustule flower may be helpful to your research on evil spirits. Thank you. Mu Xing did not refuse, and took the pustule flower juice. Chapter 249. Mu Xing's illusion didn't escape for long before he was cut in half by the chainsaw killer, who suddenly accelerated. However, he saw Li Hongwei hiding in the closet, and the madman who was climbing up the haystack and observing the entire map. We found them. Let's meet up first. Yes. Yi walked out of the closet, his face pale, with a layer of fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Mu Xing handed over a potion. What is this? Special painkiller. You can use it if you really can't hold on. Thank you. She took the painkiller and put it into the storage space instead of using it directly. The two approached the madman cautiously. What is your relationship with the madman? Mu Xing asked as he hurried on his way. Nothing, we just teamed up a few times. We are the kind of teammates who dislike each other but feel that we can cooperate. I heard that you betrayed the madman several times. Didn't he do the same? Yu said indignantly. Mu Xing shook his head. Why did you look for him this time? I don't think a smart woman like you would be emotional. Yu glanced at Mu Xing. For a competition like the survival competition, it is better to act with familiar people. Even if we have cheated each other a few times before. But it is still more reliable than those unreliable strangers. As she said, she suddenly raised her head. Blood Moon, you don't have to test me. I can tell you my real purpose. Mu Xing turned around, expecting her to confess. She pulled open her sleeves, revealing a skull totem that was about to crack. Nightmare Battlefield Mark? It has another name, Death Mark, which means a narrow escape from death. Yu said. So you want to invite the madman to enter the Nightmare Battlefield together? That's right. Although I am praised as the Crystal Rose in Kowloon City, I have been on the wrong path since the beginning. Although crystal magic can quickly improve strength in the early stage, it becomes weaker and weaker in the later stage. So I am now starting to switch to card magic, but changing the path takes time, and what I lack most now is time. Now that the Nightmare Battlefield is approaching, I have invested almost all my previous resources in the transformation, but it is still not enough. I even sold my invitation letter. Mu Xing was a little surprised after hearing this. No wonder you spent 700,009 dragon coins to get a crystal auxiliary purple weapon that has almost no universality. Crystal magic is actually not weak, but in the later stages of this road, it depends more and more on various powerful crystals. However, whether it is various high-level magic crystals or summoning crystals, they are very expensive props, and ordinary people really can't afford them. Mu Xing looked at her. So that's why you asked Crazy to invite you to join the team? Are you satisfied with my answer? Yu looked at him with a sincere face. She had seen before that Crazy trusted the Blood Moon in front of him more than anyone she had ever met before. It's not up to me to decide. You can tell Crazy directly and ask him if he agrees. Obviously, Mu Xing didn't completely trust her yet. Yu wanted to speak, but Mu Xing made a gesture to silence her. She pressed down with her right hand, and then heard Li Hongwei's strange cry, running away, with the chainsaw killer chasing after him. Don't chase me, don't chase me. Li Hongwei screamed and fled, looking very flexible, making full use of the splint area. Just then, the madman heard the noise and rushed over. As soon as he approached, he was dragged into the cornfield by Mu Xing. It's me! The madman didn't need to be reminded, he already knew who was pulling him. After all, he didn't want to, and Mu Xing couldn't pull him. He glanced at Mu Xing and smiled, but when he saw Yi next to him, the smile disappeared instantly. She is injured and can't recover here. Try to open 2 boxes to see if you can find a medical kit. Mu Xing said. What Mu Xing said about opening a box refers to the storage box that is refreshed in the farm. There is a chance to get various special props from it. These props can help the escaper escape better. You can use the medical kit prop to heal yourself or your companion. This prop that completely violates the rules of reality can ignore any injuries and restore the health of the injured. The madman frowned. Yu, I haven't seen you for so long. Why do I feel that your strength has not improved, but has decreased? This immediately made Yu look aggrieved. Okay, now is not the time to quarrel. I go help Li Hongwei first. You guys first find the medical kit, and then repair the generator first. As usual, for man division tactics, we use crystals for communication. Mu Xing quickly stepped out to smooth things over. Be careful, don't fight the butcher head-on. The madman patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Mu Xing nodded and rushed out, leaving the two of them staring at each other. Bye Li. I'm sorry I'm holding you back. The man held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and turned to leave in the opposite direction. Follow me closely, don't fall behind. Here. Li Hongwei was caught up after all, and was about to be chopped to the ground by a knife, but he suddenly used the teleportation to block the green-haired zombie behind him. The charged chainsaw slashed at the green-haired zombie's head. Copper skin and iron bones. He released a talisman, which fell on the green-haired zombie. The green-haired zombie was seen to have a copper light on his body, blocking the crazy spinning chainsaw. He took the opportunity to run away, and put a magic talisman on his feet, which increased his speed several times. This way. Beside the small house, Mu Xing called Li Hongwei. Seeing Mu Xing, Li Hongwei immediately rushed over in surprise. Although he had a big belly, he was more flexible than many thin people when running. At the same time, the light on the green-haired zombie dissipated. The chainsaw butcher slashed the green-haired zombie in half with a chainsaw in his hand. Damn, my little zombie. Don't worry about it, retreat first. Mu Xing took Li Hongwei to retreat quickly. The chainsaw butcher was too strong and not suitable for a head-on confrontation. Ouch. The chainsaw killer in the back roared to the sky. He ran wildly across the farm again. I began to sympathize with the survivors in the game. We at least have some resistance. Those survivors are ordinary people. It's hard to imagine how desperate they are. Mu Xing shook his head. Don't underestimate those survivors. Except for their inferior strength, their will, spirit, and ability to withstand pressure are not weaker than ours. We have fallen into this fantasy world, so we must be prepared for a long battle. No way? Isn't the survival system coming soon? Whether you believe it or not, I always feel that this competition is not that easy. We have to be prepared without the support of the survival system. Hearing this, Li Hongwei hurriedly chased after him. Boss, don't scare me. No matter what the result is tonight, keep hope and stay optimistic. Otherwise, the day you lose hope is the day when the evil spirit descends. Li Hongwei couldn't help but shiver, and kept repeating in his mind, No, the survival system blesses you. Chapter 250. Using the 4-person division method, the 5 motors can be repaired faster, and the personnel are dispersed to ensure that they will not be killed by the butcher. However, there is a problem with their communication. Not only is the team communication blocked, but even the crystal communication method used in Macmillan Manor has lost its function. When the crystal explodes, the green light can only spread for dozens of meters. Their opportunistic method is also blocked by the evil spirit. Li Hongwei looked at the crystal that exploded in the sky in a daze. Even if the distance is so close, the green light at that moment cannot be seen clearly if you don't look carefully. This evil spirit is too shameless, isn't it? It changes the rules of the entire fantasy world at will. There are really no rules at all. Li Hongwei couldn't help cursing. Mu Xing looked around, and the farm was shrouded in fog, like an impenetrable wall. Fix the generator first, and run away as soon as you see the butcher. Don't run around. Stay in your own area, and buy time for others. After leaving this sentence, Mu Xing went straight to his own area. Just passing by the haystack on the side, he suddenly found a box. Prop box? Mu Xing hurriedly tried to open the box. Then he took out a flashlight from it. Flashlight. A standard flashlight that can illuminate the way ahead in the dark, with an 8-second use time. Note: most of the battery life was wasted by the previous owner. This thing. A magical artifact. Mu Xing remembered the effect of this thing. Using this flashlight to shine on the butcher can temporarily blind him. It can be considered a life-saving prop. In the setting of Dead by Daylight, the flashlight should also be invented by Vigo. It must be said that this Vigo is indeed very strong, able to create so many props to restrain the butcher in the world controlled by evil spirits. This prop is more inclined to the rule system, and is definitely not an ordinary flashlight. Mu Xing did not try to use it, but planned to let the God Seal and Red Queen scan it to try to copy more flashlights. Just when Mu Xing found a generator and tried to repair it, his spirit entered the primitive hive. He sensed that Alessa was reading quietly by the bonfire grass on the 4th floor. Tongo stretched himself and slept comfortably at Alessa's feet. Red Queen was authorized by Mu Xing to enter the 2nd floor, where artificial intelligence was learning how to manipulate Valrid particles. And the God Seal was on the 3rd floor, in the world of Silent Hill, incarnated as the Warden, and was torturing a group of green souls. Sensing that Mu Xing had entered the original hive, the God Seal quickly moved in front of Mu Xing. Master, what do you want? I got a prop. Can you help analyze it and see if it can be cracked and copied? Mu Xing took out the flashlight that could only be used for 8 seconds. When Shen saw the flashlight, he immediately felt like he had discovered a new world. Master, I have detected the power of rules on this flashlight. It is the same as the power of rules in this fantasy world, but it is not controlled by evil spirits. Oh, I forgot to tell you that this is also the masterpiece of Vigo. Mu Xing reminded. Vigo, that makes sense. He should have successfully gained the ability to control the power of evil spirit rules through the dark gold cells. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create an escape cellar and escape from the fantasy world shrouded by evil spirit rules. The divine seal suddenly became interested and devoted himself to studying it. By the way, how is your interrogation of Gul'dan going? Master, that Gaia's spirit is indeed very tenacious, but under my continuous attacks, I can completely defeat him in 2 days at most and pry out all the secrets in his soul. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. There are many good things in Gul'dan's memory: fell energy, warlock profession, shaman profession, demon power. These knowledge and intelligence from World of Warcraft are well-known advanced power systems even in the entire survivor circle. Mu Xing regained consciousness and refocused his attention on the generator in front of him. The progress of the generator has reached about 70%. At this moment, his keen hearing detected the approaching footsteps. He stopped repairing without hesitation and hid in the cornfield next to him, holding his breath and lowering his heartbeat. Then he saw the chainsaw killer holding a chainsaw and a hammer rushing over, and when he saw the generator, he kicked it out directly. With a clang, the progress of the generator dropped by half. Obviously, even the butcher's ability in this area has been enhanced by the evil spirit. This kick reduced about 35% of the progress. Then he waved the chainsaw and searched for Mu Xing's figure. He suddenly turned around and locked onto Mu Xing. Mu Xing ran away. How did this guy find him? He had clearly lowered his breath to the lowest state. He looked up and saw 2 crows circling above his head. Mu Xing frowned. He had only been hiding for more than 10 seconds, and 2 crows appeared, and both crows can send location information to the butcher within a certain range. Needless to say, this is also the method of evil spirits. The chainsaw killer accelerated rapidly, leaving a shadow behind him, and the chainsaw cut fiercely. Mu Xing jumped high, dodged the chainsaw, turned his body, and hardened and mutated his right foot. With a bang, he kicked the chainsaw killer's neck directly. If it was a trap killer, this blow could directly break his neck. However, this time, his heavy foot seemed to kick a mountain, and could not shake the chainsaw killer at all. The chainsaw killer bent his body slightly, then stood up again, swung the hammer in his hand, and smashed it. Atomization. Mu Xing's head was atomized directly. The bloody iron hammer passed over his head, but only dispersed the particles, and failed to hurt Mu Xing at all. When the hammer passed, the black particles quickly gathered and restored their shape. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and mentally attacked. The fierce mental attack hit the chainsaw killer, but he miscalculated this time. The chainsaw killer was immune to mental attacks, and the hammer hit him swiftly. Temporization. Telekinesis shield. With a bang, he flew out like a cannonball and hit the wooden wall. Just as he was about to stand up, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. Oh no, dizziness rule. Logically, this level of impact would never knock him out, but he was dizzy just by hitting the wall. This is not a physical force, but a rule-level force. At this moment, he just wanted to curse the evil spirit. Before he could stand up, the chainsaw butcher hit him again, completely dizzy, and he was directly picked up and walked towards the nearest hook. Mu Xing woke up in a heart-wrenching pain. His shoulder blade was pierced by the hook and hung on it. He did not struggle, and tried to stay calm as much as possible. The first time he was hooked, his chance of struggling to get out was less than 40%, and there was a high probability that he would fail. And the failure of struggling would accelerate the accumulation of sacrifice value. He knew that the evil spirit was targeting him, otherwise it would be impossible to catch him with the power of the chainsaw killer. This iron hook also has some special power, which can imprison all the power in his body. Vord's professional ability, mental power, G-Virus, and even voice could not be uttered, and he could not summon the nearby Triangle Head and Hunter to help. He finally experienced the feeling of being targeted by the evil spirit. At the same time, he realized that his hope was being taken away by the hook, and a sense of despair surged in his heart. Chapter 251. The chainsaw killer did not wait at the hook, because someone else in the distance had successfully repaired the machine, and he was in a hurry to catch the others. Divine Seal, is there a way to crack this hook? Master, I can try to use high-dimensional power to temporarily exclude the evil spirit's rule power, and maybe make the rule power on the hook temporarily ineffective. Forget it, this is not worth it. You call Les out, and let her help me. Understood. After a while, Alessa appeared in front of Mu Xing in a projection. What's wrong with you? Can't you see that? You've been tricked by the evil spirit. Promise me one condition, and I save you. Mu Xing frowned. He even talked about conditions? He thought he had reached a tacit understanding with this little devil from Silent Hill. He didn't expect that she would take advantage of him when he was in trouble. An unknown fire burned in his heart, and he suddenly wanted to break the jar. He became more and more irritated. At worst, he would expose the existence of the divine seal, and he would make Alessa pay the price of betrayal. But soon, he came to his senses. What was wrong with his chaotic thoughts? He felt that these chaotic thoughts came from the iron hook that hung him. He tried to stay calm and restrained. Because in theory, he and Alessa were almost completely bound now, and Alessa would not make the decision to take advantage of the situation. What do you want me to do? I can sense that there is another me in this evil spirit world. She seems to be imprisoned in the body of the triangle head. I hope you can help me rescue her. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He was not thankful for the conditions proposed by Alessa, but for not being affected by the hook. Just now, he almost fought with the evil spirit. Fortunately, he calmed down at the critical moment. He also realized that the evil spirit seemed unable to kill the survivors directly. It was based on some rules that they could not take the initiative to kill. The evil spirit could only exert pressure and let the survivors break the rules themselves. Only when the rules were broken could the evil spirit take the next step. There are two reasons. First, the evil spirits are affected by the survival system, and it is the rules of the survival system that protect the survivors. Second, this rule not only restricts the survivors, but also restricts the evil spirits. Mu Xing felt that this was a huge discovery. The nature of the evil spirits, the basis of their own existence, also needs to follow certain rules, or in other words, their birth and existence are based on these rules. Okay, I promise you. Mu Xing nodded, and did not refuse Alessa's request. Alessa looked at Mu Xing. You have to be careful. Your emotions fluctuated greatly just now, and there was a strong dark negative feeling. I suggest that you go back to the inner world to clean up your subconscious thoughts. As she said this, she lifted Mu Xing up, and let him get off the hook. With a thud, Mu Xing fell to the ground, his whole body numb. It made Mu Xing feel like he had just finished a general anesthesia operation. It took a while to recover. Mu Xing looked at Alessa. You go back first, don't come out unless it's necessary. Well, this place is very dangerous. The evil spirit's sight is always hovering in the sky. As she spoke, Alessa disappeared into the ring on Mu Xing's hand. Mu Xing climbed up, and covered the wound on his shoulder. Some force was preventing the wound from healing. But this was not a bad thing. If he hadn't experienced it just now, he would still have a little bit of luck against the evil spirit, thinking that he could escape the evil spirit's wrist at the critical moment with his own means. But from now on, his threat to the evil spirit has changed from imagination to actual feeling. To deal with this kind of existence, passive defense alone is far from enough. We must find a way to take the initiative. He took out a G-Virus serum and injected it directly into his shoulder. G-Virus serum is not a recovery potion, but essentially injects a virus organism. And biological preparations do not seem to be restricted by the rules of evil spirits. The G-Virus quickly absorbs the energy in his body, rapidly multiplies and divides at the wound, forms new cell tissue, and repairs his wound. This is another new discovery. Just as he was recovering from his injuries, the madman also rushed over. Why are you here? I just heard the screams and knew that someone must have taken the bait, so I rushed over as soon as I repaired the generator over there. He pointed at the blood on Mu Xing's shoulder. You were hooked? This time I was strengthened a little too much. I hit a piece of wood and was directly dizzy. The evil spirits are constantly modifying various rules. We must adapt to these new rules as soon as possible. How is your wound? Don't worry, I'm fine. Alessa saved me. In addition, I found some things about evil spirits and the fantasy world. The two chatted while running, and while the butcher was away, they repaired the generator. After listening to Mu Xing's analysis and findings, the madman looked solemn. It was obvious that the seriousness of the situation had exceeded his expectations. Mu Xing suddenly said, I want to go into the cellar this time. Escape from the cellar? Yes, although the bug of the cellar has been fixed by the evil spirit. Even if the survivor escapes from the cellar, he can only return to the bonfire, but I still want to see Vigo's masterpiece. After all, after the cellar appeared, the evil spirits could only modify its rules, but could not completely erase it, which means that its existence must have its own special features. I want to explore it. Mu Xing's expression was very firm. The temptation and oppression of the evil spirits on them would only become stronger and stronger, and time was getting more and more urgent. They must find a way to counter the evil spirits before the final showdown, or find a way to escape from the fantasy world. The madman said, "There are 2 ways for the seller to appear. First, when 3 of the 4 survivors are sacrificed and executed, and only 1 survivor is left, there is no need to repair the generator, and the seller will be triggered directly. Second, the 4 people are intact and no one is sacrificed, the 5 generators are repaired, and when the gate is opened, the seller will be refreshed. We will repair the machine now. After the gate is opened, you can try to escape from the cellar." Mu Xing nodded and made a decision. Just then, a scream came from a distance. This time it was EU. She was actually hooked. "I go save people, you continue to repair the machine," the madman said. "Wait." Mu Xing took out 2 flashlights. "I just found a flashlight and tried to copy 2. I don't know if it works. You can try it out." The madman grabbed the flashlight and put it directly into his waist. The madman went away, and Mu Xing did not rush to repair the machine, but came to the edge of the farm. He stared at the border line that was close at hand but far away in the sky, and released one of his hands to try to cross the border. When his right hand turned into particles and rushed into the fog, the next second, it returned directly to his arm. Mu Xing plunged directly into the fog, and the next second, he was back to the original place. Space distortion? No, it's not space that is distorted, but time. Mu Xing stood there and tested for a long time, confirming his guess again and again. The time of the entire farm, or the entire fantasy world in front of him, seemed to be constant. When an object leaves this area, it will be directly reset to its previous state. Mu Xing raised the gun and aimed at his temple. If he committed suicide, would it be reset? Chapter 252. Bang! The gunshot rang out. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, his suicide attempt failed. He could feel the stinging pain of the bullet piercing his brain. But in a trance, that feeling disappeared, and he looked at the revolver, and there was not a single missing bullet in the 6 cylinders. Mu Xing gave up the test, and looked back at the farm in front of him. He had a misunderstanding before. He thought that the reason why those decayed houses and buildings and fragile piles of debris could not be destroyed was because the power of the evil spirits strengthened their physical properties, making them indestructible. The test just now made Mu Xing draw another conclusion, that is time. Whether it is the house, or the indestructible cornfield, they are like models frozen in time, like a photo. The whole farm seems to be a photo frozen in time at this moment, made into a special space where time is stagnant. And the butcher, the destructible wooden board, and the survivors are all foreign objects, props temporarily added to this world by the evil spirit. Mu Xing thought of other survivors, a huge number of 100,000 survivors, among whom there are many real masters, but so far, they have not encountered a survivor in this world. In the exploration of the foggy world, according to the description of the map, the foggy world is not infinite, but has its boundaries. But why can't any survivors touch it? Mu Xing guessed that there are 2 possibilities. First, the foggy world is so large that it is unimaginable. The evil spirits isolate each survivor as much as possible in the spatial dimension, and even only put 1 team of survivors in a foggy world. But here comes the problem. The foggy world can be infinitely expanded, and the fantasy world can be infinitely copied, but what about the butcher? Some butchers are unique and cannot be copied. So, Mu Xing got the second guess. Second, all the survivors are actually in the same world, but they are scattered in different time dimensions. Because if the evil spirit can slice these maps out of time and make them into a fantasy world, does that mean that it can also cut the entire fog world into pieces, and then throw each team of survivors into a different time slice world? In this way, the butcher can also exist in different time dimensions at the same time. He came up with this theory because he remembered another possible setting of Dead by Daylight. Some people speculate that the foggy world and the illusionary world are actually the evil spirit itself, and all the survivors are actually playing the escape game in the body of the evil spirit. The black fog around is the origin of everything, and it also has a special name, dark gold energy. If this speculation is true, then it can explain why they can't see other survivors. Why can't they die, can't leave the foggy world, because they are constantly looping from beginning to end, in the same time slice. Thinking of this, Mu Xing's brain seemed to rumble, as if a door opened in his head. Looking at the fog outside the farm again, he turned around and left without hesitation. Mu Xing ran towards the madman. At this time, the madman and EU were teaming up to fight against the chainsaw killer. The madman was fighting the chainsaw killer head-on, and EU was releasing crystal magic on the side. Even summoned some little demons, and released fireballs at the chainsaw killer. It seemed that the fight was fierce, but in fact, neither the madman nor EU showed their real skills. They were just trying their best to delay time. Not far away, Li Hongwei was repairing the third generator. Mu Xing directly took out the phoenix bow, pulled the bowstring, and silently recited the runes on the phoenix bow. The phoenix bow in his hand suddenly burned violently, and the bright purple light burst out. Cry. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of the phoenix. Mu Xing pulled directly to the full moon. EU control him. The madman sensed that Mu Xing was about to use his ultimate move, and shouted at EU. EU understood, and the crystal staff in her hand pierced the ground. With the chainsaw killer marked with the crystal mark as the center, the crystals arranged around it lit up, and a complete crystal seal array lit up. Golden flames also rose from the madman's body, and the chain blades in his hands were thrown out, one chain blade wrapped around the hammer, and one chain blade wrapped around the chainsaw. The two sides wrestled, and neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, Mu Xing's phoenix bow had already completed charging, and the moment the gorgeous flame arrow flew out, it turned into a flaming phoenix with its wings spread. The ultimate move of the phoenix bow, Phoenix Fury, the attack is 10 times that of ordinary flame arrows, and the lethality is strong, but it takes time to charge. The loud phoenix cry sounded, locking onto the chainsaw killer. Sensing the crisis, the chainsaw killer directly threw away the weapon in his hand, and tried to escape the seal formation. However, at this time, Triangle Head and Hunter joined the battlefield and strongly suppressed the chainsaw killer. The Wrath of Phoenix rushed over and pierced through the chest of the chainsaw killer. However, this attack did not kill him. Instead, at the moment when the Wrath of Phoenix ignited it, EU activated the sealing array. A large piece of crystal directly froze the blooming Wrath of Phoenix and the chainsaw killer in the crystal. The madman retracted the chain blade, and EU suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't worry about me, go and fix the generator first. EU looked at the madman. Mu Xing knew that this sealing array would not last long, but it would last longer than killing the butcher directly. If the chainsaw killer is killed directly, he will not only be resurrected within 10 seconds, but also have his power level increased by 1 level. Mu Xing and Crazy hurried to find the 4th and 5th generators. I've got it done here. At this time, Li Hongwei's 3rd generator was successfully fixed. Crazy and Mu Xing quickly found the other 2, and repaired them quickly. Li Hongwei also hurried over to help. When the repair reached 50%, the crystal seal began to fail, and began to tremble violently. The chainsaw killer was filled with evil spirits, and surrounded by black mist. Apparently, the evil spirits began to increase their strength to help the chainsaw killer break free from the seal. They hurried to speed up the repairs. You come to fix it, I lead the chainsaw killer away. Mu Xing threw the generator to Li Hongwei. Blood Moon Boss, be careful, that thing is not easy to deal with. Don't worry. Mu Xing grabbed the phoenix bow, and rushed towards the chainsaw killer. Just as the crystal was about to burst, he began to accumulate power. 3, 2, 1. When the crystal block exploded, the small crystals around EU used to maintain the seal array also exploded one after another. The chainsaw killer roared and rushed out of the seal. At the same time, Mu Xing shot an arrow, which was the Phoenix's Fury again. This time, the power of the Phoenix's Fury was fully released. A fire phoenix was seen attacking the chainsaw killer head-on, releasing all its energy, and a rolling column of fire shot up into the sky, reaching a height of dozens of meters. The phoenix shadow in the column of fire could be vaguely seen rushing straight into the sky. Even a strong one like the chainsaw killer was almost burned to ashes. When the flames dissipated, the chainsaw killer's whole body was carbonized and charred. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the 2 swords of the hunter and the triangle head directly chopped the charcoal into pieces. Then he grabbed the 2 summons with his right hand, and took them back to the original hive. He used his mental power to blow the fragments everywhere. At the same time, a black fog vortex began to form, sucking the fragments into it, and the chainsaw killer began to revive. But at this time, good news came. The 4th and 5th generators were successfully repaired. The power was connected, and the 2 doors opened. Act according to the plan. Mu Xing yelled at the madman. The madman nodded, picked up EU, and evacuated towards the door. As for Mu Xing, he was searching for the entrance to the cellar. Found it. Just as the chainsaw killer was resurrected, he also found the entrance to the cellar. However, the chainsaw killer did not seem to want to let him go, roaring and chasing like the wind. Chapter 253. Mu Xing did not hesitate to release the G-Virus Tyrant form, activate the Valorant Awakening state, activate the hardening, and activate the highest acceleration of the abnormal stasis module. With a buzz, Mu Xing's speed instantly reached the speed of sound. This is the limit of the abnormal stasis module. Although it cannot exceed the speed of sound, it is terrifying enough. After so long, his physical fitness can finally fully withstand the highest acceleration of the abnormal stasis module. Behind him, the black fog rolled back, and the murderous aura soared into the sky. Mu Xing chose to flee at full speed because he knew the evil spirit was coming. The evil spirit seemed to be a little angry, and the body of the chainsaw killer could not bear it, and countless cracks appeared. However, this is a fantasy world, and the butcher mechanism is there. It is impossible to move at high speed and ignore obstacles like a nurse, and there is no time reversal like a bug. No matter how fast your legs are, they still have to comply with certain physical limits. Mu Xing didn't have time to rejoice. He had already run towards the cellar refresh point. Just now, he got the map props from the madman, and he could see the location of the cellar refresh. Ah! The chainsaw killer roared and rushed, dragging a red shadow behind him. Madman, Blood Moon. Li Hongwei was horrified and nervous when he saw the chase. Don't worry, the evil spirit can't catch him this time. The madman ran towards the door without looking back. He always knew what he should and shouldn't do as a teammate. Staying here and worrying would only cause trouble for Mu Xing. He had to escape quickly so that Mu Xing could leave the cellar with peace of mind. He grabbed Li Hongwei and dragged him out of the escape gate. At the same time, Mu Xing finally stopped after sensing that the madman and the others had left, and stood at the entrance of the cellar with black fog. The entrance of the cellar was not big, only 1 meter long and wide, with a rusty frame, which looked like it led to an unknown abyss. He looked up and saw the chainsaw killer, or evil spirit, rushing towards him. The two sides were only 3 meters apart, but Mu Xing had already stepped into the cellar and disappeared in an instant. You can't escape. The unique voice of the evil spirit, a mixture of countless human voices, sounded. However, Mu Xing made a bold decision this time. Just when he fell into the cellar and was about to lose consciousness, he shot himself. Death came. He knew very well that Vigo's cellar bug had already been repaired by the evil spirit, and what was waiting for him was just to slide back into the evil spirit's palm along the passage. I believe that when he opens his eyes, he will be greeted by the evil spirit's wrath. Dare to play tricks on its master in the fantasy world, and you will have to pay the price. So Mu Xing shot himself without hesitation. His consciousness suddenly passed through the darkness and sank into a red ocean. This was the first time that he entered the sea in this way. However, the evil spirit did not seem to want to let Mu Xing go. A familiar giant vortex took shape, and a terrifying black withered hand grabbed him. The black hand was as huge as a mountain, reaching into the sea to grab Mu Xing, trying to grab him back. Don't even think about running. Mu Xing observed carefully and found that the big hand was actually made up of countless human heads, all of which were looking at Mu Xing, making his scalp numb. They roared in unison, trying to catch Mu Xing back. Mu Xing didn't expect the evil spirit to be able to chase him here, and he would not sit still and wait for death. Divine Seal. He directly sacrificed the Divine Seal and the box of fluoros. Divine Seal understood and directly released the high-dimensional power obtained from Silent Hill. At the same time, Alessa also took action, and Silent Hill descended to block the big hand. The moment the dark Silent Hill appeared, it was crushed by the big hand. Alessa exclaimed and retreated directly into the box of fluoros. However, it was this moment of obstruction that allowed the Divine Seal to successfully release the high-dimensional power. This high-dimensional power was not released directly to block the evil spirits, because it could not be blocked, nor was it used to hide Mu Xing, because he could not hide either. Instead, it was transformed into the power of Mu Xing's visualization. And what Mu Xing visualized was nothing else but those big eyeballs he had seen when he traveled through time and space. Just when the big hand was about to grab Mu Xing, the red ocean turned into an endless void. A huge eyeball emerged in the void. It just blocked Mu Xing and the black big hand. The black hand didn't expect Mu Xing to summon such a big eyeball. The hand hit the eyeball directly. However, the eyeball was so big that the evil spirit's hand hit Mount Everest like a toothpick. This successfully attracted the attention of the big eyeball. With just a slight turn of the pupil, the black hand began to collapse, and the evil spirit seemed to have seen something terrible and quickly retracted into the vortex. So cowardly. Mu Xing thought the evil spirit would touch the eyeball to show off its own style. Who would have thought that he would run away directly? Mu Xing also took the opportunity to grab the Divine Seal and the box of fluoros, put them into his consciousness, and fell completely into the red ocean. Just as his vision gradually distorted, he saw the big eyeball slowly disappearing into the void. But the pupil was always staring at the black vortex. The eyeball disappeared completely until the vortex collapsed. Muxing fell into the ocean suddenly, lying on the ground and coughing violently. It was too dangerous just now. If he hesitated for a moment, he might have been waiting for another ending. Even if he is not killed by the evil spirit, he will probably be tortured 10,000 times and become a butcher without self. At this time, Muxing stood in this red ocean, looking at the rolling ocean, feeling extremely relieved. He knew that the evil spirit's gaze had completely disappeared from him. He carefully observed the ocean, and as he guessed, there was only one save point in the ocean. Time was frozen at the previous second. That's right. 1 second, the most original time unit defined by humans. Since they entered the world of dead by daylight, their experiences in the past few days, and their exploration of the fog, actually all happened in this second. The save point completely verified Muxing's guess that their team had always been in the slice of time of the evil spirit. And now, he crossed death and returned to this ocean, even if he was out of that 1 second time slice. He just didn't know if he would return to that 1 second time slice after going back. In any case, he had to take a gamble. Click the save point and get a prompt immediately. Do you want to consume 100% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon origin to perform death reversal? Even though Muxing now has 180% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon origin, he was frightened by the consumption of 100% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon origin. This shows how difficult it is to rewind time, even for 1 second, in a world controlled by evil spirits. Sure. Muxing made his choice without hesitation. In an instant, the entire ocean began to roll and solidified into a huge vortex. But this time, he could not see those huge eyeballs in the void around him, only the void, the endless void. This kind of void, as if he was the only one in the entire universe, made him feel a fear of becoming nothingness from the bottom of his heart. But soon he firmly believed that now was not the time to be afraid, and he must find a way out. The next second, the red vortex completely enveloped him. Chapter 254. Where is this? When Muxing opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a huge sinkhole. It was cold and dark. He took out his glasses and took out a bonfire from the 4th layer of the primitive beehive. The firelight illuminated the darkness around him, and he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. This huge sinkhole was filled with corpses, and the corpses in different clothes and postures were densely packed, filling the entire sinkhole. As far as Muxing could see, it was difficult to see how big the sinkhole was, and how many corpses were dumped here. These bodies have long been petrified and glued together to form fossils. There are knights in armor, soldiers in military uniforms holding muskets, modern people in suits, and even birdmen with wings and half-human, half-beast subhumans. It is hard to tell how big or how deep the huge cenote is. The cliffs beside it seem to be made up of countless bodies. Looking up, Muxing can't see the sky, only the hazy mist. Perhaps only by climbing up can he see the sun again. Muxing carefully explored the bottom of the pit for a while, and found some scattered new corpses, some of which had not yet been petrified. Divine Seal helped check these corpses. As a result, the weak voice of Divine Seal came to his mind. Master, I was almost drained dry, and now I really don't have the strength to help you. Muxing quickly input 10% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon essence into it. The next second, Divine Seal was like a fighter who was resurrected with full blood, and a phantom appeared beside Muxing. Aren't you in good condition? Did you learn this skill of getting the Blood Moon origin from Tongdo? Master, I was almost drained this time. My high-dimensional power is almost exhausted. It will take a long time to recover. Shanine said aggrievedly. Muxing pointed at the corpses. Check them. As long as you do a good job, I will find a way to replenish you later. With Muxing's big promise, Shanine suddenly became full of energy. Muxing grabbed with his right hand, and the box of Floros fell into his hand. Alessa, how do you feel? Not so good. If you dare to use me as a shield next time, I will not be polite. Alessa showed up angrily, waving her fists. She was hit by the evil spirit head-on, and it was obviously not easy. Even the 3rd layer of the original honeycomb had many cracks. Don't be angry. This is for everyone's good. If you are really caught by the evil spirit, think about what the evil spirit will do to you. You will definitely be caught in a small dark room as an experimental subject. Don't scare me. I'm not afraid. Alessa tried her best to be bold, but her frightened expression betrayed her. Okay, I won't mess with you anymore. We should have escaped the evil spirit's sight for now, but now we are thrown into an unknown pit. Alessa looked around and found that they were in a huge cenote full of corpses. I feel nothingness and despair. The world around Alessa appeared, and the corpses around her seemed to come alive. They fell from the sky, but there was no shouting, no fear, only endless numbness. Falling to the bottom of the pit, their eyes were lifeless, and they numbly waited for death. These people could not even resonate with the other world. Apart from the gradually extinguished despair, there was only nothingness. They were like empty shells that had been drained of spirit, will, hope. All the inside and outside were drained. Although the soul and body were still alive, they were no different from the walking dead. Alessa concluded. The divine seal beside him also came up with a result. Master, these people died at different times. Some died thousands of years ago, while others died only a few hours ago. Just then, Mu Xing sensed something was falling. He hurried over and heard a bang. A man in casual clothes with lifeless eyes fell into the cenote from above. Hey! How are you? Mu Xing found that this guy was not dead yet. He was still breathing, and had a heartbeat. However, he was unconscious and his eyes were empty. Divine seal, extract his soul. But after a moment, Master, no, his soul is like tofu dregs, only in form, it will break at the touch. In fact, it has long been just an empty shell. Mu Xing frowned. This man looks alive, but in fact he has long been dead in the true sense. He has lost everything. Soon, this man's breathing became dim, and his heartbeat slowly stopped. Even the most primitive desire to live was gone. No, we must leave here. Mu Xing already knew what this place was, the Void Cemetery. Or it could be called the evil spirit's trash can. Those who were caught by the evil spirit and entered the fantasy world, all their hopes were drained away, and they became worthless waste. The evil spirit would throw all these wastes into the Void Cemetery, treating it as a trash can for its waste disposal. Mu Xing never expected that the death retracing would directly retrace him to the Void Cemetery. He felt that this was not in line with common sense. Logically speaking, shouldn't the retracing be retraced to a point in the past? With this doubt, Mu Xing began to climb up. He stepped on the protruding heads, and continued to climb up. The height of this cliff was beyond Mu Xing's imagination. He even turned on the abnormal stagnation module to move upwards, and it took a long time before he finally saw a glimmer of dawn. Holding on to the edge of the cliff with one hand, Mu Xing saw a scene that made his scalp numb. He was lying at the entrance of a broken void hole. Looking into the distance, he saw a piece of withered yellow land, and on this land, there was a black mass that looked like an insect. As the thing moved, the withered earth was collapsing bit by bit. Is that an evil spirit? Mu Xing muttered to himself. When he looked up, he saw all kinds of broken planets and continents suspended in the void, which formed the starry sky of this bizarre world. It was difficult to count how many of these debris there were. And when his sight continued to extend, he found that the endless debris and starry sky were shrouded in a hazy black mist. Maybe this is the evil spirit. He seemed to be standing inside the evil spirit, and also seemed to be outside the evil spirit. This overlapping state made Mu Xing's brain completely unable to process what was going on. Master, don't try to understand the existence of the evil spirit, it will notice your existence. What is our situation now? We are both outside and inside the evil spirit. The superposition of dimensions is not a form that the current master can understand. Since he couldn't understand it, Mu Xing simply stopped thinking about it. He used his right hand to climb up the cliff, and stood in front of the big hole in the void. How should we get there? He pointed to the withered yellow land, which should be where the foggy world is. The huge black insect was lying in the center of the continent, and the fog had spread to the outside of the entire continent. Master, will is crucial, you can imagine. Imagine? What do you mean? Imagine yourself standing on that continent. Ah? Mu Xing was a little confused. Chapter 255. In the unobservable world, everything is in an invisible and uncertain state. Dimension is like this, so is space. At this time, imagination and will are very important. Although they cannot affect the entire world, they can affect themselves. Instead of pulling the world over, they use imagination to pull themselves over. Hearing the words of the divine seal, Mu Xing frowned. Is this possible? I feel that place is several light years away from here. Master, you see, this is the defect of low-dimensional creatures, unable to see the essence of spatial dimensions clearly. I think you are scolding me. Master, I am just stating a fact. I can temporarily merge with you, so that you can observe from a high-dimensional perspective. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Xing seemed to have returned to the time when he used the divine seal to observe the essence of Silent Hill in Silent Hill. In his sight, everything became different. There was no continent, no black mass, and no starry sky full of debris. He only saw layers of space, a line running through the space, and the line vibrated, stretching it into countless pieces. At the same time, the line spread outward, forming countless branches, and all of this, under the constraints of some force, always maintained a stable state. He saw a cloud of invisible and immaterial mist infiltrating each branch, controlling everything. He saw the wires extending outward into the depths of the void, like an octopus, extracting something from a more distant and changing dimension. This is the true appearance of the entire evil spirit world. And beyond all this, Mu Xing saw the roots from the outside world approaching and infiltrating. That root should be the survival system. It is not a line, but a root that keeps splitting. It is an existence that transcends the manifestation of this world. Even the God Seal cannot see through its essence. What is this? The God Seal said, I just use the form that the master can understand to express the changes of space, dimension, and string. What about time? In this world, time is an abstract concept. It does not exist. It is the result of the movement of space and dimension, and it is also the variable generated when the string vibrates. Each different time slice is the embodiment of different variables generated every time the string vibrates. Mu Xing withdrew from this observation line of sight, not quite understanding. So what should I do? Imagine yourself turning into a particle, finding the frequency of vibration with that string, and you can reach any place the master wants to go. Of course, this requires the participation of high-dimensional power and the origin of the blood moon, which ordinary people cannot do. Although he didn't quite understand, Mu Xing still tried to do it. He couldn't understand the changes in space and dimensions, let alone the mechanism of time variables, but imagine the places he had experienced and seen. With the divine seal to help with calculations, and the power of the blood moon as a driving force, he could find the line he wanted to enter and get in sync with it. Mu Xing only felt that he had experienced a trance, and he appeared from the big hole in the void on a dry and yellow land. What is the principle? Mu Xing asked. The power of imagination, plus a little sophisticated calculation. The divine seal appeared beside Mu Xing, and the runes on the red divine seal flickered. Mu Xing noticed that it seemed to have more lines on its body. Are these lines the latest harvest? Yes, being able to see the structure and operation rules of the evil spirit world is very helpful to me. I try to replicate the movement rules of those strings, which will be more helpful for understanding the high-dimensional world in the future. Shanine, can you see the essence of the survival world? Mu Xing asked curiously. Master, stop making trouble. The existence of the survival system far exceeds the world and dimensions controlled by the evil spirits that are generated by string vibrations. Then why doesn't the survival system invade directly? What is it waiting for? Maybe they want to perfectly control this world, but they don't want to destroy it. After all, in the eyes of the survival system, such a string world is still quite fragile. Do you mean that there are other kinds of worlds besides the string world? Of course, in the multiverse dimension, different worlds have different rules, and the nature of the world they constitute is naturally different. However, we can see that the survival system is very interested in the string world, so it is willing to launch a survival competition. Mu Xing waved his hands quickly. He was already feeling a headache. Discussing these topics with Shanine, he felt that many brain cells had died. At the same time, he also realized the limitations of the human body. Even if the brain was strengthened with the G virus, it was still very difficult to understand the reality and essence of the world. It seemed that he still had a long way to go to become stronger. He slowed down his thoughts and began to observe his surroundings. Shanine, are you sure this is the timeline I am in? No, it is the second after the time slice where the master is. The next second? Isn't it backtracking? Why not the previous second? This has to start from the essence of this world, as we all know. Stop! Mu Xing quickly stopped this guy from talking endlessly about the theory. If he really wanted to explain the divine seal, it would probably take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. Just tell me the conclusion. The conclusion is that the origin of the blood moon sent you to where you should be. As for why, master, you understand that this is the operating law of the evil spirit world. Mu Xing seemed to understand the meaning of the divine seal. The time of this evil spirit world may not develop from ancient times to the present, but from the future to the past. As for why this is the case, Mu Xing does not know. What a strange world. Muttering, Mu Xing began to explore the world of the foggy continent 1 second later. Obviously, the fog here is much thinner than the previous second. The range of vision has been greatly improved. Taking out the map, you can also find the location of various geographical features faster. The focus now is to find Wei Ji's laboratory as soon as possible. Maybe from Wei Ji's experiment, we can get the means to restrain the evil spirit and successfully escape from the clutches of the evil spirit. All the way from the wilderness, Mu Xing needs to cross the storm area. But before that, Mu Xing wants to go back to the campfire to take a look. He directly misted his legs, used the control method, and added mental power to push, and in disguise, he had the ability to fly at low altitude. Although the speed is not as fast as the full speed of the abnormal stasis module, it is stable, and can fly continuously. The next second in this world is already dawn, and the monsters in the fog are hiding, which is safer than the fog and darkness of the previous second. After flying for several hours, Mu Xing stopped, and he stopped at the place where he found the broken hand. He came here specifically to find the mysterious Black Shadow, but this time, he failed to meet the Black Shadow. When he came to the camp where the bonfire was taken away, he found that there was only a small pit with the ground dug out in the camp. Obviously, he did return to the correct timeline, but he was in the world of the next second. Chapter 256. Mu Xing stared at the extinguished bonfire. As expected, they still stayed in the time slice of the last second. He began to search for traces that the madman and his friends might have left. But unfortunately, he found nothing. Divine Seal, is there any way to contact him 1 second ago? No, unless the master dies again and returns to the save point when he died last time. Divine Seal said. Hearing this, Mu Xing gave up directly, because he only had 70% of the upper limit of the blood moon essence left, which was not enough for the second time to trace back. Is there any way to replenish the blood moon's origin? The God Seal replied, find a multi-time and space intersection point, and the master can use his innate ability to extract the power of time and space to replenish the blood moon's origin. Mu Xing understood what the God Seal meant, just like what he did when collecting singularities. By extracting the power of time and space from the singularity to replenish the origin, the upper limit of the blood moon's origin can also be increased to a certain extent. Mu Xing left the camp and did not go directly to Vigo's laboratory, but headed in the direction that EU explored yesterday. He was going to look for the pustule flower. In the plot, after the Wither got Vigo's notebook, he found the method of extracting dark gold cells from it. Although the Wither failed in the end, it did not mean that Vigo's notebook was wrong. So he planned to collect some pustule flower juice in advance, and wait until he arrived at Vigo's laboratory to study how to use this mysterious juice. It was not far from the camp to the destination, about 50 kilometers. Mu Xing used the abnormal stasis module to accelerate, while using the low altitude. Fly. Okay. It took only tens of minutes to reach the destination after traveling 50 kilometers. In front of us was a huge black canyon. The canyon seemed to have weathered for tens of millions of years, forming a unique landform. When Mu Xing entered the canyon, he saw countless corpses and debris. These corpses came from the same large army. The army's technological level remained at the level of World War I, but it did not move towards electrification, but instead promoted steam technology. The pit was filled with giant steam tanks 5 or 6 meters high and crashed steam airships. The weapons in the hands of these soldiers are also steam guns that use high-pressure steam to fire bullets, which is very different. After entering the canyon, I noticed that this place was not formed by weathering, but more like a sudden terrorist attack. The entire army died here. These corpses have not lost their vitality, as if they had just died. The faces of the corpses are filled with endless despair and pain. These soldiers seem to have been drained of all their vitality in an instant, and died on the spot. These corpses have strange shapes, and are all contaminated by black fog. Only strange black fungi grow. The black fungi wrap and decompose these corpses bit by bit, forming a black conjunctiva layer. This strange fungus is probably the only creature in this world that can decompose corpses. In the center of the canyon, this is where the black fungi grow most luxuriantly, covering almost all the corpses. Some large steam tanks are also decomposed by the growth of these black fungi. The most eye-catching thing is the strange thorny plants growing on the black fungus. These human trees seem to be a mutant species formed by desperate humans stacked together. Mu Xing can even see the heads on the big trees shaking and opening their mouths, but they can't make any sound. The roots of these strange human trees are entangled together. Among the entanglements, some strange thorns that look most like plants caught Mu Xing's attention. He saw that there were wriggling pustules on the thorns. When these living pustules grow to the size of a fist, they will bloom. This is the pustule flower. It was completely unclear whether these things were plants, animals, or some kind of fungus. A large number of pustule flowers around had withered, oozing disgusting pus, and shrunken on the ground. Mu Xing moved forward carefully, trying not to touch these strange plants. After moving forward for several kilometers, he finally found a pustule flower that had not withered. These dark golden flowers were very gorgeous, and the center of the petals was not the stamen, but a proliferating pustule. Mu Xing took out a syringe and tried to absorb the juice from these pustule flowers. Under the pustules, there were piles of corpses. Could it be that the dark gold cells were extracted from the flowers of this filthy and profane plant? Mu Xing frowned. The evil spirit feeds on hope, which constitutes the essence of its body, dark gold energy. Although the dark gold energy does not look so upright, it is definitely not the pus that grows from these desperate corpses. Mu Xing suspected that the withered one had found the wrong flower. Vigo's notes said that the dark gold cells were extracted from a special flower, but he did not say what flower it was. The withered only found the pustule flower, and extracted the dark gold cells from it. So is there a possibility that the flower Vigo was talking about was not the pustule flower? So the withered's experiment failed, and he eventually turned into a monster? In order to verify his conjecture. After collecting more pustule flower juice, Mu Xing returned directly to the original hive, and started research on the first floor. After analysis, a cell containing special power was indeed found in the juice of the pustule flower. But the purity of this cell is not high, and it is highly contaminated. Although Mu Xing tried to purify it many times, he could not completely remove the contamination. He looked at the liquid in his hand that was very similar to the dark gold serum purified by the withered in the plot. It exuded a faint golden color, but if you look closely, you can find a dilapidated smell like catkins in it. Divine Seal, what exactly is this contamination? Why can't it be completely removed? Master, this thing may not be an energy, but an emotion. Emotions? Such as pain or despair. Hearing this, Mu Xing came to the third level of the inner world to find Alessa, who was a master at controlling emotions. At this time, Alessa was resting with her eyes closed in the inner world, and she saw Mu Xing when she opened her eyes. What? She stared at Mu Xing with a vigilant look on her face. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing the inner world to study the juice. As he said this, he circled an area, then poured the liquid on the floor, generating heat to make it evaporate quickly. In the golden liquid, the black pollution immediately appeared. Then, this pollution began to materialize under the influence of the special power of the inner world. Mu Xing saw black ghosts rushing out from the ground, with sharp teeth and claws, full of hatred and despair. These black ghosts attacked each other madly, devoured themselves, chaotic and aimless, and finally chose to self-destruct. No wonder the withered went crazy and turned into a monster. How could they end up being devoured by such desperate power? However, Mu Xing soon found an unexpected surprise. When all the negative emotions were consumed in the inner world, what was left was actually pure and flawless dark golden liquid. He immediately took out the microscope to observe, and saw the pure dark golden cells. Chapter 257. Is it done? Mu Xing was full of surprise and joy. Could it be that the withered one used the wrong purification method, so it failed to speed up the production of dark gold cells of sufficient purity? Mu Xing was happy, but soon the divine seal poured a basin of cold water on him. Master, don't be too happy. Although you used the characteristics of the other world to purify the juice of the pustule flower, you consumed 99.99% of the dark gold cells in the process. In a tube of juice, less than 0.01% of the dark gold cells are left. In other words, you need 10,000 tubes of purified pustule flower juice to purify a tube of dark gold cell serum. Mu Xing was stunned on the spot. He was too excited to notice the loss. Shen was right. Obviously, the flower that Wei Gu found was not a pustule flower, but a flower with a higher content of dark gold cells. 10 pustule flowers can collect 1 tube of juice, and 10 tubes of juice can purify 1 tube. In other words, at least 1 million pustule flowers are needed to barely meet the demand. If various losses are added, the number of pustule flowers required will only be more. Mu Xing frowned. Although there are many pustule flowers in this Grand Canyon, there are not millions of them. Including those withered pustule flowers, there are at most 10,000 flowers. This means that Vigo needs to find 100 such canyons, and then spend a lot of time collecting, purifying, and synthesizing them. You are right. Vigo has a limited time to escape. The evil spirit cannot give him so much time to slowly collect and purify pustule flowers. So, the flowers in Vigo's notes are not pustule flowers. Thinking of this, Mu Xing directly withdrew from the original hive. He looked at the pustule flowers in the thorns, and there were only a few thousand at most. Master, are you still collecting these pustular flowers? Collect, of course you should collect them. Even a small mosquito leg is still meat. Let's prepare for both situations. A little bit of it will add up to a lot. Mu Xing took out the box of flawlows. This world item is now called the Shadow of Alessa. It had never been used before, and was hidden as a trump card. At the critical moment, he successfully blocked the attack of the evil spirit, allowing himself to escape from the control of the evil spirit, which was also a great contribution. And now, he summoned the inner world to come again. As he thought, a large number of nurse monsters holding syringes appeared in the inner world. Muxing looked at Alessa, who was floating beside him with a dark face. Ahem, well, please? Alessa was speechless. My other world and servants are used to work for you. Muxing smiled. If I become poor in the future, I will be a wage earner again, summoning 10,000 triangle heads to screw in screws, and 5,000 nurses to massage feet. Wouldn't I make a fortune? Alessa rolled her eyes. Although she was very displeased with Muxing's childish behavior, she still waved her hand, and the hundreds of nurses began to quickly collect the juice of the pustule flower. 10 minutes later, when large boxes of pustule flower juice were piled in front of Muxing, the arrogant Alessa snorted, "Don't call me for this kind of thing in the future." Muxing looked at the pustule flower juice in front of him, waved his right hand, and sent it all into the original beehive. But he didn't plan to purify it further. He suddenly realized that this might be a way to make money. Because the survivors who entered the dead by daylight must also know the information about the dark gold cell serum. Among them, there must be some who want to verify the theory of the withered. At that time, the juice of these pustule flowers will come in handy, and maybe we can make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Muxing looked at the pustule flowers growing in the pile of corpses, and they were much more harmonious. Leaving the canyon, Muxing continued to move towards the Vigo laboratory marked on the map. He encountered several similar canyons on the way. There were similar seas of corpses in them, and a large number of pustule flowers grew. Along the way, he collected the juice of 5,000 or 6,000 pustule flowers, and was in a very good mood. Finally, after passing through the storm area, he finally arrived at the marked point on the map. Are you sure this is the place? Muxing stared at the entrance of the mountains in front of him. Apart from the bare rocky mountains, there was not even a thatched house in sight. Master, how about I control Valred to go out and explore? No need. Muxing took out the original map. He laid the map flat, and sure enough, a new mark appeared on the map. In the mountains. Muxing entered the endless mountains from the gap in the valley. After walking more than 10 kilometers, Muxing couldn't help but start to complain about Vigo. He is an ordinary person, but he can come and go freely in such a harsh world and even build a laboratory. You have to know that he, a survivor from the survival world, has to avoid the crazy and irregular storms frequently. If you are not careful, you may be swept into the sand and dust by the storm. However, Muxing also understands that Wei Gu built the laboratory in such a place for safety considerations. He found that the closer to the storm, the fewer monsters there are, and those monsters all try to avoid the storm. At least, he didn't see any monsters wandering around. He continued to move forward and came to a canyon. However, there was no road ahead, it was blocked. He could open the map, and the entrance marked on the map was just ahead. Is there an illusion blocking the road? Muxing released his telekinesis and swept it out. In addition to shaking off the rocks, he did not find any illusions or secret passages. He frowned. Is the map fake? Muxing was ready to let the divine seal control Valred to fly out for a while. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar black figure. It suddenly appeared on the hillside on the left. Muxing's pupil shrank, and he chased after it. Stop! The black figure ignored him, and disappeared directly through the big rock on the hillside. Muxing put one hand on the big rock on the hillside, and immediately felt a special power. Illusion? Muxing took a step forward, and actually walked directly into the big rock. He took out a bonfire to illuminate the darkness. In front of him was a narrow corridor that stretched forward. He saw the figure flashing in front of him. Muxing hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. Divine seal, can it capture it? No, master, it is a space-time phantom. It does not really exist. Space-time phantom? What do you mean? First, it may be a shadow left by someone in the past, and second, a signal sent by someone outside of a higher dimension of space and time. Could it be an evil spirit? Muxing hesitated whether to continue moving forward. Master, if it is an evil spirit, it should rush over to catch you directly, why bother? Muxing quickened his pace. You are right, I have offended the evil spirit so much, I used my big eyeball to trick it. If it is really an evil spirit, it would have rushed over long ago. When he passed through the corridor, the road ahead suddenly became clear. He entered an ancient ruin, a mountain ruin that was built in an unknown era. The ancient stone carvings, weathered inscriptions, and totems all told Muxing that people had lived here before. When he continued to move forward, at the end, a heavy metal door blocked his way. The metal door was engraved with dense runes and magic circles. On the door frame, A sophisticated metal scanner lit up green light and scanned Mu Xing from head to toe. Then, he heard a synthetic electronic voice. No evil spirit power detected. Confirmed to be an escapee, you can open the door. Welcome to Vigo's secret laboratory. Chapter 258. With a hissing sound, white steam gushed out from the pressure relief valve, and the gears turned with a click, pulling the heavy metal door to both sides. Rows of gas lamps suddenly lit up in the dark corridor ahead. It gave Mu Xing a feeling of being both advanced and backward. As he stepped into the corridor, white steam suddenly gushed out from the air holes next to him. Although the steam temperature was high, it was within the tolerable range. The steam contained some kind of disinfectant, spraying Mu Xing from head to toe. Then the transparent crystal door in front was opened. At the same time, the metal door behind him closed automatically with a bang. Mu Xing took out the phoenix bow and summoned the hunter, letting the hunter take the lead. The long laboratory was transformed from ancient ruins. Those unindustrialized, purely hand-carved stone pillars and murals are still lifelike. Passing through the passage, Mu Xing did not encounter any mechanisms or traps. And he gradually went deeper into the mountain. The bright gas lamp made all the dark corners visible, leaving no dead corners. Then, he walked into a huge library. Looking up, the circular room was filled with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that were dozens of meters high. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books. From humanities and social sciences to historical biographies, from language teaching to industrial manufacturing, everything is available. It is roughly estimated that there are at least 100,000 books in this library. Mu Xing took out a book at random and opened it, but was surprised to find that the pages were blank, with nothing on them. Empty? Mu Xing continued to check other books, and they were all the same, all blank pages without any words. What's going on? What happened here? Mu Xing frowned and looked up. It was impossible for Wei Ge to place a pile of books without words here. It was more like some kind of power erased the knowledge in the books. Could it be that the power of evil spirits infiltrated the laboratory? Mu Xing clenched the phoenix bow in his hand and pointed his right hand at the entrance. The hunter took the lead and continued to go deeper. After passing through the library, they entered Wei Ge's laboratory. As the gas lamp lit up, it illuminated the huge laboratory. This place. Mu Xing confirmed that he was not the first person to come to the laboratory. The originally neat laboratory was now turned upside down, with all kinds of experimental equipment and experimental records scattered everywhere. He was a little disappointed. This was not the first time someone had entered here, and it was probably difficult to find anything useful. Picked up a piece of paper at random. December 2nd, dark gold particle reagent experiment record. The whole piece of paper was filled with numbers that Mu Xing could not understand, and it was recorded about every 3 minutes. There were also many scattered experimental records on the table, thrown everywhere. Mu Xing suspected that the guy who made the lab a mess was the Withered. He had lost his mind, and his restless mood made him frantically search for what he wanted in the lab. Following the Withered's trajectory, Mu Xing seemed to see a madman who had lost his mind, staring with bloodshot eyes, searching everywhere. As a result, many experimental instruments were accidentally destroyed, making the lab even more chaotic. After being injected with the dark gold serum, the Withered went crazy, his experiment failed, and he was eager to find a new path here. But it was obvious that he failed. After searching the laboratory like a whirlwind, he returned home in disappointment. Mu Xing summoned the Divine Seal, and took out the Red Queen terminal at the same time. Get ready to start working, scan all the experimental records, and see if you can find anything useful. He waved his right hand, and his mental power blew up all the scattered papers like the wind, spinning and flying around him, and then neatly stacked them in front of him. While the Divine Seal and the Red Queen were scanning the data, he went deeper into the laboratory to explore. Passing through the laboratory, inside is Wei Ge's living area. It is very simple, with only a hardwood bed, a table full of various experimental data and design drawings, a chair, and a wardrobe, that's all. There are also some hooks for hanging tools, but the tools and props originally hung here have been taken away, leaving nothing behind. Mu Xing picked up the photo frame on the table, and a middle-aged man in a white coat could be vaguely seen on the photo frame, but his head photo had a hole burned by the flame, making it difficult to see his face. Mu Xing's mind scanned the entire living area, trying to find any special secret compartments. This scan actually allowed him to find a small secret compartment. It was in the disguised wall, at the head of the bed. If it weren't for the mental scan, it would be difficult to find the small iron box in the crack of the wall. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and pulled out the disguised brick with his telekinesis, and a palm-sized iron box fell into his hand. Mu Xing opened the iron box, and there was a tape inside. Red Queen, play it! With a burst of piercing noise, a strong male voice came from the loudspeaker. Hello, stranger. No matter who you are, if you can hear this tape, it proves that I am no longer here. Maybe I have successfully escaped from the control of the evil spirit, or I am already dead. Listen, I must tell you the truth. Escape is just a lie of the evil spirit. We can never leave the fantasy world. The ancient and terrible evil god craves everyone's hope. Your efforts again and again are just a means for the evil spirit to squeeze out hope. So, we must find a way to truly escape from this world. Fortunately, I have found it. Suddenly, the sound in the tape stopped, and there was a knock on the door. The voice became a little flustered. The situation is not good. The evil spirit sent its killer to find me. I must start my plan in advance. Hey, stranger, listen. You have to remember to stay rational, and don't expect the evil spirit to suddenly be kind. And I have to tell you a cruel reality. The fantasy world is the evil spirit itself. We have been escaping in his body. It's like a supreme player, manipulating our fate. Dong, dong, dong. More violent impact sounds came from the tape. Obviously, something is attacking the door of the laboratory. If you want to escape from the fantasy world, you must escape from the body of the evil spirit. Only in this way can you get rid of the manipulation of the evil spirit. According to my research, the essence of the evil spirit is dark gold energy, and the dark gold cell is the carrier of dark gold energy, and it is also the basis of the essence of the evil spirit's body. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, Mu Xing also heard the sound of knocking on the door. He quickly pressed the pause button and turned his head to listen. His face changed slightly, because the knocking sound did not come from the player, but from outside the laboratory. Something was chasing him and attacking the door. When he rushed out of Wei Ji's residence, the divine seal also came over and projected the picture outside the laboratory door. Outside the door, a strange man holding an iron pickaxe, and with a strange figure was knocking on the door. He was 2 meters tall, and his cheeks under the worn and dirty linen hood seemed to be melted by golden lava. His eyes emitted a strange light, and his bare arms were covered with cracks, with sticky magma flowing and dripping on the ground from time to time, corroding the ground into pits. His power was so terrifying that the nearly 30-centimeter thick alloy door was being dug through by him with a pickaxe. Chapter 259. Mu Xing recognized at a glance that the monster digging the gate was the butcher who had completely fallen and signed a contract with the evil spirit in order to survive, the Withered. And behind the Withered, a white-haired girl with a bun was more conspicuous. She was suspended in the air, with a strange golden eye on her left eye, like an ornament, more like some special glasses. She had a white pendant hanging around her neck, and wore an orange tights and blue denim overalls with various small accessories hanging on them. On her chest, she also wore a sapphire rose brooch with a golden stamen. The overall shape was messy and weird, with a dull expression and a hint of madness. Although the girl didn't seem to have much fighting power, Mu Xing sensed a deadly threat. Because of the strange energy surrounding her, Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. It was dark gold energy, pure dark gold energy. You know, in the entire world of Dead by Daylight, only evil spirits can use dark gold energy. And this strange-looking girl in front of him can actually use dark gold energy. Could this girl be the incarnation of the evil spirit? She was very dissatisfied with the speed of the Withered One's destruction, and pointed with her right hand. A ball of dark gold energy flew directly into the body of the Withered One. The Withered One roared, and a mixture of dark and golden energy surged out of his body, making his body taller and his muscles bulge. The iron pick in his hand shone with dark gold. With a pick, a big hole was chiseled out of the heavy alloy door. At the same time, Mu Xing in the laboratory was anxious. He didn't expect the evil spirit to come so soon. How is the data scan going? Master, 80% is complete. Stop scanning, get ready to retreat. Mu Xing's eyebrows were hot, warning him that the threat outside was approaching. He pressed the play button again, while looking for other ways out. According to my research, the only thing that can fight against evil spirits is the power of evil spirits. Dark gold cells are the essence of evil spirits. If you want to escape the control of evil spirits, you must start with dark gold cells. So, I started to study dark gold cells. By chance, I found a flower in the fog. I call it the flower of hope. This flower of hope blooms in the midst of rich hope. I collected the juice from the flower of hope and successfully extracted dark gold cells that are not controlled by evil spirits. According to my experiments, dark gold cells can greatly enhance human physical fitness and awaken supernatural powers that are of the same origin as dark gold energy. Of course, this is very dangerous. If the experiment fails, you may be completely assimilated by the dark gold cells and become a monster. Fortunately, I succeeded. I injected the dark gold cell serum and successfully merged with it. Because of this, I saw the true nature of the evil spirit and understood how terrifying it was. There was no chance of winning in a direct confrontation, so I chose another path, which I called jailbreak. The principle is very simple, which is to use the power of dark gold to dig a passage to the outside world in the body of the evil spirit. To be honest, the process was difficult and took me a lot of time. At the same time, I was really lucky. I succeeded and created a special cellar. During an escape, I took advantage of the evil spirit's sleep and escaped through the cellar. But I know very well that this is far from over, because although I have escaped from the body of the evil spirit, I am still staying in this withered world. I should go. Maybe it is a good idea to go to the void, where I may find the way home. The voice in the recording was interrupted for a moment, and then sounded again. By the way, about the flower of hope, it will only grow on the body of the evil spirit. It is the embodiment of the hope of the survivors devoured by the evil spirit. It is not easy to obtain. You have to find a way to pass through the fog and get as close to the body of the evil spirit as possible to pick the flower of hope. Also, I must remind you not to touch those disgusting pustule flowers. They are the product of despair, and definitely not hope. Ziz. The recording stopped abruptly here. At the same time, Mu Xing also successfully found a secret passage to leave in Wei Ji's kitchen. It was hidden behind a cabinet, a passage that could only accommodate one person, extending all the way to the back mountain of the laboratory. Mu Xing turned off the recording, took out the tape, and put it back in its original position to hide it. Maybe someone will find this place later, so we have to preserve the seeds of hope. Just then, he heard a rumble, and the wizard rushed into the laboratory like a rampaging crab, wreaking havoc. Mu Xing put away the hunter, and summoned the triangle head directly. Triangle head is a skill after all, so it doesn't matter if it is killed. The girl with white hair and a bun came in with the wizard. She observed Vigo's laboratory with some excitement. Then she saw Mu Xing, who was about to leave through the secret passage. Are you the survivor that the great and supreme evil spirit wants to catch? It's really interesting. Come back with me obediently. I don't want to be rough with you. A slightly crazy voice came from the girl's mouth, and the divine seal in Mu Xing's mind was frantically warning. Master, leave quickly. This girl has high-dimensional attributes. She may be a dangerous person who came here from the high-dimensional world. Mu Xing's face was shocked. The girl who made the divine seal so afraid must be very dangerous. He pointed with his right hand, and the world in Silent Hill descended. Everything in the laboratory was rapidly turning black and rusting, and dark monsters were coming out of the walls and the ground. Call the nurses. The brooch on Mu Xing's chest lit up, and 5 faceless nurses were summoned. After receiving the bonus from the other world, these nurses have greatly improved their speed and strength. Seeing the other world coming and the monsters appearing, the white-haired girl was not afraid, but watched with interest. The great evil spirit told me that there are some interesting guys outside the world. You are really interesting. This method of using dimensional superposition to create a special dimensional space is different from the string vibration of the evil spirit. I am suddenly very interested in you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Trix, a hairstylist who strives to find a more perfect style. Mu Xing took a look at the girl who introduced herself, and he found that the other world could not read the girl's heart. The power of the other world could not affect her. This girl named Trix gave him an extreme sense of danger. After hesitating for less than a second, Mu Xing entered the passage and ran away. Triangle Head, stop her. With a roar, Triangle Head rushed towards Trix with a big knife under the blessing of the other world. The withered one next to him was even faster, and the iron pickaxe flowing with dark gold power in his hand easily held the Triangle Head. Huh? Triangle Head? Why are you here? Trix exclaimed. Soon, her right eye widened, as if she had discovered a new world. It's not the Triangle Head I'm familiar with. You are the Triangle Head from another world. At the same time, the nurses around also moved, rushing towards Trix from all directions. However, the moment she approached her, the surrounding space stagnated, and all the nurses seemed to be frozen in time and space. She stepped towards the Triangle Head, and a series of golden ripples rippled under her feet. Chapter 260. Just as Mu Xing was trying to escape from the laboratory, his connection with Triangle Head was suddenly cut off. It was not that Triangle Head was killed, but that he was forcibly cut off from his induction by some force. Not only Triangle Head, but also the nurses lost contact immediately afterwards. The temporary inner world was collapsing. Mu Xing thought that he could use the temporary inner world to trap Trix for a moment, so he did not hesitate to consume his strength to summon the inner world. As it turned out, he thought too much. The girl Trix not only ignored the spiritual influence of the inner world, but even the closed inner world space could not stop her. She was like strolling in her own back garden, easily crossing the gap between the inner world and the real world. Mu Xing did not hesitate to increase his speed to the highest level and rushed out of the secret passage. Behind him, Trix's silver bell-like laughter could be heard from time to time, and he jumped and followed Mu Xing out of the secret passage with a cheerful pace. At the same time, the Withered, who was wreaking havoc in the laboratory, appeared in front of him at some point. Damn it! Mu Xing looked around, and was attacked from both sides. It was impossible to retreat, so he could only confront the Withered One head-on. Mu Xing suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the Withered One. The Withered One raised the pickaxe in his hand and smashed it towards him. Bullet time! Everything around him slowed down. Mu Xing saw the dirty dark gold energy flowing through the Withered One. Although these dark gold cells from the pustule flower juice strengthened his body, they also turned him into a monster. Mu Xing shot several arrows at the Withered One with the phoenix bow in his hand, and then did a front flip and passed over the Withered One's head. Boom! Under the push of the dark gold power, the pickaxe hit the ground hard. The earth surged, and the ground within a radius of 10 meters was shattered at this moment. The polluted dark gold energy gushed out. Mu Xing quickly released the atomization ability, and then mentally controlled himself to float in the air and turned on Silent Hill Shelter. The barrier trembled wildly. Even if this power was not concentrated, the destructive power was strong enough. Fortunately, Mu Xing rose to a sufficient height in time, and successfully avoided the most turbulent waves. Roar! The Withered roared to the sky, opened its mouth wide, and sprayed dim golden pus towards Mu Xing in midair. Zombie summoning? Mu Xing kept summoning zombies to act as shields to resist the golden pus. You don't have to feel bad about using this consumable, and you can take the opportunity to get away. With the help of this recoil, Mu Xing got away from 100 meters away. Paw paw paw. Good hiding. Applause rang out not far away. Trix, who was sitting on a big rock, clapped his hands, looking like he was watching a good show. Mu Xing pulled back the bow, and the phoenix bow began to charge, aiming at the Withered One who was rushing towards him. Phoenix Fury! He roared, and a red fire phoenix flew out with a cry, fiercely piercing the chest of the Withered One. It flew dozens of meters away, and finally a column of fire shot up into the sky, and the illusory shadow of the phoenix rose into the sky. Trix seemed to look at the phoenix bow in Mu Xing's hand with some fear. He shouted unhappily, "Waste Withered One, you disappoint me so much." When the flames dissipated, only half of the Withered One's body was left. However, his body recovered quickly under the repair of dark gold energy. Hearing Trix's complaints, he couldn't help but tremble, as if he was very afraid of this harmless-looking girl. He roared, and his body began to mutate. A bunch of disgusting pustules grew on his back, completely activating the dirty dark gold cells in his body. His speed increased 3 times, and his strength was even stronger, but his reason was almost gone. He jumped high, and smashed down fiercely with the iron pickaxe in his hand that was transformed by the pustules. The splashing dark gold energy seemed to smash the space into pieces. The ground in front of him collapsed instantly, and Mu Xing was smashed into a pulp. Seeing this scene, Trix was unhappy all of a sudden, and hurried over, kicking the Withered One with a kick, and the dark gold energy burst out, kicking the Withered One 5 or 6 meters away. Who told you to kill him? Obviously Trix's goal was not to kill Mu Xing. If you smash him to death, how can I explain to the great and supreme evil spirit? The Withered One was confused and didn't understand Trix's meaning at all. However, the next second, Mu Xing, who was smashed into a pulp, disappeared. Trix looked up suddenly, and saw Mu Xing running out of the valley. It turned out that what was smashed was just an illusion. You can deceive my perception. You must have props from the higher dimension. I am more and more interested in you. Trix took the initiative this time, and the golden eye accessory on her left eye lit up. The space in front was instantly folded, forming a dark golden space gate. The space in front of her was like plasticine that could be kneaded at will. On the other side, Mu Xing, who was trying to escape, did not dare to relax at all. He just used the G-Virus to multiply, plus the illusion skill, to create a flesh and blood illusion, and also used the high-dimensional power of the Divine Seal to temporarily deceive Trix's perception. It was not easy to escape from the valley. But he knew that Trix was not so easy to get rid of, and he had to find a new way out. Just when he was extremely distressed, suddenly, a familiar black shadow appeared in front of him. It pointed at the huge storm. You want me to go into the storm? Are you crazy? Mu Xing couldn't help but swear. The storm could even scrape off a layer of skin from steel, not to mention his flesh and blood. But at this time, the divine seal began to warn again. Master, be careful, Trix folded the space, she is chasing after you. Mu Xing noticed the fluctuations in time and space behind him, and some kind of force was folding the space. He gritted his teeth and stopped hesitating. Now he could only fight hard and rushed into the storm. At the same time, the space folded, and a delicate dark gold door opened, and Trix walked out from inside. She saw Mu Xing running towards the storm. Come back. The girl grabbed with her right hand, and the space in front of her folded again, trying to fold the space where Mu Xing was directly in front of her. However, the space behind Mu Xing suddenly twisted, and the inner world descended, blocking the folding of space and time. Trix frowned. She really underestimated Mu Xing's ability to escape. I'm angry. Trix's body began to tremble, and gradually merged with the surrounding space. Master, it's not good. She came across the string. She has the ability of superstring motion. In this state, she can cross to every point in the string world. What the hell? Mu Xing felt that time and space seemed to be fluctuating around him. No matter which direction he fled, he seemed to run directly into Trix. This is bad? Mu Xing was anxious. It seemed that he could not escape this time. Master, use the juice of the pustule flower quickly to release the dark gold energy in it. It can create fog. The power of the evil spirit can cover Trix's perception. When Mu Xing heard this, he quickly took out a whole box of juice and used his mental power to completely atomize it, turning it into a thick mist and spreading it. But the consequence of doing so was that his mind was polluted, which made Mu Xing miserable. Enduring the pain of mental pollution, he noticed that the fluctuations of time and space around him began to ease, and Trix suddenly lost his target. Mu Xing quickly took out the bonfire to illuminate the surrounding fog, and dived directly into the storm. How dare you do this? Watching Mu Xing escape into the storm, Trix stopped outside the range of the storm, stamped his feet, and shouted angrily, but was unwilling to step into the range of the storm. Chapter 261. Wild Wind, Endless Wild Wind. Every gust of wind in the storm was like a steel knife scraping bones. The moment Mu Xing entered the storm, his clothes were torn into pieces. Then, the mental shield he had put up only lasted less than 10 seconds before it collapsed. Mu Xing rushed madly into the storm. He knew that this storm must have an eye. In the eye, no matter how violent the storm outside was, the inside would remain absolutely quiet and balanced. That was his only way to survive. However, the intensity of the storm was far beyond his imagination. The skin, fat, and muscles on his body were scraped off layer by layer, as if they were in a rotating steel ball. Fortunately, he had the G-Virus enhancement, and the toughening ability of the Valred particles. It could greatly delay the time for his body to be torn into pieces. His feet grew barbs, and every step he took was deeply embedded in the ground, so that he would not be caught in the storm. However, the consequence of doing so was that he felt like he was experiencing the pain of slow slicing every moment. Mu Xing tried to hide in the original hive, but the storm was very strange. Neither the original hive nor the storage system could be opened in the storm. He noticed that there was not only wind in the storm, but also countless thin space threads. These space threads prevented him from using any space props, not to mention summoning the divine seal and Alessa, so he could only bear it with his physical body. Fortunately, he always had 3 G-Virus serums on him. He hoped that he could rely on these 3 G-Virus serums to rush through. It's not time to give up yet. Mu Xing rushed forward with all his strength. He didn't want to lose, and didn't want to die in this unknown storm. He quickened his pace, and rushed forward with all his strength. Valreed's tempering power was fully activated, and the G-Virus tyrant form unfolded. At the same time, he made himself tremble, and activated the acceleration ability of the stasis module. Closer, closer. Mu Xing injected one G-Virus serum after another. Finally, he saw the edge of the storm. He rushed forward with all his strength. Suddenly, he felt his brain go blank, and he saw a disgusting abscess growing on his right hand. What's going on? Oh no, it's dark gold contamination. He remembered that when he was fighting hard before, his mind was contaminated by the filthy pustule flower juice. At the beginning, EU only used a drop of her own blood for the experiment, and that thing contaminated her like a meme. My infection was even more serious, and this time he forced his way through the storm, causing the pollution to directly erupt. Get through. He tried his best, and with the last leap, he finally passed through the storm and entered an unknown space. He looked up, and his blurred vision could only see huge stones flying all over the sky, and a mysterious tower in the center of those huge suspended stones. He stretched out his right hand and tried to move forward, but the darkness quickly swallowed his consciousness, and he fainted. I don't know how long it took. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, he did not return to the bonfire, nor did he reach the red ocean, but a strange ceiling. He stared at the ceiling with a dim chandelier, and was in a daze. It took a while for him to gather his chaotic thoughts. His memory began to return, and he remembered everything. In order to avoid Trix's pursuit, I entered the storm. I should have been swallowed by the pollution, but I didn't die. Now I am lying in a strange room. I moved slightly, but I felt a strong sense of weakness. The G-virus in my body was weaker than ever before. It seemed that crossing the storm exhausted all the energy of these G-viruses. Fortunately, my mental strength has recovered a lot, and I began to slowly stimulate the G-virus to devour the fat in my body to proliferate and repair, and gradually restore my strength. After about 10 minutes, he was finally able to move his neck a little. He turned his head to look at the window. Outside was a lavender void. The light pouring down from the top illuminated the floating rocks. He continued to observe the room. It was very small. There was only enough space for a bed and a cabinet. There was a glass of water on the cabinet, which seemed to be specially prepared for him when he woke up. After another 5 minutes of recovery, Mu Xing's body had gradually grown. Muscles, skin, and hair all grew out. He then noticed that he was wrapped in white gauze, like a mummy. He moved his body and began to regain his mobility. What surprised Mu Xing the most was that the pollution in his body magically disappeared, as if it had never appeared. And there was an unknown energy in his body. Mu Xing supported himself and stood up. He was very curious about who saved him. He tried to use the original honeycomb, but found that the honeycomb ring on his finger was dull and looked like an ordinary iron ring. What is going on? This place seemed to prevent the use of any space props. He walked out of the room and saw a flickering light at the end of the corridor in front of him. He tried to make his steps lighter. When Mu Xing came to the hall, he was attracted by the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace and drinking. He was holding a wine glass with ice cubes. His hair was a little messy, his eyes were blurred, and he just kept holding the wine glass. In front of him, there was an eye with a constantly changing light. Mu Xing was attracted by the thing, and even felt that the unknown energy in his body was also attracted by it. He took a step forward and accidentally knocked over the vase next to him. He reached out and quickly caught it. Just as he stood up, the man on the sofa turned his head and looked at him. "Are you awake?" Mu Xing was a little surprised that he actually spoke Chinese. "You? Don't be nervous, I'm not an evil spirit, you can call me." He scratched his head in distress. "You can call me Observer. Sorry, it's been too long, so long that I have forgotten my name." "Observer?" Mu Xing's memory of this term came flooding back. Observer, a mysterious being from a higher dimension, his family has been paying attention to the terrible and evil existence of the evil spirit for generations. When the evil spirit discovered a new world, the Observer jumped in unprepared to stop the evil spirit from devouring the world. As a result, he fell in front of the evil spirit in seconds. Not only was he defeated by the evil spirit, he was even imprisoned by it. Many years have passed, and the Observer has been looking for a way to escape from this world. And the middle-aged man, with a beard in front of him, should be the Observer in the plot setting. The Observer looked into Mu Xing's eyes. "From your eyes, I can see that you seem to know me?" Mu Xing shook his head. "I just heard of it." The Observer walked up to Mu Xing and looked at him with interest. TSK, it's really interesting. You have strong mental ability and recovery ability. You can survive the storm with your bare hands. You are really a miracle." Mu Xing didn't know whether he should be happy or not when he heard this compliment. The Observer opened his hands. "Anyway, welcome to the Observer's Tower. This." Mu Xing quickly said, "I forgot to introduce myself, you can call me Blood Moon." Chapter 262. In front of the warm fireplace, Mu Xing was peeling off the gauze wrapped around his body. He had confirmed that he had come to the Observer's archive, or the Observer's observation tower. This tower, suspended in the unknown void, was both his base and his cage. The changing white eye appeared in the Observer's hand again. That thing looked like an eye totem made of pure light particles, constantly changing. I saw a ray of light projected from the eye, just like 3D printing out a set of clothes out of thin air. "Thank you." Mu Xing picked up the clothes and put them on to express his gratitude. The Observer picked up the wine glass next to him and poured himself a sip. "I have given guidance to many people, but you are the only one who successfully escaped here. He suddenly spoke. Mu Xing was shocked. So, that black shadow is you? The observer nodded. It is a space-time projection, but it is all passive projection. Now I am completely bound by the power of the evil spirit, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to contact the reality outside this storm. Even the Oris in my hand is about to reach the limit of calculation, and it is difficult to break through. He seemed very pessimistic. It was not easy to stay awake after being imprisoned by evil spirits for countless years. So what is this place? Mu Xing opened the door and stood on the balcony. He was standing on the top of the stone tower. Stones were flying around, and there was a fierce storm outside. The purple light released from the top of the tower became the only light source in this void. There is nothing here. If it were me, I would have gone crazy long ago, let alone being imprisoned for tens of millions of years, even if I was imprisoned for 100 years. This is my cage. I was too young back then, and I thought I could stop that terrible evil spirit with my own strength and knowledge. Facts have proved that I was too naive. The evil spirit is too powerful for me to fight against. Where are you from? Mu Xing asked. Earth. Oh, you can think of it as an Earth in the multiverse, but my world has been upgraded and entered a higher dimensional world. My family and I have been monitoring that ancient evil spirit for generations, preventing it from approaching or eroding our world. He sighed. Many Earths have been devoured, including Earths that have been upgraded. That monster not only controls the power of space, but also the power of time. He handed over a glass of wine. For so many years, I have been imprisoned here, and have been observing the situation outside through Oris, and often found memory fragments floating into the void. These memory fragments come from the survivors, who were thrown into the fantasy world by the evil spirits. After all their hopes were drained, some were thrown into the void cemetery, while others turned into fragments. I read the memories of many people, and continued to study the terrible evil spirit. Mu Xing took the glass of wine and asked expectantly, Did you gain anything? Yes, after so many years of research, I finally understood the nature of the evil spirit. The nature of the evil spirit? What is it? Mu Xing suddenly became interested. What do you think evil spirits are? The observer asked back. Based on my observations, I think evil spirits should be a kind of high-dimensional creatures. They have a particularly strong control over time, and can divide the world into time slices one after another. The observer nodded. You are right, but not completely right. What do you mean? The observer poured all the wine in the glass into his mouth. When he raised the glass, the wine that had been drunk was automatically refilled. Mu Xing noticed that it was the aura suspended in the air that was working. After years of research, I can almost confirm that evil spirits are pure consciousness. The observable fact of existence is the reaction and change of the material world to consciousness. Collective consciousness is the key. Collective consciousness? Mu Xing caught this key point. That's right. Evil spirits are not a concrete organism. I believe you have never seen what it looks like, right? Mu Xing nodded. I found some recordings in Wei Ji's laboratory. He told me that fog creates the illusion world, fog is evil spirits, and we are all playing the escape game in the bodies of evil spirits. By the way, Mr. Observer, do you know Vigo? Observer seemed to be nostalgic. Vigo, of course I know him. He was the first survivor I guided. He provided me with a lot of valuable information about the evil spirits, and I helped him as much as I could. I even gave him a copy of Oris, hoping that he could escape the control of the evil spirits. Later, he did succeed, and even entered the void to find a way, but after so many years, I have never heard from him again. Mu Xing suppressed the shock in his heart. Wei Gu really got the help of this mysterious observer. The observer's eyes were a little dazed, and then he suddenly recovered. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Let's continue the previous topic. Since the evil spirit is a pure consciousness, in order to interfere with the material world, it needs a carrier. Dark gold cells? Yes, it can also be called dark gold particles. The key is its essence, dark gold energy. This energy with high-dimensional characteristics is like the essence of time and space. In theory, this energy can be used to materialize all tangible things in the material world. For example, the wine in your hand and the clothes on my body? The observer glanced at Mu Xing. It seems that you have seen through the nature of the auras in my hand. Yes, you can understand it as a special prop that can manipulate the dark gold energy. It is a masterpiece of our clan. Without it, I might have died long ago. The observer spread his palm, and the constantly changing white eyes emerged, looking very mysterious. Auras can manipulate the dark gold energy and materialize it into real matter, and more powerful evil spirits can naturally do more. It's not surprising that it can use dark gold energy to materialize the fantasy world. Mu Xing nodded in understanding, finally having a clear concept of evil spirits. So, what is the purpose of evil spirits devouring hope? First, it is to enhance its consciousness itself. You should know that evil spirits are composed of group consciousness. Absorbing the hope of others is equivalent to absorbing their consciousness source, and the most intense one. Second, it is to obtain more dark gold cells. He pointed at Mu Xing. You were contaminated before because you injected the juice of the pustule flower, right? Mu Xing shook his head. It was just a spiritual touch, and it contaminated my body through the spirit. Oh, no wonder it was so easy for me to remove the pollution in your body. Fortunately, you are not as crazy as Talbert, who dared to inject the serum extracted from the pustule flower juice. Although the pustule flower juice also contains dark gold cells, it is extremely contaminated. The pollution not only contains the dark side of the survivor's heart, but also carries the negative will discharged by the evil spirit. Talbert? Oh, he now has another name, Alchemist Blighter. Chapter 263. Mu Xing was silent. If Vigo was a positive example for the survivors, then the Withered was a negative example for the survivors. Of course, the failure of the Withered was also related to his nature. What he wanted was not to escape the control of the evil spirit, but to pursue evolution and power improvement. Later, he was willing to sign a contract with the evil spirit just to get more pustule flowers. Mu Xing said, Vigo said that only the nectar of the flower of hope can be used to extract the dark gold serum, right? The observer nodded. Yes, the flower of hope and the pustuled flower are two different extremes, and the way the evil spirit obtains more dark gold particles is through the flower of hope. The flower of hope is rooted in hope, transforming the illusory concept and emotion into dark gold cells. In the constant absorption and transformation, the evil spirit has become quite powerful, and no one can stop it anymore. Mu Xing looked up. At the purple sky, perhaps this is the main reason why the survival system targeted the evil spirit. If such a terrifying existence is allowed to continue to grow, one day, it will destroy everything. Don't worry, a higher existence has already noticed this place. He looked back at the observer. Can you sense it? The observer seemed to have received confirmation, and his eyes sparkled. So, the time and space anomaly sensed by Oris is not wrong. You are outsiders from outside the multiverse. Mu Xing nodded in response. Have you seen other people like me? I have observed it, but it is very vague. I was trapped in this place by the evil spirit. This place blocks all time and space. The storm is a barrier. I have tried many methods, but I can't break through. However, since the evil spirit slices time and space, maybe I can touch other people in other time and space slices. Wait. The observer suddenly pressed Mu Xing's shoulder. How did you break through the time and space slices to get here? I crossed time, 1 second, but not backward, but forward, which makes me very confused. Mu Xing shook his head. The observer was pleasantly surprised. No wonder, that's why, it seems my observation is correct. The damned evil spirit has finally been punished. It wants to escape. Escape? How to escape? Going backwards in time, the future becomes the past, and the past becomes the future. It turns out that this world also has something that makes it feel afraid. Hearing this, Mu Xing instantly understood why he went back to the next second instead of the previous second. Why did the survival system never drop blood points and blood net systems? Why did the survival system fail to save itself when it was captured by the evil spirit? It was because time was rolling back and the evil spirit was going up against time and space. It used this method to escape the pursuit of the survival system. Mr. Observer, can you contact the outside world? Mu Xing's first thought was to send this discovery to the survival system. Obviously, the survival system has not reacted yet, otherwise it would have changed its strategy and reversed time and space. After all, the survival system is not a self-aware existence. Its actions need guidance, and the survivors are its eyes and ears. Sorry, even if Oris reaches its limit, it can't break through the storm and contact the outside, otherwise I have found a way to contact my family and rescue me. The observer shook his head. Mu Xing frowned. It was not that simple. What if I take you out? Mu Xing said. The observer still shook his head. You can force your way through the storm with your strong body, but I can't. I am imprisoned here, no different from an ordinary human being, and our observer clan has evolved not our bodies, but our minds. Mu Xing paced back and forth. By the way, can you help me open this? Mu Xing showed the protective umbrella ring on his finger. Is this some kind of time and space prop? You can understand. A small world in a ring. Hearing this, the observer was a little shocked. It seems that the existence that comes to trouble the evil spirit is beyond imagination. It is unimaginable that the world can be loaded into a small ring. The observer stared at the ring on his hand. I can try my best, but I'm not sure what the result will be. At this moment, the observer seemed to have a long-lost hope in his heart and became full of energy. The two sat in front of the fireplace. Mu Xing used telekinesis to suspend the ring in the air, and the observer began to activate his auras. This mysterious prop can extract the dark gold energy in the air. The eyes flickered and began to try to open a small gap that could lead to the outside world, so that Mu Xing could use this gap to summon the seal. However, when auras flashed wildly for a while, the eyes suddenly went out. What's wrong? No, the dark gold energy here is extremely thin, and auras needs more dark gold energy to operate. Maybe we should wait until auras absorbs more dark gold energy, the observer said with some disappointment. Mu Xing looked up. Wait, is the strange energy in my body dark gold energy? The observer used auras to check for a while and said, yes, it is some dark gold energy left after I purify the pollution in your body. The strange thing is that they actually gathered in your heart. Mu Xing touched his chest, where the core of the tumor was. Perhaps it was because of that core that a portion of the dark gold energy was left. Try to extract the dark gold energy from my body, Mu Xing said. Isn't this inappropriate? The dark gold energy is hard to come by. What if it is not good for you after extraction? Don't worry, I am not from this world, nor am I made of dark gold energy. It is dispensable to me. You try to extract it first. Hearing this, the observer finally nodded. In that case, I will try. When the mysterious auras began to extract the dark gold energy from Mu Xing's body. Soon, Mu Xing felt that the power in his body began to be drawn out and rapidly reduced. However, at this moment, the mysterious core in his body began to work. It began to absorb the energy in Mu Xing's body and convert it into dark gold energy. The sudden discovery made Mu Xing a little confused. The observer also noticed this magical change. He was shocked and said, Mr. Blood Moon, your heart seems to be a high-dimensional creation. Although it is flesh and blood, it actually has similar abilities to auras, and it can actually convert ordinary energy into dark gold energy. What is it? Mu Xing thought of the huge tumor, which was born from the high-dimensional power of Silent Hill, and carried the genetic essence of the Blood Moon. So, is all this accidental or inevitable? I got this by chance. Its existence is a mistake. In fact, I haven't been able to figure out its function for a long time. I didn't expect it to start automatically today. At this time, the observer was only surprised. By the way, Mr. Observer, can you create some high-energy food and water? I eat this food and water, and then convert it into dark gold energy. You use auras to extract dark gold energy, which is much faster than using auras to extract dark gold energy directly from the air. The observer nodded. Yes, and I sense that it seems to be able to actively extract dark gold energy from the void, which is indeed more efficient than auras. This is indeed a good idea. Chapter 264. Next, the two began to work together. The observer used auras to create high-energy food and water, and Mu Xing ate these things to provide power for the heart. The heart could not only transform the energy eaten, but also extract more dark gold energy from the void. When Auras extracted dark gold energy from his heart, the total amount increased several times. In this way, the speed at which Auras collected dark gold energy increased directly. In just less than 3 hours, it changed from white to a light gold. Okay, now you can try. Mu Xing finally stopped eating and drinking. For the first time, eating became a torture. The golden auras started to work again. This time, it worked on the protective umbrella ring in a special way. A tiny crack opened in less than a minute. Then, the tiny crack continued to expand until Mu Xing's spirit could penetrate it. Even if there was only a trace of spirit, it was enough for Mu Xing to restart the original hive. As the hive restarted, the function began to recover. Divine Seal. Mu Xing called. Master, I finally contacted you. Where have you been? Divine Seal's slightly panicked voice sounded. To make a long story short, I need you to come out and help me. I am now trapped in the observer's tower. Take everything you can bring. Understood. When the crack doubled, Aura seemed to have reached its limit. The observer's face changed. Not good. We can only open a crack as thin as a hair. Aura's has reached its limit. Mu Xing hurriedly said, That's enough, hold on. A stream of red particles of light gushed out from the tiny crack, quickly gathering in midair and reorganizing into a red divine seal. Not only the divine seal, but also the world item shadow of Alessa rushed out through the tiny crack of a hair. Just 1 second before the golden auras was about to run out of energy, Mu Xing completely completed the transfer. At this moment, both Mu Xing and the observer sat on the sofa, panting, and it took a while for them to recover. The red runes on the seal were flashing wildly, measuring and analyzing the situation here. The same was true for the shadow of Alessa next to it, with the runes above flashing, adapting to the rules here. Soon, a sturdy corpse came out of the seal, looking like a hunter, but with a slimmer figure, as if it had been crushed. Soon, the hunter returned to its original state, but the red electric light on its body jumped and slowly dissipated. Obviously the seal had upgraded it again. Then, in the shadow of Alessa walked out of the box, holding the fat cat Tondo. No, why did you take Tondo out? Mu Xing was speechless. Ah, I was in a hurry and forgot that I was holding Tondo. Tondo protested on the spot, broke free, and quickly jumped to Mu Xing's feet, looking aggrieved. The observer looked at the scene of the transformation in front of him in shock, not knowing what to say. Oris flickered beside him, as if analyzing these mysterious existences in front of him. The divine seal suddenly approached the Oris, the runes above flickered, and a crystal tentacle stretched out. The next second, it was grabbed by Mu Xing. That's not edible. Master, this thing looks delicious. If I eat it, I guess it can evolve again. Mu Xing quickly shut up the divine seal, and pushed it behind him awkwardly. Mr. Observer, don't mind. This guy is straightforward, but his nature is not bad. What a magical high-dimensional creation, it even has self-awareness, it looks more advanced than my Oris. Mu Xing shook his head. There is no difference between high and low levels, only the functionality is different. The creativity and control of matter by Oris are not comparable to my props. At this time, the divine seal encouraged in Mu Xing's mind. Master, that thing is very powerful, do you want to get it? Although the thinking level of the observer is very high, the combat power is very poor, otherwise we... Shut up, you come up with bad ideas, and you forcibly seize the observer in this space-time slice. Are the observers in other space-time slices not going to fight with me? Don't even think about getting help from the observer anymore. Do you think I'm stupid? Mu Xing looked at the observer. I want to make a deal with you. I'm willing to make a list and exchange it for a replica of Oris. The observer was stunned. It turned out that Mu Xing had taken a fancy to his Oris. I don't need a deal, I only have one condition. If you can take me away from here, I can promise to give you a replica. Deal. Mu Xing didn't expect the observer to be so easy to talk to. But it's normal to think about it. The observer has been trapped here for countless years, and has lost interest in anything, except freedom. He just wants to leave here, almost to the point of madness. If it weren't for the wine that paralyzes his mind every day, he would have gone crazy long ago. Oh my god, the master is still amazing. Shen Yin complimented. Mu Xing said, you have seen the situation here, is there a way to get out? Master, I have initially detected this void, and there is indeed a way to get out, but it still needs further analysis and verification. Give me some time. Mu Xing nodded. Now he could only rely on the divine seal to see if he could find a new way out. After Mu Xing told the observer the news, the observer immediately smiled, and said he would treat Mu Xing to a drink. At the same time, he asked his Oris to help analyze it. Alessa also contributed some of her strength. She was not good at calculations, but the divine seal could use Alessa's power to calculate. In the living room, the table was already filled with steaming delicacies. Outside the balcony, the seal of God, Oris, and the box of floros were running at high speed. And on the seal of God, there was a broken seal of the Archangel. Alessa sat obediently at the side of the table, waiting for dinner. Mu Xing flipped through an ancient book with a black leather cover, which recorded a lot of research on evil spirits. These materials were found by observers from the memory fragments of those escapees. Then, they were summarized and studied, and finally intelligence was obtained. Tondo squatted in his arms, and the cat poked its head out, with its paws lying on the table. Here we go! At this time, the observer brought the last pot of soup. Originally, he could have used Oris to materialize these meals, but cooking seemed to have become one of the few pleasures in his boring and long imprisonment. It must be said that the observer's cooking skills are very good, comparable to a 5-star chef, and all he cooks are Chinese food. Come on, have a drink first. The observer poured a glass of wine for Mu Xing. What is your observer's world like? Is that world still like the world now? The observer shook his head. Our Earth has long since transitioned from the material age to the spiritual age. We have mastered the essence of matter and energy, our thinking has evolved to a high level, and finally we have ascended to a higher dimensional world. Of course, the price is a sharp decrease in the number of observers in the entire world, less than 100. So few? Because the vast majority of humans have transformed into spiritual bodies, and live in a higher dimensional spiritual world. Only observers like us are still in the material world. In order to deal with the threat of evil spirits, we have to pay attention to their every move at any time. We have contacted many worlds and discussed how to deal with the threat of evil spirits, but the effect is not great. By the way, who is that Trix? The observer's expression became solemn. An observer who has gone crazy because of too much knowledge, from a world destroyed by evil spirits. Chapter 265. Mu Xing didn't expect Trix to have such a background. No wonder she looked crazy. The observer said, that Trix is very dangerous. Her background is very ancient. She belongs to the radicals among the observers. What is a radical? This radical is more eager for knowledge than ordinary observers. They pursue and explore all the taboo knowledge about the nature of the universe and the nature of life. Most radicals end up going crazy because they are exposed to too much taboo knowledge. Therefore, our Observer Council has a ban on the research of those ancient taboo knowledge. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. The ancient taboo you mentioned, do you mean evil spirits? He raised his head. Evil spirits are only one aspect. In this multiverse we live in, there are too many unknown and ancient taboos. Many times, we observers exist to observe the dangers approaching our world and give early warnings. As he spoke, he raised the wine glass in his hand. Mu Xing also clinked glasses with him tactfully. Alessa drank juice and used chopsticks skillfully. The observer glanced at Alessa. Her essence is actually very similar to an evil spirit, a kind of collective consciousness, but her power is bound. Mu Xing nodded. I know, no matter what she was like before, she is now my companion. Hearing this, Alessa subconsciously raised her head and raised her head proudly. I am not your companion. This made the two of them laugh. At this moment, the divine seal suddenly transformed into Alessa's shadow and appeared in front of Mu Xing. Master, a space-time rift is detected. Mu Xing and the observer looked at each other, and they both stood up quickly. The observer used Horus to observe and magnified the space-time rift discovered by the divine seal. Great, the evil spirit rewound space-time, causing a crack in the storm. The observer was overjoyed. Master, now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Okay. The good news is that we can use the space-time rift to escape from this space-time Jedi. What about the bad news? The bad news is that we may need a powerful force to instantly break open the space crack and expand it, at least to accommodate you and Mr. Observer to get out. Is there any way? Mu Xing knew that Shen would never say this without a purpose. Of course, Master. You see, I brought the Archangel Seal with me. If you can find a way to repair it, you can use the power of the Archangel Seal to blast open the crack. The observer next to him couldn't help but move closer after seeing the Archangel Seal. Wait, is this the mark of Metatron? Do you know him? Mu Xing was a little surprised. I vaguely remember that some time ago, the evil spirit seemed to have connected to a multiverse and brought a butcher wearing a triangular helmet back to the fantasy world. Are you talking about the triangle head? Mu Xing waved his right hand and used his mental power to conjure up the image of the triangle head. Yes, it is it. It was also brought with the Metatron mark. The evil spirit seemed to be in a good mood at the time, and even asked Trix to hold a welcoming ceremony. And based on the world of Triangle Head, a school fantasy world was created. Beside her, Alessa stood up suddenly, and the dark power surged in her body. Don't worry, little girl. Mu Xing pressed Alessa's little head with one hand and pushed her back to the chair. Seeing that the observer was a little puzzled, Mu Xing explained, Triangle Head is Alessa's creation, but now she should have been captured by the evil spirit in another world, and is now sealed in the body of Triangle Head. The observer suddenly realized, so that's it. Mu Xing felt that the time was right, and he called with his right hand, Mr. Observer, I wonder if you can help repair this Metatron mark? If it can be repaired, even if it is only temporary, we can escape from here. The observer ran to the bookshelf next to him, and quickly looked for something. After a while, he brought back a green book with the Metatron mark on the cover. Huh? You actually have information about the Metatron mark here? It's not information, it's my research record. When I saw this mysterious mark in the survivor's memory fragment, it left a deep impression on me, so I studied it. Mu Xing flipped through the thick data book, which recorded the various experiments the observer had conducted on the mark, and even tried to summon it. However, this was a time and space wasteland, and almost all experiments failed. But it was not meaningless, at least it verified many speculations and uses of Metatron's mark. While Mu Xing was reading the records, the observer began to try to repair the Metatron mark. He had Horus as his helper, and he was a very knowledgeable wise man, so his research on Metatron was much higher than Mu Xing's. Mr. Blood Moon, I can try to use Horus to repair it with dark gold energy, but I'm not sure if it will work. Muxing said, "You can try it, we have no other choice now." With permission, the observer began to devote himself to the repair. The divine seal recorded the whole process. Not only did it record how the observer repaired the mark, but it also recorded how to use Horus. It coveted this thing even more than the high-dimensional power of Silent Hill. After about 4 or 5 hours of repair, the originally dark mark in front of him was repaired bit by bit. A complete Metatron mark was restored. The observer talked a lot, perhaps because no one had talked to him for so many years, so he was so depressed that he talked about everything, even from his childhood to adulthood. Muxing listened with relish, but Alessa couldn't do it anymore, and fell asleep on the sofa beside her holding Tongdo. Finally, accompanied by a flash of light, the observer stood up and said in surprise, "It's done." This voice suddenly woke Alessa up. She flew directly to the mark. She lightly tapped her right hand, and the mark was activated directly, emitting a blood-red light. It turns out that this mark requires special power to activate. No wonder I always feel something is wrong when using dark gold energy. The observer muttered to himself. Muxing looked at Alessa. "How is it? Can it be used?" "It can be used 3 times. Alessa fiddled with the mark and said. Muxing breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Observer, take a rest first. When you finish packing, we will leave this place together," he said to the observer. The observer excitedly punched and even danced happily. "Ha ha ha, no rest, no rest, I'm going to pack up my ancient books." The observer hurried into the room. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Now that the dawn is coming, he is naturally excited from the bottom of his heart. Alessa suddenly turned around. "Don't forget what you promised me." "Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill my promise." Muxing patted his chest and said. Chapter 266. On the top of the Observer Archive Tower, the observer was dismantling the light-emitting device on the top of the tower. This is the hyperspace engine. I used this engine to cross the dimension and come to this world. If I hadn't been imprisoned by the evil spirit, I might have gone to more places. The observer held the large purple bead with some emotion. There was an extremely sophisticated structure inside. For many years, this hyperspace engine has been trying to absorb the space-time power that escaped from the storm to form a shield to protect this tower from being destroyed by the broken space-time fragments in the storm. Although the remaining space-time energy is not much, it is enough to charge the Metatron Mark once. Muxing was worried about how to charge it, but he didn't expect the observer to be prepared. "Alessa, I try." Alessa put one hand on the superspace engine and began to extract energy and transfer it to the Metatron Mark. The originally dark mark began to rotate slowly, and with the injection of energy, it gradually turned bright red, and the rotation speed became faster and faster. The Divine Seal is responsible for locating the space-time rift. This space-time rift is not stable, it flickers and moves in the storm all the time. So it must be hit in one shot, otherwise there will be no second chance. As the Metatron Seal is fully charged, Muxing and the observer look at each other. "Ready!" The observer starts to activate Horus, and Muxing also starts to activate the Divine Seal, injecting another 10% of the Blood Moon Essence into the Divine Seal. At the moment when they successfully locate the new space-time rift, they attack at the same time, and freeze the space-time rift in the storm. Alessa, release. Alessa was suspended high in the sky. In front of her, the Metatron Mark had rotated to its limit. With a buzzing sound, a space-time ray burst out. Then, the shadow of the Angel King with 36 wings on his back appeared. At this moment, the whole storm seemed to be stagnant. The observer stared at the shadow of the Angel King. It's so powerful with just a shadow. The real body should be an ancient forbidden existence, like the evil spirit. The shadow of the Angel King swung his sword towards the crack. With the blessing of the super time and space engine, an invisible sword light lit up. This sword light was indestructible, tearing through time and space, breaking through the void and dimension. "Let's go!" When the space-time rift was cut open, Muxing and the observer soared into the sky and sank into the rift. "Ha ha ha, I'm out, I'm finally out." The observer lay on the ground, looking up at the sky and laughing, leaning over to kiss the ground. "Mr. Observer, now is not the time to celebrate, we must leave here quickly." Muxing noticed that the storm behind him had begun to lose balance, and was about to collapse because of the observer's escape. This storm was originally a cage set up by the evil spirit to imprison the observer. Now that the prisoner has escaped, the meaning of its existence has disappeared. The observer also noticed the situation behind him. "We really need to leave this place first, the evil spirits will soon be watching us." Just then, an angry voice sounded. "You finally came out, I thought you would hide in there forever." Mu Xing looked back, and on the hillside in the distance, Trix, who was carrying a 10-meter-long dark gold hammer, was glaring at him fiercely. Mu Xing was shocked that this crazy Trix was still guarding here. Is she so sure that she can escape from the storm? Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the phoenix bow appeared in his hand. He was even ready to summon the hunter. Retreat first, now is not the time to fight. The observer next to him pulled Mu Xing and started his super time engine. The engine quickly absorbed the surrounding time and space power, and a rapidly rotating light circle enveloped the two. Trix then noticed the observer next to Mu Xing. You actually brought the prisoners in the storm out. This is over. The evil spirit will definitely punish me if he knows. Her expression changed, like she had split personality. Trix raised the giant hammer in her hand and rushed over. As she ran, the space in front of her kept folding, and she rushed in front of them almost instantly. The dark gold hammer in her hand was raised high, and then it kept getting bigger. Space folding, mass control. Don't fight hard. The observer decided to stay or leave almost instantly. At the moment when the hammer fell, the super time engine was controlled to move out instantly. Boom! Although they moved several kilometers away in this instant, the explosion caused by the hammer falling in the distance still made people's scalps numb. The earth cracked, and the soil and rocks collapsed instantly under the sledgehammer's bombardment. The earth within a radius of 100 meters collapsed into a thumb-sized ball. Mu Xing's pupils shrank. Fortunately, he didn't fight head-on. This crazy woman was too scary. Not to mention him, even the hunter would probably be crushed into atoms by the hammer. Don't try to run. Trix missed the first shot and continued to chase with the hammer. At this time, a control panel appeared in front of the observer, and the external aperture rotated rapidly. It is really a shuttle that travels through time and space. The observer wiped the sweat from his forehead. This Trix has obtained some of the power of evil spirits, and can use dark gold energy at will in this world. We can't beat her, and must leave this broken world. The observer quickly tapped the control panel, as if performing time and space calculations and programming. Trix folded space to chase after him, and the sledgehammer in his hand hit him again. Mu Xing also raised the phoenix bow in his hand, and began to accumulate power. No matter what, he had to block this hammer. The blazing flames gathered, and Alessa placed one hand on his longbow, and the dark power flowed and gathered into the flaming arrows. The phoenix cried, and turned into a dark red evil fire phoenix. At the same time, the divine seal was also helping, releasing high-dimensional power and blessing. Go, the dark phoenix of time and space. The dark red phoenix rushed out, spread its wings in midair, and ripples appeared in the surrounding time and space, as if hundreds of muxing in time and space shot arrows together and then overlapped. Trix's hammer also fell, and collided with the flashing phoenix. At the same time, the observer pressed the start button, and the hyperspace engine lit up with dazzling purple light. The space and time in front of him were distorted, and Mu Xing even saw the jumping string world. Seeing this, Trix behind him looked ugly, and smashed down the hammer madly, smashing Mu Xing's hidden trick directly. The speed soared, and it instantly crossed the space and appeared above their heads. Go to hell. However, Mu Xing just raised his head, and waved at the crazy girl. The hammer fell. The earth collapsed, but Mu Xing and the observer had already disappeared without a trace. Ah! Bastard, no matter where you run, I will catch you, just wait for me. Trix yelled in exasperation. At this moment, the sky and time split open, and a black vortex appeared in the crack of time and space. Trix suddenly became shy. Supreme Evil Spirit, I'm very sorry that I couldn't catch that guy. The vortex in the sky kept spinning, and suddenly stretched out a hand to grab the distance. But when the big hand retracted, it caught nothing. They escaped into the void. A strange voice came from the crack. Evil Spirit, I will chase them, and I will definitely catch those two guys back. Trix said, and chased them out. However, before she could chase 2 steps, she was directly grabbed by the big hand. Don't chase, it's coming. Chapter 267. Outside the world. Mu Xing seemed to have returned to the void cemetery. The observer stopped his movements with lingering fear, and a glass of iced whiskey appeared in his trembling hands. Fortunately, I ran fast. If I were a moment later, the evil spirit would have caught up with me. He tried to put the drink into his mouth. Are we safe? Mu Xing asked. Safe for now, but we may not be able to leave here for the time being. He turned around and looked at the void behind him. Mu Xing also subconsciously looked back and saw the glowing roots spreading. Mu Xing's face lit up. It was the survival system. He quickly took out the survival terminal and sent information to the survival system. A root quickly extended and appeared in front of Mu Xing in an instant. The observers nearby were so frightened that they dared not move. The Horus next to him was madly alarming. Mu Xing seemed to know what the survival system wanted to do, and directly placed the terminal on the root. Data flowed. After a moment, the root retracted, and Mu Xing's survival terminal glowed and fell into his hands. The information sent by the survivor Mu Xing has been accepted. The survival system will verify the authenticity of the information. The reward will be issued after the settlement. Seeing the prompt from the survival system, Mu Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The observer kept the action just now, and dared not move at all. "Mr. Observer, I have a request," Mu Xing suddenly said. "Ah, you say. Can you use the hyperspace engine to send me to a specific time slice?" "Theoretically, there is no problem, but are you sure you want to go back? We finally escaped." "If you go back, the evil spirit." The observer looked at Mu Xing with a worried look on his face. He thought the young man in front of him was crazy. Mu Xing shook his head. "I have my mission, so I must go back. My companions are still waiting for my good news. I can't give up halfway." "But..." The observer hesitated. He knew that Mu Xing had made up his mind, so he stopped forcing him. "Okay, I can send you back. If you can meet me in other time and space slices, take this with you, and he will help you." The observer handed over a badge. "What is this?" "The badge of the Observer Council. If we can meet again one day, I will take you to visit our Observer Council." Mu Xing hung the badge on his chest without hesitation, and then glanced at Horus next to him. The observer seemed to have been prepared and handed over a metal box. "A replica of Horus?" The observer shook his head. "No, it came from my good friend Adams. In fact, I came to this world, first to stop the evil spirit, and second to find him. But unfortunately, I came a step too late, and only found his remains and his Horus. He was a natural adventurous person. Unlike those conservative guys in the parliament, he yearned for the spaciousness of the world. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I used to be a coward. It was his encouragement that made me walk out of the observation tower, and know that the universe is so brilliant and beautiful." Mu Xing gently opened the metal box, and inside was an iframe forged from an unknown material, which was in an inactive state. "This is the observer's stuff. Would it be inappropriate for me to take it?" The observer put a hand on his shoulder. "Actually, I think you have the potential to be an observer." "Me?" Mu Xing was confused. "You understand later." As he said that, he looked back at the roots that seemed to have no boundaries. "I must remind you that the existence behind you must have its special purpose and meaning. You are the thugs it has trained. One day, it will use you. You must learn to maintain independence and be prepared for a rainy day." Mu Xing nodded. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Observer. Can I know your name now?" The observer smiled. "You can call me Art." "I remember, Mr. Art." The observer quickly clicked in front of the control panel, and the light circle around him rotated. It actually showed the essence of the illusion world, just like the scene he saw with the divine seal. A world constructed by countless vibrating strings. The observer was freed from the evil spirit, and instantly located the string that had just escaped. "Lock on the previous second," Mu Xing said. Art didn't speak and locked again. "Be careful. If you can't find me in that slice of time and space, you can go find Vigo." "Vigo? How can I find him?" "Use the Horus in your hand. It will tell you how to find Vigo." "I understand." The hyperspace engine opened a rotating portal. Mu Xing jumped into the portal without hesitation. Looking at the disappearing Mu Xing, Art sighed. "You are the bravest person I have ever seen except him. I wish you good luck." Then, he started the hyperspace engine and disappeared into the void in an instant. At the same time, Mu Xing was traveling through the changing passages and across different time slices. Here, he has a high-dimensional perspective. He saw the scenes in different time slices, and finally saw other survivors. Some of them were fighting wits and courage with the butcher in the fantasy world, some were trying to explore the foggy world, and some entered Vigo's laboratory. He even saw someone preparing to break through the space-time barrier and send a signal to the survival system. I didn't expect this evil spirit to be so capable, trapping so many survivors in its world. But now that the survival system is caught up, it's probably going to be in trouble. Mu Xing muttered, and finally saw the three people resting by the campfire. "We're here, right here." Mu Xing quickly locked onto the campfire. He noticed that the campfire also had space-time characteristics, and he sensed the fluctuations of dark gold energy. Not only dark gold energy, but also hope. He frowned, knowing that the bonfire was not simple. Could it be? Mu Xing remembered what the observer had said to him. The flower of hope will only be born in the place where hope is strongest, and the bonfire camp that appeared in the mist is definitely not aimless. Mu Xing guessed that this bonfire camp might be one of the means for evil spirits to collect hope. As for the truth, further investigation is needed. Mu Xing quickly moved forward, approached the sliced world, and prepared to descend. However, at this moment, he saw a thick film rapidly covering the other end of the string from one end. The evil spirit seemed to realize that his plan had been discovered and began to enter a defensive posture. Mu Xing didn't care about anything else and quickly jumped into the film before it was completely formed, like a slippery loach. At the same time, beside the campfire, Li Hongwei muttered pessimistically, and the madman was treating the wound of the injured EU. Suddenly, the madman raised his head. Something is approaching. What? Li Hongwei stood up quickly, and then saw a purple beam of light falling from the sky next to the bonfire. The violent airflow blew the sand and stones on the ground all over the sky. Several people subconsciously covered their eyes and stared at the figure falling with the beam of light. When the beam of light disappeared and the wind and sand fell, Li Hongwei's surprised voice was the first to sound. Blood Moon Boss. Mu Xing slowly stood up and pushed away the dust around him. How long have I been away? Chapter 268. Blood Moon. The madman rushed over in surprise, and put his hands on his shoulders to check him up and down. Seeing that Mu Xing had no injuries, he was relieved. Welcome back, he said excitedly. Mu Xing nodded to the madman and looked around. The camp had not changed much, but the campfire in front of him was much brighter. The campfire had expanded to more than 120 meters at this time. How long have I been away? About 3 times. 3 times? Mu Xing understood what the madman meant. Since he left, they have experienced the illusion world 3 times. How is the situation? Successfully escaped twice and failed once. Here. Li Hongwei slid to his knees beside Mu Xing and hugged his thighs. Wow. Boss Blood Moon, it's a good thing you're back. Without you to lead the way, do you know how I have been living these days? I thought you would never come back. Mu Xing pushed this guy aside with a twitch in his eyes. Go away, what are you doing? The madman asked expectantly. Where did you go? Mu Xing glanced at Li Hongwei and EU. I swear, I will keep it a secret. Li Hongwei quickly raised his right hand. As for EU, her condition was not good. The pollution had begun to penetrate into her body. I escaped, went to other slices of time and space, found Vigo's laboratory, encountered Trix and the Withered, entered the Observer Tower, and was finally sent back by the Observer. Mu Xing's few words almost made the brains of several people present crash. The amount of information contained in it was really too much. Li Hongwei next to him was even more confused. Boss Yue, what is the sliced space-time you mentioned? I only found out later that we survivors are not separated by space, but by evil spirits in different times. I call it sliced space-time. How big is this sliced space-time? EU next to him couldn't help asking. Mu Xing raised a finger. 1 second. 1 second? I see. EU was thoughtful. Suddenly, she vomited a mouthful of dirty blood. She almost fell to the ground. Mu Xing walked over and wanted to help her check her body. Don't touch me. EU retreated in fear. Mu Xing frowned, waved his right hand, and the crystal illusion on her body flew away, revealing her true appearance. The originally beautiful and intellectual crystal rose was now covered with pustules, weird and twisted. Li Hongwei next to him subconsciously covered his mouth. Don't look. Her lips trembled. The madman shielded the other 2 people from view for her. Don't hide, I can save you. Mu Xing spoke calmly, without any emotional changes due to her appearance. Can you save me? EU raised her head suddenly, and hope suddenly burst out from her slightly turbid eyes. Mu Xing subconsciously turned his head to look at the bonfire next to him. Although it was a very small change, it did not escape his perception. I don't know if it was because of the repeated contact with high-dimensional power, or the dark gold energy generated by the heart in his body that allowed him to perceive the changes in the bonfire. Sure enough, this bonfire is also a hope collector. Mu Xing came back to his senses, took out the mysterious metal box, and started to activate the Aurus. The Aurus in the box came from Art's friend. To activate it, you need to inject dark gold energy. Mu Xing took it out with his right hand, as light as a feather. When he input the dark gold energy, this thing began to activate, and then scan Mu Xing's genes and soul to bind. Art said that each Aurus is unique, and once bound, it will not be used by others unless the owner dies. At the same time, a lot of instructions about the use of Aurus flooded into Mu Xing's mind, allowing him to automatically learn how to use it. As Oris emitted white light, it began to quantize and transform into an invisible object, floating in Mu Xing's palm. What is this? Li Hongwei's eyes widened. Oris, the observer's Oris. You recognized it at a glance. Blood Moon Boss, did you kill the observer? Li Hongwei exclaimed. How is it possible? I became friends with the observer, he gave it to me. Sen. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible, I just rescued him from the cage of the evil spirit. Mu Xing calmly walked to Yu and began to scan her body with Oris. That's all? TSK. Boss, you are so Versailles, I kneel down to you. Li Hongwei wanted to hold on to this thigh tightly. Mu Xing was too lazy to pay attention to him, continued scanning, and then analyzed. Bear it, it may hurt. Mu Xing reminded. Yu shook her head. I would rather die in pain than become like this. The Oris in Mu Xing's hand began to work, constantly changing, and began to peel off the filth in Yu's body. It was almost like peeling off this filth from her genes, every cell, every gene. I saw a stream of dirty liquid like mud being guided out, and the madman next to him cooperated very well, and took out a crystal container to catch it. Ah! Yu made a shrill cry of pain. Her fingers were dug into the mud. I have to say that this Oris is very useful, especially in the control of dark gold energy, which is accurate to every gene molecule. The filth was constantly stripped out and poured into the container. When all the filth was extracted, Yu lost dozens of pounds. The crystal container next to it was almost filled with filthy liquid. The mud-like liquid seemed to be alive, still surging and struggling in the container, emitting a strong stench. What is this? So disgusting. Li Hongwei subconsciously moved away. The madman held Yu's shoulders and carried the weak girl to the simple bed next to him. How do you feel? Mu Xing asked. My body suddenly felt relaxed. She touched her cheek and looked down at her arm. Although she looked very thin, all the disgusting pustules were gone. She almost knelt down to Mu Xing. Shuiyu, thank you for saving me. Mu Xing shook her head. Anyway, we are teammates on the same boat now, and I will not give up anyone easily. Rest for a while, and let your body adapt before using the crystal healing magic. Okay. Yu nodded. Crazy, let's talk over there. The madman glanced at Yu, turned around and followed Mu Xing to the campfire. Are we in trouble? Mu Xing took a deep breath. Yes, although I took the opportunity to escape and sent a message to the survival system, and the survival system has already taken action. But next we may face a crazy evil spirit, and I believe it will never sit still and wait for death. The madman said, during the past few days when you were away, I explored the foggy area many times and studied the fantasy world, and got some useful information. Let's review it now. Mu Xing nodded. The madman was such a pragmatic person. He was different from people like Li Hongwei. He usually didn't shout, but just did it silently. Wait a minute, I make an isolation zone. Mu Xing held the Oris, and began to build a safe house to isolate the evil spirits from eavesdropping. Chapter 269. This is the method that Mu Xing learned from Art, a special safe house for isolating time and space observation. Art's observation tower is a large safe house that can effectively isolate the sight of evil spirits. At this time, he used Oris to build a small safe house, which can also effectively isolate the sight of evil spirits. In the shocked eyes of the other people, Mu Xing seemed to create something out of thin air and printed a black semicircular house. Art said that if the observer tower can be built, Oris can be used to observe the dimensions of the world in which it is located. This will be very helpful for him to collect intelligence in other survival worlds in the future. It is not easy to build the observer tower. It not only requires various special materials, but also requires a large amount of world origin power and high-dimensional power. Mu Xing can only think about it for the time being. However, as long as the observer tower is built, he can use the observer tower to change his job to an observer, and use the observer tower to upgrade his spirit. This is a good development direction for Mu Xing. It just so happens that he has been on the path of spiritual evolution all the way here. Mu Xing had read ancient books about the construction of the observer tower. In fact, he already had a prototype of the observer tower, which was his original beehive. If it could be raised to more than 7 floors, it would initially meet the requirements for building a primary observer tower. Retracting his thoughts. Mu Xing's hut has been built. At least, he doesn't have to sleep outdoors at night. Several people had a discussion in the hut for about 2 hours and reached a preliminary consensus. According to my speculation, the survival system will soon be fully implemented, and the next step will be a real test for us survivors. Mu Xing said. So, during this period of time, We must be mentally prepared to face any possible accidents. Just then, a strong wind suddenly blew outside the house. What's going on? Several people rushed out of the small house and looked up at the sky. The howling wind seemed to roll up the ground. Mu Xing heard a loud dragon roar. It was the strange dragon with human heads all over its body. It flapped its wings and flew over the top of its head, its eyes full of anxiety and panic, as if some terrible monster had run out from the depths of the foggy world. At this moment, a strong wind swept the ground, blowing away the surrounding thick fog. You have to know that this is not an ordinary thick fog, but a substance spread from the evil spirit. Not to mention the wind that swept the ground. Even if the space was blown apart, it would not be able to shake the fog. However, the fog was blown away just like that. Look, what is that? Li Hongwei pointed at a white light in the sky. It seems to be a tree root? The madman was also shocked and muttered to himself. It's not a tree root, it's the embodiment of the survival system. Everyone go into the house and prepare for the impact. Mu Xing shouted loudly. He didn't expect the survival system to chase him and break through the sliced world he was in. Several people rushed into the house, and Mu Xing quickly used Oris to continue to reinforce it. EU, who had recovered 70% to 80% with healing magic, also began to arrange crystal protection magic on the periphery. Li Hongwei also quickly took out the Maoshan 5 elements formation that he had kept in the bottom of the box. The formation flag fell on the 5 elements, and the red line tied with copper coins and talismans quickly shuttled, fixing the surrounding terrain with the 5 elements. The madman didn't have many array methods, but he had many props. Tear up various enchantment scrolls, and stack up enchantments layer by layer. Protect the bonfire. Mu Xing activated Oris, and asked the Divine Seal to help move their team's bonfire into the hut. Originally, he thought of abandoning the bonfire. After all, it was created by evil spirits. But later he realized that this thing might still be useful, and it was related to whether he could still enter the fantasy world, so he decisively took action to protect it. Just as their defenses were stacked up layer by layer, huge roots of light finally penetrated the sky, like giant pillars falling from the sky. There were 9 giant pillars, representing the 9 roots of the survival system. At the same time, they saw a huge vortex rising into the sky, which caused changes in the surrounding time and space, and communicated with the surrounding multidimensional dimensions, trying to block the arrival of the survival system. The two sides were as powerful as water and fire, and collided fiercely. Rumble. The earth shook. The whole continent was shaking. They stayed in the hut, enduring this terrifying shock. Countless cracks appeared on the ground around them, and huge gullies were torn out. Only the land within a radius of 300 meters remained stable. Only a few cracks appeared in a radius of 1 kilometer. Li Hongwei's 5 elements formation was indeed useful, using the 5 elements to fix the ground under his feet, and Mu Xing continued to repair it with Oris. They just had to endure it. After about a few minutes, the tremors outside began to stop. Is it over? Several people looked out cautiously, and Mu Xing deliberately opened a small window. The night was over, and 9 suns seemed to appear on the tops of the 9 glowing pillars. The sun was actually the light projected from the distant world by the survival system through the multidimensional space. This light directly illuminated half of the continent. Why half? Because the other half was firmly controlled by the evil spirit. At the same time as the pillars fell, the evil spirit also launched a counterattack. Although it failed to stop the survival system from coming, it prevented the survival system from coming without restrictions. Mu Xing used Oris to observe the world outside, and the main route of the survival system was blocked. The evil spirit is very smart, using multiple dimensional worlds to build bridges to prevent the main route from completely descending. Mu Xing can probably understand the purpose of the evil spirit. Does it want to buy time for its own escape, or does it want to give it a try? Compared with the latter, Mu Xing believes the former more. Although the evil spirit is strong, it is still no match for the survival system. The most important thing is that it is a coward. Very cowardly. Whether it is the conclusion drawn by oneself or the conclusion drawn by the observer art, it is the same. Several people walked out of the hut and stared blankly at the 9 giant pillars. TSK. I've only heard of it before, but this is the first time I've seen the actual appearance of the survival system. It's really awe-inspiring. Li Hongwei put his hands together. I think I should worship the survival system in the future. With the advent of the survival system, the broken earth around it began to be repaired, just like the reversal of cause and effect, turning back time and restoring the original appearance of the earth. Of course, in addition to the fog, there are also 9 suns. The fog monsters rushed to the edge of the continent. The survival system did not kill them all, and still retained at least 1/3 of the fog area. And some fog monsters that did not have time to escape, like ice and snow under the sun, began to melt as they ran. At this time, all survivors received a text message. The survival system has arrived, and all survivors can use the spacetime beacon to enter the spacetime slice world number 3356 and set up a temporary camp. Muxing looked at the text message on the survival terminal in his hand with a strange expression. It looks like the real survival contest has just begun. The madman next to him said seriously. Li Hongwei rubbed his hands excitedly. Boss Blood Moon, this is our territory. Can we take the opportunity to collect rent or something? You go. Muxing glanced at him expressionlessly. Li Hongwei quickly scratched his head. Hee, just kidding. If I really do this, I'm afraid I have the life to collect money but not the life to spend it. As he was talking, they saw a golden meteor begin to descend. As soon as the text message was sent, a survivor actually broke through the slice world and began to descend. Chapter 270. As meteors fell to the ground, the flags of the war groups began to be erected. Among them, Muxing saw many familiar flags. The first to arrive were the core war groups of several main cities, such as the Kowloon War Group and the Black Mountain War Group. These powerful war groups have masters who can easily break through the time and space dimensions, and even evil spirits cannot restrain them. They did not take action before because the survival system had not arrived. Now that the survival system has arrived, these war groups are no longer hiding. It was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. With the arrival of the main city battle group, other battle groups also began to break through the slice of time and space, and began to descend. Muxing looked at the falling fire meteors, and realized that the reason why he could escape smoothly was not because of his unparalleled calculations, but because the evil spirits spent most of their energy on suppressing these masters. And the facts proved that he still underestimated the strength of these real masters. Look there. Li Hongwei pointed to a red curtain in the distance, and it seemed that someone behind the curtain was holding a sledgehammer and hitting hard. The cracks continued to spread, and the violent fiery red breath instantly tore the space apart. The old acquaintance carrying a giant axe walked out of the broken space cursing. Damn, the space barrier in this broken place is quite hard. Muxing recognized the person at a glance, Manshan, who had been his node guardian. This person could actually chop the space curtain with an axe, which was a bit too strong. So powerful, it's Manshan from the Manshan War Group. Li Hongwei's eyes almost popped out. At this moment, next to the broken fiery red space crack, a door was suddenly drawn on the space curtain. A scholar in white holding a paintbrush pushed open the space door and walked out. He looked Manshan up and down. Nerd, what are you looking at? If you look at me again, I dig out your eyes. The other party just smiled contemptuously. You are a reckless man who only knows how to destroy with brute force, Manshan. I advise you to read more books. I read you a lot. Manshan swung his axe without hesitation, and the terrifying flame power shattered the space, cut out a long and narrow space crack, and blasted towards the scholar in white. However, the other party just drew with the paintbrush in his hand, and a virtual door opened in front of him, directly swallowing up the space crack. TSK Manshan, you still haven't made any progress after all these years. After easily eliminating Manshan's attack, he didn't forget to taunt him. I chop you alive. Manshan walked in the air, running and charging like a wild bull, wielding 2 huge axes and slashing heavily at the white-clothed scholar. The white-clothed scholar was not to be outdone, and with a flick of his sleeves, a scroll of a 1,000-mile river and mountain was unfolded. The picture actually swelled in the wind, as if there was really a 1,000-mile river and mountain hidden in it. The green mountains were stacked layer by layer, the mountains were filled with mist, the water was rippling under the mountains, and there were spirit beasts and flying birds leaping in the mountains. The axe swung over, splitting several huge mountains in the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains into 2 halves. The axe in Manshan's hand swirled, and the flames surged, preparing for another blow. The white-clothed scholar quickly sketched with a brush, and a golden mountain flew out from the mountains. The mountain grew rapidly, trying to suppress Manshan. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, shrouded in light, blocking Manshan's axe with one hand, and holding down the golden mountain with the other. Stop making trouble, give me some face. A cold voice sounded from the light. Hearing the voice, both Manshan and the white-clothed scholar frowned, but still retracted their attacks. As the light faded, everyone saw his appearance clearly. He was wearing a gorgeous golden armor and carrying a sword of victory. He had long golden hair, but an oriental face. He looked like a mixed race of Chinese and Western, handsome, But the two curved mustaches gave him a bit of vulgarity. "Look, it's the Hero King!" someone exclaimed, pointing at the man who suddenly appeared to stop the battle between Manshan and the white-clothed scholar. Hero King? Gilgamesh carrying the sword of victory? Mu Xing had a strange expression. He is just a guy who gave himself the title. Although he has some strength, but... The madman next to him hesitated to speak. What's wrong? It's better to stay away from him in the future. Mu Xing was even more confused and didn't understand what the madman meant. EU next to him explained. This guy calls himself the Hero King, his idol is Thanos, he likes Dragon Country martial arts novels, his slogan is to travel the world with a sword, he thinks he is warm-hearted and loves to fight for justice, but in fact he is a complete troublemaker. There are many people who have been killed by him. He loves face very much and likes others to give him face, so he has a nickname, the King of Face. Mu Xing's eyes twitched. What kind of abstract chaotic combination is this? He was looking curiously when he heard his voice in the distance. Stop fighting, everyone. Give me the Hero King some face. At the same time, the white-clothed scholar and Manshan, who were fighting fiercely just now, and were as hostile as fire and water, one was wiping his axe with a rag dipped in water, and the other was wiping a corner of the golden mountain in the painting. Bad luck, really bad luck, Manshan cursed. It was as if he had just been blocked by the Hero King, and had touched something filthy that he shouldn't have touched, and he tried to avoid it. The Hero King is so proud? Mu Xing was puzzled. Because the Hero King has another title, the Unlucky King, who has an aura of bad luck. Anyone who gets close to him will definitely be unlucky. As he was talking, a meteorite fell and hit Manshan and the white-clothed scholar. The two quickly joined forces to blow up the meteorite. As a result, both of them were charred by the black smoke of the explosion and looked miserable. This? Mu Xing looked incredible. Is there really a bad luck halo in this world? So, don't have any contact with the Hero King. Now you understand why his warm heart is poison to others. Mu Xing nodded. I understand. I have to admit that the world is full of strange people. After the episode just now, Mu Xing and his friends moved the hut to the edge as much as possible to keep a low profile. With the arrival of the major battle groups and masters, the survival competition really kicked off. The huge ranking list also began to descend, floating above the camp. All names are kept secret, but the score numbers behind will not lie, and there are already thousands of people on the list. At this time, everyone's survival terminal received new information at the same time. The survival system has arrived, and the Blood Point and Blood Network system are now open. Blood points can be obtained by entering the evil spirit body and participating in the fantasy world escape. The shorter the escape time, the higher the score, and the more blood points you get. Note, the blood points obtained by participating in the escape before have been issued. Blood points can be consumed in the Blood Network to purchase various special props, skills, and sacrifices. Bloodnet products can only be used in this survival contest. The survival contest store will open tomorrow. Please stay tuned for all survivors. As the information was received, Mu Xing noticed a new column appeared in his terminal, Bloodnet system. At the same time, the escape game he participated in before also began to calculate blood points. Total, 7,000 blood points.